we've done sharp band to Tech Free Boss, the Goyle. And yeah, Nair had his best start this morning to Monte weekend. And he's 16 Grand Prix since Bernard. Of course, when last year he was on the sprint title, so he starts the weekend not in strong form. You better keep an eye on. I bashed you nearly plotted conditions in Hotland times a big thrown it in Barcelona. A great surprise. It was only 13 degrees. Ambient temperature this morning, surface temperature on the track was at least 30 degrees. So be an nice marcation in the unsunny nights. How we have now still sliders. He's reached the 140 barrier, led by Marco Bezzecchi, the world championship leader. The mark behind Toyota was 16. So yeah, this tons of time on there. And this actually both said you already died to try to lead the ball. He's 1.15 seconds faster than what he managed when he was T5 this morning. Yeah, keeping an eye on Jorge Martin's progress. He's in 13th. I'm on 130.0, so he's basically matched the best lap time he did earlier on today. There's David Brio. Trackhouse MotoGP Princeton ... till now, because all of the ridden the tablet order the return stuff where hearing and reading are the mango the heading on dispatch is the 2027 heading in the direction of the factory Honda team, not in the same capacity, perhaps a more commercial role for David Brio, but it slightly would appear as if this might be the last year we see him in the colours of Trackhouse. It's led to believe there's been some lengthy transatlantic sun cones, and so each is going on between inside Trackhouse staff and the boss. I just did mounts back at their North American bases they now. Another luxury, had to say. See, I think what team manager with them, Brio. So we had asked me, actually a couple of weeks, hasn't it, as far as Trackhouse. So leaving there, using their team manager, they've already lost Iodura, who was concerned that he'd not be taught the Trackhouse next year. You don't know where he's going. Well, you're looking at the current MotoGP World Champion, her current form. Yamaha are quits on like for 2027 as it stands right now, because we all think to believe they're going to be having Joachim Partiv and Iodura as their factory lineup next year. I'm sure in optimized method of arch engineers are thinking, what bad business so far will receive in 2026. Now they know how to take their ball away. You could argue that most and be secrets in those mountains, especially hours wide is no and Martin could well be fitting Seattle Hours 8-2 side with a GP World Champion for all we know, depending on how the rest of this season plays out. And of course, I know we're already a podium finisher. Essentially, might well be in MotoGP Grand Prix winner to in the very near future. We're already on board with Pedro Acosta and bring the Amanimus is the returning Maverick Viganes. For just story was recently. Yeah, thanks to our third opportunity to do hunting to let you listen at home to what it sounds like and what it looks like from Pedro Acosta's point of view to the motoring down the Barcelona Star Pre-Straight at about 350 kilometers an hour. So it was great to ride on board that. And with the cost of the time, you can see the street that he's ever pick up. You had Mavericks in your list on the KTM lane, swept straight on its routes. I'm just thinking, I've said, Jorge Martin, it is timing is impeccable, isn't it? He was under the Cat TGP 24 to win the championship a couple of years ago, which is one of the best engineered motorcycles we've ever seen. The county literally never thought about it by now. GT he now is on the best of Colombia we ever had. All the answers connected just how Hazuli Kullian had all the arguments for critical this farmers Yamaha comes to because he does sing to pick his moments and move to the manufacturers. Have the optimal time does the other way, Dad. You have to say as well, a bike always looks faster when you have a fast ride on temperament as well. And it's the big question, I'm pretty have that with Jorge Martin, just one tight in it. And it's up the world championship between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Maverick Viñales straight wide then. I know what probably costed out. I mean, that's my bringing back again. There's a Costa knows wide into turn number 10. This is turn 12, which is already played a big part of you. Should already today with Jorge Martin going down there earlier on today. Would be so for Jorge Martin, wouldn't it? If he does, take the little one playing Yamaha and she ever won the championship with Ducati and gone straight to probably if he's to win separate world titles and then with separate money attached and then jump on another completely different motorcycle. How should he play? I will track house quite rightly making all tail lines on Tucker the Man after Iker was pretty last weekend, but they're making a lot of noise as well. Also, keep with these potential departure of Davide Brigotang Jossi next season. Well, one man will know exactly what's going on he things track out because it is Mr. Pavilion. It's what is the gesture. Yeah, he's a good local darkly fantastic performance. How you do last weekend? I mean, I think everybody in the paddock felt that was eventually going to come, given what we saw in Austin, given his performances since the start of the year. But you still got to go out there and do it. How much of a relief was it to you, for all the Petit Mantelai in particular, to get that first MotoGP podium? Yeah, of course, was a hangover and indeed, because, I mean, I don't want to be too much, but you were spitting some especially after the disappointment in Austin. Is something that I was so happy to do, and I think he could have done probably better, but it was very important to secure the podium at the time. And I guess the characteristic that is always so fast again the race, in the second part of the race, and it's the same thing. And the rain was the serve, I think. It's a sign of a progress he's doing, and the talent he has, so we're just happy. Yeah, we spoke a lot last year about RU having quite a typical rookie year of some good moments, some low moments. He was roller coaster at time, but he really does see it and had big step from E1 to year 2. Really, he's quite mature, a bit plus it's MotoGP rider now. Yeah, just see something. First of all, Vanstein, and I think well, I mean, our money down those. We don't want to let injury crashes, but it's quite to me. Speaking at the no, and also he's a type of rider. You always marry, you always progress. Sometimes the injury made a few abused him. She came to Vaden, and has been a great experience for him. Last year he took a lot of life from a lot in that arena, and then combined with his talent, he started to put on the track issue. We spoke to you a couple of weeks ago and you confirmed that I was going to be leaving the team next year. There's a lot of talk you might be leaving the team next year, Davide. The rumour is that you'll be moving to HRC in beats like 27. So what's the latest with your future? What can you tell us at this point? Let's speak about things we've been in these full spins. Did it? It's like something. Grazie Davide, thank Shaq. Critic to say the least here about what might be in 2026. Make of that what you will. I mean, let's be honest, if Davide Brivio was not going to be leaving Trackhouse and he wasn't going to get a Honda, well, that was his opportunity to completely shut down. Always re-risk. There is, as we always say, MotoGP, no smoke without fire. Given the fact that yesterday we had confirmation, which has been re-risked for a few days now, the current from the chief manager Alberto 2 just maybe to a and 5 in 2027. It does leave the door open to some new management to move in to Sunday. Oh dear, these are not like straight swap. Alberto 2 for Davide Brivio on the roster, still potentially looking for another team manager, but and yes, Davide Brivio, of course, who has enjoyed success. Yamaha, the championship winning success at Yamaha, the championship winning success at Suzuki. He's in race winning team manager at Anderson. Yeah, must be honest, Lewis, in this CV, that is something pretty much unrivaled at a manager role in MotoGP. He generally just makes teams better, doesn't he? Which is, that's the best quality you can have as a management. So it's the dividend and team. He's made not only the mechanics, just make the whole operation function better, and he also to sort of good eyes the young talent in terms of riders. And if he's part of the Honda team, he didn't be the team manager, he certainly didn't have an influential name. Good on my very expensive men to have a look. He didn't have much on the team season. And you told him, damn it, Alonso, what a mental, what a sticker to have. So you just, I guess, draw upon his experience and winning experience, of course, and his World 3 career, so he'll have a big range to play, whatever that role is. And as it is indeed the Honda, well, we're waiting for specifics of precisely what his title will be and what that entails, but he will certainly be an asset to the operation. Yeah, although there's been now official confirmation about the Brivio Trackhouse, it's split of his, split as in, it's not an acrimonious start at all, isn't it? But Brivio obviously tempted by the opportunity to go and work arguably with the world's biggest manufacturer. We saw the down play with motorcycle racing. Arthur Anders, Tuesday Bottom yesterday, he was asked about the potential impact on him personally. At Damlade Brivio, we know how much the Italian, the sort of Cajun Raoul's under his wing, didn't have sort of shoulder swing to lean on. Raoul basically was like gutted when he heard the rumours that Davide Brivio was potentially leaving Trackhouse. As mentioned, he's almost been a father figure who, when he won that Australian Grand Prix for the time last year, well, the nice people that smells them as name drops. I was Davide Brivio. He transformed my MotoGP career. He was there to advise me and mentor me when I was really struggling to make an impact in MotoGP. So on a personal level, but to professional level, Davide Brivio leaving Trackhouse, a body blow to Raul Fernandez. Yeah, a typical tune used to film. Raul Fernandez, who was occasionally to study part of that Trackhouse operation himself beyond this year, but he hasn't had even an addicted game, was fair to say, since that strange start of the season. The double podium from Sunday, he'd burn around the team fight on the 9th since then, 3 out of 8 achieved 1 exit since then. Nothing in Raul Fernandez, and then against Finisher United, the 6th that he took on the spread of the Grand Prix, made horrendous song for Raul Fernandez to be absolutely certain that he's going to be still a Trackhouse rounder for 2027 in his form. Will need to pick up pretty sharpish. Yeah, he was certainly a bit of a forgotten figure, pretty Gonzo last weekend. Wasn't he in the Flamard? He had standard watches operations. Marty Besecchi-Gura lucky at a clean sweep to the first time in previous history. The old last weekend was already having that one. Doesn't linger on into these home Grand Prix here in Catalunya. As we just talking about, we went down to Jackie Trick-Lane a few months ago. The Gulfstreet columns are starting to get sort of with Juan Mir Cassini Ducati. To Marshall Chewy was suspecting him. It was recently, wasn't it? Renea Bastianini did tease the maiden and tease us in the broadcaster in Tucson Square, and he said, well, maybe plus the ties deals. And the other might surprise everybody in 2027. Of course, Stefano Mir is going into Brazili, and they hold daughter suits of a designated seat locked and loaded, and I'm against a mounted student. It does suggest that the beast might be on the tree next year, possibly. Probably not that he was an AF. He's struggling to find a ride next year. Now, what we it's just so big spoiled from ourselves in the culture box. It simply would appear, it feels to me as if Renea Bastianini did a very good sit for it, and a pretty, no, we know about him. These Grand Prix career, what essentially mean as well is that the subjects to the second mile would be at the Arsenal to Sitzenham season, whereas that team would be first of them to be coming out again. But just the 60 counties that season, what this for 5 of them to rid by Spaniards. Found which would be this been usually to Institute Tati were set for Marcus of Tetra Costa, Linus Bidding country, and Giganti in the CD detention, her Spanish, Juan Mir, and Danny the Doctor. Had Stobie now the game on market for your 46, so it'll order Italian sensational border volubulance. So what you'll believe to really maybe having just not in to his brother's team next year, if no river to a looper, it seems. Hinda, Stabia crossing Lama with Dabber alongside. CV secures for quite some time. I see SARS, you chew on 3 of these. And the Agriculture CCO next year. Harkin Baseki's Mocha was the suicide sector on this current lap. Still leads the way. You know, you're doing pretty fast. You know, you're onto something around Catalunya when you got Alex Marquez to actually behind you at the time it's freeze because he's based from Alex. On 79.062 is still the benchmark outside this should mark the best section. Sustains Fabio to Jan Tokyo inside the top 3. And best GDD. Looking really good. This is one of the best flights to see at all on the KTM as far as the day is going to be. So on 39.450 is on the beast. Yeah, lucky to look at one as played so far tonight. And he was sitting 31 today and he did not switch tyres at any stage. So that session did the entire 36 minute section of the tyres he started with. And so that was a genuine 6th place for an Airbus lead this morning. It was the doctor had a T-boner, of course, that they're at the R46, he is not cheap. His charges, not just in terms of his team, but also in terms of his academy, because Valentino Rossi, of course, has one of his proteges and leading the MotoGP World Championship in the team of Larko Petsetti and Eugene Hinder. Just how a bigger role Matteo Biazzi, of course, very much part of the Aprilia champ as well. I mean, no doubt, he's a experience told by both. Martina, Marco Mazzetti, one for all Valentino Rossi, though, could potentially play. He's also all that experience of fighting for MotoGP World Championships over the years, an experience that Marco Mazzetti does not have. There was a very intense, but close rivalry between Rossi and Biaggi for 70 years. Quite worked by our production drew there to see Rossi tracks on and go straight into the factory opponent garage. where he has a best story run right now, MotoGP, because it was right there, of course, at the height of their bitter stage rivalry, where there was a bit of Asters upset the podium as they were walking to the podium and do whatever to get the press coverage, where then looked like there was those marks on at his face. He was obviously asked about it, and he said, "Oh, I got this title didn't buy mosquito." Wow, they just all the great, terrific answers to the question. I mean, that time up here, it was nearly that's 5 in the rivalry. I think at the time, FIM President Francesco Zerdi, I had to all my sort of actors like the UNT skier, I had to step to the try and king at Paris, which eventually after the press conference, I said, "Yeah, I love them, Max Biaggi." Well, it seems like all of Valentino Rossi's serial big rivals, these MotoGP crew joining me this weekend in Barcelona. Oh, here Henzo's here. We know that Max Biaggi is here. So things even I might be turning up at some point here this weekend. Okay then, now let's go back to matters on track, shall we? Because this morning, Pedro Costa was fastest by his project and Airbus GP will kill up Genjivit. He's from his KTM. Some fun this weekend as to the force of bus 2 hours a jack. Yeah, he's indeed. But to cover up week, we'll start on this weekend's bit because we've just been mentioning the strength that Anea had last time we hit. Look to carry Freaks this weekend. He's Hedgerow, I'm sure, is going to once again look to try and get the maximum out of the package. Just how close is that big result? He's player at the moment that the captain's in it really is. I've got to step on everyone else. GG Build, there is a possibility of please hauling your way this weekend. Yeah, I mean, that's what we are fighting for every single moment. And yeah, I mean, the first practice started really well today, and you can see that our boys so comfortable. I mean, as comfortable as you can see, it was pretty cold this morning, and I'm not of traction, but in this speed they were okay. Lap times came kind of easy, but yeah, we are fighting to come up to the front and also get that next victory. And you all know how much also Pedro wants that victory, but you know, we could make another step on Monday test and shit. On the parts which you brought there worked pretty well. Not beginning round, we had them basically just so better, but yeah, the songs is great, but then you burn the tire too early. So the performance until mid-race was pretty amazing, because the amount was difficult back for us so far, so we could really hit the turn in and then bind button where we have been at it in the back end, and the sun was there, but then and then you burn the tire and then you are like 2.9 seconds back and you finish on the side. So he shows how competitive this class is and modernizing job also all the other guys are doing. So you find something, but everybody else also working, and so it's very dynamic that I see we come just closer and closer. It's worked every day in a millimeter, and but yeah, we want to succeed, we want to be on the podium, and then the boys, we have so great riders, they should be on the podiums. A lot going on in the background as well as dynamic, in particular we change one brilliant story. Are they setting, are they going? At one point it felt as though they were close to Honda. Now it seems as though they might be staying. How confident are you that KTM will remain with 4 lights on the grid next year and you'll get a deal signed with Tech2? I mean, that's also something to work for, because I think the project for sure is much stronger. You have 4 bikes instead of 2, and but it's also running. It's like it's a new ownership, and Günther's coming in, and he said from the beginning, "No, I'm on my 9, you know, push me, don't rush me." I went take my 9 to understand the game with better, and he said long often, and then there's very new, and we also. If he fight for them, he won't keep them with us, because I feel he would be stronger no matter. And also that's something the other on, and Penelope can perform on track, and yeah, looking right now, and he has there as number 4. He was, for example, the second one to that pace. He is also permitted always to own the 10 riders. There is nothing. It's based on your ranking and performance. So it's given, you know, what is after Pedro and Nate. So it was also here be given to him and not making a difference between the 2 garages. So I think we can underline how we want to work, and then that's something what also that team should be, yeah, like to really enjoy that we are putting them so close to the side grid team. And no more factories at the team. Beside independent teams from yeah, all sides. We are working on it, and don't ask me if I'm confident, because that could hurt me. I should never be too confident. But we work really hard to bring boys on the podium and to keep Tech3 with us. You're right about open next year, senior still agreed together last weekend. Javier Antonio shot me rumored to be in Orange next year. I know you're not going to tell me that you've signed him, but how exciting a prospect could that be to have Didier in Orange next year? Today is super yellow, so we address it now. Look into them, they seem to remind. He is definitely this boy, and we are talking to very intense. And just finally on the two guys in the Satellite squad at the moment, Nebas Iri, Maverick Vinales, both of them have said they got 1 year options in their contracts. What's the latest with the negotiations with them? Yeah, I mean, that's the only scene what is like putting us under pressure to take a trick decision also with the team. Before we don't have a team, we don't need to hire riders. So I'm really saying about that big band to hire them on an East chance against them. We want to get the team at our side and then decide now riders. And also we don't want to rebuild hold their rider down who is not, and then we just stay. So it's not like it was super aggressive. You have the option and you want to nail them down. It's not the case, but we also don't want to give this option away. Today be sure we are not clear about the team. So that's the dealing with the team. We could get riders, and there's the Enea and Merrick our riders. We want to. I mean, first all about bringing Maverick back to him, and also we're gonna bring Enea where he belongs to, because we didn't deliver yet. I mean, it didn't click, and now it looks like it's clicking a little bit, you know. So he's becoming better and better, and to see these becoming better and he can perform like he should perform, maybe he don't want to leave. So I want to work on the performance and be a great partner for them, and then. But I think very soon you're going to see some decisions happening. You look forward to see everything come out. How long last? Have a good weekend. Thank you. You guys stuff Jackson as always to KTM Motorsport Director Tip Fire was a fascinating chatted through Doug in Tip Live House. Seems to be the case for quite some time. Alex Marquez as far back as pre-season. I have signed some tried advanced pre-deal through contract or maybe official contract to join the J2 Parish squad next year. Fabio the Dan Chardio texted joining you need. I want me to call the Paris Ideales does have an aspiration to remain on the KTM next year. Which you know he does because he told the media yesterday Catalunya might have to drop down to the start his text summary to the Steiner. Having looked around for a few months, assessed and gauge where he's at in MotoGP, what might be his best option. The 27 if it is to rebag the KTM, and seemingly he might be linking up with Maverick Vinales. We had to say, as Jack mentioned, it's Mavericks of Sue's went to Buzz there as sort of in fast student. Very time, but suddenly none of quite a rhythm on that weekend. Seemed like maybe they decided that he would be sticking with KTM and Jack mentioned. Yeah, and it feels like KTM that made a. Certainly that's a big push to trying to convince Tech3 to stay in their factory. Of course, when you're heading into a new regulation set for next season, there's such a huge pinch to Honda to have 6 bikes, but want to blow it up with the KTM to just have the 2. It's a 2027 2. What you want developing a Dutch set to MotoGP bike is Ayagura, who is the first rider in something we've seen that's gone to toss to a brand new software tire to push for a time exactly to start Suzuki. You can see what Ayagura is looking to do that, but he's been a bit of a. He also is coffee book a bit of a weakness, small the full butter 2-ball champion. The girl that has lifted himself up at the moment. Also a studied on board. He's now second. The 20th born Ansi. Shot. What a shot of dear last scene. Slow on the track. Has a pretty well on that bigger box. Has been ticked last weekend of the month. His first MotoGP Tokyo finish. Next now surely the next target, next big target for Aguirre is going to be to break through as a MotoGP race winner. His father Massachi was a bit of a good lunch job. Who lucky master last weekend over the Mumbai in it rare. That's how we do it into Euros. And I am told by the trackhouse team that he is hanging around it. Yes, probably is enough flying Grand Prix this weekend at the Michael Willing Iger does use Barcelona House, his European base. So I'm sure showing Pathra around the magnificent, beautiful Barcelona. But I guess for as long as this probably even come 2 years, or Cecilia Aguirre RBS, but a little bit full time every year. But he might be plan and you do you are needed. That is Tango Banya He's down in 19th place. Still not really sure what kind of potential he's got today. It has to be said and done. In 17th this morning, but basically Bagnaia did this morning what Bagnaia always does. And he matches on a single set of tyres and not chase headline times. He's down to some point. So the Bobby down in 90s, but he's the only riders behind Bagnaia at the moment are a trio of Yamahas. Alex for this top pack Rastati Offley and Disto Fernandez, who is Larcardi, of course, on an experimental Leap or M1. It's unbelievable. It's not unreal. Did you look at Bagnaia's races stance after the title win, which was to lose them a phenomenal return to all the Italian, as his only top 6 finish in the last 15 Grand Prix. Oh, Igura. What we've been waxing lyric to do reason about the opponents of the Japanese rider. But Igura has crashed out. And you can see the Honda barrier. We're going used to sitting out on the outside of turn 2. He's damn low Brivio, who was potentially Honda bound. Keeps off. Hopefully, see for those live pictures, Igura has been able to quickly get back on his feet. It's just going to be the constant. Look at that. As soon as he was carrying any sort of lead angle, as through that second corner, his front tyre just said, no, I'm sorry. He just completed a slower lap. He just took us like 3.5 seconds down. Doesn't say much, does it? To lose the temperature out of the left side. That front tyre, there's more temperature into the racetrack this afternoon. It's chilly as it was this morning. It's slightly warmer this afternoon, but even so, still so easy. Turn 2 and turn 5 can be lethal if you don't have your front tyre up to suitable temperature. Still, Igura's best time of this session of auto United on one side. Luckily completed just the same about how this bullet turn 2 was a 142.5. So what he used to the lab by that analysis, he'll get a clear understanding of exactly how I'll force he's giving his trackhouse crew a bit of a evening repair job. And so Marty, so nursing a little bit of an impact blow onto his left forearm as I crashed turn 12 this morning. I'll point out if slow team's place at the moment, you've still not been able to break it from 139s themselves. They can't put as many real 30 riders now, they're the 139s. And MotoGP joined that club as well. He's in Jacob Barrera's catching, I would skate, B1's rider. He's the side of top 10 and 139.7 soon. And speaking of Q2, Martin Nice Marquez. Other than 3 riders have gone directly into Q2 at all 5 Grand Prix so far this season. Well, again, at that stage of this practice session, where we are going to get the time attack going, Stefan Rara can keep yourself inside that top 10. That'll be some stealthful the Brazilian. There are points, unfortunately, in his last 2 Grand Prix after Tarif, successive 13 places. I'll see about it 2 world champion. And that was his best start to a Grand Prix weekend this morning at the top class. Would be a first key to there at Sun or Area if he didn't. And on to that, that's the done the baiting. Trackhouse of 20 and Igura has in his disposal, being ready for Igura's return, which shouldn't take long given how close he is to the pit. So you can see on my your screen is the riders currently heading through to qualifying 1. That does include the riders in the World Championship, them too. Argentina, Montevideo, and Martin, who has made a bit of a habit already in 2026 of recovery from slightly tardy qualified performances, but he wants to take it to this extreme. It's still down to check, sorry, took updates. The champions is coming back into didn't like that, John. Yeah, he's big. I'm seeing it from Harvard North this morning to say that he had a little bit of pain in the left forearm. We're just chatting to Jorge's physio, his personal physio, and he's saying there's no real issues for Jorge. I was looking at timing sheets, given his performance this morning, thinking whether there was just a little bit of an after effect from that crash this morning, but he says no, all okay. A little bit of work on that forearm, a few massages during the lunch break to make sure he's good to go, but he hasn't taken any painkillers. He feels as though he's looking what's gone percent as it was before the morning's action got underway. Good news then for Jorge Martin, and in particular for 89 fans, thanks as always to that latest Alpha Jag. Get up with Lamont last time out, so it is 17 Grand Prix. This Mandalika in 2024, the first time he led a MotoGP race since the Malaysian Grand Prix of the same season. To the now, suddenly it's a different pre-rider to win the MotoGP with his buddy LH Spargray, Mark Figales, rather than bit up by Schmig's leading prior to the bottom. Mark Evesecki. 2 arguments to ring Grand Prix double fired him. Before Martin found he's had double tires in 3. I love the last of some Grand Prix. That's why he's I closed into with the points fares at the championship. This looks promising as far as John Towler is concerned. The medium side, the medium rear tyre. So hasn't gone through all the soft options as yet, as did you, but nevertheless, he is still making this lap work. Ralph Hernandez, the second ever Trackhouse Riders, is also looking to try and lift himself up the order. He's gone for a soft rear tyre. Well, he currently in 8th place. Tier 3rd sector for Gian Antonio, and it's somebody it's the fast second sector for Marco Bezzecchi either, as he takes the long way around Toad 5. What a thought he's with a dirt and just to clear off those Michelin sides as far as Marco Bezzecchi. And looking at the end of this session, he did you then on the 49 bike. Just building up some temperature in those new medium tyres. Seeing that the moment been similar to the Italian, 129, 139.280, right? If that would send us further back at Bears. It's another pretty one too, which you see the Grand Prix 3 times running so far this year. The combo of Bears, Martino and vice versa. That's Gini still looking strong in 5th place. So Albert and how did these look so far on home turf, still inside the top 6. Both the R46 to Cats at the moment inside the top 10 as well. He's Frankie Morbidelli, we're looking out screen right now behind Bez. Did 2 turns. We have seen Morbidelli up Tiger place in the top 10. Schwartz in the Vapor. He's 7th before we get into the fully flexed time attacks. He was on the rear. Stepping Spider was a bit there to Bez on the way into turn 4, which will certainly contribute to him morning on, going through the gravel track. Here comes Maverick Vinales then. I think the expenses reached Q2 would be asking too much of Maverick when it's turn to action. Today, with the Australian 17th place, 1.1 seconds off the very best, which is this time Maverick Vinales, but he's still the Gian Antonio route, hasn't he? He's got brand new medium front and rear on his Tech 3 KTM. We have pickup Ditya. He's looking to succeed where he failed a while ago. Not too shabby this from Vinales. He's only 1.1 seconds off of Bezzecchi's best pace, and with he's been suffering from a lack of sync time of late. The only real 2 real action that Maverick has completed in recent days prior to his Catalan Grand Prix. A little play on a Super Moto bike. Of course, this is a completely different ball game through the horsepower now. It's made his right hands through the horsepower that Sabio D'Antonio needs as he blasts the VR46 Ducati the song Turner. Soon had like the Ducati GT36. It's with the right 90 bicycle guys. It's another medium 139 and some Fabio Di Gianantonio. Still in 4th place, still comfortably getting into Q2. But we've still got the 3rd of this practice session remaining. A lot can shot and change. Less than a second talking the top 15 riders. Then it's down through Luca Marini. We've got Besma 39.0. We've got Agura and Alice Parker's on 39 guns. Di Gianantonio on a 39.2. Fastivini 39.4. They've got a trio of riders. Aldegan, Morbidelli and Fernandez on 39 sides. She's the T-Mob for Frankie Morbidelli then is he chitting starting the touch 7 where he currently sits. And thinking either there we haven't seen him automatically be taught by 2 sub-fun season. His sent Q2 appearance came on the old New Italian appointment which came via Junior. Matt Lloyd is nurse to a minute on the Spanazak, getting there some tweaks. It's some mods. Many Iger was spare by great for those guys have been fan by GP for such a long time. And so they would have been steep the time when Agura missed out on the Cody being Austin a few weeks ago, so waiting for Agura decided and suck out the tournament to finally get some Cody of the second. Seemed to jump out Brad Binder. Did that at the moment. This will be tailored to that top 10 in 9th place. Good to see Brad's looking relatively okay. The Louvre is second, and we did that was bruised. And Patrick Real did get us. Just lost 5 days ago in that French Grand Prix in Le Mans. I think that was left about changing our C60 would have been just thrown in the back of the truck, and when the mechanics took out the Dave Rink Wednesday would have been the start again. There's about a rebuild job. We get Bradley Mosley on 6.6 is elevating up 3 spots compared to where he finished and as he was this morning. And he's on course at the moment to move up from there. Mir is just ahead of him on the factory Honda, and he certainly needs to move up himself. He's the 18s, and at the moment Mir was having all sorts of treading getting that Honda started to on the rear tyre, skipping up in the air as he slammed on the brakes, quite bending up, closing in. At the moment, remember, he was in the from the fringe to the top 10, I would say, did a 40.6. It was just enough under 10 that sorry, didn't turn 10. During the moment, he's second in the KTMs in the session. Well, Bashi says, been at 9s. But Costin, we have seen Lord on that top, is sitting in 12th of the moment. And of course, Mami Fianas was attached actually at 17. to the events like last few years here in Catalunya, Italy. Number 33, Rivalry fast. Sydney May edition of the 2024 Catalan Grand Prix, with his leading the sprint. Late on, he's involved in a horrendous first couple of quarters in Simuteka Banyaya back in 2023. Made the restart and was forced out with a dirty mechanical. He still hasn't made it. Like Circus seem proud to be in recent history, and Odyssey needs some big results. This might be the catalyst to that shooting. A McLaren shoot top of the short Brad after the T side of 139.292. Because unfortunately for South African fans and Britain fans, when we're hearing names mentioned for 2027 seats, whose name not figure and shoot probably in many conversations. That Miller meet with Daddy also, she has saw that bracket socially as well. They could be losing on a side 25 riders at the back end of this year. You know, Alex Wiggins is being instinct by Goahart by Rivalry as far as Spania's concerned. Yes, and been up behind me, seat. The Binder, the bike slightly more settled on the brakes, just a little bit of a dance with the rear tyre, bike's foot skipping across the tarmac, down for around 355 kilometers now. What's Binder's top speed? 354 k's in the session, which is over 220 miles an hour. Fish trying to get his stocks down to second gear and just under 100 k's for that first quarter. Shop tried to look at with some tips behind Fabio Quartararo. Let's get the old loose, didn't put in the older aero version with Quattararo's yellow flags and set to 2 in the down turn 5. And it's Alex Rins. Well, we were just talking about the Spanish riding his woes, his troubles in 2026. And Alex, obviously, on the deck, he was down in 20th place. Delay with a sub for 139s. So far, the Saturday. Sitting down on left-hander. Pesky turns on his caught out every rider on world championship level. As Pratt goes quickest. But Binder then signs the first 138 day one here. They Barcelona. Where's that come from? Brad Binder. 138.970. The South African rookies in the team on. That's just on Friday near a year or two back. Because I just didn't back of my memory somewhere of Binder being fast on a Friday here in Barcelona. Check price stood in 11th as well, just ahead of him. We saw that. Top right up fine. That's a hour up into 11th place. He's been nowhere for much of today as top line. Just been way down the back of the field. The thick end of 2 seconds off the pace. So not surprised at all that he's jumped in behind the clear reference on body hour hard to get himself a little higher up the order. He's at 7,000 since he stands at the moment. His fellow rookie Barrea and lost the last two place. As Dana had in place and found 2 seconds between sessions. As far as got the old group. Of course, with your old class, 2 real magazine fans, and we put down to weekend. For you, we're here in Catalunya, of course, of IGT action. Well, shoot like Tarners, well, they're in their check round over in Most, so plenty of ice action to keep you occupied and over this mid-May weekend. There's the Beast, and the sail on KTM start Pedro Acosta on soft rubber. They're starting to find some pace. Here's past GBD through the left-hander, so never, been the best fastest here on side 8 last year. Of course, the KTM's in the too. KTM's turning working nicely around the spot on the circuit, because Acosta was fast this morning. If he clashed in the right hit at ours, the KTM would be on 2-3, which the team minutes of this session made it past speed eagle couple test the line first to try and shorty Binder in the one that's 38. Here it on, Mr. Beast, pretty fish here. Last year, you've seen twice behind him in second place. Almost long would have been chopped like as a Boston. Not too far behind him on the road, on a real hunt for himself, you know, you got him. Costa does indeed take over top spot. They do not chase on 1, 2, 3. Pip Power, take a screenshot right now. 138.710. That's some lap by Acosta. His first time attempt, but he died a good one. He's over a quarter of a second clear of Binder. So Costa, Binder, and Basti needed that short top 3. By second out and now pushed back to Dineth. Badura after his costly crash at turn 2, he was going 5th place. He just no idea what I was apologising to his brewer. He would know. A slow lad like he produced at midpoint 42, 3 seconds off the pace. It was inevitable that there's going to be temperature dropping out up and time. This could get better. This could get quicker. As far as the customer's top side, well, he's fattish rider on day one. He can do that 138.710, and he's on the charts again. I mean, out the guys just improved by the way out of take these 8s down to 39.3, so it's in KTM, that it's a pretty fourth and fifth. Gichatti 6, 7, 8, nice. And Raul Mendes on the third of the Aprilis in 10th. Still those sides of Moy about even. Yordi's on a lap now on a soft red tire, still down in 15. It's in these hard plating zones, particularly the inside side 10, which one of those features on the Grand Prix can't do it as well. Last weekend at Le Bon, Costa still was like KJ. Must have made some steps towards some improvements, but still not as stable and bright as the Aprilia is. You drop solid planted Irish GT. This will be close. This will be really close as far as Costa goes. Through the silent quarter he is. The 37 on the C tower, C gas. Here's a good in his mouth, 38.710. Hot CI, Blotchy 59 hit. A successive, a high 138 for Costa. We're about to actually head the representation inside the top 10. John Zarco has had a picture just gone up into 9th place. There's now look the Barcelona Basket Day squad as well. They're also to be successful in that particular field. They're also taking in the actually the second to Barcelona, Catalunya. We have Joe Zarco's now in 9th place, so we do have now one contender. After inside the team, Zarco's more than better at 39 field to be safe to be due to dumps and Renault Adams Marquez. His Siggy celebration is jumped over his agree check his race rather knows basketball must be just like yeah, I've had a 2P if I couldn't like they look like pretty big fellows. Good to see some sporting stars from this local car that will enjoy their GT actually in Catalunya. HM still the art so far in its practice session. As Pedro Acosta passes the Tom Boys looking for the shots of the right, you got these papers and social medias throughout the weekend. So 138.710, that's the reference lap time from Acosta. As we tick up 2025 Catalan Grand Prix winner Alex Marquez. Alex been a relatively comfortable D6 as it stands. This is Alex's first fully flexed time attack. His best time on 39.1 CF5, which has got him since and lap 3 of 16. So exciting to 20 more in the pocket of the 73. Trying to work out, I'll point the appropriate time is to sound the Bagnaia alarm bells. I think it might be now, because he's just improved. He's just at a 80.0. He's still down at 60. I wouldn't even put him from this morning. It's what I'm down. That's Marcus at a 59.9 this morning. So Bagnaia, having gone to a soft rear tyre, he's still down his 70th now. He's lost another place with Miller going ahead of it. Bagnaia is being take 3 seconds off the pace. He needs half a second just to get in the top 10 lineup. He was nowhere on soft over here last year, was he, Tucker Bagnaia? He's only sliding in 21st place, which is one of only 2 occasions in his 130th race MotoGP career that he's actually started the Grand Prix outside at the top 20. He was up in 4 showing top his hands. Peter last September, the Tucker Bagnaia. They're coming on a lot earlier than normal, of course. This is perhaps since Campini last year was round 16 on the Grand Prix Teleda. And Pigia, who looks like he might be KTM now in 2027. Let's start to pick a fire with the KTM at the front of this practice session. Pigia now from 1.905. A split the match at KTM, of course, that had been done. And it's like he might be about to get in the motorcycle as well. Thanks to KTM, pretty as pointed in Perube. Martin gets into the top 10 with this. He's not going to be by much. He's met Miller right behind him on the Trano Yamaha. He's about to go even faster than that. Nathan was about to say he is mid-burn, but see, and it is Miller right behind him on the other arm. He takes that 2-2 place. Yeah, we know how underpowered, how studied the top speed that the theme tower M1 is. I mean, an AFSG need his KTM has shot through the speed gun at 358.8 kilometers an hour. Jack Miller, you would just see that golf injured in Tom's hand, but he's 11 k's slower. Jack's best speed so far on day 1 at 347.2. No big shot to sign the slowest 5 bikes. Circulating here in Catalunya on outside Yamahas. Amateur is the best still do a 348.3. Sabio Tosserals the moment, who is down in 17th place. There's only snow respired today. Here in Catalunya, it was Sabio just did a 3 of them in the 3-2 side selects. That's not much, it's an 18 plus an hour slower than the best on speed from Bastianini. And it will eat away at your psyche, your grade as you're going down the street. No, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do or draw the bike to get yourself ready, cut it out the straight thing. That bike is prepared to go to Jet Antonio He's had a couple of Quartararo and top right, leading the pace. He improves to a 38. He's down. So to Costa, Alex Marquez, Dijan Antonio, Bindi Prastini, Bentecchi, Ralph Fernandez now, and Imus and Prastinini. So is now the Teta Pulia. He was absolutely the boys. Ralph Fernandez knee back. Costa just holding up Alex Marquez then at the top of the leaderboard. See that as a bit of a top rack tact with Fabio Quartararo. As those two go out, one straight exit, third lane together. We've already seen Fabio Quartararo and drag Rascalioglu around to his 1:39.729. Ralph Fernandez. He was sort of left out of all the approximations of last regions. The 3 community. Raul's just gonna think you sit. Nice to job that. Be like 1:38.982. And she's trying to a 10th up behind Digia in third spot. Looking for some big time, and the big move here is right here. Could be ticking up 10 places to move up into 10th place to move very, very leverage. But we have not yet seen mutual the 139s. A lot of movement there, all of us to that instability on the exit of 12th. That's what me on the section on the through the final quarter goes. The interview is third, first 1:29. Over 31 here, tops under the street. Matthews was out now because both of them were in that sub like that by Mia. I'll dance, we hasn't been sitting Nani day. They tried to look 38.46 to go from 20th to football. Jen, he's still skating up into the moon off his job, mine will be done that. Maybe as fast as I hope this prepared to go. Peter sat doing, I was surprised when the estimation was saying only 10s, but that's very, very scientific. That's not just the best work there, it's fully based on the percent of times he's done so far. But a pretty lap me. He has produced some magic laps already this year, hasn't he? Instead springs to mind. This will be all these lap past that I asked, he'd set it either way. It was a 38.8 and that should, I think, at this stage, me it's really true too. You looked at the Giovanni was after he'd set that 38.8 or 6. These are push-up, these are try. There's no doubt about it. These all how there does need one mere. Might be a little bit critical of him. His British rates and it could be slightly better. And as time moves, he's not here to mess around and fight for the minor places. So often we've seen it when he has thought of late, he's been fighting. So we're in that top 10, in that top 6, a little bit higher. So I wanted this big 6 minutes coming up, saw the Martinator. He's to throw himself firmly into the hatch. Roy, back to back double wins. With some ties now, our team with 9 MotoGP races. He has never taken one in front of the home crowd. Never wore a Spanish short in the Antonio class record. So you look at the tour riding here this weekend. In MotoGP entries, something even also dearly love to change the moment with those improvements for me and for Ralph Fernandez. Now go Seki, a good right 9s. So they're not exactly safe as houses either. In the bottom end of the top 10, and Martin down to 13th twice. It was ugly, 6/10 of a second from the top 10. It's almost possible about a week ago, the conscious ever Friday practice session, but it ain't so up. So to you, some a bit of dry practices, something exactly you can see there as we want. Into the distance behind Quattro and Mascali, but it's a very ominous looking dark clouds emerging out into the distance. Assistant going to tap flat and 60. To Fabio Quartararo, thanks to the work we intended so much of this session. Gotta say, come out the sides red encouraging as far as Parliamentary yards is concerned. He has only down in 17th place, but he's as fans of the second, over being a second away from Pedro Acosta. Pretty close now by Murray. I think he just sets him on day one. Having been out of action since the Friday of Austin, he'll be within the second of Pedro Acosta in Basmova. Did Maverick would have settled for that one. Pretty good job by Tucker of these laps in the bike, doesn't he? It's again, thingling the straight off on the bike is one thing, but you need to know and strength also by doing reps, as they say, and just putting laps in on the bike to understand, target is through the background. Fortunately, there are all these things, but it's a session the mating. But you don't plan it's more of the game. You don't want to be caught outside the top 10 if the rain does hit. Again, of course, if we do get somewhere, which has been forecast, how slow the leg stays of the sample. It is in Marside, you can see what's against that dark years off in the distance, and the off one before Martin. So much away on. Rubber has been laid down here on day one. We're starting from Strancher. There's nobody in. We don't always see low grip. Like Catalunya surface, this is low grip. Torgoy Martin with dead down turn 12 this morning. Before he turns free. Now, this is where you really do tread those mixed-in tyres. A hinge generation on the right-hand side. You've already seen there, Hoy Martin snarly his way on the exit. The question then into turn scene. This is was led by Hong Lane. Boy, does he need it. Oh, now he's done right. Done away the turn, so he's messing around with left handlebar now. There's a buttons on left handlebar side. Ultimately, surely back tuned to left at that station, boy. Marty, what? There's drop. And it can be sometimes when you disincentive and first center around he takes it, turns in two, then meets it down, smart 42, turn 3, and the second center was the strong multi-team. So really lucky, particularly special to take up on your Ida, who's down in the position he qualified in last year, 21st place, and at the moment the projection is you'll only climb 5 places. Used to be so brilliant in Barcelona. What's happened? In Catalunya and Mainz and Taka Banyoya, Rapinda. Just got me to third place, so much till 8.7 The session this has been to Binda, who still got the Thatcher KTMs. Show us hands there. Without the probably Thatcher the Catty up to 80, theory bar side wasn't his big fencer. Banyoya goes up in 2 place and doesn't go flag round and turn 10. So he's really Chenzi coaching now as 20. On the Grand Prix calendar, there's one beer which is bound out to his Goston, and it's still good home in Monty as well. I'm not sure it's going to improve now. Anyway, that is a later primitive, or is he? The Levon Wader goes down, another turn-2 crash, and that's all Martin's fate sealed. He's heading to Q1 today. He is indeed. He has to pay the daddy the chit against Roy Martin. Oh, have they the ups and downs of a professional MotoGP racer. 5 days after this first Grand Prix victory since the back end of 2024, Roy Martin signs it up on the team twice on day 1 here in Barcelona, and more significantly, Roy Martin, 1.5 marker per second in World Championship, could this round 6. He is a Q1 and a confidence destroying the ultimate in for that. So you need fit the confidence of Roy Martin today. So the elements were out of turn 10. Let's see now as Betek comes through. Whether they played, we were assembly on the left hand side of the bike with pace, so we couldn't quite see when slide or not. So he's in 8th place, so he could do with an improvement here just to make sure Pete hasn't joined his teammate. Pete on 5-1, we've got Miller once again. I think it's last one to the picked a bit of pretty. He was only fast behind him. Fish wouldn't know why the man team by much. Just suddenly so slightly backed out of it to the beer crash in turn 10. Now this is more like it. This is the Banyan passport and revolvers now 1.060. With less than a minute remaining, exactly the beat of check. Help us just way to through the middle. A 138.911. And the Swedish Rivalry Miller, Stitch is he range. Marco Basecki. There's not been too much to man about so far this year for Triglav, Tomo Yamaha, but Jack Miller, 7 years now in the lead goal. So Banyoya is now 10th again, and Adore is out as he stands at the moment. The Le Mans podium finishers down in 11th place. I'm just wondering with Roy Martin, just that's a ever so slightly backed out of on lead the previous laps to the Megalar side. It was a 140.8 that previous lap, which was a couple of seconds off the fastest pace, more than enough to just take that nickel of the crucial lead and let them show that some find out later. The speed to hold hell must be a amazing day. Well, single D Martinator, he was marked by Seki, looking pretty safe. Got to still lap 138.831. St. Ben's, which he did just 20 on his previous lap. And I'm sure he's good enough to respond due to. Yeah, Banyoya at the moment, but he's just a bit nervous about it. If he's not slowly, he will not be able to respond. If any of the riders behind him in throughs and knocked him out, the true look is also likely a Sacco and touched the even Jets of Rain one, who's supposed to do much his afternoon health takes. Hot flat from the Eternal Yamaha, which held himself now with the latest ages. So 7 days ago, they started last week, Zarko lit up them off. He set the fastest almost line. I did it in front of his home crowd. This history from Slater Bunce, like this line here, all that quarter armor potentially 19th and 9th. To figure better, but that yeah. Look at it with that, but he is through these last right-handers. What about Zarko was 12? Ogle, because our trust straight in 10th. Joyce side of his ass. Push Taker Banyoya down to the 11th place. Emma is now on such a Wilsonward. He's deep in the face sector. Slater then share for that quarter hour. The life Banty says 9. Hastings said that's bad please deep rings. Past G Vinegars dump channels well late on. And Ralph Fernandez is precariously sitting in 10 G's on constant brief. Most of March he didn't at all. Said must be kidding. But the fact the closest point I did practice ever and seen what beats again today. Unbelievable. 0.27 to the second is covering both Tom's and Roar now. I didn't comment. I'm not in as many tensions. That am I this weekend? Maybe this was just flat back, right? Of the season with some sports heat grenade this weekend. When we obviously we hope great performance last year. That was probably the highlight of the season. We know this track is really magical. He's been a fire man, but this is probably the worst track. The tire you have water up and then you have a dot on the tire and then it's just a matter of surviving in time to manage the start life. We know Brad is quite in the ass, or he's quite good at that, and he did brilliantly last year. He seemed to be in a good shape. We've had a great Le Mans race in his game, and he's much more relaxed than at the beginning of the year. So we can meet some wedges from the Italian this week. And we can see it's moved across to the updated aerodynamics package as well. The Pedro had last time out. Is that giving him a small step, do you feel, or is he inconsequential, the move from the old aero to the new one? Well, this is we've tried this aero package in Ferris, and that was the first time we tried it. It was quite positive, and one of the main things that most bodies did want in the test in Ferris, so we was really happy about it. They ride it in Le Mans. I think it was it's a but that bit. They put their penis more so it's quite positive at least. I think yeah, about it. We've done short bunch to Tech Free Boss, the Catalunya, and yeah, Nair had his best stop this morning, so we'd want to weekend. And he's 16 Grand Prix since Bernard. Of course, when last year he was on the sprint title, so he starts the weekend not in strong form. You better keep an eye on. Basti nearly plot of conditions in Hotland was a big throw it in Barcelona. A great surprise. It was only 13 degrees. Ambient temperature this morning, surface temperature on the track was at least 30 degrees. So it'll be a nice markation in the Monsunny Diamonds. We have now still sliders. He's reached the Monsorti barrier, led by Marco Bezzecchi, the world championship leader. The Mark 39.06. So yeah, this tons of time on there. And this afternoon by said you already died to try to lead the ball. He's 1.3 seconds faster than what he managed when he was T5 this morning. Yeah, keeping an eye on Jorge Martin's progress. He's in 13th. I'm on 130.0, so he's basically matched the best lap time he did earlier on today. There's David Brio. Check out MotoGP Princeton. ... Till now, because all of the where the tablet order the return stuff we're hearing and reading are the mind will be heading on dispatch is the 2027 heading in the direction of the factory Honda team not being the same capacity. Perhaps some more commercial roles for David Revio, but it would appear as if this might be the last year we see him in the colours of Trackhouse. To believe there's been some lengthy transatlantic sun cones, and so it was going on between inside Trackhouse staff and the boss. I just did bounce back at their North American bases they now. Not much of it, as I said. See, I mean, what team manager with them, like Revio, so we had asked me, Steve. Actually, a couple of weeks, hasn't it, as far as Psychasco? So leaving there, using their team manager, they've already lost Dura, who was concerned that he'd not be taught the Trackhouse next year. You don't know where he's going. Well, you're looking at the current MotoGP World Championship, her current form. Yamaha are quitting on like for 2027 this time drawing ambitious. We all think to believe they're going to be having Joachim Pativ and Arturas as their factory line of mention. I'm sure in optimized method of large engineers are thinking what bad business so far will receive in 2026. Now they know how to take their ball away. You could argue that and be secrets in those mountains, especially hours wide is knowing Martin fit will be fitting Seattle Hours 8-2 side with a GP World Champion for all we know, depending on how the rest of this season plays out. And of course, I know we're already a podium finisher. Essentially, mine will be in MotoGP Grand Prix winner to in the very near future. We're already on board with Petro Costa. Bring the Animus is the returning Maverick Viganes. Let's go racing at a wonderful circuit. As Gita mentioned, fans are plenty. But in the grandstands and blue skies, not a cloud in the sky as things stand. It's still very cold, I must say. 9 degrees, my phone is telling me, height of 18, a little bit later on. So it's going to be warmer than yesterday. There's going to be a bit more sunshine, which is good news, but it's still not going to be temperatures we're sort of used to in the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, but nevertheless, at least we're going to get a dry day, fingers crossed. We don't want to jinx anything, but the forecast does suggest it should be a fully dry day. And yeah, Hakim Delish, what a day it was yesterday. Top Jeff B1, good job from the Mays, another went out and set the only in 46 up in the afternoon. That's what a 146.9. Field 3 was Denish's top time. A 10th through 8 was Brian Priviati. Now the top 3 was Adrian Fernandez as the lead Honda rider. A fantastic day for Denish yesterday. He did say he was feeling good. That was pretty obvious, of course, but he was due to his feet on the ground, and he still needs to work on the race pace, and the job is far from done, of course. Top 14, great stuff. P1, even better at the Hacky Delish knows. Top in Friday, okay, great job and a good appetite to collect at the start of the weekend. But he's got plenty right to do because, as we know, a lot can change overnight on Friday and into Saturday morning, which is always an influence of the session. And I think we're going to see, as always, the riders go there to this 30-minute session, not hit if they don't need to, and get some race rhythm automatically, because there were different conditions yesterday. They did win in the dry, but this session is crucial this Sunday. He got Hakim Delish, as you said, held quite correctly. The only rider in the 146s across the whole of Friday Moto, 146.943. The fastest lap time of the weekend thus far. Finally, I'd say the second place out of Adrian Fernandez, David Armand and Valentin Peroni, completing your top 5. I'm not going to do all the top 14, because the names are ant in the top 14. Now, this is a really important session for the likes of David Munoz, Alvaro Carpe, once again for the second week in a row, finds himself going through Q1. And for the third week in a row, Guido Piccini, whatever's going on in the Friday afternoon, he's going to need to sort it out, because he was 22nd yesterday as we get the first green light of Saturday underway. Moto Vita. Yeah, nobody is a set to 2-1, no matter what class you look at, because all of these riders are experienced and fast, and normally this inside the top 10. We've seen plenty of names so far for the sharp end so far in Moto 3 this season, but is a heavy hitting Q1 doing a place on, as you mentioned. David Vigneault got a late yellow flag yesterday. He's got an official warning actually from the stewards for ignoring the yellow flag, so we saw that he was inside the top 14, then got his lap taken away because of yellow flags, and he got demoted outside top. And the Pacer Game and another rider who we're used to seeing the top 15 as well, he's second consecutive and outside of the top 15 on a Friday to the Irishman. He did very confident headed into this afternoon that he can get himself into Q2, and this is the rider mentioned, Alvaro Carpe, simply the biggest name in terms of the Champ Kitchen standings, certainly the biggest name, though he's through Q1 for the second consecutive weekend and for the third time in the last 5 races. Fridays in recent weeks haven't he might gone Alvaro Carpe's way into the crash yesterday and didn't get the bike back to the box quick enough, and the mechanics did all they could, but we saw the PI with a dozen meters to go, 2 months damage, didn't want to send Alvaro Carpe out there with a damaged machine and potentially cause more damage to the bike and risk Alvaro going down the road. So yeah, not the Friday the H3 would have wanted. He said he felt fast in the morning, was up inside that top 5 in the morning, had a good day. With him, practiced him when he crashed. Very frustrated, Carpe, I say. As you rightly mentioned, this session is important to Carpe to get some more laps on the board and rediscover that feeling he had in F15 Blonde, because we know he's queen. And we know if Carpe can get a good session here and get a good qualifying, he's going to be right in the mix. But it was another Friday where, I must say, cost him. You got to say though, well, I mean, yeah, he should be going so, just like last night. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of fast names, and he wasn't. I mean, he's not a rider we expected to see in Q1, but you put yourself in such a situation where you're risking not going to. For example, Adrian Cruzes was fast last week in Le Mans. He'll be expecting himself to be in the mix. Scott Upton is going to be expecting himself to be in the mix as well as Vader. He's been able to throw a lap in. David Munoz, Kaiser, but I mean, it's far from certain that Alvaro Carpe, that's a track that he's gotten very well at the point. He's made a straight debut here in the Solidarity GP back in 2024. it's not an absolute certainty that he is going to be resuming to G2's bowl shootout. No, for sure not. You mentioned pretty much in the names there. You've got the likes of Team Buchanan, for example, who was in Q2 last weekend over in Le Mans as well. No matter how fast you are, do you Q1, there's always a chance that you're going to make it through into that top feed. No, the car paid money off. Bremer's made it to Sama, finished 19th as well. Some very quick riders to the top five. The championship in Batama, the Carpe going through Q1. So it's going to be, as always, fun to watch a little bit later on. But yeah, what to do for some of the fastest riders we've seen so far in 2026 this morning, and of course in Q1 later on. We've got Abin Almanza on our screens. That was his pole sitter here. Of course, that was on a Honda with Leopard Racing. He's now at the Liquid Dynamo Intec G Doom KTM team. Fast yesterday, fourth over, a lot of laps, and it's all his own, getting good information. Typical down Almanza Friday. Yeah, he's not finished outside the top five on a Friday evening season long, Almanza. There's Rudy job that KTM so far, and again, yesterday had a good day. He's still recovering slightly from that fractured elbow, not 100% fit. Of course, he took that up over in Brazil, but he's returned in good form. The couple of P8s, not where Almanza would wanted to finish on a regular basis, but hard this screws up too much after the injury and he picked up again. Another day where Almanza looked really strong. He's working all his race rhythm as well. Stood over him on distance, working on his own. So yeah, Almanza to be really happy with what we saw yesterday inside that top five. As I mentioned, he has been outside of that zone Eve season on a Brana. How do we rate Max Keyless' chances this weekend now? I mean, he was all conquering in Jerez. He led every single session that he was in. The last week, yes, he's quick again. We expect him to be fast at Le Mans. But this weekend, that's the last year in the F. It's not quite to hit the ground, and then he's up really jammed. No, that we saw in France, didn't we, that he's finished T8 on the Friday and then went on to win the race. Really couldn't please, but he said he did say yesterday that, you know, the rider is a who over these past riders you like to do working on their own. Duane Riarte was saying this yesterday. He had a bit of a mindset switch yesterday to go out there and work on his own, and it paid off. And the same can be said for Keyless throughout this season. He said there is also a bit misleading here because we know down that kilometre front straight, and we saw this at the end of Pantuchev saying to caught a few riders out. Everyone runs a turn to sort of propel them down the front so you can bring you sort of to a second, maybe 3 kilos a second in times. He did say this weekend. He knew this weekend would be a little bit more difficult. The lap times are quick though, considering he was riding alone. So Keyless, he just want to finish P7, and as we mentioned before, he's not sort of concentrating on finishing P1 or P2 in every single session. He's going out then on a Friday, working alone, getting dialed into Sunday first and foremost, and then when he needs to put the pass up in, like everyone does in the final 10 minutes of the session, that's when he goes and does, and tries to do it on his own as well, not searching for slipstream. So I think Keyless, yes, P7 doesn't look fantastic. The championship leader certainly wasn't a bad bet. Up to told where this side on his screen as well. Matteo Bertelli, he's been absolutely fantastic since we touched back down in your L6 yesterday in practice, and really going great gun since he's played with last hour in the mod as well. The old Matteo Bertelli has returned. Yeah, great to see his lad, isn't it, for the Italian, and a fantastic guy to speak to as well. A good character at top. Also rises to be on the team. Aki Denise and David Budnoff. Be the Australian, began Matteo Bertelli 3 Friday top 10s in a row now for the Italian, which is great to see him clinch that podium in Le Mans a few days ago. Would have been a massive confidence, which he said. He is back, but not fully back. There's still a little bit more to come, and that's understandable as well. But again, it's another Friday where Bertelli finished well inside and songs only, but his G4 over in Jerez. He's so in offset after missing the Q2 couple times on Friday in the opening couple of Grand Prix. So he's on a nice bit of rain on a Friday, and he's got some good momentum from that podium as well. Bertelli is right in the mix. He's just behind Valentin Peroni. He's just ahead of Max Keyless on yesterday's standings. There's somewhere a couple of others in the top 10 if we can. Best rider of the year by me, so Yamanaka, good to see him back up there. Heading the sharp end, the thing is in 8th place, and likewise 10th place, Jesus Rios back into Q2 directly. So fantastic stuff from the rider who has had 2 junior GP wins here in Barcelona, and years gone by. Yeah, could see some different names up inside that top 10. I mean, we used to say Yamanaka inside that top 10 in the last few years, aren't we? It's been at a really tricky time. Things like either Yamanaka that we saw, didn't we? Pictures have been returned to the box. Of course, after Hakim Ziyech's team made it for this P1 and Yamanaka getting into the top 14 on the Friday for the first time since the Thai Grand Prix, would you believe it or not? And you know, these had some sad news at home. It has gone my passing, which is never easy to deal with. I can't imagine what he's going through right now in tough pad. The track P1 has been at a tricky start to the season, but great to see Yamanaka, who's starting his Munchen 23rd Merchant Grand Prix, and this weekend experience Japanese riding who had been until a lot more out of this season so far than that yet say was a sign of maybe slowly but surely Yamanaka is getting back to the Yamanaka we know and enjoy seeing racing for the podium. So yeah, solid top 10 for the Japanese runner, and again Majors slightly going about his business so far this year. Busy Majors is on the number 54 Snipers bike, third top 14 of the season on a Friday. Was also in the top 14 last time out over in Oman as well. So Rios will be hoping to improve things slightly on his personal best qualifying of the season so far, which is P60 last time. I actually think he'll get himself short of where he was now on the top 3 rows, and he's giving himself a great chance, peaking at the moment as well, giving him a great chance of being in that top 6 mix. And who knows, like it was in the ref, he was in that second group battling away really well. And if you can get inside that mix, 6 we know is crucial around here. There's a podium on the cards. I'm quite excited, Hazley, as I'm a bit of a fan of his, really going back to the Junior GT days when we used to be covering that. He's got a great personality, and really coming from a bit of Spain that's not known to throwing out motorcycle. Down in Marbella, known for other things, mainly nightlife, but Jesus Rios, he's definitely lights up the timing springs. At the moment, they're in 4th twice on a 48 Mod 83, but he was 10th yesterday, so keep an eye on the number 54. I tell you what, his teammate Nicola Carrara was nearly 2.5 seconds off the pace yesterday. It's like the I'm saying Carrara and I'm having a good time so far in 2026. But like this rider on 3 Max Motiles, she said it wasn't fantastic, was all against safe. But I did caveat that Keys with saying that he didn't do too bad in the pace alone, considering everyone else and had slipstream. That was good. Now this lap time is going to go away because he did a couple of wheels on the exit of turn 14, the Catalunya corner. So ignore that time for now, but it's another decent time of 47.352. What did he set yesterday? He set a 47.636 yesterday. So 3 tenths to cut, something to count. But he still is come out of the box firing on Saturday. He's going to chuck it up inside with Joel Pesterman as well. Good morning, Joel. Yeah, well, Joel was there to say yesterday. So a few others, I think it was Leo Ramersdorf who got punting off that turn 12 yesterday. At the moment, Healers in P1 at that time is going to subject to a cancellation of short for track limits. So Bunyos is up there at the moment on a 47.635. The time's a little bit off what we were able to see yesterday. Healers is still a dark bomb up the inside of Rico Salamello. Whilst we're looking at Rico Salamello along that penalty incoming tomorrow, we thought that there would be there's a bit of sharpening of pencils up in the MotoGP stewards room. And husbands, he doesn't look that cool riding sodium. Makes nothing. Yeah, if he got really busy, didn't he, down at turn 10 and then coming through 11, we saw made at the time with a heavily and things. The 9 machine and point that actually cost him getting into the top 14 the Union Indonesia. So yeah, rightly so. Chaumena held the slow on line, Thurston Pence, so it's only 1 on that penalty to the scene in Sunday's Grand Prix tomorrow, but obviously it's quite a tricky on that penalty here. Down into turn 1, you've got to negotiate around the outside of 1 in on the inside of 2 and then beat yourself back in safely into turn 3. Leading in by penalties we go to, just try to jump wherever. It's probably one of the trickiest and longest here at the South of Barcelona Gaston, and you've always lost. Jose Antonio Ruedo, of course, and along that penalty last year still came home to finish on the podium. So I know Sam Meadows not got the same pedigree so far in Moto3 as the reigning Moto3 world champion, but Sam inside that top 14 first and foremost. Decent job done yesterday, but just additional mistake. I quite like the concentration maybe we saw. There was at least 10 top riders all at that corner at different parts. They're trying to get out of the way. It can be difficult, but the body so is a little sat on the wrist as Chiles Chip should be inside of the same corner. We saw him try and do the same to Esteban, tries to descend to Jesus Ruiz, but to be fair to Rios, he had a nice sweeping line around tense for these. So I'm a bit slow man there. I think it was 2024. They went head to head the Tour victory. Rios came out on top that time in the Junior GP. So a little bit of a flashback here to the younger days. We cut forward to yesterday's fastest rider, Hakim Dadic, who is in third place at the moment. Just had Joel Kelso, so that's segue on to Michael Laverty if we can for the moment. The second weekend when it buttons machines moving through directly into gear. It's a great job yesterday by Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea. Kelso was 14th, but Eddie O'Shea, the fastest of both of them, up there in 11th. So really big steps there are being made by the Grid M Lab team. Yeah, 100% back to back. Top D teams on the Friday. Then Eddie O'Shea said FC things are starting to click, which is great to hear from O'Shea, who's had, a couple of trickier seasons in Moto3. I know on the road to MotoGP and Metal Rookies and in Junior GP, Metal Junior went to school now. He suffered a really bad leg injury that's really hunted his career for a couple of years. So it's great to see O'Shea now building up to what we know his potential is in Moto3, and to hear him say things are starting to click is fantastic news. That automatic Q2 qualification of the season for Shane on the other side of the box. Ben Kelso was the profiter of Munoz late lap cancellation, jumps back into the top 14. Big Kelso, he says he's continued to make steps forward on that one as well. So the vibes are very strong down at Grid M Lab. Kelso's at the top. He wasn't going to go. Shut Carter, Jane, teary me. Albert Carfight has started out the fronts a little bit so often for my liking. I mean, is it helping? Yes, it off. I was making sure I saw that his bum touch correct a bit more off both the left hand side. But Alvaro Carfight, wow, another crash for him. And I tell you what, he's already going through Q1. What you don't need to start your Saturday is another fence-stone job like that. Thankfully, he's able to get up on his feet, and that's, of course, the most important thing. Alvaro Carfight, he's having a rough ride of things at the minute. Yeah, not what Carfight would have wanted this morning. Turned to a classic clash here at Catalunya. As mentioned, conditions are cooling, and the start of the time must have been a little bit chilly for Cartagena. We saw Jorge Martin go down there. Yes, I think Doug Costa and Brad Binder both crashed there as well. Remember yesterday, he is actually the best riders in the world out. The Porsche, the Carfight caught him out this morning. Whereas Carfight on the timeless, he's 13th. So it was a session where he was building up the early set, 4 laps in fact, to just say he was playing catch-up as we mentioned. Carpe, eventually he's only going to set 7 laps in this morning's session. There you get confirmation of Sam Miller's penalty that was caused right here through turn 11 and into Targus. Yeah, he's certainly thumbs through. I think that's what they took for Bravo at the moment. Yes, indeed it is. That's what he's 7th to come down to number 10, where is Dick Ricard? At the moment, I think he's only just going out on track. There's betting on 25 points to the left side. And I don't see Ferrara's name, so hit the Ferrari is getting his first lap, saying that must be a problem in a number 10 machine, and because he's clearly struggling 20 in this weekend thus far. I'd obviously miss this session as well. So our mother should dispatch with the number 10 down into also other things. But aerobic dispatching of Leo Ramersdorfer is indeed Rita Yamanaka. Now, we're saying this, Rita, to our mother, because he's got to do this tomorrow in the Grand Prix, and he does it pretty well that time. Yeah, I could think of Rico. I'm sure we'll do that another couple of times, and then, of course, when he comes out of the box on Sunday morning for a couple of sighting laps, he'll probably take another couple of goes, and that's it. As I say, it's one of the trickiest on-the-balances of the campaign. So, yeah, Sam are doing a good job. The team would have obviously informed him to just give it a little go as well. Hopefully Sam Manor can get it, be qualifying and a decent start to put himself in a position where when he does lose around about 3 or 4 seconds, which is what you normally lose from on that penalty, it's going to affect him heavily, of course. And in MotoGP, we used to see goods at 10, 12, maybe even knee riders spikes to the front, which could cost you a lot of time, but also it could work sort of in your favour when you did a bit of clean space up the penalty, as we saw with Podian's hurling away in last year. When the riders at the front are passing away as we had expected to do, he did get into a rhythm, absolute good call. Sam Manor, and I want to state that penalty 2 more many times in this season. God, so as we clock on, so David Almanza is having a very solid session. A minute there in Fed's Dinesh Fernandez is in 3rd. Chile second, David Munoz up there in Kilo at the moment on 47.96, was still a little while off But Hurricane Denisha was able to do yesterday, and we're even further off the lap record rebel, but 6 seconds on coming along those 2-year-old lap record feelers. This is one thing from Chiles, you have to be careful with legs, and a lot of lap times cancelled now. He needs to perhaps not drop onto the green quite as much as he is doing. Yeah, we saw this a lot yesterday, looking at stacking the days, for example, his last 3 laps on his opening run. Re-chalked off, yeah, 1 lap on his fast run, and chalked off chat limits as well. Brian Ariarte, 6 of these last 7 line laps. I make you chalked off for chat limits as well. And it's similar, Matty Adams just gone top as well. David Almanza had just gone top into T1, another turn 2 is a bit of a crushing hotspot here in Barcelona, and it's called out David Almanza. Hopefully he's okay. He has had a couple of crashes, of course, since that injury was picked up. Thinking back to last week in Le Mans, his big injury, of course, coming in that high side in Guyana. But David Almanza looks like he's all right. He's walking away, and now we've just gone P1. He sticks it at turn 2. He allowed to get a retake of lap as well. Almanza, good to see the 22 who is eking away, looking pretty good injured. Here we go, then Valentin Peroni just shadowing his fellow KTM rider, tips it into turn 1, all nice and in there, and as soon as you tip it left, the front end just folds away, and no chance for Almanza to try and dig his knee, dig his elbow in and try and pick that KTM back up a bang name or two as well, just for good measure. And in Canal for Elijah are going for a long time. A great shot, slow-mo shot of intentionally from Almanza, and the Lipton Bonidano in GPT, seeing their rider and bike hit it. I think he's been watching too much Jorge Martin with shoulder down. It's unfortunately not the correct way that time, David. So, well, there's been a couple of crashes then so far in this session. Quite high profile dangers of our Almanza in car fight boats at the same corner. David Almanza, they get a little bit more time as well from the bike, but that means that when you might have already set a lap time, you also did a little bit of a shakedown seeing that bike is. Yeah, as you mentioned, Almanza had just gone time ahead of his teammate David Munoz, who's well clearly getting into a nice rhythm with Almanza and the more pushing on, and we've got no more yellow fighters in sector 1. That is turn 1 and 2. That looks like turn 1. Looks like a potential PTA. 3 saves, that is this Promoni who has dropped it in the opening sector. Turn 1, it is indeed all DMA's on 5 far there. So, Valentin Peroni, the track conditions are, is he not quite ready yet to be pushing on to the limit? Some of these lads are going at all. Jensen, and there's almost on the feet, just one on the X6 of turn 12. But the third crash really in about the last 5 or 10 minutes here. And I'd say straight big so Almanza is was a crasher. He's your leader at the moment. I believe Valentin Peroni, he's down at turn 1 and down in 12th place overall. Nelberg Carpate, where is Carpate on the time in monitor? He is down in 14th place. So Carpate, there are your 3 crashes, and really far from ideal way to start your Saturday morning. Yes, it probably clops through the last lap to the 48.9. His fastest lap so far is a 48.24, so around about half a second slower than his fastest lap. He also said his fastest top speeds. I'm just wondering if those two combined maybe did a cold time of going half a lap slower. May have caused Pirelli to go down. He's all okay, which is the most important thing. But some high profile touches here in FT2. Max Skiles very up to beat, say Radio Shake across the lines. Who knows 13th, just over a second off Almanza's top time at the moment. I'll tell you what, the 2 Celtic Wheat Tower, K10's going to need to find a little bit of performance. Cruise 17th, Scott Upton, who had a really tricky day yesterday. He's down 1180th place, and Big Sun tight. They're all under 1.1 seconds adrift. But really, oh, surely not that stop in a fight. Back to Skiles, that front end is over a good old workout. It's nothing like a tail's head there coming through third turn. And Skiles, well, doesn't find the limits quite as his rivals did. Says turn 5 there, so perhaps I'm on that. But, well, Skiles keeps outright. Have a good job in needing them. I'm telling you, slip that front end was about to row with the sharp blood, and you see the bright neck rising off the foot peg to Skiles as well, clearly unbalanced and understand to be so as well. Great shots from our guys and girls and out there around the circuit to get those pictures, and Skiles just doing a little wave. I don't think it's a good morning stop wave either. I'd be a little bit more frustrating than that. Often, well, at least got back to laptop with a big rebound machines because, as I said, big sponsor performance yesterday isn't cutting mustard for Alan Bonnek's team as David Almanza. Foots his way back in split lane, 7.5 minutes after on the clock, did that partner once over on shore. But it looks like David Almanza's session might be just coming to an end right now. Yeah, 7.5 minutes to go for Almanza to try and get back out there. Didn't not bother too damaged and needs an ahead of qualifying. You don't want to be crunching it in the first time you go back out on cert here after a damaged bike. He's in qualifying. Pelser runs right there, and at that time he's going to go late as well. But yeah, back to the CRT Green Power, which is a difficult ASA. Starton P20, as on Free says P20 on 1.1 of Eltoin. Few seconds away. We know it was busy in the latter stages of the session in advantage, but that's not where and I'm likely going to see in his riders. It needs to come surely from those two, although it's not been an ideal FP2 in terms of times and where they are in the standings so far for the Green Power Gym. Or have another fact here. This is Joel Kelso. We've already spoken around him already safely in so 2-2 is number 66. I think that's coming through turn 2 again. Our super slow mode camera is. And that's on the exits of turns 5, down the short sheet through the Kinker 6, then up the hill through 7, 8, and then the top of the hill on turn 9. And this is at Johnson. There's again another rider who's already moving on through into GT2 directly after his practice performance yesterday. Just less than, just over 6 minutes on the clock. Fernandez is working his way around the lap. His teammate Coyotini on these last 5 laps has moved up into 9th place here on Saturday morning in Barcelona, so an encouraging sign at last with Guido Pini as Fernandez comes across the line, doesn't improve. Vides are 2 at sectors through the ending half of this lap, but it's just gone away from him a little bit in that 3rd sector, but it's in charge. Yeah, this is good for Fernandez consistently in the 147s and the 147.962, and obviously he's inside that top 5. Once again, this is a better lap coming in though from Quiles. He's waved past Hayden and his teammates. Jack Friso's Ogden's teammate, of course, in Quiles will be coming round. The final corner now, in previous time, he'd go P1, but it's surely going to be another T7. It is a 47.8%. So the only twin riders, and it is 3 riders in the last few minutes. Sorry, there is only 2. Ogden just behind Max Quiles, and then Adrian Fernandez is also. Fernandez and Quiles, as things stand at this point in the session, look like they've got superior pace to the rest. The only thing for Quiles is, like we said earlier in the session, he needs to see check limits, because if you do that and you lose your best lap time in qualifying later on, and then you've got to go out and do it again, you could find the flags riding slowly on the racing line. It's not no ideal situation. She's got to get a clean banker in. Has Max Steelers. Stubbornly Kent, though, he's already in that 2nd sector and in touch, as is Eddie O'Shea. So I think Eddie O'Shea just a little bit behind Max Steelers on track, maybe by a 2.5 up to 2 seconds, but both are coming through that 2nd sector now. Eddie O'Shea still on course to improve his time, as he's made of Tama. So I think those guys all together on track and watching a lot of Adrian Fernandez and a lot of laps being done on his own year on number 31. This is going to be another consistent lap time across the line. He's going to be in the 47s, and indeed he is, and he leaves much time in the final sector that time around. Less than 5 minutes in to go in Moto 3 FP2. Let's give you a quick rundown of the order. Almanza P1 but crashed at turn 2. Quiles in 2nd place. 3rd for David Munoz. He's finding himself down in Q1 later on. Adrian Fernandez up in the top 4 once again. Hakeem Danish practiced on Fridays in 5th. 6th for Joel Esteban out of Joel Kelso. Marco Morelli, Hayes at Rios and Guido Pini. In having 10th place, another rider who follows himself, Sarah Duke Q1. Boucher moving bounce up to 11th place just the moment ago to go ahead. Matteo Batspelli in Casey Thorman. Vader Fatalva now moved up to that 11th place. Eddie O'Shea there in 15th place was on course to improve his time, but lost to Holden last hard. But wow. So Ogden in 16th ahead of Alberto Brody, another crusher, as his 18th place for Albert Carpay, 19th to Nicola Puara, who's had some kind of technical problems in the parts. As we see, we got Rico Salmelaga out of shape, which is clever because he's 20th and next up. Ajak Drew says, Biden Rialto down in 22nd. Now that was going to be a little bit concerning me. Don't know about trialing. 13th, 23rd even for Ryusa, Yamanak and Liam are still for Cormac, McCannon and Zendatani, rounding out your 26-rider field this weekend in Moto Brand. Hang on, Rico Salmada's pushing on there. He got his elbow down there, comes through turn 13. This is 14. Blasting it up to the line here to number 27. This will move him right up into the top 10 if he can hold it. Just misses out, goes twice. Yeah, good lap turn over from South Manically. Tushnov as well with low 148. It's not quite as quick as the top guys in the session so far, but it's not bad that time. And of course, P12 represents that the South. Yeah, you're right to mention the reality. The great day yesterday to finish P2, and that's an attempt away from Haki Dinesh, and said he was being really good yesterday. They made a couple of changes on the bike as well, and he felt good, especially in practice. And did mention also that he was really focusing on changing his riding style and focusing on himself, and one of the first times this year heading up in practice and working alone, and it really paid off for reality. So yeah, strange to see the number 51 down there in P22. We don't know what they're testing and trying down there in the IO box. Would expect him to be a little bit higher than that, as Adrian Fernandez again sets a really strong lap time of 47.5 now. His personal best after the race on his 13th lap. So this is really Thompson to tomorrow morning than Fernandez. This is really, really good stuff for Matthew Fernandez. This is Sunny Sam Rico Salmada just getting it a little bit out of shape. Bike moving around under braking. That's a turn 10. You see that quite often. But there's that follow to the Finis rider who gets it down to an 8 Paxton and 2 this time. Ricantos Line, he was beaten 12th. And was it hard yesterday as well. I think Ineos Shea had just briefly moved up. He's bitten to Charles' face then, but he's just had his lap time taken away. So 16th for him. Elsewhere on the track, as you can see, Max Kiedis is doing great guns and he's in the second sector. Adrian Fernandez is in the third sector. This is really, really encouraging for Fernandez, who seems to be finding pace on used tyres right through this session. So that's a really, really good omen for tomorrow in Leopard Racing. Stakes old Miller across the line again. This should be able to improve his position. Was 12th goes 10th, so just up Squeedo TD out to the top 10. Of course, it's all academic F beats over. It's all just about ready, trying to find a feed in, trying to get dialed in, and seeing that she's found any sort of gains and advanced for sort of qualifying. Adrian Fernandez is going to be coming through the last corner, coming out to McNeil. He coming to the line. Is this going to put him beat one? Oh, yes, it does, man. The second over XW8 David Almanza, so good stuff indeed. Adrian Fernandez, who now starts his final flying lap of F3 Yeah, 6:10 quicker than what we saw Sam Miller do a few seconds ago. Adrian Fernandez, I think that's 3 laps in a row where he's in his personal best, and then of course on that time around, set the session best as well. We know the tyre wear is up, should be crucial around here in Moto 3, Moto 2 and in Moto GT. So for Fernandez to be getting towards the sort of 15 lap mark of the race on this Sunday morning is 18 laps. So Fernandez isn't quite going to get a full race citizen, but he's going to be pretty much there. So this is really good learning for Fernandez and great data to take into tomorrow. But of course, when it switches into qualifying mode, you're going to put yourself in a good position on the grid, which Fernandez has stood in recent weeks, of course. And as things stand, Fernandez, it's off to the pile, and setting should really consistent at times. It's not just been Arthur Fernandez. He's looking really strong. Oriati does need that the order he goes up into the top 5 of 47.620. That's a good act up from Mario. That's a little bit more like it. Although what we're seeing here, this is Casey de Gorman getting it wrong barely towards turn 5. Across the grass and into the kitty litter. Does he keep it on his wheels or does he lay it down? He tries his best to keep the current, and he does. So crash averted there. 4. So Gordon up and finds himself in 16th place. So the number 6-7 there down in 16th. The checkered flag is out. David Mudiok was the first to come across the line and take it. So he suddenly falls at breast. Where else have we got? Ariate's on the quick lap here on his springs. He's in touch through the second sector. He's going to come to the third sector now on the braking for the turn 10. We are long left-hander. And he's in touch against the partner. Ariate obviously going out for a few quick lap times right at the end. Adrian Fernandez, a 10th of a second off what he was able to do. It was still, would have still been good enough for second place. Find out David Almanza's best lap time. Almanza didn't get back out at the end. Also, him, Wellington, Ferroni and Albert Carvey, their first laps in qualifying are going to be making sure that park's working and it's all pointing in the right direction. Yeah, not good for Carvey. This is his teammate, Ryan Riarte, who's going to potentially have his personal best if he does find time in the final split as well. So good lap to the session for Riarte, missing the Sunday, and of course Riarte for the second yesterday, so over 1 lap and never raised pace distance. We're seeing the little bit you on rise to the floor here in Moto 3, which is what we're But they could used to seeing nothing for the reigning record. He's got the MotoGP champion. There's a decent section on the number 28. You'll be pretty pleased with that. Leather rhythm didn't look quite as strong as it comes to the riders, most notably our champion and Disneyland. Obviously, when it comes to Sunday, he'll switch into a different kind of Keyless mode, and we know he will be right there at the front of the field. I was just about to say, Keyless very encouraging, and I think much more positive than yesterday. But Adrian Fernandez's run there was pretty astounding. So Adrian Fernandez, I would say he's the favourite, but definitely going to be in that league group, isn't he, for Mid-Record's Leopard Racing team. Fernandez fifth on the bid here last year, fifth in the Grand Prix at the checkered flag. Here's a pole sitter from Junior GP last year, but I'd say obviously likes his place and likes it with one lap as well, because he has been pretty icy when it comes to laying a lap time down. So reality up there in P2 at the moment. We are going to have to try and find David Almanza, because he's starting out there on track. This is Alvaro Carpe, one of the crashes. Alvaro Carpe, well, down in 20th position, and what else? 7 laps. That is far from ideal getting into qualifying. Yeah, at least cracking a small smile there and just gave the classic roll at the finger, as we see so often riders do when the camera pans on them after maybe a little bit of a disappointing result. Almanza and Carpe both looking okay, which is the main thing. That Carpe, as we mentioned, going through Q1 for the second consecutive weekend, and the third time aspired Grand Prix. 2 crashes so far for the weekend. I think that's his usable. It's quota so far for Carpe, because we now get set Q1 in that group. Carl White going to be up here in comms with Lewis up here later in qualifying. You're going to be in the pit lane grid, giving us the story. But at the moment, it's Adrian Fernandez who sits pretty right at the top of the timesheet. It's Spain 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 7 in the top 10. Are we at home here in Catalunya or not? Adrian Fernandez, Tizzy, Lisa, Riate, Almanza, Quilez and Munoz as FP2. Draws very close here in Catalunya. Other names just to keep an eye on further down, Bill, as we say, Parodi and Carpe, and about to say, Rise Yamanaka, expect him to come good later on. He's already through into tube 2. And that's it. Moto 3 action resumes later. Time 45 for the time begins. But now it's Moto 2 F2 over the company in Lirisadami and Elliot. Cracky city of Barcelona. We're about half an hour or so, depending on the traffic. Side the city itself, we are in Montmello for round 6 of the MotoGP World Championship. And as mentioned, there will be many here in the grandstands with reason to cheer and reason to be excited in this Moto2 World Championship. As mentioned, they're not Catalans, but they very much are proud Spaniards. We got Manny Gonzalez from Madrid, and Ethan Guevara from the Palma de Mallorca, who currently sits atop the World Championship, 9.5 points between them. That was comfortably through to Q2 yesterday. The headlines in terms of G1, G2, it got lucky if it didn't. Named Moto2 yesterday. On the World Championship, we had the riders 5th and 6th on screen came find one later on today. Real surprises. Or even also that he was 16th podium finisher a week ago in the morning. Down to one song, who was down in 26th place yesterday, although he has some very good excuses and reasons to explain why he is so far down the order. But so far as we welcome you to our Moto2 coverage, Sofina at York, the College Post, good morning to everyone who watch you around the points. It's so far been a perfect weekend for Catalunya Grand Prix for our 2022 winner, Chelsea Vietti. Tony has the boy, mate. Hello to everyone just tuning in, or hello again if you've tuned into Moto3 as well. Great to be here for Tiso's Big Saturday in Barcelona. And yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend for Chelsea Vietti on the Boston School Road. 2 Boston schools at top 5, the other one, of course, Ethan Guevara, as we're used to seeing so far in 2026. But looking so comfortable with Chelsea Vietti, say both on one map and the race rhythm. Analysis charts as well. Vietti was looking pretty good as well, and it seems the famous switch that we've spoken so much about, the WT suspension started into the front end of that Boston School Road. He's lucky it's magic so far in 2026. And Luca Boscuro spoke to him in France, and he basically said the reason for changing mid-season was because they want to win. Well, Chelsea Vietti, early days so far the weekend, of course, and what can happen to an important session concerned about race pace, and then of course the all-important and qualifying coming up later on. But Chelsea Vietti heading into the weekend is certainly one of the favourites. He's tied the top though. The top 3 is split by less than half a tenth, and there's half a second splitting the top 10. So the chasers are not far away. Centre Age is the chief of those in second place, but Vietti a really strong start to life in Barcelona this year. Here is another of those chasers setting it to qualifying day, course starting for back-to-back wins for this afternoon. He's Ethan Guevara, 9.5 points of the World Championship lead, and looking to relax, isn't he? Down at Pramac. Once again, the second final in a row. Ethan Guevara so confident in his pace and his potential that he didn't even bother going down for a soft tire time attack at the end. Yeah, it's the threat, as he said. The feeling's fantastic. I know the potential is there, and it's clear that we are going in the right direction. The moment we would appear, that direction is towards MotoGP, and who knows, potentially even the Moto2 World Championship. Guevara just riding that wave of confidence, isn't he, into a Grand Prix, into a circuit. Well, we know he's successful before, winning here in Moto3 back in 2022. Yeah, finished in the top 5 last year after starting the Grand Prix from T12. So got good pedigree around here as Guevara, and yes, some very reliable talks coming out yesterday. You sort of what all of the paddock expected, but when you see some of the websites coming out with some news like Ethan Guevara is set to make the switch to MotoGP in 2027, and you know the board is properly rolling in terms of Guevara heading into the Yamaha ranks in Pramac. Yamaha ranks, of course, Blue Crew, Pramac Yamaha in Moto2, so it makes sense to keep his down in the family, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do so far in 2026. Make the fantastic top starts the season. The Le Mans victory, the perfect weekend over the French Grand Prix came at a fantastic time, of course, as well, and it's not a surprise really to see the Yamaha thinking that Ethan is ready to make the step up into MotoGP, and sees that another good time of things so far this weekend. You mentioned Jesse Lewis, he said he felt fantastic immediately as well, a similar feeling to we had in Le Mans. Okay, so the thing one on the Friday, but he went carried a couple of attempts away from Vietti. And I don't really understand Guevara already heading out to touch in the final 10 minutes of the session. Again, like he did in Le Mans, he's passed from the second lap to the session. Then through to 1.827 was plenty good enough to see him to get into that top 14. He doesn't mention it either. There's obviously no issue there. It's just a tactic that him and the team are using, just boosting confidence at the minute. It is great to see. Yeah, the Glasgow School Roads, it would appear, have an edge here this weekend. Just mentioned Vietti and Guevara both up there, but we have 5 of them through to qualifying tour. They connect non-true for up lap, but yes, also through it. Alberto Ferrandez have to be Blue Crew Pramac teammate to Guevara first Q2 Terrors name, and very interesting to hear the comment to Regis, who was second quickest yesterday. First of the Calexes. He is a smooth thing which he subscribes to, that the bus store has a bit more of a margin on used tyres, which will be a real advantage around here. Yeah, it's absolutely, we know, coming to here, circuit with heavily low grids, divided. So I spoke to one of my MotoGP RDSA and he said the feeling here is just so much different compared to my very well drum. Mir was lamenting the really quick issues he has on the Honda, so we know, and the riders know. As you mentioned, Ages yesterday was saying rear grit and keeping that tyre life was in the race is absolutely crucial. It's going to be a fascinating look today when we get into the latter stages of the session in FP2, when the riders are chalking up into like 12, 13, 14, 15 to see the battons alike. Obviously we can't treat too much from today into Sunday's race. Completely different times, of course. Temperatures going to rise on Sunday afternoon. So the Moto2 Grand Prix compared to, 12 degrees now this morning. Very cold out there still. But yes, great time life, especially, and of course front side light as well is absolutely crucial around here. And when Agius is saying that, it looks like the Buster is a little bit of a step so far this weekend on used tyres. It bodes very well for the likes of BNT and the likes of the Lara, who are both inside that in the championship. Hints that Agius is sandwiched in between. Of once you practice yesterday, we were looking outside our commentary box window and not at our TV screens. Reason? Having Alonso, you just saw there on the screens, his bike stopped 3 times on his outlet. It was the longest outlet in Grand Prix history, which only made it as far as turn 9. There's one separate debate which we had elsewhere that the marshals should have let him back out of the rest check on 3 days into one that stopped twice prior, but putting that to one side for the moment, Alonso only got out there onto the racetrack in the end to do 5 laps. Of course, 2 of those were out laps, one at the start, and then one when he finally got himself back down onto the racetrack and electrical trouble. The team informed us yesterday it is what sidelined Alonso for much of practice, which means for the 3rd time this year and 2nd in a week, that Alonso is drawing his free qualifying ward, and he's one ride who is going to be praying that he has a trouble 3 FP2. Yeah, fingers crossed for Alonso that he can get out there and get some important laps on the doors. 5 laps complete, essays, Lewis mentioned, missed. Let's be honest, been pretty much the entire session. Yes, the good news for Alonso is he's hardly feeling any discomfort in that shoulder. He gave most of it a workout when he was trying to touch the bike through the gravel and get it up started again. Yes, but that's great to hear. There's the number 8. He isn't suffering from too much discomfort. Of course, had that training crash pre-French Grand Prix and over in the Martin as we learned on Friday. He was actually sure whether he'd be able to rise. It's more even on with the top 5, considering the injury, and then come here and not feel too much distant for his good news for the Colombian. But yeah, as we mentioned, he needs a solid 15-16 laps run there, and whatever he can get out of this to head into qualifying. And he's just in the race a lot more confident. He did say we're struggling actually with the braking, which he put it down to a bit of a setback issue, but of course he wasn't able to work on. They said it in the did you try and treat that as well? So watch out for me on so in the braking zone, especially to see if he can make it set to just see how close he is still. And so the answer, no out of Ages, no out of Alonso and Lopez was inside up top 3s when a his teammate Danny Holgado was up inside that top 5. It was more Gardaventura his day today. Key session this P2 session, of course, doesn't decide he goes through to G2. Those will really be decided. Of course, qualifying ones come back on my feet, and riders will earn their place in the that's awful tall position. But this is the opportunity for the riders to truly understand the sort of tyre top point you're going to find in tomorrow's Grand Prix. 21 laps is the EP distance tomorrow in Moto2. We won't get time for 21 laps in this FP2 session, but they'll got plenty of laps on the tyres to truly understand the impact they're going to face in tomorrow's Grand Prix when participating and being the conditions certainly that we have at the moment for FD2. Meet a different element version of the SC0, the shift rear tyre, and plus we have the super soft last weekend in the Mont. And his Edward entertaining ball to bring at the end, given the challenge that's presented by this circuit. But many riders who ran yesterday didn't feel particularly comfortably on it, which might well see that one take him inside, and the riders will focus on the possibility of SC0 that they know in terms of a race choice tomorrow afternoon. But ultimately, choose to have angering many into the Grand Prix. We see it's real feature of Rivalries here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Being stringing in the first half of the race, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to sharp into the end of it. Naturally, this is why it was such an impressive ride. The last year from this rider on screen, Danny Munoz, who with a little bit true defect on the exit, it's turn 14, nearly perfected a little bit of gravel and grass on his way onto his first one after the session. But he is going to be interested to see how the riders play out. Of course, Danny Wood here last year was superb, and you're to amateur exchanges, look that Monfreet, not an Jake Dixon, and a piece standing on the sort of get within touching distance. But yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how that one plays out, and don't expect to see that neat side of Treni this weekend. And riders, as you said, you're saying, mentioning that they tried it, some didn't do too bad on it. I think the NT was saying he did be too bad on it, but I didn't do twice. Was when he should back to the Northern sensing in and the Northern great time things using, and so like there's anything like that. What did you take? Yes, name, and as he sometimes says on the Friday, does need to work on that race with him. Dino won that, and like there's on that Mercedes Moto 2 sheet of featurement with 637. He was less than half a tenth away from the top time that does need to just try and work on that race, because it has been on the Sunday so far this season that brightness is just studied shyly. Finished fifth over in Le Mans, his best result of the year so far. Just needs to try and, just find it a little bit. Not too much. He's within the realms of that podium fight. He just needs to find it as an extra on November 21 to really to tell himself into the podium and each and every victory thought. Yeah, it's kind of fine at that so far this season. Put aside at 19th on the grid in border round. Started showing since days on the foot 3 names off the grid. Then he stayed great since then, but generally does slip back from it from fairly strong starts. Goes back in Brazil, he was fighting for the lead though. He's the first corner, finished in 11th, from back to 7th in Austin. Might well have been a little higher up at his 5th place that he used. The biggest he was going to be in the race, had he not crashed, and then ultimately a 6th place in a shooting race. That'd be French game 3. This might be one of those gold 3s, who failed rather one. This will re-entire stance to drop off the edge of the cliff, and I've seen that happen to some low days here over the years. Danny Holdado is got a very early session meter on 1:49.973. Just no beauty's pissing on 6. Is the fastest lap on the weekend so far. I got was that a riding who it looked like he returned to a bit of feeling yesterday. Plus he was some in Le Mans until the crash on the first lap of the initial start before past the red flag here and give Holdado and then he takes thing for 3 points to the wide, who has proven pedigree around this circuit, and so he's in the mood to repeat that. Yeah, exactly. He improved the pace on the used side, which he also reiterated over in Mon. There was one up there, but really tricky putting around over. That's foremost the Austin the net. Of course, he's had Grand Prix in her, and as well as he was a rider that was pinpoint snappy to the session route now to say the Mon run is absolutely essential to see what the tire drop is. Basically towards the end of the run on the green end of that carriage try it. The whole time they did deceive. Like in the morning, he sort of bounced back to and the sort of podium fights. It was on the front row, of course, as well. Of course, he had that crashing lap, on which I think cost him ultimately in terms of fighting to the podium. And the team forgot to do different. Gardoni ultimately got disqualified and was feeling the effects of the crash in the race as well. But it mentioned that yesterday, so his speed all good. No fitness issues to worry about for last year's race winner, of course. And you can see right now, early doors in MP2, he's feeling pretty comfy. He's going to be on the time sheets. We find out very soon and finds time in the fun squares 1 of 1:51.6. P8 ground. That is quicker than he went yesterday, and pretty much. And the fastest time of the weekend, not quite, 46.6 head you on. Is the fastest time of the weekend, but a dude I had his stints here for Algarno. He's 3/4 of a second clear of the field at the moment in this FE2 session on the was thought at very early stages only. So that side tops that gap to see now moves into 2nd place. Ahead of Denison Stewart, Jose Antonio Rueda, who's up in 1st place. He's on plenty of the window. Yesterday, he's just behind Higado in the race champion. Where I see it come into the back of the picture. He's the next bike behind the oh, there he is into the picture on the number 98. Not a first due clearance yet. Goes down to anywhere away here. He might still earn that later on. I think he's long, but just thrilling to see. Given what he's been through over the last 6 months or so, to see the MotoGP champion started to actually about to be too. Absolutely can here reaching that Neil said Jeff saying later that he was speeding really comfortable in both sessions and made a solid set in front. The size it's up to sure of course in qualifying his best qualifier of the year so far in the 19. He said he didn't quite deliver the on the Sunday. He did, the feet potential sort of he think we had on Sunday, but he by home he did T1 laps. And he says, well, after his best ride of the year so far, I think we could enjoy ourselves, which is great to hear from the number 98 on that Bourbon P10. I Moto soon seen that he's feeling energy soon time he goes out there on Saturday, and he's had that top 5 last thing stand as well. So Rueda, it's not quite in that podium and victory fight just yet, but I think points to sure, and maybe even a top 10 push, potentially even top 6. Well, he's definitely on the cars this weekend for Rueda, and it's just good to hear that Rueda is enjoyed himself on the podium, which is first and foremost the most important thing after one and folded last year. But the none, Rueda is going to be a fast rider in Motown soon. For years to come, of course, hopefully moving into MotoGP at some point. As well, the reigning Moto3 world champion, but great to see Rueda, he like his own self on the bike. Who knows, it might turn out that he is perpetrating his best shot of a result this weekend. Starting by he just joining us the first time this weekend, does it on the left. So, Spa afternoon, that's he's taunting that Danny Yossi's run through the crowd in the washout bell, helps off the racetrack by Colin Bryant. I think it's fair to say, it's an empty taking a took to the little turn to do tomorrow. He's already about to 3 early on this morning. Rico Samella, who's got a long lap to serve him on his free race. And he get pitted trouble negotiating that long lap penalty, but he's very bunty through that long lap penalty. It's the end of its main straight, so it's difficult at the best of times to get your bike stinks for there. Okay, so your braking marker might change a little bit. You're going straight on rather than into the corner down there at Salmon. And we finished this off phoning how did they crash try several on that penalty when he was leading the brace here the couple of years ago. So, extra hurdle in the base of Colin Bryant coming up this weekend as he let's try and build on I guess a strong weekend in Haran for the finish the incident involving Ninos or the K20 host of him. I feel that I'm telling them. Yeah, and for Bryant he's on that how to say the held his hands up to the bit. Yeah, it was my fault. I got a little bit too headed. I was sort of even winding a little bit, trying to pick the positions again, and made a mistake. The niches, I will happily accept the mistake that I made to do them on that penalty. So while they're good testing out in practice, and I don't think we'll do that in qualifying, but maybe on an out and that potentially being free practice too is the time to get used to that penalty name. But so wanting to do it on your riding bit, as you already mentioned, we mentioned it in Moto3 when Sam Miller was doing it, who's won it. I believe one of the trickiest, definitely one of the trickiest, if not the trickiest, EMI penalty I could think on the calendar. Of course, you come in from top speeds of just over 300 kilometers per hour. Well, shoots about getting to 300 kilometers per hour with such of course it may be a little bit more as well for top speed. Therefore, it did in Moto2 is 301 kilometers per hour set by this on shoot back in 2020. So 300 Ks. Obviously down to very tricky break-ins. He's running hard anyway on Mert's signature, but when he batted in the racing, he positions yourself on the left-hand side of the track where he's on the Rivalry is now and take that penalty and then feed back in safely around turn 3. Yes, tricking on to right. We saw Sam Miller doing it, of course, in the same sort of KTN stable is Sam Miller and Colin Guy. So maybe when Sam Miller does it, he'll be able to tell Colin a thing or two about doing in the race tomorrow. But Colin would add it today. Yes, he was all tenths away for the top time and said he felt pretty good in F-Team on the pages. Okay, they were trying a couple of different things on that having to try machine, but in the F-Team he felt and that better. I don't think he quite looked if his passes out the way he would have wanted to. To buy a crucial is the time to get a good qualifying. That goes without saying, but especially when you've gone on that penalty, I think Bayer will be very disappointed if he's not at least inside the top step title. But the race rhythms or the runs you saw yesterday, trying to sort of work him also the race pennies he's going to be. Blind people was sort of meets a high 42s and low 33s for the sort of lap times that were sitting yesterday. Chelsea Vietti, well, he did 5 laps in the high 41s, but they were on 2 different sets of tyres. In terms of laps in the 42s that Vietti did yesterday, he did 6 of them, but he did rather shades of ones. Center Aegis is a good mind to sort of study it. He did all done one up starting the session, which was in 11 flying laps. He started off doing young 32s. By the end of the run, he was doing 3 threes. And then if you compare that to the one at Daniel Dardo, starting off on the same sort of pace, he was doing the 43.0.31 at the end of his run. Because the underrated guy needing to pace Guevara's potentially, and he didn't too many laps yesterday. But he did Gonzalez is an interesting one. Gonzalez was doing laps consistently in the mid to high, being fairly threes yesterday, and is curious as to why Gonzalez was so far at the pace. So the understanding is that he was doing a lot of that right from the start of the section yesterday. He was already on quite used tyres, so Gonzalez going a little bit different for yesterday in free practice doing the early stages, which is why he was sort of low down the order. Gonzalez trying to get trackside an advanced idea of what sort of trick he's going to have in the latter stage of the race. He had quite clever already from the World Championship leader, his net, and similar to what I'm saying about Max McGillis in Moto3 this season, not cozy Roberts about finishing P1 on a Friday or seeing his name at the top of the time sheets in every section. Last year it was weird to not see Gonzalez inside at least that top 3 on a Friday. Had that setup absolutely dialed on the Calex. It's Mario Gonzalez last year, but he's finished 8th in Le Mans on a Friday, 10th in Jerez on a Friday, and was obviously inside the top 3 in first 3 Grand Prix on a Friday, and again finishing 7th. PSA, but working towards Sunday is obviously where the points are paid, and that's why he's the championship leader so far. Back-to-back P2's not finished outside the top 5, so Gonzalez a pay to do with the time sheets. Doesn't look like he's got the pace at the top guide when he just had a little thing down to when. As you did, Lewis, dig a little bit deeper. It looks like Gonzalez, and from what he said yesterday as well, he isn't too worried about his pace. He knows that he's in the mix here. So Pilar been up to this fully out of turn 9, just drifting off the edge of the curb there. You can see the rear tyre and start vibrating away. That's all going to be going through the backside and the body of Ethan Rivalry. It was a bit of a shaky bit ahead, a little annoyed himself at that mistake. Is time done to both man though Rivalry is last lap this Storm to the line now, but I'm fully tuned GT, which is roughly in line with his daughter was the rate at the moment. He and Pat also did a 42 on his last lap. Lucky to look good for Bring Wader. He did a 32 on his last lap with this. He's on tyres that have done me 6 for the mileage as everybody else. And his tyres in the best recently for good at Sarge. He's just enough falling on 29. He's cutting up to 310s now down to Danny Maldado in second twice. Still lined up. Well, no, we have this opportunity during the session of once the riders who are absent to injury and not here this weekend. Mario Angi's not here this weekend, sadly. Injured is our right-handed me. I was doing trees and ultimately decided to sit this one. I'm just trying messed up and be ready. We need it to be free of Michello in a couple of weeks' time. We'll also eventually Mr. Close taking a bar on this weekend, and he broke a finger in that crash that all the red side out at Le Mans. His place has been taken this weekend by his shabby user of Tusa. Keep an eye out for him on the second of the blue forward bike sees on the number 85. Completing our injury replacements this weekend. Brings us to Kunai Aradray. We have seen it for these are the secondary NSI palette says he takes his place to the Anton the Keras. BP sister, well, a non-third injury absence from that conveniently sustained Elster. Yeah, it's about actually seeing a speedy curve. Look at Rita, Aji Navarra, and of course, Angel the Keras is off. Keras, a Moto free winner around here last year. Now you can see Andre just getting out of the way on the number 10 machine. But Felix Sanach is pushing on in this section. Good luck time a couple of laps ago to get itself in that P2 position, and he said a decent one. I could have laps the last summer. I was always forced to played 4:06. So just like he was in Le Mans, but if Sanach would be at a much easier Friday than he did over in Le Mans last time around. Sanach finishing PA without any technical issues, without any crashes. The Czech rider didn't know, so he was very disappointing. He felt a big tree, and at least the podium was well on the cards, but the restart didn't quite go. The Czech riders lost him off the ground, dropped to T17, and then that's what they did, and fight his way back, hooked to finish. The inside got tucked in, even T9, but Sanach is playing at the more even Suri Bar started this weekend, which is good news to the Czech rider. He's obviously jumped on that only fans American racing machine for the first time this season. This laptop is a good challenge to the top riders, but it might be just as consistent as he was last time around. Let's get the number 12 over the 9:42.6 with the attempt slower, so he's lost a little bit of ground in the last couple of laps. It's not looking too bad again for the Czech rider. Yeah, at the moment, looking on the way the session's unfolding, it's like shaping up to be a bit of a straight fight tomorrow between Soldado and Guevara, and you see how terrifying these takes place, see where everyone sits in the parade. The M also see much really Chelsea will be empty in this session to really gauge where he's at. He's firmly sitting in the T10 at the moment as Alonso Lopez gets it down to 11:41.392. It's not the session where he needs to sit it, but that is a new all-time number thought for Alonso Lopez. Yeah, good half time for Lopez. You mentioned earlier on that over Lati's not struggled too much so far this season. It's over race through the midnight part of the races where he should distribute five of the top guys. I'm not sure if Lopez has hit it refresher or not, but if he hasn't, that's a fantastic left side. Give him in Holy 5.5. He has exactly as to figure out a way to find some race rhythm later on in the race. Well, if he's just set for that time on usual, then he's doing exactly that. This is Tony Arbolino. He needs to find some time lost on other time in that second split. Yeah, maybe Lopez has just entered the fray, favour for tomorrow. We'll obviously wait and see how that one plays out. Really strong lap time, set the all-time lap record in FT2. Masonry, especially we can is show their cards in this session. And see much incenerageous in this session either. Again, going it in lunch destiny-wise, and they're at intent with Gonzalez, Obama, Danny's 17th, Aegis 19th, is also in the 42.8, Aegis a 33.1 in this session. As we take a post at Tony Arbolino, and the Swains, Brittings are neutral and studies. Santic, Alex, Arbolino, in fact, both of the end panting riders done through to find one later on today. Arbolino was 17th at a circuit, admittedly, I don't think he talks very high amongst his favourites, best of 90 in his MotoGP. Barry Baltus, his teammate, he was beaten in qualifying 2 yesterday. There were two reasons why Baltus missed the cup yesterday. One, because he had a lap cancelled due to some early yellow flags. The off-fight set were mainly called Tevin Alonso's problematic Aspar machine. Had that lap time stayed the Baltus set early on in speed practice yesterday, he would have put it up the side the top 7. As it is, he was 20th and then clashed and completely destroyed his challenge down at turn 5. So he's certainly riding. He's got more potential than he needs for the Stanley yesterday. He's going to pose a real turbulent to the likes of and so on, all Toller and Jugal Maita. Yeah, and you've got the likes of Ferreira as well in Q1. Coming up a little bit later on, Joan Roberts is a rider who was in Q2 and inside the top 10 last time out as well. So, as we always say to the Bush nowadays, across the catches Q1 is a bit of a minefield. A lot of fast riders will be wanting to get inside that top feed. The Bouter should really get it through. Just despite the SA, it's a difficult day and already totaled that bike to Toontown cable on. You can see the Toontown is a 2G in there as well. It was a big read shot, rebuild for the Reds Fancy Racing team members down there, and you just saw there Baltus competitive that time in the session as well. So after that crash yesterday, maybe it's carried over overnight. Yeah, there's some running repairs need to be made on that Cal-X ahead of qualifying. I think response to the Belgian, he can get out in the final 10 meters in the session to bed to that touch because you do not want to have a crash on Friday afternoon, not then set a lap time after that crash in a P2 and the hence you're qualifying without having ridden to pretty much today to set a competitive lap time. Yeah, I'll lead slow. Yeah, watch yesterday being rebalancer, the busiest guys yesterday in practice, but doing 22. So just thinking there after running everybody else in practice yesterday and not running a team this morning. I mean, what about as you can only find later on? Baltus potentially going completely blind into tomorrow's Golden 3 in terms of understanding the tyre behaviour as we've gone through the race. Might be a bit of a bot. He decides he's in Canada anymore, and he might be able to just benefit from that 15 minutes stitch on what there's that later on today. So take a look on our new looking neighbour around this Pennsylvania circuit. Takes it away from Danny Holdada, who's biggest best to sent last year. 1 weekend that he dominated was in a 1:5.9, but this detailed sprints 3.92. Holdada is second from Samet Estreach. And for Wade, Alex Screech, she was, I'm worried it'll be one. As expected, for Finish one yesterday on me, being with my street, 6th puckish yesterday, theme by Screech. So, once again, G2 clearancing that clearly you can deduce from his performance. Just here he is, front of Street on the number 11. That is, taking the ones from the left one should the thing would generally in Le Mans was a politics, nothing else. Yeah, the good percent said to say that he had very good feelings back on that. Thing with Chef Seaguard, and he said he should be the did weekend and it's started. Well on Saturday 13th first usual best Friday of the season so far. Sorry, best Friday since Thailand when he was, of course, inside that top two after topping of a ref test, of course. And we were thinking this is going to be a very good season for Switch, and it has been. Not quite on that podium as things stand, been very close at the inside in Brazil, but had that little bit over in #1, finished T20 in the race, which is the way we used to see this Switch so far this season. But it doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near T20 as things stand so far this weekend. This one deep pace and a good warm-up pace as well. So the Switch back sort of where it belongs, to be honest, in 2026. It's good to see. In the racetrack is Mario Gonzalez and the number 18. So he didn't appear really pleased when he was debriefing with his team in May and a few minutes ago when we cut it in on the streets. So Gonzalez down in 18th place, 1.2 off the pace. I mean, that 30 into there unplanned, but what I'm trying to do done well. Really seen and only beginning evidence so far that Gonzalez is a winning contender this weekend, but he's tapped the tape to lunch till he got a lap deep to wanted to be solved for me. Somebody great. David Alonso back odds to search. We were coming a break close to the street now to see if this is pressure about for David Alonso, but makes sense. If there's a brand new tyre, of course, didn't really get much action. It's much opportunity to really see what is the fullness of potential is on a new tyre. Yeah, I mean, speaking to David Le Mans in there, when he's been saying with that shoulder injury in Le Mans was here's the nature of the days this weekend that qualifying is his weak link in Moto3, Moto2. This season, and so, I think Alonso will be confident that when it comes to race on, he'll be able to string them back together and put himself in good position and fight for the best position. So yeah, when he was coming out of pace on pressure, but just then I do feel like this is maybe a midi qualifying attack done to stroke of the laps and seeing what sort of performance you can get out of it. Darby just not seen me top of he's saying, so we'll keep an eye on Alonso's times. He's at P17 at this moment, 9 laps completed, so not the most of it on, but he's obviously had a bit of the better section. Normally could be more laps than did the SAF new, which is the tons of things so far. Pietro Roberts, who's up to the first sector, we have a bit to be seen on that since it's on Otis. But touch that, because the Otis is generally one of the slowest riders to the speed taps. That's nothing to do with how you think Alonso Lopez is doing on day, but Pacific. Now, this is because he's one of the tallest riders in this Moto2 field. He's top speed. But you compare it, it's actually quite a good comparison, isn't it, to we tile for a Sarfazo on the team. Is it Calex who's hitting 300 kilometers an hour? Through the speed that the Apex is giving up 7.5 kilometers an hour, so basically 5 miles an hour in touch to the Lopez is well through there, which through the overcourse the P life when he had a brand new tyre wasn't holding him back too much. But I do tend to fear Alonso Lopez still on the track to now. Nobody trying to take a defensive TD on that main straight. That Alonso Lopez's fights might pose him a little toppling. Yeah, he'll be out in terms of the straight on. It's been anyway. Center Aegis who he's that admit because Center Aegis is the one who struggles with top speed again. Nothing's doing Aegis and what he's doing. Aegis said in Herethes, the lights is obeyed is getting up the corners. Very well, it's just something that's not quite right aerodynamically, or just something the engine, or just simply he's a tool and a rider. So and it's given on the sort of on 22 days on the fastest top speed so far in this session. Luis already pointed out that it's time for Sato Chateau Lands. You can see Aegis right now, which have been on board with him through the fast splits at the finals that anyway last. Well, yesterday afternoon he was very good, pretty bad. And we saw at the end Mareth, especially those Aegis jumps up to P3 at that time. But is he going to be set by teammates Mario Gonzalez? Is it Gonzalez rises above everyone? So how's it going that time? Third Gonzalez at 41.288, another. Each time up, I reckon he was tied to the cable or just loving I think when he feels like it to go to the very top. But Mario Gonzalez, Julie Dimitters, 140 on 288 and clear. Alongside Lopez, Gonzalez just throwing his hand up and saying, don't forget about me, the world championship leader. 9.5 points is his advantage. I was at East End Villara, going into tomorrow's. That's one. 1-3. Of course, we have that menus coming up as well. And Gonzalez, me, feel confident. So, of course, Machello coming up next, where he's was taking the victory last year and fought for victory the year prior to that when he was pinched to the post by Joe Roberts. Belts of Tarquin led on to the last line last year before he was passed by both Diogo Moreira and David Jenson. You need him to the summer break. Otherwise, said absolutely Saxon. It's quite mad and symbolized me. Sure, you need to tell me those as well. Of course, the Saxon ring on the 3. So the intact here is Barry Baltus, who belatedly just the Benish raining in his FP2 session. He's finally getting up and running. Yeah, I think about as he can complete to the lap, so getting reach 2. That's it. The thing of our back in the tail lane is what is up fresh within the rear end. It looks like it certainly is at the bar. Going out the 2 pin runs on a fresher day, which he didn't really seem to. Yes, either will be in different circumstances to Alonso, struggling with technical issues. Yes, thank the bar. I'm not sure who's decided now. They really fancy it now. That's to defy them 10 minutes to this session. This is Gonzalez, and they potentially is going to be another new time lap run, but he's been in a very fast lap time. 1:41.520. A nice race rhythm at the end of this session. Manu Gonzalez, as Lewis mentioned, just saying, yeah, I'm not going away. I might be 7th yesterday, but I'm the championship leader. I will finish 4th last year as well. Gonzalez just putting his name in the hat to be potentially favouring so far heading into tomorrow's race. Just to give an idea again of the sort of title here, Daniel Gardo's most recent map. So then stick 3. Turn 6, so this pace has dropped off by seconds. A lot everybody was doing at the start of the session. Very interesting to have a look at the end of the session to see whether Holgado pitted the team and what did he stayed out there for the entire session to hazard. Then that's the sort of drop-off in taste we're expecting tomorrow afternoon. Another shout out to the Moto3 champion. I was Antonio Rueda. He's out there doing 13 ends at the minute. It's just a Theory 3-3. There's Rueda on his 60 lap. He's actually faster than Holgado at the racetrack. Holgado's just about lost a lot. I get to be the slow lap in the thing. She said, CC, won't read too much into that. Baltus, his first lap of the day then, is a 43.288. He is 25th of our 27 riders to settle that side. And curiously, one of the riders behind him, he's on Ortola, who has done 11 laps, so he's not been sitting in the ticks most of the morning. Ortola only 27th place, and seems to be in a session. Timo Hudai Radra, he substitutes up to 9th. One of them 42.3. Here is Ortola, not exactly the compass list people inside of a trip to Q1 mate. No, not at all. And after the highs of finishing T3 and Abdu started the race from P14, a fantastic result that he described. Felt like a win or so. Fast forward a few days later in Barcelona, Grand Prix of course, for Ortola. Things aren't going away with the number 4. First time it will be in Q1 this season, a little bit later on. He's been consistent both on a Friday and a Sunday in his Moto2 career in 2026 at least. But yeah, this is not the country Thomasin for Ortola. Effectively, they can sort of digest what's split on with that Alex trying between now and Monday qualifying a little bit later on. As things stand, there's a lot of riders who you'd say are getting snapshot forward G1 through Q2 ahead of Ortola. You can see the rear sort of splending around underneath Ortola on my Alex through the ultimate corner. Turn 30, yes, Tesla took shins down there at NSI. It's the Tyler circuit where the riders are saying, and on Friday they were saying in the run up to the weekend, no day trying to surgery or take up on your eye. In particular said this, didn't look for regret because no matter how hard you look, each the folks to find it. There's nothing really a supplier on your side. I mean, we're seeing with the relatively key conditions here, when you usually call for a Catalan Green Breeze, only lacking rear green. If you don't have the front green, you're getting the white down of a front tyre, but you'd only get, which is why we're often seeing riders go down at turn 2, and I think we might have just seen someone go down at turn 2. In the last stages of this FP2 session, the other flights are out. Ethan Guevara is about to close his session, or that's gets almost a more like it's for Sato who has come down, and he is indeed down at turn 2. Right in front of the John Dirt banners, very on brand for time. Yeah. Saw 3 riders go down there while Sermon to Bruni, but turn 2 for David Munoz, Finoa, Carpe in FP2 in Moto 3, and that is pretty much exactly what we saw from Carpe, the same angle, for then just tucked away from underneath the Japanese rider, and down the road he went, start for a Sato P26 so far in this session, and of course that is what he's going to say. And let's see Ortola can find time on his final. But notice issues for Ethan Guevara. P8, 9, 10 soft, doesn't make the. He's actually fantastic green in Guevara. He still looks pretty consistent there on that bus score. So I don't think he'll be too worried heading into qualifying later on. Here, the curiosity of this FP2 session is Chelsea Mafchetti from yesterday. Our dominant Friday session chatter made with the Malian and Anthony BNC added 15th place in this morning's session. It was the World Championship leader who has wrestled good triangle in this Saturday night session. The Catalunya on 3 with a 8-time record and 2 he's the light. Much in feel he looked in the intact spot midway through the session. Gonzalez from Lopez. Delgado moved his fastest lap of 41.6. Ready to be kidding. Oh, that's our 80 Subis. Unlike Gonzalez went down late on to take such faith from the streets from Rueda 7th. And Javara on 2 and John Roberts another rider. And we will see in can you find more mates in 1. The quick to the top 2 just to hit up David Alonso, who slowly started to get himself up to speed near. Yeah, so that was Alonso's Simon fresh rubber, so intrigued to see what the league can do in Q1 later on. It's different. Dennis Onchu as well, yeah, not video showing both into Q2 a little bit later on this same promising signs of Oscar and Oakmont medias, but I think Steve heading to qualifying Lewis and number 18 on your suite. Stayed laid a little bit of a marker down ahead of qualifying late 7th on, and to me, in just a great favourite heading into the second part of qualifying, and a lot good change of course. Lopez looks really strong then. You still saw it last year, didn't we? Matt Gonzalez looked going out there in it, T1 and just putting an immediate marker down and just say to the rest of the field, beat me. It would appear as if Gonzalez is taking a slightly different approach in 2026. Perhaps not so concerned with making Friday and Saturday headlines, knowing that the points handed out on a Sunday afternoon, and Matt Gonzalez has achieved more than anyone so far this season, 79.5 speeding extent, which is why you lean to our by 9.5 points. I think this your man will be pretty pleased with his body's work. Third quickest, Daniel Delgado, and the fastest rider who didn't go across to a second new tyre in that session. Yeah, his pace is fairly consistent so much of the morning. He was doing 82s and low 43s for the majority of that session. Chat via an idea of this on a race pace. We're going to see on behind at the Moto2 battle over 21 laps of this Catalunya circuit. 12:15 local time tomorrow. Following, of course, the Moto3 battle. As always, gets our racing way always. Ultimately, Moto3 counter here on that in kilometre main straight at 11 a.m. tomorrow for that. And of course, the main event, the MotoGP race at 2 p.m. And a T-Sub Sprint, of course, to headline our Saturday action at 3 p.m. local time here in Barcelona today. But it is the World Championship leader, Matt Gonzalez, who leads F3-2, breaking the Barcelona record. Alonso Lopez, who had earlier done the same, was second. Daniel Delgado led for much of the morning. Third, ahead of H.S. Sarge and a screech. Jose Antonio Rueda looks like he's a real threat to you all, mate. Seventh fame ahead of Guevara, Honchu, and Joe Roberts down in the Monsko. Up into 11th place ahead of Fire Alexander Goldberg on Munoz, and yesterday's place at Celestino Bietti, Sergio Garcia. The came ahead of Sarwad, and now we proceed 16th out of the fancy Parabarbolino Bouncers, and when they got out in the latter stages. Gillette 19 from Moneta Sasaki Orangeray, who was in the top 10 by that lap time cancelled, stopped him back to 22nd ahead of Ferrandes, Quietas, Soda Trutet for Rosato. Curiously, the back of the field, the number 4, told you finisher a week ago, Ivan Altola. The World Championship leader has lifted his hand up to tell everyone in Moto2 that he's a genuine contender for victory here in Barcelona. He's on F3-2, F3-2 in MotoGP, which is up next for us. Stay with it. Good morning, welcome back to Barcelona, where the sun is shining. Look at that, what a beautiful start that is, after what was a very cloudy and chilly start to our Chapter 6 of 2026 here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya yesterday. Well, that's a lot more like it, isn't it? Blazing sunshine, clear blue skies, the last 6th week Saturday of the campaign. And what a Friday, the MotoGP riders passed this Sunday. Quite incredibly. That was the action here yesterday. Plenty of fans already touring through the gates. Had to watch their heroes tackle one of the fastest circuits on the Grand Prix calendar. The fastest riders in the world yesterday, boy, they were pretty fast and they were pretty close, weren't they? The top 10 riders advanced directly into Q2 in a hectic practice session yesterday. While it was split by less than 3/10 of a second. Well, the second Grand Prix in a row, we have our closest practice session in history. Not even a 1/10 of a second through the top side. That was Pedro Acosta who led the way. Alex Marquez, 2025 Catalan Grand Prix was second. Brad Binder, Ralph Fernandez, and John Zarco inside that top 5. Those 5 not even covered by 8/100ths of a second. Was living Noah's Armstrong yesterday. They all went to the Q2, 2x2, 2 KTMs, 2 Ducatis, 2 Aprilis, 2 Hondas, and 2 Yamahas. 8 of our 11 permanent teams in MotoGP represented already in Q2. Plenty more drama to come with some big names trying to get themselves out of Q1, including French Grand Prix winner Roy Martin, who by his own words was that word a turbulent Friday in front of his home crowd. 2 clashes yesterday after Martin saw him end day 1 down in 17th place. Teco Bagnaia, a serial winner here that he is in Barcelona. He's also in Q1. He was 12th fastest yesterday. And 2 of our 3 Aprilis on that historic title last weekend in Le Mans, Hiagur and Martin, both are coming up in Q1 later on this morning. Matt Boy Lewis will be the commentary box. Jack Guthrie are down in pit lane. Lewis, what a Friday. A phenomenal payday once again here yesterday in Barcelona. 8/100ths per second covering the top side. Sanctum because in race, Alex Marquez, so he was one of those 5. Yes, just when we think MotoGP can't get any closer, it gets even closer. Alex Marquez in a KTM sandwich at the top end of the deal yesterday between Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder. So competitive, so close. There's a relation less than 7 of a second covering the top 10, but even further down the field than that. In second, if you give or take 1,000th of a second, covered the top 20. Anybody down to Mappa Vinales yesterday. So Q1 and Q2 are going to be so fiercely fierce. No shortage of heavyweight names already set for Q1 today. It's just a 1:38.710, which got Pedro Acosta. Fastest was a great to see. A major spider out here, of course, still recovering from a serious back injury. He suffered testing on his new 850cc prototype over in Sepang a few weeks ago. Big smile on his face, part of a very long mid-physical rehab. And he finds himself in right now. Of course, a steam of MotoGP raceman himself. He is part of the Factory Pretty project here in front of his home crowd. Well, it's very close. Oh, girl, very close, didn't he, Alicia, to this Catalunya circuit nearby Granollers. Turbulence, Lewis, was how Roy Martin described his Catalunya experience on day 1. 17th fastest, he was 7/10 of a second off the top taste, but turbulent, I think, is the optimal word to describe what was a big topsy-turvy before running. I fully not a second in the World Championship. It's never dull, is it? We did this yesterday. On Martin, even when he's not competitive, it's still highly dramatic. Of course, we often come here and look forward to him getting his left shoulder down. They spent so long there has been replaced once again. They'll very quickly be rubbed off if he is performing these standards. Heroics once again into turn 5, but yeah, turn 5 wasn't really where Martin was making the headlines yesterday. Crashes at turn 12 in the morning session. There was less than some pain in his left heel arm, and then another crash at turn 2 in the afternoon, which did cause no help either. Jorge Martin was down in 17th at the end of practice yesterday, so he goes through qualifying 1. And of course, as we've already discussed this season, his qualifying performances, his speed on a soft tyre, is no longer his strength. We expect him to improve upon that as the season goes on, but at the moment, Martin struggling to get a tune out of that pretty on a soft tyre. He's going to have to reach Q1, otherwise he's going to be deep on the grid. MotoGP star number 87 back into Martin. It's only the 16th time he's found himself in Q1. Normally so red hot, isn't he? Dynamite on a soft tyre throughout his Grand Prix career, not just in the top class. Already last weekend, victory at the Sprint 11 saw him extend his record sprint wins to 18. We had a bit of work to do coming through Chihuahua. When he was upright, yes, he was pretty fast. I mean, he was second in the morning session, despite missing almost the last 20 minutes of it. That's that nasty get up in turn 12. He's just sat there and a bit too much lead angle, a bit too much extra from brake pressure. You tipped it into the right hander, and down he went. So Ahoy Martinez a little bit of a top of his left foot on. Fabio Di Gianantonio, well, not quite best Ducati yesterday. Well, top of the Ducati in the World Championship, so they brought in the rankings on 83 points. It's Fabio Di Gianantonio, like so many riders that yesterday, Lewis. In the cool conditions, actually it's a lot warmer, there's no cloud around today. Most riders were saying they were struggling to get heat in the tyres, particularly in the left-hand side of the front. Some said it was like riding on ice. I guess that we know that Catalunya is notoriously at low grip, so easy to crash. The chief factor yesterday was when we were hit last year in September, the ambient temperature yesterday was 11 degrees cooler than what it was on the Friday practice back in September. Track temperature also dipped by 10 degrees. And that was so vital yesterday. Yeah, already this morning, the Moto2 session has just completed. The track temperature is additionally 15 degrees. So it's not really particularly crispy this morning either, I wouldn't suspect. But yeah, it's so difficult to get the tyres into the right operating window. And so easy as well once you do get into that window, just to use that temperature. Plus, because you've got 1 kilometer pit straight here. So things while you're going down 1 kilometer maybe straight, your front tire is just gradually dropping in temperature. And of course the corners that precede turn 2, big corners before the map are all right-handers before you then finally do sound like. So generally when you arrive at turn 2 here, there is very little temperature in that front tire, the left-hand side of that front tire, which is why we saw so many riders including Horn MRT in the field. Brad Finder was a 4 of turn 2 yesterday morning as well. But the good news for the 30-year-old South African was he was really quick on the KTM RC16. Yes, both factory KTMs inside the top 3. Brad's best of 38.780. His best Friday / Friday top 3 seems, guess what? The Catalan Grand Prix near last September, directly into Q2 for the third time since the season over in Burma. Ahoy! Anything you can do, I can match it, maybe not quite. The extreme lean angles, not quite. Keep shoulder down. That will take up Anyola. Giving his 2024 World Championship rather good run for his money in the shoulder down stag is going through turn 5. Pecco Bagnaia 12th, just missing out as so always mentioned. Outside the top 10 he was really tight. And at best you need missing out on the top 10 by 8 hundredths the second, and only a thousandth of a second behind this, but I will tell you, and whilst Bagnaia, he were jumping a little bit lyrisman. He riders black and grey, but the factory to catch you, particular in an answer Bagnaia, another top Friday for him. Yeah, he was within a tenth of a second of getting himself into Q2, but it proved honest. That was the one fast lap Bagnaia did in the entire day. Didn't get particularly competitive. This thing about Ingres down into the 17th, 18th, 19th place in the standings for much of the day. He lifts himself up into 12th place, so I don't think he'll be particularly high on the monster list of favourites. If you find one, tell me when you consider the likes of Stinini with him in that session. I think we're at Martin, Gilda Moreira, who's been looking pretty good so far this weekend on the LCR under, and what the top tail underlines, as you mentioned, all 5 factories have 2 bikes each or retreats due to. I mean, all 5 bodies competitive here this weekend, so the yellow on the Honda have shown that in the right sort of situation, Timsey with a bit of a reference for a top ahead in the case of Mill yesterday, fail AJPD of getting themselves through to Q2, which means the likes of Bagnaia and Martin or Dairy Cloud beat a $5 a big gentleman against Ian Bagnaia. It's linked this weekend. He said we go try and understand. Out of the St. Andrews, the St. GP26, Fabio Di Gianantonio was able to find pace, but also consistency. If you look at Digi's OV5 Grand Prix, he has not yet started lower than Souls. That includes 2 punts and 3-foot rows. And on Sundays, when William has with the big points out of the table, Di Gianantonio has not been this. He's up to the check and flag lower than 6, including Tony's in Brazil and in Jerez. And when you look at Bagnaia's performance, as well as like a yo-yo, he's up and down, isn't he? And we said this, and you'd have to give the none of this. Why can't Digia find the speed, also the consistency out of this package. Thought shoot up and down this man would take on. That went for T10 of the gradient rest to pay for the next in the morning. Of course, Marvin White's not too early, but it was as if it's 2-6 and very specially protected by Yaya to Terry. It's about pennies this weekend. So every rider, with the exception of 2 actually, if Jack and me, or tired this morning, it's down the final corner, but and my outlet is turning outside our window to see what is it. Joan Zonto, and that is starting his first time out of the morning. Well, what happened? Didn't practice it, so we're FD2 Le Mans last weekend. Joan Zarka, having been the fastest on the track today, crashed. And he said that crash, as ended his whole weekend, he just rubbed him with that little bit of confidence and never really got going. Never really commented on the FD2 crash and reach a go. Well, it's that glad he doesn't strike twice. The Zarka teams. Last weekend we did in Le Mans, we himself won in the battle because he only had 1 bike available in Q2. As Zarko, another setback for the Frenchman. He must have so tired, just not ready for John Zarko. Took a shot in Oslo in a right-handed corner. Generally, the called the tyre crashes here are in the left-handed corners, turns 2 and 5. But yes, I believe and make it to the start line for his first time on the morning. I was just about to tell you about front tyre choice. Marco Bezzecchi here on screen and Tedra Costa. Idea 2 riders fed. Bezzecchi has now changed. He's on the soft front side, so we've got Costa there with the medium front. Everybody else is on the sun front. Yeah, and they should like you've got to say 99.99%. That was a cold side crash. Just pushed me a little bit too hard on his there side. I stay experienced. He's 35 years of age on. He's the oldest rider on the ground. He's made more Grand Prix experiences. This is his 310th Grand Prix start, and he's moving down San John Zark. Isn't it cheeky to himself because that is actually very sure his qualifying aspirations. And you mentioned like last weekend when he went down in this very same session in the morning, Justin. What is he weekend out of Kyoto? Said the where he went top as well in terms of where he before then he went off. He made it into the outside back to the corner, so he went down super early. As soon as he started to into some lead angle, the front end top. So a blow early on for John Zarko. He is being qualifying 2, of course, not Q1, but of course there's going to be a jump on now once again for the second Saturday in a row down at LCR to get that point to 10. Otherwise, Johan once again have a Q2 session coming up. He just didn't invite available. Alex Marquez admitted yesterday not in the same glorious, not in the second slow. Certainly not as pumpy as he did on the Ducati GP23 on his last visit to Catalunya, which bodes well to the fact that despite that, Alex was still pretty rapid, wasn't he? Yesterday, second fast. He's not even 200 behind the Spaniard Pedro Acosta. You feel there's a lot more to come. Alex Marquez, what he has to do in Catalunya, he just always seems to have that extra gear to shoot into, doesn't he, Alex? As you can see, we're going to be in the Nins 39 by red chick deep here. I'm getting a tick to my right play jump by Fabio Quadrari. I think was quite surprised, pleasantly surprised, Misley Quadrari to snatch that last place in Q2 in 10th spot yesterday. But several riders, the Frenchman on the country, Abalha was really struggling to generate any tried a temperature into those Michelin tyres yesterday. Yeah, after feeling one big Panzai lad, different, happy to put around. We know he's very good at those. To get himself into Q2, of course, his fellow Yamaha rider, as mentioned, but Chapman on some through having started the top of the Prilliers yesterday to get himself hit between the and he towed down the straight, suddenly wiped the arm for Jack Miller, Pedro Acosta, and those medium tyres. He's your very early leader. There he is on B37, very anybody. It's back into the right there on that lap set. I feel it's going to check up briefly coming out of turn 10. You're about to see it now. And this bit of a rush hour traffic once again, going through that tight left-hander of turn 10. Either sprint and the Grand Prix tomorrow. That's going to be a real favourite. I would take it, Hosspot, no question. Hosted and a bit of an outlier this morning on that medium side. He's style in the start looks. He's still searching for a bit of braking stability on that K-channel issue. He doesn't always seem to favour. Then he was going to go for the to a fan. Should sort of tiring necessarily. It will be Pedro Acosta. Another good that there. You saw the big in front, medium rear up shoot. That's going to be really interesting for Acosta though in this session is to see what kind of pace he can do over the whole session on a medium rear. So I know Tooting Chiefs at JTN. In that aspect, and tomorrow's doing three, just going to be open. 2 plans to his last year at KTM's. And going a bit tested, but may not be in the Grand Prix prior to that, but she didn't have the longevity in terms of rear type performance. Of course, went to the soft rear tire again. And did it cost just only had nothing Rivalries think he would prefer to go for the median if he could at all help it tomorrow. We got to bed happy last night, having set the fastest time. The 21-year-old on the fourth time in his 47 MotoGP appearances, and he has and the fastest time on the outbeaten day of the Grand Prix weekend. And we'll soon make grab in there. His other Thomas Farina as well. With my very strong, the trend potentially incoming. And for the factory JTM squad. And they compete to keep with foresight. That's G needy. Filling up big tube more. How to do this that he just missed out 11 ties yesterday, but this is a quite so again. I'll see what now is. He can get into Q2. Before they control his fly well. This wage tomorrow is going to be all about YouTube money's and rare tie you can money's be wearing and start eating group the best. But it's MotoGP's dedicated to playing this to Disney best G needs. He does an air can qualify well up. He's got the potential to come through. Let's have the day wake up. Let's have a guess a little bit more entertaining and due homage here to you. I'm a spruce up from those young fans. Just taking a little bit of a pause. It was probably an early start to get in out to the circuit this morning. MotoGP stands in young and I'm sure they'll backstage enjoying atmosphere. And what they do silently wake up. Yeah, and as soon as she waits up by sound and she's a TV sensation already, having named thoughts. Sleeping in meat grandstands. Touching Banyaya. Well, his sleeping was of course sleepy yesterday, as we discussed, just Jimmy White quit for tackle yesterday. So the in this session he's done a month 80. So it's smart. That's what you're right here to see what will create the sector by the IRP Stony the to the French. That's a team this weekend. Visual use the best on this weekend, and showing all the way by now. Mark Marquez, absent to the fracture of the spring last weekend. Well, Meld successful surgery now. Found he's injured toe and dead. Retired shoulder after a screw two came loose in the shoulder of the vehicles. Has had a retired in the times song. The hope of this is that we can see the man's 3 the world champion back in action in a couple of weeks' time for Ducati's on Gold 3 and jump. He's been the foreman heroic, you got to say, Mark Marquez to the instant to be issued with David Lee screwing, occasionally contesting it and chucking the waving bed. And just made up this out. I can see they get his right arm. I'm saying that to the source. One of our Grand Prix. His idea was down and the fast arms. So after second details, he has been so far this season off his best pace so far. Let's see if we can link up with a check that maybe we believe has got an about technical Banyaya check. Yeah, unfortunately, this things do just something against the league pretty fun that. Some second evidence early on this morning. With the check up the yard that had them on of course, shit we bought on the case, really not best to rectify that situation. Tossman, so it's good. Here as always, by inside, so Brian's these with chat conducts down at the intake lane. The by which folk plunged to Juan Mayer 139 toward the Sword Shoe sides. That shoe Honda ride is fastest. And we make sure yesterday this strengthening run left that Mayer is Brazili to Ducati bound in 2027. It's very to see through the back this yesterday. Not to say nobody was septoring water on that topic. Grand Mayer looks like he's nailed on. How to shoot the taking the place, but Alex Marquez is serving out the guy. We believe I'm moving out because he's the Ducati. So, after a chuff, couple of years, to 2 or 3 years on a factory Honda, should get yourself with Brazil the Ducati, Lewis. Serial winners of like the MotoGP Force World Championship challenges with the Rivalries needed back in the day with Alex Marquez last year on the Ducati big steed. Should dig my side to have made a story with only really the Monday and 47 will mean very competitive as well, but clearly by Mears and that's it, the option take it out of his hands, which makes in the bench of Ducati on the line, just like season speaking, just have your tomorrow and damn it, so I thought, yeah, trying me and we basically how hard he's pushing, we see how hard he's trying on that factory Honda because of the crash channel, obviously, so trying so far this season. We believe we check now itself we check up we are everything on a certain trip to March then a tip lane it's up for the first time this morning I sat down to you just interesting there we go finally good morning to everybody just to add a little bit on what the discussion you were having with regards to Pecco Banyaya early in this section and Adam was talking about consistency so when you compare it just to kept it down to parts in Fabio did so yeah well I've spoken at length these sections in pit lane about how Fabio Giuliano telling every time for you and other items at the country with rather than has always been very sensitive to his weight to distinct the bite that he knows and something says as a result of that consistency with fairly consistent improvements that come with it. Nice again, Peter Banyan. No, would we can't find any consistency. I walked out pit lane yesterday morning, and had he done the Le Mans race with this E2026 update, he went back to the 2025 package. I walked down pit lane this morning, another day later, and he switched back both backs to the 2026 update. And obviously, with huge aerodynamic changes like that, the feeling on the bike and the settings you have to input, I can be massively different as well. So, look at that, it put us as a surprise that he's struggling to my consistency week into weekend when they're making such wholesale changes to the bike. Interestingly, did you was what on yesterday with regard to the new update and the one he started the season with. These now got him to defend fights with the new updates, which he was a little bit sure. What's the right word? Curious to do yesterday, because as we've said, he's just really so happy with the package that he has that he didn't want to change things too much, but the kept it clearly overnight. Padlaniato saying yesterday, the engineers do feel that his new update is a performance advantage, and despite the fact that from the bike can't bring a huge difference, the lap times of the data suggest that he does have to run it to be able to get the maximum out of this GP26. This does, let's have you back with this Jackass that he kills this morning, guys. So we get pretty stuff fed, and Jackass always down at Tiglane. Still was lives to the ceremony, the ugly grog to 2025. Pepe Bangyar is just on this endless quest to find that sweet spot thing, that chatty thing, the happy marriage between himself and the cat, which he has already has since the year. Have announced that they have called a press conference here, which will take place at the circuit at midday local time. A special press conference was to be led by Tech 3 CEO Gunther Steiner, where they be, we are told, announce and fully confirm their plans about which manufacturability with in 2027 and beyond. It is all pointing towards the spikes, so intent rumors about a switch over to Honda. That Tech 3 will be remaining with the Austria factory KTM for 2027 and beyond. This was why here in Barcelona sent him by Gunther Steiner announced he was coming and joining the MotoGP rank to take over at Hervé Toncherels again midday at local time. We're going to find out exactly which spikes Tech 3 beaten campaign had essentially signed and Edwards. It is to more sound MotoGP.com this year. I want to fully large break between the MotoGP and those free qualifying sessions with some more MotoGP then you can do. Then, as you say, it was the Victor Steiner late Tech 3 adventure really began and was the MCF large and smarter Betzeki on median rear tire, separate side of board Betzeki, and he's like a great assistant. That's a 2023 Betzeki to follow a 30 and he did on his previous lap his record around the end. He's truly tricky. But it has to be said that he's been riding this pretty before. He's taken the past load of Catalunya. It looks like he's genuinely in the podium mix once again this weekend. But we are expecting once again a very, very close this qualifying session. Yeah, just one tell you in 10 Grand Prix here in Barcelona for Bears. That was a third place in 2018, of course, the same year that he was fighting the World Championship with Floyd Martin. So a Schweider, to be sure, they're going to get to speak off of my GT campaign with Sire successive podiums as Valentino Rossi in 2015. Sawyer has got a long way to catch up with Boss because he kept up 2015 with trolls, successive podiums. So you have a fair amount of work to carry on your golden run. To also conspires with us this weekend. No doubt, so trying to sort out some 2027 business himself. The potential loss of Fabio at the Gianchonia to Gateham's Fancher team we've got on most of the agenda this weekend. Although we did see him trackside yesterday and enjoying some of the action. We have to say as well, Fabio at the Gianchonia, he was asked about the sort of influence of the impact that the doctor has when he's watching trackside. And Digi said, this seems sane. What he sees, what he observes, when he comes back in and talks to riders. Fabio said it's like he's riding the bike with us, and it's incredible in his knowledge and how he's able to sort of communicate, in fact, to the engineers and to the riders. More on rest when he helps with a successful Catalan Grand Prix. Coming later on the late on short, but what a starting was both on afternoon was for the KTM G Pedro across the quick east. Brad Binder starring once again inside the top three. So can they carry on now Friday theme on sprint that late? or the boss Akio will tell us he's have a check. Yeah, that's a big question. Alex Marquez yesterday, of course, last year's Victor saying he felt yesterday that JTM had a little bit on everybody else. 2 bites inside the top 3. That was a very impressive start to the weekend. Akio had that performance from it's good start for sure, and it's always nice to start the Friday, the like that. But okay, this is good to say. Good to say, as we see many times in competition in the song. Nowadays, the flip situation is big chasing, let's say, and if different circumstances and reasons can be predicted. But I'm saying that in any case, speed is and for sure the track temperature will be pretty much high today, and really to understand then how they need to react to them. That was going to be my next question. Yesterday was colder than I think a lot of people expected. Add that to the surface offers the lowest grip on the entirety of the calendar. It was a very, very strange day. As the weekend goes on, the temperatures rise, the grip bodies like it. Are you anticipating the rivals will catch up and maybe take a snap and hide it, you guys? Yes, it's such a sound we need to set the sound work and understand how be make me hitch. People that it didn't it's he said back then. It's right, as we say, these can say it's a lot. So rest Mitch like he's to add this thing and try to end up with the sequelers. Just looking at some Orange Grand Prix, we know that Thailand is going to be key. As Speckert Pitt yesterday, and he highlights the fact his second half of that brings Grand Prix. What are 2 of those setting issues? If you look at the way it's on it, I imagine in particular when you compare it to the Aprilia, is that going to be an area of concern that tomorrow's race? Yeah, for sure. I feel that generally we things a lot. This is last year about let's say for the diet, the country, the diet lights, and the country, we have a temperature in next thunderous, but in Venice is about to bundle the time where. Okay, Nimanos not maybe best thing I saw me so, but in any case, yeah, but what? It also last year, that's the point. The top is here, and there was those. That's the key things. Right, Zaki, have a good one. But Jack says to Red Bull, Katie and Thatcher, I see Mosaki Io. He's sounding a little bit more like he's not himself here. Hey, boss thought he was really under the weather last week. It wasn't even exposed at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. Still then, in this 30-minute FP2 session to kick off our sprint Saturday action here in Barcelona, which leads to a couple tenths clear of Pedro Acosta. Fonte Martin, Charlie Bambaton. For Visa was a turbulent side. Aiming had the top side start for the Martinator. Sitting on 6.56 has got him right back in the top 3 minutes once again. And that KTM, a brilliant Ducati in his lead. And mid 3-9 and points of all 5 actually being contested. Suppose we get on top of Yamaha at the moment. Is Fabio Quartararo was a fin in 9th place, which is nice. Wins looks the right out for the first time this morning. One of them is not on. It was chipped in the paints. He's Jorge Martin. And also, so he demonstrates how to get more of these points. Something like I'm not sure how in this demonstration. Jorge Martin then heading out for his latest. Well, also, Diogo Moreira 6 in this session. I have to say, he's best at P1. Yesterday was 11. He had his best practice yesterday when he was field team. So post-training sessions, he'd never been as highly placed. And he said, by a mistake at the final corner, he's done like he had something maybe to Q2. I think it was close more than as far as Moreira was concerned. Not missing out on much at all, and still actually confidence. I like this from Moreira. When you look at some of the companies jeeping in that Q2 section, each full world champions like Party, like Bagnaia, he still feels like he's done a real good crack at Q2. When he signed out, he was basically just on this morning session. He's bang on the body, top 6 months ago. Did he go good? Yeah, I'm with him. I think he's got a real lot of GC Moreira around. He missed out himself yesterday, but like just in the 2/10 of a second. And he's looked like he's had similar taste to his teammate Zarco. The much of this weekend, Zarco, if you're wondering, after his crash on his out lap at the start of the session, he's now finally back down onto the racetrack. He just did his first time lap of the day. He's down in 27 twice. Members, of course, Rivalry Moreira in the test, third in the Solidarity Grand Prix in 2024. They have been sledged the MotoGP Rookie of the Year title that year. He's similar to a couple places further back in the championship. Chile Crown MotoGP World Champion last season. Another one of our former MotoGP World Champions in MotoGP right now is Frankie Morbidelli, who's having a pretty tough time with the GT25 this year. There's some Sutton style in the grand stats for Frankie. Like, it is very pumped. As you can see, and myself on the screen, and she'll be pumped to see Frankie up into T4 at 139.809. That's just lunch. Thank you, Morbidelli, out in 16th place. That's dries, I think, in this session. See Morbidelli's 50 an extra soft retire and try and have a bit of a dress rehearsal to qualifying, because his qualifying record is dreadful this season. Only once has he made Q2. That's when he qualified 9th in their round, but he has been now, including today, beating 6 qualifying in sessions this season. Actually, he needed a Jordan in that June on session with his team CEO and team manager. And there's a Steve Steiner and screen just over to the left before he straight out shot was Nico Koyon. But she didn't hold thing that Bastini to do what he did here last year. He's now been through 7th place. He just in that lunchtime trash comments with Gunther Steiner. Just to say that he is indeed which out here and which we do believe he is doing, just to have time signals to bring it on. But that's advanced to those negotiations, because there was some serious rumours not long ago to HRC with something of a very, very serious consideration for Gunther Steiner. These are checks out the lay of the lands, but obviously he likes what he sees with the potential later to see future at JTN. Crystal clear idea. Just as yet, and what the lineup will be, and Steve Steiner and Tech3 moving forward into 2027. And Fabio Young is going to stay top of the to mention. He's sort of like he's going to drop down to there, and it's been the 10th. That's why I should. Alex Marquez and did you see Milling summing up the factory since 2027? EMC dropped down because he's there at the moment. The strong Ruben Lords that he wants to go up to the factory team alongside Alex Marquez. For next year, I guess getting injured at just on time. Did Maverick wasn't really able to showcase his talents, and fully fit Maverick. He's through a very strong MotoGP rider, which is why KTM will be so key to keep him for next season. With a tier, if he leaves the Latino at the title, because that choice has now been taken by Fabio Antonio for next year. Still made a late in this session. He's been there to quite some time now. 1:39.24.25, coming on his 3rd lap of 9 so far. How were they up to 4th? Taco by the eyes might be a bit more assisted this morning at P2. Ding's on top 6 in 6th place. The 9 slack was Taco's best yesterday. It's in recovery, my one skate. In confidence, the story, my one stay on Saturday morning. Bisho and Zarco. The last thing he needs, the last thing anyone needs, of half lap gets off on. ST3 with Chief on his flying sessions can be go. One to Zarco, having got himself to Randy in the Q2 yesterday. Yeah, there's a repair last Saturday, saw his LCR mechanics. Not be a paper requirement. I've been there and tackling his turn 10. He's currently in 10th place. Best Friday once again. The Capsule Grand Prix tends to be a bit of a trend for Brad Binder. He's an on-rider who has been generally starting the wrong end as MotoGP grids so far this season. And if he beats 10 riders in Q3 later on, it would be his best qualifying of the season. 11 so far is his best qualifying so far. But he had his best weekend of 26 apparent on 7s in Buriram. So, been Darren on about it and been desperate needed a big 10. You know, Martin, I'm sure he's thinking a little bit, that's it a little bit bruised. After that chirpy showing they start here in Barcelona. But he's fast this morning into the mid-139 stood for Keita's get up pay from Jack. Not later. Yeah, he might have something else on his mind. Oh, hey, Martin, again at this session, you might just see him do the pit lane starts on the pit lane exits during a live section as soon as he dies. Well, I'm pretty sure that's a little bit naughty, and they changed the rules. I'll just make it clear, the group would see managers and Benson confirmed and said, yeah, they agree with me. That shouldn't be allowed to happen, so you may well have a physical to Simon Craig Farm and the MotoGP stewards just to explain that at the end of this session. I don't think we'll see any kind of sporting penalty, but it may well be a fully... You should... Without Shaq circling the top stepped in on the bounce, so naughty stepped in Barcelona. Xavier Potterano's on the nines. Up into TC, about 39.756 from Xavier. He can be over 1 laps, just still be mighty. Last night we crept into the top 10 yesterday. 3 miles doing up in that G2, so the second Grand Prix in a row. It is the show in the way. It's the other than give on our riders. Doesn't he put in religionism? 8 minutes of first. This year, our rider. Yesterday, the top cameras got the vehicles. Lutti on the talent, and I've been struggling badly. Yesterday, then jumped in behind, gets on the whole road. to try and learn to the 2021 World Champion, and he just understood immediately that he has to trust the front ender by Yamaha just for time a little bit more. It back went from being the thick end of 2 seconds off the taste much yesterday to being just 8 tenths off. He said he found the best part of a second just by riding behind this man. Fabio Quartararo would seem like he was doing on that same or than the G2W one here. By Quartararo, he's at 100 meter in front. A brand new soft rear tyre, so just a little bit of trace reversal. Just maybe find out where the grip's going to be when he goes into Q2 later on this afternoon. Quartararo there was juicy narratives, wasn't he? Into his home crowd last weekend on that V4 Yamaha. This slow-mo camera. Just actually to get the soul friends to bring you some of the most jaw-dropping TV production shots in the world. As Andrea D'Amiccio's son looks on. Pastor Yamaha's back from Red Team. Well, the bad might have after race back in the lane, was he? And from old Desmo Davi when he was on the factory Ducati for so many years. Which you might is lots of the back of the Babacar is under success, was able to really compete with the 7 times MotoGP world champion. But here, of course, back in 2017 was at the way of Vizioso, board way to Ralph and Menendez, who once, of course, they needed a pretty yesterday and signed for Menendez to rediscover his form. So it put allowing to get it so called to me, money to be able to set down on the no. This season only once as well automatically made Q2 this season. That was in Jerez, because Q2 wants the front row boy round at the first round of the season, and see much of the hard work this weekend already done. We know Rally has filmed around this circuit, plus they recently made some sprints in a couple of years ago when he did this. I feel like he didn't hear the trashed its own 10. And he needs to start showing some podium form again as well for that. There's on the box. And the only Grand Prix of the sprints and the Grand Prix in Thailand, but with that Rivalry, we believe, departing the scene at Trackhouse next year. We don't want to think out like Rivalry is of Ralph Fernandez. He's speaking to a couple of people close to connecting Trackhouse. Here in the title last night, saying it's not a given at all. The Ralph Fernandez has a secure seat in that American-based squad next year. So time to shine as far as Fernandez is probably said. Needs a day at Baschi needed is the number one pick out to take one of his Trackhouses up. But GT pretty is next year, and then maybe a move do me to round, keeping a close distance and top talented Moto 2. Aside now, and some about Nando's, this part of the season is serious shop window time. Say he is to convince trusted Martin Trout that they were going to give another contract, and those factory prettiers are suddenly highly coveted, aren't they? To go back even a year. There wouldn't have been quite so many riders chewing up outside the Trackhouse office looking to try and jump on the other bare bikes. They are now the referencing MotoGP are probably a pretty racing team and the Trackhouse team that it's on 2 teams championship. They are dominating MotoGP in 2026. This means riders who started break and domination. Fabio Gianantonio are up into 3rd place, and it's for sure he's going to be a major run contender in the next LSL. What the Shays, I'm fucking loving the Shays. Early start helps, yeah. Fabio on the elbow, Zarco. It's by this some French fans, somebody up in the course who do hop over the border to come to Barcelona to the Nero's. If you go against the mark, well, get over the border and come to watch Zarco. Quartararo, Durban business here in Catalunya. Quartararo 5th, Zarco's 15th, after his early drama in the final corner. There is Zarco just come into picture there. Just ahead of Alex Marquez to return thighs. Alex at the moment hitting of a low-key alteration, might be sort of in September. Like you can see that here, the legacy of Zarco's crasher in another section. All the stuff marks and the damage to his letters on the left-hand side. The Alex at the moment 7th, Fandora the Baschi Canadians taking the check. It's back, so too is Alex at the end of the half-hour FP2 session, which does look like. And he's going cheaply some of the quick outside time. This means already striking. Joan Me is at 139.42 thighs. So a big pick-me-up to the factory on the rider after his crash yesterday at turn 10. Directly through to Q2 in 8th place. So yeah, Mia. Keyboard Hampton up P2. It feels like a very difficult qualifying session to told. There's 2.5 sessions scores, the G1 coming up. So it's just like this true feed and Eddie Ponies. Yeah, was a little concerned yesterday and found them down there to see Mavos the London race distance, but that's not his immediate concern. Qualifying coming up next, and we've already seen some special qualifying laps in 2026. Not bit later there was starting some past rights Hall of Famers. It might as be great to see she had the Valentino Rossi cap, the Kevin Schwantz t-shirt. Absolutely fantastic. Heidi has obviously got a bit of knowledge about the history of motorcycle racing as well. Pablo Vieto certainly enjoyed that at the R46 racing team boss. What do you want? Yeah, but he has seen later on from Gian Antonio. Is that both the R46? I mean, I've said that too often. So far in 2026 or inside the top 6. Digi is third with a late rally of 1:39.65. Musaki Morbidelli, who's in desperate need of a big result, desperate need of a morale boost. We might have got one this morning, Morbidelli 6th quickest. Everything out there, some causes a surge of action this weekend. He was 16th in that session, just under a second off the pace. All about just getting laps on the board, and Maverick Vinales in this is all about not making any mistakes, given how low the grip levels were. So he might not be a rider to expect too much from in qualifying one, but we do see how he gets on just ahead of Luca Marini on the sister at 200 to me at the top of the session. Marini down in 70s place, no signs of the momentum of Marini. Close down, top speeds on everything in my G could certainly help. Strandmere fastest of the time sheet, second quickest through the speed guns with 257.6 Ks. Pedro Acosta second fastest. Well, these are the fastest motorcycle around Barcelona run at the first one this week in the clip. Under 360 kilometers now. He did bang on 360 Ks. I did Pedro Acosta. So yeah, top speed on everything. But it certainly helped to try me and Pedro Acosta top 2 through the speed guns and top 2 all the time he screened as well. Continuing the trend from much this season, the bottom 5 through the speed chaps at 5 Yamahas. And then out there on the circuit, of course, they pick to stomp Fernandez, who is wildcarding this weekend on another factory V4 M1 as they continue to try and drive their top 16. To Fabio Antonio, already to buy some pole positions so far this season. Well, that's set at the North American swing to Guglielmo and to Austin. It's another front row start as well, most recently at the Spanish Grand Prix. He hasn't started 11-4 so far this year, did you? But to me, it is the leads at P2. Honda fastest from JTM, from Ducati, from Aprilia, from Yamaha. All 5 manufacturers in the top 5. Me and Acosta, Gian Antonio Marti, and Quartararo. Morbidelli 6th as he gets set for Q1. Alex Marquez next up from Mal Fernandez. Taking Fanyai and Enea Bastiani. Marco Bezzecchi, 11th head of Diogo Moreira, who's also Michael Abe remake. Just save who makes Q2 shortly. Think the 13's Maldeguet. Saw 30 crashed on the yard lap at the start of the session 15. Vinales, Marini, and Choprat next up. Miller 90 there. Iagura once again. Not a morning person. Gets chased like a G1 net. But himself Fernandez now it's wins. But the LB2 riders behind it. So 139 points off choose side. The first time about active choose session. Next we go qualifying in Catalunya. You'll be on pole position number 6. In 2026. May it is done to leave the field. To what should be 2 cracking qualifying sessions here in Catalunya. The attitude coming your way very, very surely don't go anywhere because it should, as always, be a happening battle in Barcelona. 15-minute session coming up later on this morning. So what do you tell for the top 2 places in Q1 coming up next on the agenda here in Catalunya? Well, there are some star-studded names on it. What session this could be? Anaya Bastini, Sonning Champion Teco Banyai, I had Dura. So I want to tell you last weekend in Le Mans, Diogo Pereira showed a good pace all weekend. Sanky Mouadali was inside the top 6 in FP2 this morning. And Jorge Martin, fresh off the back, 6 days off the back, all season, probably double victory at the French Grand Prix of Le Mans last weekend. For the first time this season, we started the Martinator occupying a place in the early qualifying session. Rivalry, Totok Rauscalioglu, Maverick Seniors on his return to ownership with Tech 3 KTM, Alex Rins and Augusto Fernandez, the Yamaha wildcard. The other names that are fighting for the top 2 in this Q1 session. Shoot the coach yesterday. Bastianini 11th, Bagnaia 12th, Tagoa 13th, Morera and 14th. Those quartets split by just over a tenth of a second. Bagnaia was topped quickest yesterday. Can he find some taste to get into the second qualifying session? A musty field. It is going to add to his previous winning tally here in Barcelona. I'll probably call this one, Lewis. Some big hitters in its Q1 session. Point Martin, second in the World Championship, 1 Toyota Trento Marco Paisecchi in Parent City against Rivalry. If you want to win this Catalan Grand Prix, you can't be starting on the 6th road backwards, even if this is one of the circuits where potentially we're going to see some major disparity in pace late in the race if you didn't hold your tyre together between here. Igor, he's super strong at spot. What Igor, I guess, hasn't been as stronger in 2026 is outright qualifying laps, even if he has had a 100% record up to now of making qualifying 2, but yet see how Igor qualify any higher than 6, which of course was back in Brazil. Never qualifying higher than 6 in his Grand Prix career. So a key session, but key session of course from Jorge Martin, 2 of our podium finishes from last weekend, but she all toyed to the number of threats they have in this session. Morera does look very good so far this weekend. We've got Morbidelli and Aldeguer and Bagnaia Kunis ain't on Gitantes going through this session. So there are no shortage of contenders. Bastianini, another one on the Fanatic Treat KTM, who all feel that they've essentially got podium potential this weekend, but that would be useless if you're eliminated in Q1. Normal Friday here yesterday in Barcelona. Inside the manufacturers represented, but True Bikes dive straight into Q2 yesterday. Less than 0.3 of a second. Covering the top 10 from Acosta down to Quattararo. It's pretty obvious, not that he needs reminding where Igor was problems like on that track out of Korea. This is his 16th Q1 appearance, being just 22 single MotoGP starts. Really does struggle, does they suffer to get anything out of a new tyre, because there, Ducati's CEO on the right-hand side of the picture. They need black leather jacket, Claudio Domenicali, a BDI on Pecco Bagnaia's factory Ducati, sadly of course under strength this weekend. The Ducati Libo squad missing the absent by Marquez and Claudio Domenicali. Looking through your response. Some pressure on Gigi Leia and Carrot Border Panigale to try and find some kind of retaliation to the prettiest going onslaught. Well, it's not like qualifying Neon last year in Barcelona based. Being on the many Lunthal did not be modest. Picked up Bagnaia's 22 its fight. Last year, he can't fight 21st to the Catalan Grand Prix. The Grand Prix, he won twice in 2020. But the Catalan of the Solar Grand Prix here won by Count Bagnaia. Can't need to write that fact. Ducati with cheese, not the best relationship with it. Over the last year and a half, can he drag it into qualifying 2? Any hopes, any slim hopes of a third medal victory tinge on that. Alex Marquez in Q2 coming later this morning. It's the all-time lap record holder here in Mob Mellow, 137.536. The notorious lack of grip and some very chilly and cool conditions yesterday. Maybe got nowhere near the 37s yesterday. Pedro Acosta was 1.2 seconds behind Alex's benchmark with a 138.7. Only to get anywhere near the 37s. It's me on the Fiat base from Del de Barrera. We've seen this already this year. He was behind Marquez and he came to lead. Team flying down. Back to the Funstein. Sorry, it's Brian who's always thinking. It's out of between waiting frame. It is more pre and Del de Barrera has done out for this G1 section. Walked onto the rear tyre on Jorge Martin. Well, sure, he really needs to watch it. He was pretty fast on his own like yesterday. And he said it was just a small mistake they made going through those file through right hands in particular. They really nailed it clean title corner turn 14. Aside from that, he's thrown on that cover map without the error. He would have maybe had a real good crack a gun directly into Q2. Not so more work to do Super over this morning. As we look at Pekka Van Joy of the low Ori now this weekend, sorting factory Ducati team. 10 successive races, and we don't leaving. It's not really the season race. The spectacular telephone race as far as Ducati are concerned. But by their head, normally in front of the high standards. 10 Grand Prix arrived out of Tony for the factory team is something of a disaster, isn't it? Not sure by now will be allowed this lap. We'll see what happens as you don't through it. It might be a bit of a cheeky hole in the regulations he's found next. He went out onto the green, coming out in the final quarter, which was also the better him in, into the main straight. Platini checking his breaky bar only wrong as he was up behind Martin, so his first lap has already disappeared. Cheche was moach with down the start finish straight. Last G was just finding these fastest top speed of the weekend. There's 3 of them 60 up tied 2. Says, maybe he got some literally. It's not. He got some tested drives out of turn 14. But the Cheche here is a rocket ship. Down the start finish right near the bus that are just measuring over 1,000 meters, 1,000 meters to beat the size. You get voting in it to be in the mod 38 in this dual session to have a good chance to move to the G2 at the top 10. You stay all in the 138. Fast after the weekend, as mentioned, Pedro Costa 138.70 as Martin now been to turn 9. And yet Cal King supply did Gilda Mariner is getting rare. Vinny didn't notice being held on by the 2024 champion. Miles Gavin old loop on the 07 bike has been shot so after the picture. Here's Martin the now contributes banking less doing them now through 12 round. She was lead angle, she was struck by day yesterday. So Martin careering into the gravel trap. Different lines you can see between the two. As bright as there as they went through turn number 12. Supposed to start now as fast G medium 1 sitting out 1.130. So our nails on it less than a tenth of a second and strained away. Slower than what he managed, and yesterday we were about Martin later. You know, the money put your memory's going to be the third. 139.22. Moreover, look at what he's tried to have a look at. Oh, I'm Martin, it's someone. So, actually, anybody I have the Italians got a 2 and a Martin the Yales. Those suffers like for big Yales, a 39 thing. So, Maverick of the second to detect 3 KTMs. That's 3 tenths quicker than he went yesterday. Newton Rui down 18 yesterday. His opening start, that was a 140.516 ball at sea. I guess that was really, he just said it's almost that's it, he's too wide the faction from the sea, right? He went for his front and rear. He really did suffer on day 1 yesterday. He did really lots of talk about maybe him slotting back into VR46 to chat to you next season. We know that there's no chance for him to keep this seat on the factory lot there. He'd like to get his in back to you need it. Going lad seems to the optimal team in the second sense because he was trying in the third split. Yeah, the match of Moreira's now passed in. Moreira's just set a first pass in the second set. Very good third, but actually he is looks set to be tense. The pass up the weekend for an air patch to Dini. His teammate Yales, who's up ahead of it on the racetrack, is also going very, very well. Big Yales potentially set for his first 138 of the weekend. We know Anaya has got really race pace around the Barcelona circuit. If he can get through this tricky Q1 session and qualify well, both the start past G needed after being a real serious total contender in the Grand Prix here tomorrow. There he is in the 23, but 100 he goes. Now 138.797, not quite his fastest time of the weekend so far. I would have put him 6 quickest yesterday, but the beast loving his Saturday morning in Barcelona. Yeah, 6 riders now on his set 138.7. This weekend, actually, the right stuff of Morbidelli now takes second place. He's found the 138.8 on his VR46 Ducati, which relegates Bagnaia now down to third. Marini and Vinales and Jorge Martin, whatever went wrong on that second mark, it's touched it down to 8th place. Yep, Martin at 139.397. I think indicates an 8 on the second bike. Straight away, he was messaging to his crew. This is where it went wrong. Saw Martin then into third storm. Yeah, he's just got a little bit wide, hasn't he? Anil Amaraj comes through strafing there, just a frustration balling over. Thought Martin a little bit angry with himself. He was on a real flyer at that point of the lap as well. If I went wrong to Jorge Martin, at least he's not high Agura. How do you do a 39.9 on his first run? He's down in 11th, 22 right out behind Iagura on the bridge at the moment. for the top set and break is Toprak Matgatiopoli, who hasn't set an eagle what sign yet. So Agora with it all today. Really, as it was going to be back to back Towdy, it was looking a big ass for Agora if he doesn't get in soon. The top salt place still the great. That is a great start by those best you need to have Modelli, the two Italians. Clacky Joe Tappi, all slow Italians, and decide the top 40. Hey, this morning in this Chihuahua, this past G, the need more Modelli, Bagnoy, and Marini. That closest competition at the moment being posed by Mavericks and Garlis. So in Aldegar, he needs to find some serious speed in the second half of this Q1 session as well. Aldegar down in 6th place. He's just over 3/10 at the moment behind the beast. Well, you know, they're pretty as a fat starty motorcycle. I mean, now from the sprint 7 days ago in Le Mans, Paulie Martini's pretty special of finding his way through the back of the first land. He can call a rotating man, the Marines, in place on the grid, which is why he currently sits in this session as these people locked together through this G1 session. Once again, Martin, he's watched very closely by the two rookies, Toprak and Moreira. Bagnoy was less than 900ths of a second away from Guy Develi into Q yesterday. He's less than 700ths of a second away from Q2 this morning. Height, 5 margins in MotoGP these days, isn't it? As Jorge Martin weaving from side to side, flicking some temperature in those tyres. Like the messes down to Joe Gabriel. I do get another lady of test, just a flipping wild about aggressive reading in the test to get heat the tyres down, take lay on the one and the Stuart Meyer. Look at that one as Mascadiopoulos goes off fronting on his outlap. Top bracket, I think he's here down at turn 4. Yes, he's leading this trio. The Jorge Martin's quite keen to follow in the front, just the inks, didn't he, there for a top bracket as he tried to screw up the speed into 15. Yeah, it's not really a happy return to Barcelona. Sonal the Turk, who has 9 of the 2 flag podiums around this Barcelona venue, including a couple of wins here back in 2024. So it's the Moran Martin Chan once again here in Q1. It's Spracty on entries in Moran as he put the handful of brakes into that turn 10. Now the Oyagura, that's going to have a pretty special 5 or 6 minutes or so in this G1 session. Get each other out, Paul Big, let's get up. Got the chance that he's wanted with Jack. Yeah, she just how I felt with his number 1 mark for Oyagura, because similar to Jorge Martin, he turned straight in and pointed to the number 2 machine. The new tyres were there ready to go. Forward, he's number 1 bike for the quick hit. Check the shit and fencing that out. So with that Lamsan we heard for Oyagura, there was a problem with that number 1 bike, he can do much better now on his number 2. Yes, that's very much Jack as Martin gets out of Diogo Moreira, so SG needing more believe Bagnoy. That trio, the only trio at the moment in this session in the 38s. Twice in the top once again, not even 500ths of a second, covering your top 2. There's some stouts of Morbidelli. Thank you, Morbidelli is really suffers of a time attack so far this season. To find to get himself in a Q2. I could guess Martin was it to come through. What did you Ron Breeze with the boss walking track side? Explain Martin's strategy was there. He wanted to slipstream from Moreira down the main straight. He got it, but was had to break on the sunny Marcello inside line to turn 1 with white and Bottasville basically and through the third sector. It is through these second sector, but of course it's so tight here. It is 0.1 of a second by Bashiri. You won't get it big. That would only tell you to see it. The current estimation is they've only been dead twice. Into the caution obey as the Martin and a big wheel as he got the tower coming out and 9 on the brakes in there. Just see how much stopped in the Thorbers do. Pretty hazmat rear tyre, South BUC rear tyres, shafting, steering, bouncing on the brakes in the turn 10. Then actually once again they've got such a stable motorcycle. Thanks to the least in the chicks of the factory riders of Daiseki and Martin. Oyagura capitalising on that to downforce they found again. You just hit on the outside camera. As Martin almost elbow down through 30. He's almost shows it down through that final corner. These all actually spectacular to watch. She's a spectacular much time. And it is. It's the exact same time as past GED. Nothing to split the British Sunderland States then. Like one shirt 138.797s. The order right now you're still classified as B1. You could trust they go on count that is next best lap and be smashed up at the whole race. The best GED said next best lap was also in the 38. Was now very certainly a very long 39. Martins, as we saw, he was at the 8th preferring that, which is why he's sitting second. Top right finally on the board, by the way, but he's still 4 seconds off the taste. Miserable Q1 session. Team the Turkish team with very close Saga held again. And that time his green sees just in touch. She's just over 2 tenths down on Martin. At Bastien each of the third set, so a strong first sector. Of course, there's no depth to put into between Bastien and Martin's. They have to beat that 38.797 to get into QT. Yeah, Morera might be waving the white flag here because he just hasn't got the speed, hasn't got the experience or the package, maybe all that combination to go with this blistering attack late on by Martin. An attack regime to fine. It looks like he will be in Hunt's seen top position here. Still hit the start of front around the grid so far this season, isn't he? All way Marchi. Quite sure I understand what saying was X6. That might be top track. He's the only rider in the second sector. Marini's now just entered that second sector too. He's down at turn 5. It is top line rest now. The old blue may miss him. He's early morning for him. Around Scatliobly then. He is going to be under my monster pack. It's all this Barcelona battle. Past the weekend and decided to hide that and the students have the turn. What about Martin? Could this be the best time of the Aston Morley areas? Being the 38.7 he's taking his time to be able so far this mid-daily boss minute, but he needs basically boy Martin then pretty sad about the weekend so far. And then past G nearly 10th behind him. Igo Rose just moves himself off on the notes at 8th place. He's on half second, but somewhere beast to make you to Royal Bulbury. I think he was sneaky by the yellow flags for Pratt's trash. He and Mulgari are still pushing on, so there's not time to allow him to count. There's a moment from Norbert Denley is right behind Bagnaia. These on course the GT. What's Valentino Rossi going to be doing? A nice double looking on 3 weekends. The Strike Ball is going to be begging him to turn up. King and Saints, team's gone down. Boy, Marty, well, he's already tough. If the GP's biggest crashes so far in 2026, and it's another one. He's in double figures now as Plush number 10th Martin. The third of this weekend is turning out to be a pleaser. In Barcelona right now for Jorge. He's about to relegate it down to second place here by Morbidelli's flyer. As long as he's had a go out, I think he hit the green now. Camilo and he caught it Morbidelli. Over he goes to 30.5. But I'm pretty sure that had that answer. Martin might if he is to get through into Q2 for sure. There's maybe only one bike available as disposal. 90 seconds with this section remaining. So Martin, more drama then. That's all the rider. We're talking about the ball crashing back down to one after his Lamont heroics. Even though his lap time has been cancelled, that was a baby. Look at the front there, almost fight with that braking. Martin quickly on his feet, this his third crash of the weekend. I thought the mileage then point guard Marco, best second in the World Championship. Go into our 12-up sprint this afternoon. And he's only Q2, yeah, it's only Martin, because we got Morbidelli Tish, that was a key error there. So Morbidelli, all he had to do is step around the final corner. He hit the green. Out the gas now gone down too. The month that he was previously trying to care for him too. If he just got that final corner right, he's now up at the second section on his draw left. But both he and Teko Bagnaia and Iagura took still from Martin's morning. Out the gas down and turn side, he got himself up into team. So 1 to the 8.851. Playing on then 2 place. Then Chinchu by now is Bastien leading. That Vigneault is set on right to the streets at the lap time from Morbidelli was counted to reduce the exceeding and sack the mix. Vigneault is on 1-7 and 2 bit and the Pirates. And they just do it together, flags out. All the Aldegar incidents out then Morbidelli. And this time around, he nailed a clean towed the single team. Might just give himself a little bit more margin for errors as he swings that thing off to catch you. Claimed the right hander. This time around, he's miles away from the breed. And he's dropping to take one. Now they ball through with him, it's rather wasn't he? Potentially it'd be done to Al Moodling has taken the checker tonight. 138.5 fucking 0. Right on the exhaust pipe for Teko Bagnaia. Who now virtually has dragged more than around to the best touch. He won Echo out inside. And the Tyson Jorge Martin might have to thank for making QT. This is very good stand for the now together. This heat and so it clashed. Down at turn 5. Playing more yellows out. Bastianini was up through the first sector. That's a roll off for the yellow flags. Bastianini down in steam. Steer 2 on the crit to him when he might have just had. And want to potentially deny Martin. So more than in Martin of a team to lose through for the penalty. So get on 9th and a team on the grid. Bastianini's 13. And Ayadora is down in 18th place on the grid. Saw the 89 so but figures him on target and disappeared into the dust. For Ayagor after that. Mr. Stone is on the ground for his worst qualifying since Phillip Island at the back end of last year on that flyway tour. Well, Frankie Moore with that is demanding everybody that he's the top pouch MotoGP rider. 138.5 tags there, bro. That time, as we suspected, with the lack of grip of the core conditions, still a mile away from Alex Marquez's all-time lap record. We're still a second away to that benchmark. With Jorge Martin on the floor, but breathing a monumental sigh of relief right now, because he is going to be a participant in Q2. He's been greeted by Massimo Rivalry once again. Toyota Racing CEOs. A bit of a budget buster right now for the Rivalry factories. This is Martin. As soon as he grabs the front brake here, look at that. And down he goes. The upside in there is big get off. That's a like slunk in the front. As soon as he grabbed the front brakes, don't crash the weekend. Fast Rider 2026 had to take his press down into double figures. There's no question about it, is there? Boy Martin, when he's on two wheels, he's as quick as he ever was. But you just wonder whether this is just a sign of that increasing confidence, though he's pushing. When he crashes, because you feel you get into the limit, you feel you can push, you feel you got that confidence. Well, that confidence, Asa Rivalry is just third tumble of the weekend. His girlfriend Maria, that had hands once again, and he get more repairs toward the Rivalry mechanics. That 1500 frames per second camera, which is there to catch him with his shoulder down through turn 5. Also, he caught a crash. It's caught this one too. So yeah, this was moments later. Chip Progress starts the open, Jorge Martin and Ferdinand Aldeguer all crashing within minutes of each other into turn 5. Aldeguer's fifth in the end in that session, and as I mentioned, that certainly played a role. We'll never know whether Bastianini would have been fast enough anyway, but he was certainly right through the first sector. But I have to take holding out flags for the Fermi RBS crash. Bastianini to not improve on 5th place. Yeah, and he's going to be right cheesed off the nair because he was pretty much in the top 2 for the whole of that session until the most important part of it, when the checkered flag was flying. That's ranks gathered around Deco Bagnola, hanging on his every word as he misses out on the place in Q2. 13th all-star in the grid. Which you found, this is at least how he plays as hard as he started the Grand Prix here last year. We had an absolute disaster starting the Catalunya Grand Prix last September down in T21. A miserably night. Live off, McFan. I mean, as soon as Camille was started to sort of point that yellow arm next, down there in the turn size, the front just rushing out what they did. Camille with this next to the fatal weekend so far for the 27, 22nd and last on the grid. Well, he said yesterday he's struggling to trust the front end. Moments like that tell you exactly why. Morbidelli and Martino route through the Q2. Bagnola and misses out by half attempting third. Martin spared after that late crash. Bastianini fourth out of Aldeguer. It was one of 3 to crash at turn 5. Marie second out of Vidianes. Igor 38. AC Bummer in Alex Rins 9th. Murray, rather than a surprise, that to be said, on be 10th in that section. Ahead of Gustavo Fernandez, the top Aratiati Open Boot, having a disastrous Saturday morning. So it's faster Frankie here in Barcelona. More today with Valentino Rossi watching trackside. The boss will be very happy what he sees so far this morning from his charges. The pair on the Burdett top 6 and at D2-1 with Fabio Gianciardi, but Frankie Morbidelli then. And Jorge Martin after his third crash of the weekend. Lunge 2 still in the battle for pole here in Catalunya. Welcome back to what has already been a pretty dramatic sprint Saturday here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Almost Thursday conditions for Grand Prix motorcycle racing, not a cloud in the sky. We didn't see any blue skies here yesterday. It was a gorgeous step for Saturday here to kick off Sprint Saturday number 6 in this year's MotoGP. praised. Fantastic job as always by all the entertainment board production crew. Thank you, but that he also going to give us out of Q1 with a 138.50. This is rather some weird exercise right now for Roy Martin in Barcelona. Unfortunately, you get another 2 change, get another gear change to the motivator. Kenny Galt, a couple of years, has signed his first front row start of 2026. And of course, as Jack has sort of the reminders, as he always does after the classic turn 5, for Roy Martin will be in this Q2 session with the one factory Aprilia at his disposal. Last pole starter here in Barcelona was Alex Marquez, who was leading the sprint 20 class star contention. He did captain his payback of the Sindang. They already big shot. The fight he had with Bullet Marquez. Still no front row this season as well for the BK, because in your racing rider, Alex Marquez sailed through yesterday, second quickest he was in practice to our fellow Spaniard, Pedro Acosta. Just he and Jorge Martin now have 100% Q2 records this season. Igor has wanted to set record when in qualifying mode when he was on the 8th, but we haven't seen Pedro Acosta out of pole position since that maiden pole back in Matedi 2023. Does this potentially represent Pedro Acosta's best opportunity to end that run? Fastest yesterday in practice. He was second to Juan Mir in a free practice too earlier on this morning. Does the shark smell blood this morning here in Barcelona? Marco Bezzecchi now straight into the front row of the Great South Arc in 2026. The Spanish Grand Prix at the Ref. Single twice of the grid to bear is his lowest of the season. Apart from that, he has been on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix. Leading the World Championship as well. He's been sunk start to the new campaign. Marco Bezzecchi has not actually exited slower than second in the main feature Grand Prix on Sundays. Hasn't finished slower than second actually in the last 7 Grand Prix and 2 VR46 Ducatis. Much to the pleasure and relief of the boss Valentino Rossi. I read that saw this pole position here in Barcelona because Fabio Jan Chaudia was already safely through. Once again inside the top 3 that you was this morning. Thank to scan him from bigger series. Podium track as well. 1 sprint title so far this season with Digger and 2 on a Sunday. Rafa Landez back into King of Fine 2. After last seeing him in this stage of the weekend in Jerez when he qualified in 9th place. Every time off there's spinning qualifying 2. He's then gone on to have very strong Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Told you in around at top 6s in Spain. So real opportunity because these song track cows are prettier remaining in King of Point. Alex Marquez in that most recent pole sitter in Barcelona. That was Alex's last MotoGP position as he comes into this crucial 16-minute session here. And the clear blue skies playing track as they wish it through these riders as they head out on circuit to the coast of Alex Marquez, been Fernando Sarko, John Chaudia, Bezzecchi, Mia, Miller, to make his bring this out, so Fabio quite a long line enjoyed in this Q2 session as the negotiating one is always a pretty tough Q1. Certainly Martin and Frankie Buldelli. We're going to get anywhere near 37s. We haven't really been doing close to excite by Marquez last year. Once they said one slide, it's really 60 best in MotoGP land. Wow, this 1.66 what's at Barcelona circuit. Best time we've had so far this weekend was Buldelli's Q1 time. He put in through a 1:38.50. So not even within a second Valentine's all-time record so far this weekend. How does Jorge Martin approach this Q2 session? He surely got to leave a little bit of margin on this start strong. He's only got the 1 bike bell between another crash to Martin. At the start of Q2, we do the smells. Oh, the great distance. You're in a bit of a kindred here because you have to really push just to get that temperature in your front tyre. You said 3 crashes into turn 5 in that Q1 session, which had all the hallmarks of on-time crashes. There was John Zarco, who's also been on the deck himself this morning on his outfitted FP2 on the silent corner. Turned saw TD down on the outlap up, but there's still been a pretty fast crash. I saw the sunny side being off French. Since that's just yesterday, what was a ridiculously tight practice session. Not even 800ths of a second, 800ths of a second. Split the top side and the play on Friday after this time around. Zarco has Safety negotiated his outlap. Now it's time to find some serious speed here in Barcelona. It's really sized time lapse in this June 2 session. Alex Marquez was the master of Catalunya last year. We should really beat ever. A long sprint winning Grand Prix with treble, shouldn't it? Fantastic all-time lap record to take pole position. He was lead the sprint looking so confident when he clashed out at turn 10. He did make amends on the Sunday, and there was that smooth. I want to name it to you, Bruno Chenwis, and turn 10 with all the dual it seems. And turn 12 with it was a Marquez 1-2 there last year. Only with warming Martin into turn 9 hours. The man to turn 5. Safety negotiated by Alex Marquez for Terry here and Pedro Costa through the halfway stage of lap. And you can see Costa is a substantial amount quicker. He's something tenths up for the halfway stage of lap. Of course, the KTM and the Ducati have different strengths. Pedro Costa and Alex Marquez have different strengths, but now it's really tied at black, where Alex Marquez is generally so strong. Yeah, hard on the brakes he goes into turn 10. Alex, Zarco and the Costa, you could just see them all jotting out left leg there just to give themselves perfectly balanced, jotting anchor, so nice, real aggressive brakies are there. 312 we go to this long right-hander which caught out Jorge Martini yesterday. Costa's flying, he's absolutely flying. This is going to be potentially the fastest lap of the weekend for Pedro Costa. Alex Marquez look at the first holding line, but he got all originated, so very long. 38.5 reminder, the fastest lap of the weekend. Alex Marquez at 38.9. Pedro Costa absolutely destroys it with a 1:38.397. He wants a second MotoGP pole. Are beginning at 37s. For the first time this week, and Red Bull K2 Factor Racing was on too. The one to bring death survive. Pedro Acosta, our talent position completion. Fabio the Don Charlion splits things the factory KTMs, and I've happened as that is for 8 run stars this previous month, ranked 2 battles in MotoGP. This would be a novelty to the South African, who's desperately seeking employment in 2027, seemingly getting some bad adventuring in Chen team, causes some wankers and he's nailed that first sector. Rather cautious as you'd expect, opening Latin front Jorge Martin at 140.2. This is his first venture out of this past ladder circuit since he was chewing gobble at turn 5. And did the Q1, he pretty his has to deliver an open up old man on the first lap. Ralph and it's 8th, and Betseki 10th the end of their first runs. Costa again continuing to build and build. He smashed the still on the second one. The only body of the moment, it looks like he might right across there. He's chewing Sargo. I think he's just up ahead of him. Just at the time in 2023, he was Binders. That last MotoGP sunrise, so you got to go a fair all way back through the World Championship looks to find the last time Brad was on the side row. He'll be hoping, and I'm sure some South African fans shooting it out, that he could stay there. And what's to at the moment, there is an absolute dynamite, isn't he? Furious rumble, try and start teeth on anyway, and the map, the silent little West Zarco ahead of him on the road crashed. In FP2 this morning, Pinkston on the throttle. You're now standing at the back and the other start pilot side can only the July point through the 6-3 with Bella Costa on the 38.1 and by one start to this Q2 section now speaking from Acosta. At 1:38.3, backed up by 1:38.1. He believed that he's flying in 1:37 this morning. There will be Acosta. He was pretty better by Alex Marquez, who's second out, and that into the front row of the grid. He's just taken third place. 38 was it? He's ahead of Sarko and Mio on the Honda's been now 6th. And Michael Betseki, you did find a 38 Cedric. He's still locked down on his third at the grid. At least though, from his point of view, he's still 4 places ahead of his teammate. Now, 2 Yamahas in this session, Quattararo 9th, and then in 11th place, you can just see that Fabio Quattararo going through turns 3. On the outside there was Jeff Millen, did a great job, amazingly Marcos, Stella Haas, some more engineers and European-based engineers in Malav, saying that it's all trial out at the moment, of course, they're still trying new parts. Michael Fetti are waiting at that new Z4-tailed Y-Star M1. And Jack looking as after he's been all season so far, with good reason, and got through Q1, but into Q2 yesterday. MRT, this father Angel, they hold in the tablet, just showing in the state of play as it stands at the moment. A state of play which Jorge finds himself last. Well, that was that, and Road tends to just get a bit of seating, get a bit of confidence about that opening one there by Jorge Martin. He's 2.1 seconds at the moment behind Pedro Acosta, who is absolutely sliding, isn't he, on the stage of JTM. Yes, Spectator Martin would have expected to see what he's just seen on the tablet there when he came back into the pits. If he is position, he might be a little surprised at taking it back at the taste of Tetra Custard Tutti already in this session. That 138, 118 already at this stage will take some BT. Surely have a JTM, a Ducati, and an Aprilia on the sun wrong out the greater cluster. Alex Marquez, Brownton, and this is like 2 numbers. He wouldn't be. Sarko and Mia and Zarko, you have to give him so much credit to his response to being on the snare on his outback first thing this morning. Like Corey Martin was a little bit gingerly jumping on street levels. He jumped into the stepping onto his factory Aprilia. He's going to be sailing at those crashes, isn't he? He's been re-encountering so far, yeah, in Catalunya. I'd just say, well, Mo Truck Levo. When you look at his record this season, he won the sprint in Austin from 7th on the grid. He won the sprint in Le Mans from 8th on the grid, and then he went on to win the Grand Prix Le Mans from 7th on the grid. So poor qualifying performances haven't really disturbed Toy Martin's potential on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, but maybe starting on the 4th row and the back of it might be a little bit too much variable for him to deal with. It's a long old going down to the first corner here, but generally you don't want to be in the midfield at that first corner. It's such a long run, nearly a kilometre down to one of the biggest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. We generally see chaos down at that first corner, so the safest place on the grid here in Barcelona is as close to the front as possible. Hall of Famer, absolute icon, one best to ever do it, to many, the greatest of all time. Valentino Rossi, he heck of his way, he seen himself on the big screen, hasn't he? What a talent, what a star. Still, of course, very much heavily involved with the MotoGP World Championship when he is IST. Tabio Antonio snatch. That's sort of right start. That's really so far this season already. 7th to the Mayra would be quite some distance. Fabio's worst qualifying of the season so far has not found himself on the third row of the grid in the Agni side qualifying sessions of the campaign. As Digital more with anything some brightest and ready, so that's final time attack 6 minutes. Of this June session remaining. I'm on the eyes, a little bit of tension. As always, on Troy Martin, big 6 when it's coming up for the rider second in the World Championship at 6 stands right now. He would be at the back of the slows from the grid in 12s. And I think really represents Stephen Martin. Yeah, how many VP doing all the big needs in it? Why Martin? No military any margin in this time as he tries to lift himself on the grid. Plus, Jorge Martin has been on top of the most GT on 20 previous occasions. But none of those have been on board a factory at Aprilia at the moment. Aprilia's best bet would appear to be Ralph Fernandez, from what we've seen so far this morning and indeed yesterday in Fernandez was the top of Aprilia. He at the moment is a third of a set back of the cluster, and he nods that west place on the forefront. Nice side. It was the side row he really took full advantage of it. Rambo do back a long time ago now, doesn't he? Why the beginning of March, Ralph Fernandez third on the grid in Thailand, and third he was there in the sprint, and third in the main Grand Prix. And so he'll be certainly hoping to keep himself on that third row as he went. If you joined us in FP2 earlier on in the day, you see Teshman leads with some big results in the next 3-4 Grand Prix with contract time certainly here right now. House and there's going to find something special to keep himself in that Psych House 3 project. Zarko, it leads a bit of side choice. You go then through the right hand drift inside. No, I guess something doesn't look over his left shuffling up. And you'll see half of this Q2 entry list to the hike behind him. Partly quite interesting there. DJ Antonio has stood himself right on the rear tire of Alex Marquez. That sign he thinks he needs to be behind you. He needs to get a reference sheet on this lap. Ralph Fernandez quite happy to do it. He's been like, hey, on it is on. And he's having to start us about no drilling wants to beat this train. Hey, to the next straight, do they? Yeah, Zarko was at the front there and he said, no, I'm not going to be the guinea pig in. This one comes to get in here. Somebody's going to have to go to sleep. In the side drive, 6-1. I was on the Secchi, that physical world championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, that at best. We'll be starting the Catalan sprint and the Catalunya Prix tomorrow at Dagen's place. This looks like a big one for Bezzecchi. Your Darwin rider is hurt when they don't get quickly to their feet. Losing the front through the turn 2 left-hander. How many times have we seen riders going down now? It was because of like that replay, just to see these about to the barrel roll through the rail trap there for Bears. Well, this is the factory pretty teams. All the crash of this weekend. It's turning into a bit of a calamitous weekend as far as the factory of free team are concerned here in Catalunya. Bezzecchi then, just as Martin to get say down. Yeah, look at the boss, Valentino Rossi, manager and mentor True Bezzecchi, he's got his head in his hands. As he gives some concerns there for Marco Bezzecchi. Here's a look like there were 2 or 3 big bunnies as we come away from that raid tight. Very, very slow to get to his feet. What's Marco Bezzecchi, the world champs leader, then down. Was he said it bad business night? I mean, best teams moving on. He's always lost the place nearly. Truly not the season. Months country pretty is the top 2 of the world championship. Might have started on the 4th from the bridging up. And with that massive group through twain after you toured into the final sector. Very close state, hit the yellows because Bezzecchi went down at the other end of the main straight. So they're lapped. So they're all trying to build up and prepare for high temperature for. All completely strapped at 2.5 meters. Then remaining this session, there's Chip Miller now to the upside of it and tries to get to the back of this straight. Alex Marquez has now got his head down and got a bit of space. So he's now trying to get on with this. Mixed up behind him, yet trying Martin on the back trip to here. And suddenly behind it, a deal test opportunity to drop qualify his teammate today. Last time, Bezzecchi was living this far down on the grid was the Malaysian Grand Prix in September. Last uptime when he was still team. That was the last Grand Prix where Bezzecchi did not finish either first or second. By Sunday, has to do. He still had advantage at Costa in terms of the qualifying in Barcelona. There is a Costa in the middle picture. Well, he's 37th at KTM. He's got Martin, the close job Billy, who will flag their help being pleased. Like about Bezzecchi, stricken factory pretty cleared away from the danger zone. So now Martin, he's ticked at the Chiefs. It's not here, hasn't he? Get tucked in behind Pedro Acosta on crossing the tank there. I'm not sure he took Picky. I think Martin this we were late to Acosta onto the racetrack, then Acosta is being tasked in with the top speed at the Chinitiera cluster. Need 360 kilometers an hour on his way into turn 1. Didn't register a fastest first centre for him down. But Martin, as you said, now however he managed in, signed himself in a 20 good position. It's near that 361.2 Ks. He pulled that in on that 38.118. So I lap with the session a couple of laps ago as he think of now Acosta now going through turn 8. He's on the money once again, isn't he? Not by much, was 7 fouls of a second and faster. It is twinned his best time. We're about the giant shoulder. He's got one to do it. Diesel and that 3rd row as he stands right now. Just see, look to the bump, ganging up behind Alex Marquez. The pole position starter here back in 2020 sized. Alex Marquez will be punching a bit of a hole in the air. Pedro Acosta behind you. And it's Pedro Acosta's about to ride. We're on his way to pole position, man, because he's the only one setting right sectors, and he's the one currently on. There is no pole position. It's looking like who's going to join it. And G. Morbidelli might be one of those 20. Look at Morbidelli's 3rd sector time. He's quicker in down 10. He's quicker than Martin. He's quicker than Marquez. Most fastest in Chivo Mosley. Morbidelli. Ugly goes his section. He's on the section. P2 to Frank Gable with Ali. Now, of course, that's you see all this light, flurrious in Marco Bezzecchi's now. He has dropped onto the source on the grid. Reds has been punted down to 11th place. He's going to be paying as well to leave race action to come here this weekend. What about Fabio Quartararo? Quarter lap, last like by Morbidelli. He produced lost 38 points, 5-5-0 the top Q1. And now he's delivered a 138.301 to clinch off on the third royalistic route. Taylor's time this season, Funky's last for Rose at Sepang in Malaysia last year. At the moment, who's going to trade? And Alex Marquez might threaten him. He's going to shove as it's a bit into 2. He's trying to move himself up from 8 on the grid. Checkered flag is there. Kostov mentioned, sorry, can that already see her? Does he went through the shortcut? Someone can Quartararo and 3 on his pass left the body. No, he tired, but he is going to start at his stand. So the point A from 03. Front about that big old Alex Marquez is going to punch ahead. Some hole in there. Ahead of Pedro Acosta. And Sostan behind Alex Marquez. Didn't train. It's 3.6. Kilometers an hour and down the start of finish ramp. That's not a million miles behind KTM's all-time top speed record with Titson 266.4 kilometers an hour, 227.4 miles an hour in Mugello. Alex Marquez, it looks like he's got away in terms of back pole positions here in Barcelona for the Grazini racing rider. Jack Wither. Jack moves of the blue left. This could be actually Totti putting Marco Bezzecchi shoe on last place in this Q2 session. Alex Marquez out of the side of the corner. Has he got anything late on? No, Alex. That's on the sunrise side. I think he'll take that. Got that as far as he guys. Yeah, Miller does take 11th place from Marco Bezzecchi. So it's foot surrounded in front of the factory fully riders. It's Martin and Bezzecchi. Not that either of them are anywhere close to the front of the grid. After finishing 1 and 2 last weekend, 9th and 20th here. But it is a second momentum GP pole. Pedro Acosta is that's the way it's Bezzecchi in 2024. This weight ends today. Pedro powering to pole position and here in Barcelona. 508 days. Since his last pole position, they'd lead Mategi Mountains. Oh, he's got the fastest motorcycle in terms of top speed here in Barcelona, and with a top talent twisting the throttle as well. Pedro Acosta untouchable in that session. It was really clung to the battle as in practice shifts there. Acosta did lead the way, but there were all the riders within 8/10 of a second of him. Today, it was a lot more of a comfortable margin for Acosta. Almost a quarter of a second back in second place as Frankie Morbidelli. As Marco Bezzecchi in the factory of Prudy team, he's had a golden start of 2026. Plenty to ponder all in the Rivalry engineers. Bezzecchi's going to start 12th place. And flying my speed up there, he's doing I think you want to turn thighs. Well, these going to start from 9th place. So once again, Floyd Martin is going to have to deliver something super special from that third row to grid. I just saw that Marco Bezzecchi has the number 12 tattooed on his finger, but he's not deaf. That's he said. Hayes or Pedro though in Barcelona this morning. His crew chief told you about this thing out of Jan. Well, Paul, you're definitely in the game this weekend. That's this morning, and what a lap that was to take pole position. Yeah, mate, we're really dumped, you know, the way he's been riding this week, fully focused and giving us the good information we may know how to deal with this, I would say. So he did a good run so far. Great job. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a fantastic job, isn't it? By KTM. KTM's third, or the statue to his pole position since the Spargo 6 years ago. Of course, Pedro Acosta's last pole, he was part of the perfect on Charles Denton second green project. Is this, said this countless times every year, is this going to be the weekend where Pedro Acosta finally becomes a MotoGP race winner? Nobody going to be a MotoGP Tony without a win. Fab, the 21-year-old Spaniard. Is this going to be his day with destiny here in front of his home crowd in Barcelona? It all looks good. It all looks great, doesn't it, for Acosta so far this weekend? Fastest on Friday, on top position on Saturday, on a Sunray which will feature Frankie Morbidelli. Fantastic job that, as it had a white Frankie. Well, we said at the end of Q1, Fast Frankie is back. He led the way in Q1, second on the front row debut for the first time this year in T2. Alex Marquez will give it back to back Barcelona wins from out from the front row of the grid. On Tuesday was featuring Ralph Fernandez, Johan Zarco, and Tavio de Giancello. Portonao lead Pro 3, headed Binder and Martin. Plenty of work to do for our top 10 in the World Championship. Martin 9th. You can see was either Marco Bezzecchi down in 12th place. The factory pretty is awarding a full clashes between them so far this weekend. And to extend it further, both missed G1 Igor is 18th on the grid. So the three F3 riders are on the podium last weekend. Mitted in midfield, Igor's taste attacked in the field, but right the very front is Pedro Acosta. As well, hey Martin, well, might well take in that, the way his morning had started. 9th of the gradies, certainly the way he would intend to start, but I'm sure you see, he may not admit it publicly to be a row ahead of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi on the grid. Give me head on behind in the World Championship. Maybe, just maybe, after the trial burn he's supposed 2 days here, Martin could take the World Championship lead back later. So there's such funny spare time to time and working overtime this weekend down there. Brilliant job by Frankie Morbidelli. It looks like he is one of several star names in this year's MotoGP World Championship, but he's out without a seat on the next year's grid. It's Frankie Morbidelli. I thought he will tell you, just reminding the world, hey, on my day, I'm as as anybody out there, you know, GT World Championship. That is just this team start both start and Frankie in MotoGP. He isn't really close to the end, quite a big gap between Acosta and the pursuing pack. Ralph Fernandez, I think that's his best qualifying on long white since he was on the front row in Thailand. As it started high at night to the last GP on 3, so that's more like you from Ralph Fernandez, who was just over 10th. Off the front row of the grid. Hitch about to know and spun to Jack just after that Q2 session. You just get the sense Acosta feels like this is his time. This is his weekend. Fastest on Friday. He's back to bat free performance with pole position here today. He's won sprints, he's ticked that box. Yup, he wants me with anything. Here's a Mountain GT on race when he gets the chance to have a 24 lap shield shoot the local time. Big Barcelona today would say Acosta and KTM, the 3 race favourites. Yep, they will dare to dream. No, the Acosta chasing the first MotoGP victory, but KTM was hadn't won a MotoGP race since Thailand 2022. They haven't won a dry MotoGP race since right here 5 years ago with Miguel Oliveira, so there's a factory who will not be chancing any chickens overnight tonight aboard the KTM. 226.2 miles an hour, 263.6 kilometers an hour. It is how ratchet Pedro Acosta was blasting at KTM. Trying to do these speed guns. He ditch farm in that best speed of the weekend. Right guy, this man, Alex Marquez, is not back-to-back pole fight boys of the game for back-to-back wins, isn't he? In Catalunya, let's get this also, Jack. Alex, those front row is the era now. You get the sense he's covered a really big moment as well. We know how fast you are around this place, so how important was that qualifying? There were really that he need anything lead out and nearly done. And this qualified here, we put everything together. So just that the thing here, so we missed ourselves. Where they invited, we didn't put it, but glad that anyway, in order to them, so that this morning we had the best Jeep, you know, and the order best doing that. You need phone for the qualifier, you know, push it, I enjoy you done. If in Royal there was a meeting. Great lap, well done, thank you, mate. Yeah, not at all he wanted, but a front right puts him in a great position. I does need to be fighting. Also, what would be Alex's MotoGP victory hit in front of his home crowd tomorrow? It's pretty hectic at the end of that Q2 session. There was now the Rivalry. Also, the proceeded to Catty project. So it's a little front row start for Alex. Starts the campaign, a much needed one to get him right in the hunt. That's sort of his second successive win here. And he's on the side right with Frankie Morbidelli and Pedro Acosta. And here is Frankie Morbidelli. What Saturday he's enjoyed so far in the Catalunya sunshine. Fastest in Q1, second on the grid after Q2. Fast Frankie with Jack. Well, Frankie, what a turnaround that is. 15th yesterday, but he certainly had some fruit of interest this morning. He's definitely helped. Fastest in Q1, and then onto the front row of the grid. Where's that turnaround speed come from? As I said, there's this. Oh, let's see. I guess that was really, he just said it's almost that's it. He's too wide the faction from the say right for his front and rear. He really did suffer on day 1 yesterday. Did really lots of talk about maybe him slotting back into VR46 to chat to you next season. We know that there's no chance for him to keep this seat on the factory lot. He'd like to get his investor you need it. Going well, it seems to the optimal two in the second sense because he was trying in the third split. Yeah, much of Moreira's now passed into Moreira's just set a first best in the second set. Very good thirds, but Bastianini looks set to be so the fastest up the weekend for an Bastianini. His teammate Yales, who's up ahead of it on the racetrack, is also going very, very well. Big Yales potentially set for his first 138 of the weekend. We know Anaya has got really race pace around the Barcelona circuit. If he can get through this tricky Q1 session and qualify well, both the start Bastianini after being a real serious total contender in the Grand Prix here tomorrow. There he is in the 23 by 100 he goes. Now 138.797, not quite his fastest time of the weekend so far. I would have put him 6th quickest yesterday, but the beast loving his Saturday morning in Barcelona. Yeah, 6 riders now on his set 138.7 this weekend. Actually, yeah, the late stop to Morbidelli now takes second place. He's found the 138.8 on his VR46 Ducati, which relegates Bagnaia now down to third. Marini and Vinales and Jorge Martin, whatever went wrong on that second mark, it's touched it down to 8th place. Yep, Martin at 139.397. I think indicates an 8 on the second by. Straight away, he was messaging through his crew. This is where it went wrong. Saw Martin then into third. So, yeah, he's just got a little bit wide, hasn't he? Anil Amaraj comes through. Just racing there, just a frustration balling over. Saw Martin a little bit angry with himself. He was on a real flyer at that point of the lap as well. If I went wrong to Jorge Martin, at least he's not Agura. How do you do the 39.9 on his first run? He's down in 11th, 22 right there behind Agura on the bridge at the moment. For the top set and break is Torpak Mascatiopoli, who hasn't set an Eagle White sign yet. So Agura with it all today. Really, as he was going to be back-to-back Tony, it was hopefully a big ass for Agura if he doesn't get in soon. The top salt place still the great. That is a great start by those Bastianini, Hamilton, Morbidelli, the 2 Italians. Clacky Joe Tappi, all 4 Italians, and decide the top 40. Hey, this morning in this Q1, this Bastianini, Morbidelli, Bagnaia, and Marini. Their closest competition at the moment being posed by Maverick Zigales. So in Aldegan, he needs to find some serious speed in the second half of this Q1 session as well. Aldegan down in 6th place. He's just over 3/10 at the moment behind the beast. Well, you know, they're pretty as a fat starty motorcycle. I mean, now from the sprint 7 days ago in Le Mans, Jorge Martini's pretty special of finding his way through the back of the first lap. He can call lane rotating man the Marines in place on the grid, which is why he currently sits in this session as these people locked together through this G1 session. Once again, Martin, he's being watched very closely by the two rookies, Toprak and Moreira. Bagnoy was less than 900ths of a second away from Guy Develi into Q yesterday. He's less than 700ths of a second away from Q2 this morning. Height, 5 margins in MotoGP these days, isn't it? As for Martin, weaving from side to side, flicking some temperature in those tyres. Like the messes down to Joe Gamarem. I think you'll get another lady of test just a flipping wild about aggressive reading in the test to get heat the tyres down, take lie on the woman, the Stuart Meyer. Look at that one as Rascal the old blue goes off fronting on his outlap. Top bracket, I think, is he down at turn 4. Yes, he's leading this trio. The Jorge Martin's quite keen to solo in the front, just the inks, didn't he, there for top bracket as he tried to screw up the speed into 15. Yeah, it's not really a happy return to Barcelona. Sonal the Turk, US 9 of the shoot flag podiums around this Barcelona venue, including a couple of wins here back in 2024. So it's the Moran Martin Chung once again here in Q1. It's practical entries in Moran as he put the handle of brakes into that turn 10. Now the Niagara, that's going to have a pretty special 5 or 6 minutes or so in this G1 session. Get each other out, Paul Big, let's get up. Got the chance that he's wanted with Jack. Yeah, she just how I felt with his number 1 mark try Ugura, because similar to Jorge Martini, turned straight in and pointed to the number 2 machine. The new tyres were there ready to go. Full, he's number 1 bike for the quickest one. Check the shit and fencing that out. So with that lamp sign we heard for Ugura, there was a brother with that number 1 bike, he can do much better now on his number 2. Yes, that's very much Jack. This Martin gets out of Diogo Moreira, so SG needy Mobile Bagnora. That trio, the only trio at the moment in this session in the 38s. Twice in the top once again, not even 500ths of a second, covering your top 2. There's some stouts of Morbidelli. Thank you, Morbidelli is really suffers of a time attack so far this season. To find to get himself into Q2. I could guess Martin was to come through. What did you Ron Breeze with the boss walking trackside? Explain what Martin's strategy was there. He wanted to slipstream from Moreira down the main straight. He got sent, but was had to break on the sunny Marcello inside line to turn 1 with white and Bottasville basically into the third sector. It is through the second sector, but of course it's so tight here. It is 0.1 of a second by Bashiri. You won't get it big. That would only tell you to see it. The current estimation is they've only been dead twice. Into the caution obey as the Martin and a big wheel there as he got the tower coming out and 9 on the brakes in there. Just see how much stopped in the Thorber's do. Pretty hazmat rear tyre, South BUC rear tyres, shifting, steering, bouncing on the brakes in the turn 10. Then actually once again they've got such a stable motorcycle. Thanks to these in the chicks of the factory riders of Daiseki and Martin. Tigura catalysing on the back to downforce they found again. You just hit shot on the outside camera. As Martin almost elbow down through his 30s, almost shoves it down through that final corner. These all actually spectacular to watch. She's a spectacular much time. And it is. It's the exact same time as past GED. Nothing to split the brand new Sunderland States then. Like one share 138.797. The order right now you're still classified as B1. You could trust they go on count that is next best lap will be splashed up at the whole race. The best GED said next best lap was also in the 38. Was now very certainly a very long 39. Martins, as we saw, he was at the yanked preferring that, which is why he's sitting second. Top right finally on the board, by the way, but he's still 4 seconds off the taste. Miserable Q1 session. Team the Turkish team with Diabreto Saga held again. And that time his greens, he's just in top. She's just over 2 tenths down on Martin. At Baksini of the third set, so a strong third sector. Of course, there's no depth to put into. Between Basti and Martins, they have to beat that 38.797 to get into Q2. Yeah, Moreira might be waving the white flag here because he just hasn't got the speed. Hasn't got the experience or the package, maybe all that combination to go with this blistering attack late on by Martin. An attack regime to fine. It looks like he will be in Hunt's seen top position here. Still yet to start the front around the grid so far this season, isn't he? All way Martin. quite sure I understand what saying was actually. That might be top track. He's the only rider in the second sector. Marini's out extends about second sector too. He's down at top 5. It is top line rest now. The old blue may miss him. He's early morning for him. Around Scatley Obley then. He is going to be under my monster pack. It's all this Barcelona battle. Past the weekend and decided to find out the students have the turn. What about Martin? Could this be the best time of the absolute Morley areas? Being the 38.7 he's taking his time to be able so far this mid-daily boss minute, but he need basically boy Martin then pretty sad about the weekend so far. And then past that past G nearly 10th behind him. Igo Rose just moves himself off on the notes at 8th place. He's upon half second, but somewhere beast made due to but yeah, you know, Royal Bulbury. I think he was sneaky by the yellow flags for all practice trash. He and Mulgari are still pushing on, so there's not time to allow him to count. There's a moment to Norbert Denley is right behind Banyaya. These on course the GT. What's Valentina also going to be doing? A nice double looking on pre-weekends. It's Frankie Bull's going to be begging him to turn up. King and say, seems gone down. Boy, Marty, well, he's already tough. For the GP's biggest crashes so far in 2026, and it's another one. He's in double figures now as Plush number 10th Martin. He's third of this weekend is turning out to be a pleaser. In Barcelona right now for Jorge. He's about to relegate it down to second place here by maybe Delhi's flyer. As long as he's had a good out, I think he hit the green now. Camilo and he caught it more Delhi. Over and he goes to 35. But I'm pretty sure that had that answer. Martin modded the ears to get through into Q2 for sure. There's maybe only one bike available as disposal. 90 seconds with this section remaining. So Martin, more drama then. That's all the rider. We're talking about the ball crashing back down to one after his Lamont heroics. Even though his lap time has been jacked, so that was a big look at the front there, almost fight with that braking. Martin quickly on his feet, his third crash of the weekend. I thought the rider then point down Marco, best second in the World Championship. Go into our 12 sprint this afternoon. And he's only 2-2 nowadays, only Martin, because we got Neighbor Debbie Tish, that was a key error that to move it down. The only had to do is differ on the final quarter. He hit the green. Out the gas now gone down too. The Monday he was previously trying to care for him too. He just got that final corner right. He's now up at the second section on his drawn left. But both he and Teko Banyaya and Ayagura took still from Martin's morning. Alviga is down and turn side. He got himself up into team. Sailor 1 to the 8.851. Playing on then to place. Then Chinchu by now is past G80. That Vignard is set on right to the streets at the lap time from over was counted the juice the upset against Sack Gimmicks. Vignard is on 1-7 and zoom bit and the Pirates. And they just do as the other flags out. All the Alviga incidents out the Morbidelli. And this time around, he nailed a clean tied the single team. Might just give himself a little bit more margin for errors as he swings up the auto to catch you. Claim to right hander. This time round, he's miles away from the breed. And he's dropping to take one. Now the ball through with him, it's rather and wasn't he? Potentially to be done to Al Moodling has taken the checker tonight. 138.5 fucking 0. Right on the exhaust pipe for Taka Banyaya. Who now virtually has dragged more than around to the best touch. He won Echo out inside, and the Tyson Jorge Martin might have to thank for making QT. This is very good stand for the now together. This Heath and so he clashed down at turn 5. Playing more yellows out. Bastianini was up through the first sector. That's a roll off for the yellow flags. Bastianini down in field. Steer 2 bumper to him when he might have just had and want to potentially deny Martin. So more than in Martin of a team to lose through for the penalty. So get on 9th on the grid. Bastianini's 13 and Ayadora is down in 18th place on the grid. Surely 89 so but he just on target to disappear into the dust for Ayagora after that. Mr. Stone is on the ground for his worst qualifying since Tulip Island at the back end of last year on that flyway tour. Well, Frankie Moore with that is reminding everybody that he's the top Houch by the GP rider. 138.5 tags there, bro. That time as expected. With the lack of grip of the core conditions, still a mile away from Alex Marquez's all-time map record. We're still a second away to that benchmark. With Jorge Martin on the floor, but breathing a monumental sigh of relief right now, because he is going to be a participant in Q2. He's been greeted by Massimo Rivalry once again, a Troya Racing CEO. A bit of a budget buster right now for the Individual factories. This is Martin. As soon as he grabs the front brake here, look at that. And down he goes. The upside in there is big get off that sort of like slunk in the front as soon as he grabbed the front brakes. Though crashed the weekend, Flash Rider 2026 had to take his press down into double figures. There's no question about it, is there? Boy Martin, when he's on two wheels, he's as quick as he ever was. But you just wonder whether this is just a sign of that increasing confidence, though he's pushing. When he crashes, because you feel you get into the limit, you feel you can push, you feel you've got that confidence. Well, that confidence is arriving against his third tumble of the weekend. His girlfriend Maria, that had hands once again, and he get more repairs toward the Diwali mechanics. That 1500 frames per second camera, which is there to catch him with his shoulder down through turn 5. Also, he caught a crash. It's caught this one too. So yeah, this was moments later. Chip started the open Jorge Martin and Ferdinand Aldeguer all crashing within minutes of each other into turn 5. Aldeguer fifth in the end in that session, and as I mentioned, that certainly played a role. We'll never know whether Bastianini would have been fast enough anyway, but he was certainly right through the first set. But I have to take holding out flags for the Berry RBS crash. Bastianini to not improve on 5th place. Yeah, and he's going to be right cheesed off the nair because he was pretty much in the top 2 for the whole of that session until the most important part of it, when the checkered flag was flying. That's ranks gathered around Deco Bagnola, hanging on his every word as he misses out on the place in Q2. 13th all-star on the grid. Which you found, this is at least how you place as hard as he started the Grand Prix here last year. We had an absolute disaster starting the Catalunya Grand Prix last September down in T21. A miserably night. Live off, McFan. I mean, as soon as Catalunya was started to sort of point that yellow arm next, down there in the turn size, the front just rushing out what they did. Catalunya with this next to the fatal weekend so far for the 27, 22nd and last on the grid. Well, he said yesterday he's struggling to trust the front end. Moments like that tell you exactly why. Morbidelli and Martino route through the Q2. Bagnola and misses out by half attempting third. Martin spared after that late crash. Bastianini fourth out of Aldeguer. It was one of 3 to crash at turn 5. Marie second out of Vidianos. Igor 38. 18 on the grid. Alex Rins 9th. Moreira, I thought it was surprised, that to be said, on be 10th in that section. Ahead of Gustavo Fernandez, the top Aratiati Open, having a disastrous Saturday morning. So it's faster Frankie here in Barcelona. More today with Valentino Rossi watching trackside. The boss will be very, very happy what he sees so far this morning from these charges. The pair on the Burdett, top 6 and at P2-1 there with Fabio Gianciardi, but Frankie Morbidelli then. And Jorge Martin after his third crash of the weekend. Lunge 2 still in the battle for pole here in Catalunya. Welcome back to what has already been a pretty dramatic sprint Saturday here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Almost Thursday conditions for Grand Prix motorcycle racing, not a cloud in the sky. We didn't see any blue skies here yesterday. It was a gorgeous step for Saturday here to kick off Sprint Saturday number 6 in this year's MotoGP. praised. Fantastic job as always by all the managed to entertain the board production crew. Thank you, but Daddy also going to give us out of Q1 with a 138.550. This is rather some weird exercise right now for Roy Martin in Barcelona, unfortunately. You get to take another 2 change, get another gear change to the motivated. Kenny Galt, a couple of years, has signed his first front row start of 2026. And of course, as Jack has circled the reminders, as he always does after the class turn 5, for Roy Martin will be in this Q2 session with the League 1 factory and Aprilia at his disposal. Last pole starter here in Barcelona was Alex Marquez, who was leading the sprint 20 class star contention. He did captain his payback of the Sendang. They already big shot. The fight he had with Brother Marquez. Still no front row this season as well for the BK, because in your racing rider, Alex Marquez sailed through yesterday, second quickest he was in practice to our fellow Spaniard, Pedro Acosta. Just he and Jorge Martin now have 100% Q2 records this season. Igor has wanted to set record when in qualifying mode when he was on the 8th, but we haven't seen Pedro Acosta out of pole position since that maiden pole back in Matedi 2023. Does this potentially represent Pedro Acosta's best opportunity to end that run? Fastest yesterday in practice, he was second to Juan Mir in free practice too earlier on this morning. Does the shark smell blood this morning here in Barcelona? Marco Bezzecchi now straight into the front row of the Great so far in 2026. The Spanish Grand Prix at the Ref. Single twice on the grid to bear is his lowest of the season. Apart from that, he has been on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix. Leading the World Championship as well. He's been sunk start to the new campaign. Marco Bezzecchi has not actually exited slower than second in the main feature Grand Prix on Sundays. Hasn't finished slower than second actually in the last 7 Grand Prix, and 2 VR46 Ducatis, much to the pleasure and relief of the boss Valentino Rossi. I read that saw this pole position here in Barcelona because Fabio Gianciolio was already safely through. Once again inside the top 3, Duccio was this morning. Thank to scout him for bigger series. Podium track as well. 1 sprint title so far this season with Duccio and 2 on a Sunday. Rafa Landez back into King of Fine 2. After last seeing him in this stage of the weekend in Jerez when he qualified in 9th place. Every time Rafa Landez is spinning qualifying 2. He's then gone on to have very strong Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Told you in around at top 6s in Spain. So real opportunity because these song track house are prettier remaining in King of Point. Alex Marquez in that most recent pole sitter in Barcelona. That was Alex's last MotoGP position as he comes into this short 16-minute session here. And the clear blue skies playing track as they wish it through these riders as they head out on circuit to the course to Alex Marquez, been Fernando Sarko, Gianciolio, Bezzecchi, Miller, to make his bring this out. So Fabio put a long line enjoyed in this Q2 session as the negotiating one is always a pretty tough Q1. Certainly Martin and Frankie Buldelli. Are we going to get anywhere near 37s? We haven't really been doing close to it so far. Marquez last year, once they said one slide, it's really 16 best in MotoGP land. Wow, this 1.66 was at Barcelona circuit. Best time we've had so far this weekend was Norbadetti's Q1 time, including 1:38.550. So not even within a second, Valentine's all-time record so far this weekend. How does Jorge Martin approach this Q2 session? He surely got to leave a little bit of margin on this first run. He's only got the 1 bike bell between another crash to Martin. At the start of Q2, we do the smells. Oh, the great distance. You're in a bit of a kinry here because you have to really push just to get that temperature in your front tyre. You say 3 crashes into turn 5 in that Q1 session, which had all the hallmarks of on-time crashes. There was John Zarco, who's also been on the deck himself this morning on his Alvated FP2 on the final corner. Turned saw TD down on the outland up, and still been a pretty fast crash. I saw the sunny side being off French. Since that's just yesterday, what was a ridiculously tight practice session. Not even 800ths of a second. Split the top side and the play on Friday afternoon. This time around, Zarco has safely negotiated his outlap. Now it's time to find some serious speed here in Barcelona. This really sized time lapse in this Q2 session. Alex Marquez was the master of Catalunya last year. We should really beat Ethan. A long sprint winning Grand Prix with treble, shouldn't it? Fantastic all-time record to take position. He was lead the sprint looking so confident when he clashed out at turn 10. He did make amends on the Sunday, and there was that smooth. I want to name it to you, Bruno Chenwis, and turn 10 we call it like dual it seems. And turn 12 with it was a Marquez 1-2 there last year. Only with warning our team into turn 9 hours. The man turn 5. Safety negotiated by Alex Marquez for Terry here and Pedro Costa through the halfway stage of lap. And you can see Costa is a substantial amount quicker. He's something tense up for the halfway stage of lap. Of course, the KTM and the Ducati have different strengths. Pedro Costa and Alex Marquez have different strengths, but now it's really tied and black, where Alex Marquez is generally so strong. Yeah, hard on the brakes he goes into turn 10. Alex, Zarco and Acosta, you could just see them all jotting out left leg there just to get themselves perfectly balanced. Jotting anchor, so nice, real aggressive braking zone there. 312 we go to this long right-hander which caught out Jorge Martini yesterday. Costa's flying, he's absolutely flying. This is going to be potentially the fastest lap of the weekend for Pedro Acosta. Alex Marquez with the first holding the line, but he got all originated, so very long. 38.5 reminder, the fastest lap of the weekend. Alex Marquez at 38.9. Pedro Acosta absolutely destroys it with a 1:38.397. He wants a second MotoGP pole. Are beginning at 37s. For the first time this week, and Red Bull K2 Faction Racing was 1-2. With a want to bring death today. Pedro Acosta, our talent position completion. Fabio the Don Charnion splits things the factory KTMs. And I've happened as satisfied run stars this previous month, ranked 2 battles in MotoGP. This would be a novelty to the South African, who's desperately seeking employment in 2027, seemingly getting some bad adventuring in Chen team, causes some wankers and he's nailed that first sector. Rather cautious as you'd expect, opening Latin front Jorge Martini 140.2. This is his first venture out of this past ladder circuit since he was chewing gravel at turn 5. And did the Q1, he pretty his has to deliver an open up old man on the first lap. Ralph missed 8th, and Betseki 10th the end of their first runs. Costa again continuing to build and build. He smashed the still on the second one. The only body of the moment, it looks like he might right across there. He's chewing Sargo. I think he's just up ahead of him. Just at the time in 2023, he was Binders. That last MotoGP sort of rise. So you got to go a fair all way back through the World Championship groups to find the last time Brad was on the side road. He'll be hoping, and I'm sure some South African fans shooting it out, that he did stay there. And what's to at the moment, there is an absolute dynamite, isn't he? Furious rumble, try and start a team on anyway, and the map, the silent and where Zarco ahead of him on the road crashed. In FP2 this morning, Pinkston on the throttle. You're now standing at the back and the other start pilot side can only the July point through the 6-3 with Bella Costa on the 38.1 and by one start to this Q2 session now speaking from Acosta. At 1:38.3, backed up by 1:38.1. He believed that he's going to fly in 1:37 this morning. There will be Acosta. He was pretty better by Alex Marquez, who's second out, and then into the front row of the grid. He's just taken third place. 38 was it? He's ahead of Sarko and Mio on the Honda's been now 6th. And Michael Betseki, you did find a 38.7. He's still locked down on his third at the grid. At least though, from his point of view, he's still 4 places ahead of his teammate. Now, 2 Yamahas in this session. Quattararo 9th, and then in 11th place. You can just see that Fabio Quattararo going through turns 3. On the outside there was Jeff Millen. Did a great job. Amazingly, Marquez, Stella Haas, Sawat engineers, and European-based engineers in Milan, saying that it's all trial out. The moment, of course, they're still trying new parts. Michael Fetti are waiting at that new Z4-tailed Y-Star M1. And Jack looking as after he's been all season so far, with good reason, and got through Q1, but into Q2 yesterday. MRT, this father Angel, they hold in the tablet, just showing in the state of play as it stands at the moment. A state of play which Jorge finds himself last. Well, that was that, and Road tends to just get a bit of seething, get a bit of confidence about that opening one there by Jorge Martin. He's 2.1 seconds at the moment behind Pedro Acosta, who is absolutely sliding, isn't he, on the side of JTM. Yes, Spectator Martin would have expected to see what he's just seen on the tablet there when he came back into the pits. If he is position, he might be a little surprised at taking it back at the taste of Tetra Costa to team already in this session. At 138, 118 already at this stage will take some BT. Control they have a JTM, a Ducati, and an Aprilia on the wrong out the greater Costa. Alex Marquez, Brown and this is a two boost. He wouldn't be Sarko and Mia. And Zarco, you have to give him so much credit to his response to being on the snare on his outback first thing this morning. Like Corey Martin was a little bit gingerly jumping on street levels. He jumped into the stepping onto his factory Aprilia. He's going to be sailing at those crashes, isn't he? He's been re-encountering so far, yeah. In Catalunya. I'd just say, well, Mo Truck Levo. When you look at his record this season, he won the sprint in Austin from 7th on the grid. He won the sprint in Le Mans from 8th on the grid, and then he went on to win the Grand Prix Le Mans from 7th on the grid. So poor qualifying performances haven't really disturbed Toy Martin's potential on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, but maybe starting on the 4th row and the back of it might be a little bit too much of a curveball for him to deal with. It's a long old run down to the first corner here, but generally you don't want to be in the midfield at that first corner. It's such a long run, nearly a kilometre down to one of the biggest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. We generally see chaos down at that first corner, so the safest place on the grid here in Barcelona is as close to the front as possible. Hall of Famer, absolute icon, one best to ever do it, to many, the greatest of any time. Valentino Rossi, the heck of his way, he seen himself on the big screen, hasn't he? What a talent, what a star. Still, of course, very much heavily with all the MotoGP World Championship when he is IST. Tabio Antonio snatch. Now that's sort of right start. That's really so far this season already. 7 to the Mayroon would be quite some distance. Fabio's worst qualifying of the season so far has not found himself on the third row of the grid in the agony side qualifying sessions of the campaign. As Digital more with everything some braced and ready, so that's final time attack 6 minutes. Of this June 2 session remaining. I'm on the eyes, a little bit of tension. As always, on Troy Martin, gate 6 when he's coming up, so the rider second in the World Championship at 6 stands right now. He would be at the back of the slows for the grid in 12s. And I think really makes sense to put Martin, never have any VP doing all the big needs in it. Why Martin, no military any margin in this time as he tries to lift himself on the grid. Plus, Jorge Martin has been on top of the most GT on 20 previous occasions. But none of those have been on board a factory at Aprilia at the moment. Aprilia's best bet would appear to be Ralph Fernandez, but we've seen so far this morning and indeed yesterday in Fernandez was the top of Aprilia. Either moment is a third of a set the back of the Costa, and England's that west place on the forefront. Nice side. It wasn't the side row he really took full advantage of it. Rambo to a bucket long time ago now, doesn't he? Why the beginning of March, Ralph Fernandez third on the grid in Thailand, and third he was there in the sprint, and third in the main Grand Prix. And so he'll be certainly hoping to keep himself on that third row as he went. If he joined us in FP2 earlier on in the day, you see Testman leads, and there were some big results in the next 3-4 Grand Prix with contract time certainly here right now. House and there's going to find some big special to keep himself in that Psych House 3 project. The Zarko, it leads a bit of side shy. You go then through the right hand drift inside. No, I guess something doesn't look over his left shuffling up. And he'll see half of this Q2 entry list to the height behind him. Hardly quite interesting there. DJ Antonio has stood himself right on the rear tire of Alex Marquez. That sign of Bingley Bix. He needs to be behind you. He needs to get a reference sheet on this lap. Ralph Fernandez quite happy to do it. He's been like, hey, on it, he's on. And he's having to start about Aldriding wants to beat this train. Hey, to the next train, do they? Yeah, Zarko's at the front there, and he said, no, I'm not going to be the guinea pig in. This one comes to get in here. Somebody's enough to go to so yeah. The side round 6-1. I was on the second at this World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi at best. We'll be starting the Catalan sprint and the Catalunya Prix tomorrow at Dagen's place. This looks like a big one for Bezzecchi. Here Darren Ryder is hurt when they don't get quickly to their feet. Losing the front through the turn 2 left-hander. How many times have we seen riders going down now? It was because of like that replay. Just to see these about to the barrel roll through the rail trap there for Bears. However, this is the factory pretty teams. All the crash of this weekend. It's turning into a bit of a calamitous weekend as far as the factory of free team are concerned here in Catalunya. Bezzecchi then, just as Martin to get stayed down. Yeah, look at the boss, Valentino Rossi, manager and mentor True Bezzecchi, he's got his head in his hands. As he gives some concerns there for Marco Bezzecchi. Here's a look like there were 2 or 3 big bunnies as we come away from that raid tight. Very, very slow to get to his feet. Was Marco Bezzecchi, the world champs leader, then down. That was he said it bad business night. I mean, both teams moving on. He's always lost the place nearly. Truly not the season. Months not really pretty as the top 2 of the world champion. Martin on the 4th from the Brittany, and with that massive group through trying after you toured into the final sector. Very close state, hit the yellows because Bezzecchi went down at the other end of the main straight, so they're lap. So they're all trying to build up and prepare for high temperature for. All completely strapped. So 2.5 meters then remaining this session. There's Chip Miller now to the upside of it and tries to get to the back of this straight. Alex Marquez has now got his head down and got a bit of space. So he's now trying to get on with this. Mixed up behind him, yet trying Martin on the aperture to here. And suddenly behind him, a deal test opportunity to qualify his teammate today. Last time, Bezzecchi was living this far down on the grid was the Malaysian Grand Prix in September. Last uptime when he was 13. That was the last Grand Prix where Bezzecchi did not finish either first or second. By Sunday, has to do his still advantage at Costa in terms of the pole firing in Barcelona. There is a Costa in the middle picture. Well, he's 37th at KTM. He's got Martin, the close job Billy, who will flag their help being placed. Marco Bezzecchi strict in factory pretty cleared away from the danger zone. So now Martin, he's ticked at the Chiefs. It's not here, hasn't he? Get tucked in behind Pedro Acosta on crossing the town there. I'm not sure he took Pinky. I think Martin this will late Acosta onto the racetrack, and then Acosta is being tasted with the top speed at the Chinitzieva cluster. Need 360 kilometers an hour on his way into turn 1. Didn't register a fastest first centre for him down, but Martin, as you said, now however, he managed in Sunny's happy to 20 good position. It's near that 361.2 Ks. He pulled that in on that 38.118. So I lap with the session a couple of laps ago as he pick up now Acosta now going through it. Turn 8. He's on the money once again, isn't he? Not by much. It was 7 of a second and faster. It is trimmed his best time. We're about the giant shoulder. He's got one to do it. Diesel will move that third row as he stands right now. Just to look to the bunk ganging up behind Alex Marquez. The pole position starter here back in 2020 sized. Alex Marquez will be punching a bit of a hole in the air. Pedro Acosta behind him. And it's Pedro Acosta's about to ride. We're on his way to pole position, man, because he's the only one set in red sectors, and he's the one currently on. There is no pole position. It's looking like who's going to join it. Actually, Morbidelli might be one of those 20. Look at Morbidelli's third sector time. He's putting in down 10. He's putting in Martin. He's putting in Markets. Most faces in Chivo, mostly Morbidelli. Ugly goes his section. He's on the section. P2 to Frank Gable with Ali. Now, of course, that's you see all this light flurry. See Marco Bezzecchi now. He has dropped onto the source on the grid. Reds has been punted down to 11th place. He's been in pain as well. Soon will leave race action to come here this weekend. What about Fabio Quartararo? Portland, so last like by Morbidelli. He produced 138 points, 550 the top Q1. And now he's delivered 138.301 to clinch off on the third royalistic route. Taylor's time this season. Frankie's last for Rose at Sepang in Malaysia last year. At the moment, who's going to trade? And Alex Marquez might threaten him. He's the mid shot as it's a bit into 2. He's trying to move himself up from 8 on the grid. Checking flag is there. Costa mentioned 3. And that's already 0. Does he went through the shortcut? Someone can plot an hour and 3 on his pass left the body. No, he tired, but he is going to start at his stand. So the point A from 03. Front about that big hold. Alex Marquez is going to punch ahead. Some hole in there. Ahead of Pedro Acosta. And Sostan behind Alex Marquez. Then 63.6 kilometers an hour. And down the start of finish ramp. That's not a million miles behind KTM's all-time top speed record with Ditsa 266.4 kilometers an hour. 227.4 miles an hour in Mugello. Alex Marquez, it looks like he's got away in terms of back pole positions here in Barcelona for the Grazini racing rider. Jack Wither. Jack moves of the blue left. This could be actually Totti putting Marco Bezzecchi to on last place in this Q2 session. Alex Marquez out of the side of the corner. Has he got anything late on? No, Alex. That's on the sunrise side. I think he'll take that. Got that as far as that. He guys. Yeah, Miller does take 11th place from Marco Bezzecchi. So it's foot surrounded in front of the factory pulley riders. It's Martin and Bezzecchi. Not that either of them are anywhere close to the front of the grid. After finishing 1 and 2 last weekend, 9th and 20th here. But it is a second momentum GP pole. Pedro Acosta is that's the way it's Bezzecchi in 2024. This weight instead of Pedro powering to pole position and here in Barcelona. 580 days. Since his last pole position in the Matagi Mountains. Up, he's got the fastest motorcycle in terms of top speed here in Barcelona, and with a top talent twisting the throttle as well. Pedro Acosta untouchable in session. He was really clung to the battle as in practice shifts there. Acosta did lead the way, but there were all the riders with 8/10 of a second of him. Today, it was a lot more of a comfortable margin for Acosta. Almost a quarter of a second back in second place as Frankie Morbidelli. As Marco Bezzecchi in the factory of Brudi team, he's had a golden start of 2026. Plenty to ponder all the Rivalry engineers. Bezzecchi's going to start 12th place. And flying Mark speed up there. He's doing I think you want to turn thighs. Well, he's going to start from 9th place. So once again, Floyd Martin is going to have to deliver something super special from that third row to grid. I just saw there. Marco Bezzecchi has the number 12 tattooed on his finger, but he's not dear. That's he said. Hayes or Pedro though in Barcelona this morning. His crew chief told you about this thing out of Jan. Well, Paul, you're definitely in the game this weekend. That's this morning, and what a lap that was to take pole position. Yeah, mate, we're really dumped, you know, the way he's been riding this weekend, fully focused and giving us the good information. We've been able to deal with this, I would say. So he did a good run so far. Great job. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a fantastic job, isn't it? By KTM. KTM's third, or the statue to first pole position since the Spargo 6 years ago. Of course, Pedro Acosta's last pole, he was part of the perfect on Charles Denton, second green project. Is this, said this countless times every year, is this going to be the weekend where Pedro Acosta finally becomes a MotoGP race winner? Nobody going to be MotoGP Tony's without a win. Fab, the 21-year-old Spaniard. Is this going to be his day with destiny here in front of his home crowd in Barcelona? It all looks good. It all looks great, doesn't it, for Acosta so far this weekend? Fastest on Friday, on top position on Saturday, on a Sunray which will feature Frankie Morbidelli. Fantastic job that, as it had a white Frankie. Well, we said at the end of Q1, Fast Frankie is back. He led the way in Q1, second on the front row debut for the first time this year in T2. Alex Marquez will give it back-to-back Barcelona wins from back from the front row of the grid. On Tuesday, was featuring Ralph Fernandez, Johan Zarco, and Tavio de Giancarlo. Portimao, new lead Pro 3, headed Binder and Martin. Plenty of work to do for our top 10 in the World Championship. Martin 9th. You can see it was either Marco Bezzecchi out in 12th place. The factory of Brudi is awarding a full clashes between them so far this weekend. And to extend it further, both missed G1. Igor is 18th on the grid. So the three F2 riders are on the podium last weekend. Mitted in midfield. Igor's taste attacked in the field. But right the very front is Pedro Acosta. As well, hey Martin. Well, might well take in that the way his morning had started. 9th on the grid is certainly the way he would intend to start, but I'm sure you see, he may not admitted publicly to be a row ahead of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi on the grid. Give me head on behind in the World Championship. Maybe, just maybe, after the trial burn he's supposed 2 days here, Martin could take the World Championship lead back later. So there's such funny spare time to time and working overtime this weekend, aren't they? Brilliant job by Frankie Morbidelli. It looks like he is one of several star names in this year's MotoGP World Championship, but he's out without a seat on the next year's grid. It's Frankie Morbidelli. I thought he wanted to tell you, just reminding the world, hey, on my day, I'm as quick as anybody out there in the MotoGP World Championship. That is just his team struck both start and Frankie in MotoGP. He isn't really close to the end, quite a big gap between Acosta and the pursuing pack. Ralph Fernandez, I think that's his best qualifying on long white since he was on the front row in Thailand. As it started high tonight to the last GP on 3, so that's more like you from Ralph Fernandez, who was just over a 10th. Off the front row of the grid. Hitch about to now and spun to Jack just after that Q2 session. You just get the sense Acosta feels like this is his time. This is his weekend. Fastest on Friday. He's back to bat free performance with pole position here today. He's won sprints, he's ticked that box. Yup, he wants me with anything. Here's a MotoGP on race when he gets the chance to have a 24 lap shield shoot at local time in Barcelona. Today we say Acosta and KTM, the 3 race favourites. Yep, they will dare to dream. No, the Acosta chasing the first MotoGP victory, but KTM was hadn't won a MotoGP race since Thailand 2022. They haven't won a dry MotoGP race since right here 5 years ago with Miguel Oliveira, so there's a factory who will not be chasing any chickens overnight tonight will the KTM. 226.2 miles an hour, 263.6 kilometers an hour. Is how ratchet Pedro Acosta was blasting at KTM. Trying to do these speed guns. He ditch farm in that best speed of the weekend. Right guy, this man, Alex Marquez, is not back-to-back pole fight boys of the game for back-to-back wins, isn't he? In Catalunya, let's get this also Jack. Alex, those front row is the era now. You get the sense he's covered a really big moment as well. We know how fast you are around this place, so how important was that qualifying? Yeah, we're really bored that he need anything with that and the job, and this qualified here, we put everything together. So just that the thing here, so we missed ourselves. Where they invited, we didn't put it, just glad that anyway, you know, them is to that. This morning we had the best Jeep, you know, and all the best doing that. You need phone for the qualifier, you know, push it, I enjoy you done. If in Royal there was a meeting. Great lap, well done, thank you, mate. Yeah, not at all he wanted, but a front right puts him in a great position. Doesn't it to be fighting. Also, what would be Alex's MotoGP victory hit in front of his home crowd tomorrow? It's pretty hectic at the end of that Q2 session. There was now the Rivalry. Also, the proceeded to Catty project. Some still a front row start for Alex. Starts the campaign, a much needed one to get him right in the hunt. That's sort of his second successive win here. He's on the side right with Frankie Morbidelli and Pedro Acosta. And here is Frankie Morbidelli. What Saturday he's enjoyed so far in the Catalunya sunshine. Fastest in Q1, second on the grid after Q2. Fast Frankie with Jack. Well, Frankie, what a turnaround that is. 15.516 ball at sea. I guess that was really, he just said it's almost that's it. He's too wide the faction from the sea, right? He went for his front and rear. He really did suffer on day 1 yesterday. He did really lots of talk about maybe him slotting back into VR46 to chat to next season. We know that there's no chance for him to keep this seat on the factory lot there. People actually to get his investor needed. Well, it seems to the ultimate two in the second sense because he was trying in the third split. Yeah, the match of Moreira's now passed in. Moreira's just set a first pass in the second set. Very good third, but Bastidini looks set to be so the pass is up the weekend for an Bastidini. His teammate Yales, who's up ahead of it on the racetrack, is also going very, very well. Big Yales potentially set for his first 138 of the weekend. We know Anaya has got really race pace around the Barcelona circuit. If he can get through this tricky Q1 session and qualify well, both the start Bastidini after being a real serious total contender in the Grand Prix here tomorrow. There he is, not 23, but 100 he goes. Now 138.797, not quite his fastest time of the weekend so far. I would have put him 6th quickest yesterday, but the beast loving his Saturday morning in Barcelona. Yeah, 6 wide is now on his set 138.7. This weekend, Bastidini at the right stop of Morbidelli now takes second place. He's found the 138.8 on his VR46 Ducati. He looks relegated Spagna now down to third. Marini and Vinales and Jorge Martin. Whatever went wrong on that second mat, it's touched it down to 8th place. Yep, Martin at 139.397. I think indicates an 8 on the second bike. Straight away he was messaging through his crew. This is where he went wrong. Saw Martin then into third. So yeah, he's just got a little bit wide, hasn't he? Anil Amaraj comes through strafing there, just a frustration balling over. Saw Martin a little bit angry with himself. He was on a real flyer at that point of the lap as well. If I went wrong for Jorge Martin, at least he's not Agura. How did he do a 39.9 on his first run? He's down in 11th 22 right out behind Agura on the grid at the moment. The taps that blow break is tall Pac Mascatiopoli, who hasn't set an Eagle Wax sign yet. So Agura with it all today. Really, as he was going to be back-to-back Tony, it was looking a big ass for Agura if he doesn't get in soon. The top 12 place still be great. That is a great start by those best you needed. Morbidelli, the 2 Italians. Clacky Joe, all 4 Italians and decide the top 40. Hey, this morning in this Q1. This past year, you need Morbidelli, Bagnaia and Marini. That closest competition at the moment being posed by Mavericks and Gales. So we're now the gap. He needs to find some serious speed in the second half of this Q1 session as well. Aldegan down in 6th place. He's just over 3/10 at the moment behind the beast. Well, we know the pretty is a fat starting motorcycle. We know from the sprint 7 days ago in Le Mans. Jorge Martinez pretty special of finding his way through the pack on the first lap. He can call in rotating and the Marines in place on the grid, which is why he currently sits in this session as these people locked together through this G1 session. Once again, Martin is walks very closely by the two rookies, Toprak and Morera. Bagnoy was less than 900ths of a second away from Guy Develi into Q2 yesterday. He's less than 700ths of a second away from Q2 this morning. Height, fine margins in MotoGP these days, isn't it? As for Martin, weaving from side to side, flicking some temperature in those tyres. Like the messes out to deal with around. I think we're another lady of test, just a flipping wall about aggressive reading in the test to get heat the ties down, take lay on the one and Stuart might look at that one as Masca the old blue goes off front on his outlap. Top bracket, I think is here down at turn 4. Yes, he's leading this trio. The Jorge Martin's quite keen to solo in the front, just the inks, didn't he, there for top bracket as he tried to screw up the speed into 15. Yeah, it's not really a happy return to Barcelona. Sonal the Turk, who has 9 of the need superflag podiums around this Barcelona venue, including a couple of wins too back in 2024. So it's the Romano Martin once again here in Q1. It's Spracty on entries in Morama as he the handful of breaks into that turn 10. Now the Niagara, that's going to have a pretty special 5 or 6 minutes or so in this G1 session. Get each other out sport week. Let's get up. Got the chance that he's wanted with Jack. Yeah, she just how I felt with his number 1 Mike Triaguric is similar to Jorge Martini, demonstrated and pointed to the number 2 machine. The new tyres were there ready to go. Forward, he's number 1 bike a bit quicker. Shit, this isn't fencing that out. So with that last time we heard for Gurva, there was a brother with that number 1 bike who can do much better now on his number 2. Yes, that's very much Jack. This Martin gets out of Diogo Moreira, Soden, SG, Needy Mobile, Bagnoy. That trio, the only trio at the moment in this session in the 38s. It's the top once again, not even 500ths of a second, covering your top 2. There's some stouts of Morbidelli. Frankie Morbidelli has really suffered a time attack so far this season. To find to get himself into Q2. Maybe yes, but was it come through? What did you Ron Breeze with the boss walking trackside? The explain Martin's strategy was there. He wanted to slipstream from Morera down the main straight. He got sent, but was had to break on the sunny Marcello inside line to turn 1 with white and Bottasville basically into the third sector. It is through the second sector, but of course it's so tight here. If he's 0.1 of a second by Bashiri, if I won't get it big. Back when only 20 to see the current estimation is he'll only be dead twice. Kings of the caution obey as the Martin and a big wheel as he got the tower coming out of 9 on the brakes in now. Just see how much stuck to the floor there's the pretty hazmat rear tyre, self-PUC rear tyres, shutting, skidding, bouncing on the brakes in the turn 10. Then actually once again they've got such a stable motorcycle, thanks to the least in the chicks of the factory riders of Daiseki and Martin. Higura capitalising on that, the downforce they found again. He just hit shot on the outside camera. As Martin almost elbow down through his 30s, almost shoulder down through that final corner. These all actually spectacular to watch. She's a spectacular much time. It is. It's the exact same time as past GED. Nothing to split up when you stand about states then. Like one ship 138.797. The order by now you're still classified as being one. You could trust they go on count that is next best lap and we splashed up the whole race. The best GED said next best lap was also in the 38. Was now very certainly a very long 39. Martins, as we saw, he was only yanked before that, which is why he's sitting second. Top wax finally on the board, by the way, but he's still 4 seconds off the taste. Miserable Q1 session. Team the Turkish team with GT very close. Saga howled again. And that time his greens, he's just in top. She's just over 2 tenths down on Martin. At backseat each of the third set, so a strong clear sector. Of course, there's no depth to put into. Between Basti and Martins, they have to beat that 38.797 to get into Q2. Yeah, Morera might be waving the white flag here because he just hasn't got the speed. Hasn't got the experience or the package, maybe, or that combination to go with this blistering attack late on by Martin. An attack regime to fine. It looks like he will be in Hunt's seen top position here. Still hit the start of fun around the grid so far this season, isn't he? All way Marchi. Quite to understand what saying was Signa. That might be top track. He's the only rider in the second sector. Marini's now just entered that second sector too. He's down at turn 5. País, só para Brasil, we may miss him. He Saturday morning films, Rascatliogli, then he is going to be under my monster pack. So this Barcelona battle past the weekend and decided to find that the students have the chance. What about Martin? Could this be the best time of the absolute Molly areas? Being the 38.7 0 he's taking his time to be aim up so far this mid-daily boss minded, but he needs basically boy Martin then pretty sad about the weekend so far. And then past that, past G nearly a 10th behind him. Igo Rose just moves himself off on the notes at 8th place. He's fantastic, but somewhere he's to make G2. But yeah, you know, Royal Bullbreed, I think he was sneaky by the yellow flags for all practice trash. He and Morbidelli are still pushing on, so if there's not time to allow him to count. There's a moment to Morbidelli is right behind Banyaya. These on course to GT. What's Valentina also going to be doing? And let's talk a look at on pre-weekends because Frankie Bull is going to bag it into turn up. King and say, seems gone down. Boy, Marty, well, he's already tough. If the GP's biggest crashes so far in 2026, and there's another one. He's in double figures now as plush number 10th, Martin. He's third of this weekend. He's turning out to be a pleaser. A Barcelona right now for Jorge. He's about to relegate it down to second place here by Morbidelli's flyer. As long as he's had a good out, I think he hit the green now. Camelo and he caught it Morbidelli. Over and he goes to 35. But I'm pretty sure that had that answer. Martin might he is to get through into Q2 for sure. There's maybe only one bike available as disposal. 90 seconds with this section remaining. So Martin, more drama then. That's all the right. I mean, talking about the ball crushing back down to one after his Lemon heroics. Even though his lap time has been jacked, so that was a baby. Look at the front there, almost fight with that braking. Martin quickly on his feet, his third crash of the weekend. I thought the Mladic then point guard Marco Besek in the World Championship going into our 12-up sprint this afternoon. And he's only 2-2 Yahweh, that is only Martin, because we got Morbidelli tissue off. That was a key error there. So Morbidelli, the only to do is around the final quarter. He hit the green. I don't think has now gone down too. The Monday he was previously trying to care for him too. He just got that final corner right. He's now up at the second section on his draw left. But both he and Teko Banyaya and Ayagura took still from Martin's morning. Alviga is down and turn side. He got himself up into team solo 138.851. Playing on then to place then G2 by now. It's past G80. That Vignard is set on right of the streets at the lap time from over there was counted the the exceeding and sack the mix. Vignard is on 1-7 and zoom a bit and the Bivets. And they just do as the yellow flags out. So all the Alviga incidents that then Morbidelli can this time around. He nailed a clean tied the single team. Might just give himself a little bit more margin for errors as he swings that thing off. Talking to Katsu, playing the right hander. This time round, he's miles away from the three, and he's dropping to take one. Now the ball through with him, it's rather and wasn't he? Potentially it'd be done to Al Mugling as taking the checker tonight. 138.5 fucking 0. Right on the exhaust pipe for Taka Banyaya, who inadvertently has dragged more than around to the first touch. He won Echo out inside, and the Tyson Jorge Martin might have to thank for making QT. This is very good stand for me now to get it. This heat and so he clashed down at turn 5. Playing more yellows at Bastianini was up through the first sector. That's a roll off for the yellow flags. Bastianini down in field. Steer 2 by the critical aim when he might have just had and want to potentially deny Martin. So Mormon in Martin have a tin to lose through full of penalty. So get on 9th on the grid. Bastianini's 13th, and Ayadora is down in 18th place on the grid. Surely 89 so Patritus Ivan targeted disappeared into the dust for Ayagora after that. Mr. Stink is on the ground for his worst qualifying since Tulip Island at the back end of last year on that flyway tour. Well, Frankie Moore with that is reminding everybody that he's the top pouch by the GP rider. 138.5 tag 0. That time, as we suspected, with the lack of grip of the core conditions, still a mile away from Alex Marquez's all-time lap record. We're still a second away to that benchmark. With Jorge Martin on the floor, but breathing a monumental sigh of relief right now, because he is going to be a participant in Q2. He's been greeted by Massimo Rivalry once again, and Troya Racing CEOs. A bit of a budget buster right now for the Rivalry factories. This is Martin. As soon as he grabs the front brake here, look at that. And down he goes. The upside in there is big get off that sort of like slunk in the front as soon as he grabbed the front brakes. Don't crash the weekend. Fast Rider 2026 Actually, take his press down into double figures. There's no question about it, is there? Boy Martin, when he's on two wheels, he's as quick as he ever was. But you just wonder whether this is just a sign of that increasing confidence, though he's pushing when he crashes, because you feel you get into the limit, you feel you can push, you feel you buck that confidence. Well, that confidence, they survived it, is just third tumble of the weekend. His girlfriend Maria, that headed hands once again, and he get more repairs toward the Diwali mechanics. That 1500 frames per second camera, which is there to catch him with his shoulder down through turn 5. Also, he caught a crash. It's caught this one too. So yeah, this was moments later. Chet Progress started the open Jorge Martin and Ferdinand Aldeguer all crashing within minutes of each other into turn 5. Aldeguer's fifth in the end in that session, and as I mentioned, that certainly played a role. We'll never know whether Bastianini would have been fast enough anyway, but he was certainly right through the first set. But after holding out flags for the Birmingham Aldeguer's crash, Bastianini took not improved on fifth place. Yeah, and he's going to be right cheesed off the there because he was pretty much in the top two for the whole of that session until the most important part of it, when the checker's flag was flying. That's ranks gathered around Deco Bagnora, hanging on his every word, as he misses out on the place in Q2. 13th off style in the grid. Which you found, this is at least second place as hard as they started the Grand Prix here last year. We had an absolute disaster starting the Catalan Grand Prix last September down in T21. A miserably night. Live off, McFan. I mean, as soon as Wells Catalunya was started to sort of point that yellow arm next, down there in the turn size, the front just rushing out what they did. Wells Catalunya with this next to the fatal weekend so far for the 27, 32nd and last on the grid. Well, he said yesterday he's struggling to trust the front end. Moments like that tell you exactly why. Morbidelli and Martino route through the Q2. Bagnaia and misses out by half attempting third. Martini spared after that late crash. Bastianini fourth out of Aldeguer. It was one of three to crash at turn 5. Marie second out of Vidianes. Igor 38. AC on the grid. Alex Rins 9th. Moreira, that it was surprised, that to be said, on be 10th in that section. Ahead of Gustav Fernandez, the top Aratiati Open, having a disastrous Saturday morning. So it's faster Frankie here in Barcelona. Morbidelli with Valentino Rossi watching trackside. The boss will be very, very happy what he sees so far this morning from these charges. The pair on the Burdett, top 6 at D2-1 there with Fabio Gianciardi, but Frankie Morbidelli then. And Jorge Martin after his third crash of the weekend. Lunge 2 still in the battle for pole here in Catalunya. Welcome back to what has already been a pretty dramatic sprint Saturday here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Almost Thursday conditions for motorcycle racing, not a cloud in the sky. We didn't see any blue skies here yesterday. It was a gorgeous step for Saturday here to kick off Sprint Saturday number 6 in this year's MotoGP. guys. Fantastic job as always by all the entertainment board production crew. Thank you, with that. He also going to give us out of Q1 with a 138.50. This is rather some weird exercise right now for Roy Martin Barcelona, unfortunately. You got to take another 2 change, get another gear change to the motivated. Kenny got a couple of years, has signed his first front row start of 2026. And of course, as Jack has so clearly reminded us, as he always does after the clash turn 5, Roy Martin will be in this Q2 session with the League 1 factory Catalunya at his disposal. Last pole starter here in Barcelona was Alex Marquez, who was leading the sprint 20 class out contention. He did kept the English and payback of its ending. They already had big chunk. The fight he had with Bullet Marquez still goes front row this season as well for the BK, because in your racing rider, Alex Marquez sailed through yesterday, second quickest he was in practice to our fellow Spaniard, Pedro Acosta. Just he and Jorge Martin now have 100% Q2 records this season. Igor is one of the set record when in qualifying mode when he was on the 8th. But we haven't seen Pedro Acosta out of pole position since that maiden pole back in Matedi 2023. Does this potentially represent Pedro Acosta's best opportunity to end that run? Fastest yesterday in practice. He was second to Juan Mir in free practice too earlier on this morning. Does the shark smell blood this morning here in Barcelona? Marco Bezzecchi now straight into the front row of the Great so far in 2026. The Spanish Grand Prix at the Red. Single twice of the grid to bears his lowest of the season. Apart from that, he has been on the front row of the grid in every Grand Prix. Leading the World Championship as well. He's been sunk start to the new campaign. Marco Bezzecchi has not actually actually slower than second in the main feature Grand Prix on Sundays. Hasn't finished slower than second actually in the last 7 Grand Prix and 2 VR46 Ducatis. Much to the pleasure and relief for the boss Valentino Rossi. I read that saw this pole position here in Barcelona because Fabio at the Jan Chodia was already safely through. Once again inside the top 3 that you was this morning. Like to scan him from big series. Podium track as well. 1 spectator so far this season, Digger, and 2 on a Sunday. Rafa Fernandez back into King of Fine 2. After last seeing him in this stage of the weekend in Jerez when he qualified in 9th place. Every time Rafa Fernandez is spinning qualifying 2. He's then gone on to have very strong Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Told you in Burram at top 6s in Spain. So real opportunity because these song track house are prettier remaining in King of Point. Alex Marquez in that most recent pole sitter in Barcelona. That was Alex's last MotoGP position as he comes into this crucial 60-minute session here. And the police guys playing chuck as they wish it through these riders as they pan out on circuit to the course to Alex Marquez. Been Frelson on this Arco, John Chownio, Bezzecchi, Mia, Miller. It's looking to bring this out, so Fabio put a long line enjoyed in this Q2 session. As the negotiating one is always a pretty tough Q1. Certainly Martin and Frankie Buldelli. We're going to get anywhere near 37s. We haven't really been doing close to excite by Marquez last year. Once they said one slide, it's really 60 best in MotoGP land. Wow, this 1.66 points at Barcelona circuit. Best time we've had so far this weekend was Norbadetti's Q1 time. They're putting through a 1:38.50. So not even within a second Valentine's all-time record so far this weekend. How does Jorge Martin approach this Q2 session? He surely got to leave a little bit of margin on this start strong. He's only got the 1 bike bell between another crash to Martin. At the start of Q2, we do big smiles. Oh, the great distance. You with a bit of a kindred here because you have to really push just to get that temperature in your front tyre. You say 3 crashes into turn 5 in that Q1 session, which had all the hallmarks of on-time crashes. There was John Zarco, who's also been on the deck himself this morning on his outlet at FP2 and the silent corner turned salty Eve down on the outlap up and still with a pretty fast brush. I saw the sunny side being off Frenchman. Since that's just yesterday, in what was a ridiculously tight practice session, not even 800ths of a second, 800ths of a second, split the top side and the plate on Friday afternoon. This time around, Zarco has Safely negotiated his outlap. Now it's time to find some serious speed here in Barcelona. This really sized time lapse in this June 2 section. Alex Marquez was the master of Catalunya last year. We should really beat ever. A long sprint winning Grand Prix with treble, shouldn't it? Fantastic all-time lap record to take position. He was lead the sprint looking so confident when he clashed out at turn 10. He did make amends on the Sunday, and there was that smooth. I bought a name to you, Bruno Chenwis, and turn 10 we called it like dual in scenes. And turn 12 with it was a Marquez 1-2 there last year. Only with warming Martin into turn now was the man turn 5. Safety negotiated by Alex Marquez for Terry here and Pedro Costa through the halfway stage of lap. And you can see Costa is a substantial amount quicker. He's something tense up for the halfway stage of lap. Of course, the KTM. Not the most difficult to overtake is what I'm long straight, so I need you to stand a little bit more in the max, you know, everything is still watching. I know it's early in the season, but there was impedance to the front bar and a bit Brian as well. Then we keep tag so you key their start picking up podiums. Besides being key, that's how we viewing it as a team. Let's see guys, but you're challenging the championship. See, I think it's too early. It isn't our championship at the moment, you know. We always try to go race my race. You know, we do the audio that. Say he just this idea, that's what he is not to build some pressure on yourself. So at the moment we just need to go for this back chain. Well, you know, obviously with Brian, you know, he's bursting all the time, so we have to have the body because he's in gear. So yeah, we go race by race. The last couple of Brian is what he's had a fantastic start. So this Catalunya GP weekend looking super confident. That yesterday especially, so I mean, he must be really confident of pushing for at least a top 6. Fighting it not have been me. Yeah, definitely you get breakers, and I think as much as they don't in the desperate there. This was very positive. Me found something. I think with the bike, you know, so something in his writing that, you know, hasn't helped him out now in the last couple of races. Obviously, I think the racers out didn't agree. Show how much material he had during the weekend. You know, as I said, big always came from gear, and we go race by race. So just nice to see his progress. Like Nicky have a bit more naked. Chase the key, chase out, just on Alvaro Carpa, I've got to say, up until this day, that last time out, he had been back in the top 5 every weekend since Phillip Island. He really was in stunning form, and he is a junior GP winning here in Barcelona. It's a surprise to see him in Q1, and as for his teammate, Prado Real, I look at his 3rd consecutive top 10 qualifying. If his hobby practice has been edited together, and he might be finding himself on a career first fun brown. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Oriate on track. He qualifying too. A few rookies have been very quick this meeting. You'll see Old Hall in qualifying too. Right, of course, the previous times this season he has been in qualifying. He has successfully advanced 3 regards qualified in the top 10. Nap BBDA, Vicky Io's toy nose 50 on the GG side deep on the greedy edge. Taps not a penalty. It would be at some of the other venues on the county, such as Near Mountain, such as Bottle Park in Unbury, because this pitch straight is made to slip streaming. It really is, and that is going to be vital, particularly when we get towards the end of this session. When we start off with due to the track position is so vital here in Barcelona. A lot more vital than perhaps at other venues, but Cielo is another one. We go in there next, of course, in a couple of weeks from the Italian Grand Prix. At the moment, lap time's just coming in. David Munoz yet to set a valid lap time, but he's been out there. I think he's exceeded a couple of track limits and all out of as well. So we keep an eye on Munoz and Cruz's going well at the moment. But Motorrad sectors, as you'd imagine, and this early stage of Q1 over Tarpang Veda Batama, still up in a Vushing. Your form I just highlighted at the top 4 places in your timing tower on the left of the screen. At the moment, fund themselves in Q2, but it is heavy provision. Heck of the first lap, South Africa, they are 47.3. Italy at 47, and you stage the weekend tied, so I did a 41 yesterday. Q did 5 this hard, of course, the session was fucked short by a crash, so that's already substantially quicker than we see to Carpe and for Patama too. In second place with 57.6. That's a half a second quicker than he had been so far this weekend. Carpe's time at 3.82 would have been able to play him in the top 5 yesterday. Practice that he managed to get it going. So, gotta say, Alvaro Carpe, he's on the pace when it matters, and it really does matter right now. First, it's on the weekend, just context of 46.9 for being upset by Herkizing Danish. Yesterday in practice in Malaysia has been going great guns. I'm going to be ticking him up later on. Think due to Munoz leading Cruz says a little bit behind when Cruz says up at turn 12. You generally have moments and you're trying to stick with David Mundial's pace. Yeah, David Mundial, of course, has got history at this final corner. He was caught in a sandwich, wasn't he, a couple of years ago in, I was going to say that famous race to David Oddsall, well, that could be one of three, thinking about the three class. The air no 3 meant to copy on that, and Munoz though does take center place on a born 75. Drew says, what's on to his rear tyre, I think he can use that to take the third. Let's see exactly whether or not Crusades has got the pace. Dipping east to do it on his own. At the moment, Southgate Green Power Machines this weekend slightly off to the boil, coming in from in the case of Crusades, a career best result last year at the team's home Grand Prix, finished 7th at Le Mans. And as for Britain, Scott Ogden, it's just been a little bit of a miserable weekend at DNF as well. Last time out in Le Mans, could really do with a result, Lewis, to spare him on. And boys are really busy pairing the races. We're back to back from here until summer. Michelle and Nicholas by Ogden was on the Primero the Great last year, so we'll have some good memories to draw upon in a couple of weeks. Still great recent memories to draw upon from that French Grand 3. He's one of several riders who would have been up for a big result had he stayed upright back in the bond. Probably would have been somewhere in and around the top 6 for stalls. And folks, I mean, how good he is. I mean, the wet conditions hasn't been everything we don't weekend though so far to drive. But as in terms of the moment he's sick, he needs to find a couple of tenths of a second into that himself in St. Richard's on him. And this is the thing here, Lewis, it's so tight in qualifying. It is marginal. It's so finite. So, because only a couple of tenths, but whenever you needs to find a couple of tenths, really close the gap unless you've got a real advantage over everyone else. As we can see, dawdling off the racing line, riders prayed against it. That just gives David Winner the clearing a track as he works his way through the false sectors. Riders so keen to try and find that particular rear wheel to jump up on, because a slipstream down that main straight could be worth as much half second if you tied it wide. We'll fit in this race though. We see riders go from seeing physicked over the finish line and lead by the first quarter. It is some changes. Oh, really, you can find it in these Motors 3 qualified sessions, or indeed in the race. Munoz hasn't had that better bit. What is the intensity here right now? Yeah, I think to Peter improves his time once again to 47.515. Looking at what that was yesterday, 47.907 for David Munoz. So he's a little bit quicker than what he was able to do in practice yesterday afternoon. Did 47.5 this morning, didn't Munoz? So he's pretty much meant a few hundredths quicker. He went earlier on today. Meets 47, that's around about where you need to be. Can't pay, I'm not sure you'll feel. So we'd be safe on a 37, turning 82. Of course, ideally, you'd like to not run again from this Q on Saturday. If you in terms of pole, you want to save the next tyre for Q2. I'm not sure Carpe is in a position where he didn't take that liberty. Absolutely not. And I think last week in Le Mans, he only just made so he was fourth because of that damage goings on all around him on Saturday afternoon. So Alvaro Carpe, I think he's definitely going to be heading out. The other thing that we've got to mention there is when everyone is pushing that lap time, yellow flags can be a problem, even if someone just runs to the gravel and drops it or to mute the print. Even if you have a small get off, the yellow flags will come out, and regardless, it doesn't matter. If you slow down and acknowledge the yellow flags, that lap time gets camped. And riders in all classes, as did make reference to the fact about difficult it is to get temperature into the highest areas. He's an earlier time to be able to come into Barcelona, but it is still but it would mean me be this time of year by 3 degrees really. And we've seen riders in all classes crashing in turn 2 and in turn 5 as they hadn't built up that temperature in their front tyre. So that's something that riders have to be careful of on this outlap. They don't do too much. Of course, that is a risk they take. By the time they arrive at the first left hand of turn 2, there's no temperature in the left-hand side of the front tyre, and they're straight into the gravel track. And the other thing as well, Lewis, is that the actual nature, the layout of this track is on the right handers at the end of the lap. That's why we see so many crashes at turn 2, then 3 and 4 is and long, punishing right-handers for the right-hand side of the tyre. That's why we see crashes very early in the braking area. See you touch your bike instead of down, you can go that front end, maybe very sensitive. Very sensitive indeed, so you've got to essentially, you don't want to just take too rift, but you also got to push hard enough on that outline to build up that temperature in the tyre. When your stops a bit smaller, minutes or maybe so, where you throw a couple of minutes more, you keep back out there one skate, be as hard, you say, in second place. The riders outside the jump holder against, he'll be making out that could spot this up to be the only segments on Gorman 8th. And we thought, also we're not down to we got. And he kind of done in 11th place when he has had another difficult weekend. That would essentially the first 6 to 12 Grand Prix. But good to say, with 4 minutes on the clock, David Munoz was the only man who went out and did a 5-lap stints that one. That first stint he managed. So he's striking out of kill to everyone else. If he does need a lap time, he's leaving himself very near some time to achieve it. So of course, David Munoz would normally want to shy away from attacking the racetrack. So let's see what the 64 may not need to do or may need to do. Of course, it can all change. So no one to follow in me. These riders been a pit lane. I thought he cancelled the hiccup start date down the main straight. Also doing his work on his own. He's going to ride a turn 1, go through 2. He's going to find up Tessie, a dual Moto3 rider, in his way through 3. So the replicates our teams. Into that group all needs to be, they need to have their head on the swivel and make sure that they don't get in the way of tar bags. Otherwise, they could find themselves in hot water with the stewards. You can guarantee Nicky Io has got the steward's numbers on speed dial when he saw them all that. Not coming out pit late. Gotta say, coming out to pit late now, Munoz, they look like used tyres to me. So David Munoz looked that way. Yeah, David Munoz is coming out then down towards time 1. So obviously trying to save a set. Somebody can go again and go for pro late orange U-turn should he make it. Well, that 5-lap run there, he did set it his best lap on the last time when he did, a 47.515. So it's a calculated risk for David Munoz, but he's a bit of a risk taker, albeit a very different circumstance for the moment through these initial sectors for the West of Natali, Carpe and Ogden. Now, the 3 riders currently on time wise. No one is totally setting any dust. Best of them, Rory Munoz. So you are, in case they're going here, you're really happy that Alva and Carpe is come on by because you got a great reference to try and get yourself in. Casey Gorman is 8th in a minute. The rider up and load from him, Guido Pini. He's going to need to pull out a real barnstorming lap in the final couple of minutes of all of this. He should get 2 laps by the time they cross the line. Because he's in this group just behind Carpet. We'll kick them up when they do come across the line. Watching Scott Ogden, but he's a second off and now bails out. And now we have a load of Moto3 riders who at the end of the day are just reducing the possibility again 2 laps in. Now more certain now it's going to be 1 lap over broke at the end. Ogden came around turn 12 and when he both came a little bit head, he's like, hang on, was a such a switch through. Vince 8-9 bike switch team like he's jumped into the back ball here, which might help me on mine. And final lap, minute 37 to go. So he will start a final lap now. He made it around being orbit, so he's make all break now, but his motor is the gliders in June. Well, we're in the final 90 seconds, aren't we? More or less. Guido Pini needs a lap right to put Thomas and Ryder at risk. He'll need a lap, and they're going for Shane Moodley's in it, who is in this group as well. Let's call up the candidates at the crack of it. Both of them can put a lap together when they want. They flick through the direction change of turns 2 and 3. Red sectors everywhere so far. Drew says like he was boxed him out of all. I think Oldorban's passed it on the way to double to Drew Sedges out of pool. First sector, so he's now under serious risk 2. Feed third, but Bratava getting aggressive on this lap. He knows he needs to get up on the board here. That's okay decided. Nikuma Kamara to title on a defending team of points. Yeah, he's got to come to him, Kamara, because Kamara was great through the opening sector and he's down in 9th in this section at the moment. He's already going to threaten the top end placings. Tweeny would have taken through the second sector. That's coming up in just a moment's time. Let's see what the second sector is. It's a lot more meaningful, this second sector. Butama makes another pass. That timing is what Cruz says, and he is coming through. Estimated P1 along with Haley said the 2 on the flying, and old flying too. He's the fastest through the second sector. So we now have a 2-4 him on the speeds with the tracking close. Remember, these are the back to JC, very easy to spot. The TIG 19 and the TIG pressure on it. Up behind his teammate is now Teeny's now really thinks Steve. Fired Carraro is having enough to done on it on this final lap. Hung by hungry riders, Chase go place GT, rolling round block cage. Well safe for Nicola Carraro. He's in a very fast group, and at the moment he's off fast enough to reckon he'd be saying lap times in it. Petey, so when you had sectors coming through the third sector, but time has just dropped away a little bit passing. A third sector, we're taking them through the final 3 corners. This is the Catalunya corner, time 14. Petey's going to get yellow in his slick free near. Coming to a light, but Sharma, it's fourth at the moment. Where does he go? Does he cruise? You can see that Petey going pale, and some leopard racing at the moment. Pointing out by Tinky turns, and I reckon that is about G3 then. Who's Guido Petey? It's the only one he was really going to find. Coming from Ogden, he's on a lap, but Peavy should be safe and sound. These 2 big PUBGs like Island. Hey, no, I don't think so. I think Ogden has got off somewhere, and an hour he's transponded and registered off the line. He was such he saw. He was fastest through the first 3 sectors, but he's not past the finish line yet. No sign of he has just actually registered Earth, and he just come off. He's having twice, so he missed out by 20 thousandths of a second. Didn't work down here, did it? The CIP, because as predicted, that tier started one. Ostrich has a place EQ2. That is such a shame to Scott Ogden, but the whole island can breathe a sigh of relief as Dacia Gorman gets the job done and gets Paolo Simoncelli's 650 spotted Corsa teams and represented into Tutos. Guido Pini, he likes leaving it late. He likes getting the Leopard Racing team's party going, doesn't he? Pini, Carpate, Munoz and O'Gorn. I thought I'd say that's probably about where we saw the envy. Surprised not to move through. Under Patama, he won't be happy with that. Down in 7th. Yeah, what's what happened to Patama in the final sector? Because it was looking pretty good, wasn't it, for the time? That's 3/4 of the way through that lap. Clearly made a slight error because he ended up losing 3/10 of a second. Ended up down in 7th place. So Patama will start down in 21st place of the grid. That is a Chariot log tour 5, which I guess tells you the high standard is being set to yourself on. There's a nice, interesting shot there. Massimo Virginia and Dr. Saw. Most of them having a long discussion on pitbull. No doubt discussing Guido Pini, but he's in T1 and he's in. So that's what matters. Caliphate second. He's going to start as well. Arpe, I think she was always doing the moves, so but she's just you put yourself at risk and at the mercy of others as well. So Albert Carpe, he's going to join his teammate as well. Munoz is going to join his Peso Gomez, the outing liner. And as I say, from that 658 Storter Ghost team, that will be in Q2. Relevant tools in the teams. Melvin Carpe can have a short breather, and he will have the best knowledge of the track conditions it's going to be set as well when he gets back out there to go for pole in Q2. It's really top there, isn't he? Alvaro Tarptay was second in Q1, but that could be a key moment. It is moments over 3, Catalunya can't break weekdays. TD then a form 7.285 to be the fastest we've seen from him this weekend so far. That's all right. A shout out to TD2 on the 90.5. So we have Hondas through first and fifth, 2 KTMs through 2 second and third. 47.285. Lewis, that's not that far away from what Lakeem Denise was able to do yesterday. So we might be in the fastest times of the week. Guido Pini tops G1, Carpe, Munoz and O'Gorman go through. So Munoz's gamble to go to use starting intersection did pay off. Often in true says miss out for CRT 56 for Patana. Really about qualifies his teammate Cormac Buchanan for the second time this year and second in the last 3 Grand Prix too. At Ferrari 9, so this really saw him in the thick of the action on my final time. Like Mitami, Ramastorfer and Buchanan for completing 12 that competed in Q1. So PB through to Q2, Carpe, Munoz and O'Gorman heading by quartet advance. The battle for pole in Moto 3 is moments away. a quarter of a tenth, as well as Adrian Cruz, Vaida Batama, Rushaid Mehdi, Nicola Carrara, Zen Watani, Leon Ramostov, and Cormac Buchanan. They missed out on that chance of a pole position here in Catalonia. We are here at the Circuit of Barcelona. Catalunya, still to be outside of downtown Barcelona, about half an hour, 40 minutes or so by car, but you need space to build a great racetrack, and when they built this place, they definitely built it with motorcycle racing in mind. This is a classic venue. It never ever disappoints. Every single year there's at least a talking point to get our teeth into here, and Moto3 is generally one of the this is one of the craziest Grand Prix of the year. Next up, Mugello, that one's pretty similar as well. You join myself, Diego Giles, Sotheby's is next to me. Ellie York is down in pit lane. I'm going to be crossing down to him very soon, I'm absolutely sure. But first up, Moto3, Jutsu, and I've got to say, Hakim Dinesh, fantastic job so far in this year's Catalan GP weekend. He dominated Friday, P1 in FP1, P1 in practice. He was top 6 this morning. Hakim Dinesh has definitely taken to the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya like a duck to water. Brian Ariarte is in second place coming into this one. Ed Argent Fernandez, David Almanza, and Valentin Peroni complete the top 5 on the standings after Friday. Vitali, Kides, Yamanaka, Morelli, Rios, O'Shea, Salmela, Esteban, and Joel Kelso already through. And like I said, Penny Carpe, Munoz and O'Gorman joining them. 18 riders coming out here in Jutsu. To be close to a miss, and rookies certainly making an impression here at the Catalan Grand Prix so far as the team. Danish, Oriate, you've also got Salmela in this session. Jesus Rios, who has a very strong record around the FB Judy categories too, who's invited to keep guard in this session. The experienced names have been obviously by Joseph Profi, called Ice Patrick Fernandez, so experienced in his Moto3 class. He's been Pablo Bidisha, and of course our most recent pole sitter. But the kids by Moto3 standard, that's upstated today. Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, he's going to be really interested to see who comes out on top of this, because Hakim Dinesh has been dominant so far this weekend. Max Keyless has not been absolutely at the races. It's been fair to say, like he was at Jerez and Le Mans. So we could get to quite a jumbled up grid. Before we get into this one, let's get down to pit lane L with Revigo. Yeah, good to get out with his gents team up at the MSI. What a weekend so far. But Hakim Johnny beating on yesterday, looking really contained, quite problem and in race rhythm. So how was he doing that? Going to find this really amazing in that affection you're showing on the Dean on the depot. Around MotoGP, Brody's unexpected that he drives a lot in his potential. He's working very well. He's a clever man. He is doing a job step by step. Right now, I think he has at least he has a capacity to try to do a same attack. Not any pressure or his whole shoulders. We are just learning and growing, preparing it. Look right for the future for sure. What we've been most impressed with like he was doing so far this season, not to be in the points so, and now of course fastest on Friday here in Barcelona circuit that everyone knows very well. Yeah, sure, man. So the green Brazil shaking on another with riders like David Bigueras or Donado, also with Rina and Moto3. And this is really strong in the last sector. We never see something like that. Very impressive. Matt is fast in other sector the should be. But important thing is that he's wrong. He must earn amounts. The big mess during the qualifying because all the riders are on the middle finding another riders. And probably he will be our one reference to our riders the first time. That can happen and they will came back the situation. But on the other side of the books is the two riders are now for this studio session. Why you see it? Ran out, but it's very easy back in the 10-10. They brought it so it hit it, but season boys. He's showing again. It's the right you see. We know it to charge your hardens. Sure, but this It's right to go. Sure. I keep always straight at them. The start the decision. Necessarily not. Is or good is some donkey. And we will see them all right. Is and I thought, man, shit. Not exactly as her toward the young on Motors and even me saw him struggling a little bit this weekend. Just a pretty even Moto 2 coming up. I would see they just on the podium last weekend now. Struggling a bit this week. Were you there? No way out there. You saw me. Are we the May again? Yesterday, they have been a lot. And during this morning, we don't use new tires. We wait for. And they have been again. It's tomorrow. Like, so they do for those sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jordy. Thank you, Al Lewis. And you'd think they'd have delayed the session just while we try to get Jordy Caddell's thoughts down there. Didn't hit late. Gotta say, let's start with Haki Indonesia is the favourite coming into this one. He's been absolutely dynamite box office on Friday and also this morning. It's been a long time since Malaysia's had a lot to celebrate in, I would say, with three. We've had a couple of wins from Carolina and Harry, but it's been a long time since it's been consistent. So Fahmi Karadin, last Malaysian rider, to get 5 consecutive point scoring finishes. So, not bad company for Haki Indonesia to be in. And the aforementioned Khairudi to be only Malaysia to have a pay in order to reclass that game at his home Grand Prix, typically. Unfittingly, the Malaysia Grand Prix back in 2012, and it feels like that particular record is under a bit of threat today. Haki Indonesia has been fast fame at the very start. That was Catalunya Grand Prix getting so fast, in fact, that the experience had to be ended. And that Peter becomes a point to swim in. Well, with Lord, would it get? I mean, Indonesia's been brilliant again. They actually had a decent record here. The Junior GP best of 6th there, as well, from a few years ago. So, Indonesia likes Barcelona on the back-to-back top 10s for Malaysian since 2017, and it was I didn't know it in back then, but he went Bruno. So 9 years later, Haki Indonesia is doing the business, but he's holding that having easy. Ryan Ariarte has been fantastic over on that pace, and in this rider here, we're riding on the England, maybe not on this lap time, that Max Keeles knows how to pull a lap together. He has been super and in Motor 3 this year. Yeah, when this Sunday I'm going to be ruling out Max Keeles. He's sort of, of course, a formidable operator on a Sunday afternoon. He started to sort his Saturday afternoons out as well. I play back to back for pros. As I did that, this is steady. Well, it truly held up. He was already 6 tenths up of Denicha right through the lap. He's already held up by the Malaysian. And I'm going to say, with Steve Fernandez, he's been a bit raceless, feisty this weekend so far. He had no forearms without shoving a couple of riders out to turn 3 and also turn 12, where he thought about doing it on Haki Indonesia, but still bets over 47.4 though, despite all of that. Ajahn Fernandez, that's a pretty good, I think, Gandhi from the number 31 Indonesia on a 48.3, so needs to find a little bit of time there. But of course, he's upon his price conditions, MotoGP have had and the warmest, and we all know that here in Barcelona there's almost zero grip out there. And anyway, when the track temperatures rise and everything else warms up around it, the little brick that there already is down there starts to diminish. Track temperature in this all-night session is some 20 degrees hotter than it was this morning when these riders say for things that will last out on track and being a free practice too. He comes pretty hard, say, ahead of his fellow Spaniard. You also the moment, but we're seeing a lot of action, but not a lot of valley glass. Joe must have had across the line on a 53.7, holding the fifth of them. So many already exceeding track limits. Yeah, and there's so many of them seemingly just not quite dining in. Felt such a problem for Brian Ariarte. Can't see 7.3. That'll do. Very, very handsome. Like, Rivalry was so close. We were almost celebrating him. The pole for it, one way. So a week ago, fortunately, he did exceed track limits in the final quarter of Le Mans and had it ripped away from him. If you listen back, I think I was. 10 minutes, kind of rigged too. That jump when those backs it into turn 10, the thing was on the hinge coming through there. He just about scrubs off enough speed that each looks clicking out. Do that. Jesus Rios, keep an eye on Jesus Rios. Seriously, big fan of Jesus Rios. I think he's got quite a lot of potential. He's won't, and he's seen it. Seemed very, very high. He's in that Rivalry side of things. Been a long died since they've had anything to really cheer about. And at the moment, Jesus Rios is dynamite. He's doing the business. He's brilliant form around there, 2 GP wins, and now he's doing it in MotoGP. We take Fernandez a plus line, doesn't improve in time, doesn't improve in points. Hacking Dinesh in third, he does improve considerably. That's a bit more like it. It's 47.6, but still though, near the 46 as well we were yesterday. Coming to the line and see what Jesus Rios has got. He was on course man, and he does go provisional path. Brilliant stuff from the Rivalries Cyclist team rookie. Fantastic. Number 54 is just up ahead. Nuriate and Adrian Fernandez. So 200 on the fun run. It's been a little while long since it's been in the hands of the Snipers team. Yes, but he does go back to Romano Sonati for the last time the Snipers team had a told us it should soon celebrate, but still an awful long way to go yet. Ridos a winner around here in the Moto Junior categories. GP of each came for the last 2 years. He's a bit of a circuit specialist. Can only on to the second road. He goes. Yeah, he's looking to try to get over some recent team flying demons. Almanza to top spot now at a 47. So I don't know Almanza. Plus he'll see him on the top position since the birthday Saturday the season, but pre-injury of course. So we know Almanza when it comes to getting one that time in is pretty fast, and not just that, but so like practice he does a lot of laps on his own, and he gets a lot of data acquired. So perhaps not a big surprise to see Kevin Almanza out there in T1. Just on Jesus Rios again if I can, Lewis. That's half second quicker than he's managed any weekend so far. So whoever the 54 fueled up over lunch, it's working. It's by the riders the London without a valid lap time next to that name, including the World Championship leader, Max Chiles, with Musa Nossi, the man of Shade, Team Carthay. I don't go, but of course 3 of those here came through qualifying 1, plus Rios is the one who came through qualifying 1 and saved the tyre. As he went up for a second one on keep 1, all huge tyres. So would yourself a level playing field to the both of this Q2 field. Good to see that Adrian Fernandez also has a decent first lap, first run on the board. You see him very often kind of languish down a little bit, and then he can't get the lap time in at the end. The 4th place halfway through this session. I imagine we've not seen Pini, Carpe or Gorman go out because they don't want to waste the tyre. So waste of a tyre. This is something I touched on this morning about. Max Kiedis will be very careful about laps cancelled. He's a bit of a criminal, so all of that. And he's just gone out, used the tyre, come back in, and he's still not set a lap time. Fresh as on Lewis, less than 7 on the clock. He's wasted a tyre, he's wasted his own time so far in this qualifying session. And he has done Chilas, not what it did. Caffeine valid. Chilas usually pretty good at working out where he can strips the margins of where he can't to the moment. Chilas, who he started back on the pit work. If I'm not wrong, was it Austria last year? He kept doing this along the way. I'll run over again Friday and Saturday, and he did come back to bite it. So Max Kiedis, the only championship leader, okay, qualifying, maybe not as important here. You don't want to be on the fifth round. The reason why it happens quite a bit here as well is because a lot of the track limits areas, the green time after on the way out, are fast boulders where you want to try and carry that momentum, try and make the corner, so I guess alter the angle as much as you can to carry the speed out of the corner and onto this name hit straight. That's often where we see the riders going out into the green. So Kiedis is trying to, I guess, the ability to perfect. He hasn't quite got it right yet. And of course, like any curbs in the world, the higher up the curb you go, the bigger the serrations get. And even if you are perhaps not only close to exceed track limits, a little bit of a bubble out there on the big serrations, and they can just dropping off the other side. You can just see the drop off there as I turn on. Perfect illustration of returning what we're talking about. So that's set. That's the white Southbound fight session on 47 mid-chain here. So that's the start of the weekend, but don't have to be. As long as you're faster than 17 other riders in this 15-minute session, you're heading for pole position. The true Fernandez stops on head. I saw it company, and he doesn't look pleased, but it either. Fresh run with that all round. Now that all looks a big shiny. Did an inside egg and a go inside the kitchen sink. They still 5 minutes to go. Worth noting that David Almanza getting ready for his 50th start in the class. And Polly's there last year on a Honda, so he's going back to back pals in Barcelona on different manufacturers. Kiedis leads the Mount Health pit lane. He's Mark Morley, his teammate, right up behind him. Then he's going at PD to level up MTA machines over Esteban and Battani. Likewise as well, coming out pit lane. So formations line there. One up from pit lane. Queso Gorman needs a lap time. He's going out on a used front tyre. So not fancy throwing a bit of fresh rubber at it that time around. There is Yeah, Rico Salmella, he's I guess contemplating a qualifying situation where he needs to get himself up the grid to be happy with his supplements Mika and Sun. I think some may not that penalty to some misbehavior yesterday. Gabe Titan says so the unfit already with a bit of a handing hand though he's to on. So Tatum when he gets himself as high the grid as possible. Now on that penalty he was a troublesome somebody here down at turn 1. Yeah, Alan Simfaroni as well. The other Texley machine likewise in pit lane. So there'll be a formation line incoming for good Signers team here in Moto 3. 2-2. They're working away wearing the track. This is a brilliant lap incoming from Rivalry. He's got a little bit of trapping in that push. Where I think as long as they don't dawdle coming to sectors 3 and 4, I think that Rivalry may well be on course for a very strong lap time here. This could be one of the fastest we've seen so far this weekend. Rivalry's had a very right top top. They hasn't even sweet head, no doubt about it. The 2-year world champion looking like he's did a challenge. Potentially for first pole, Atape wisely getting out in the way of his teammates and off the bar for potentially pick up some pointers and some slip sheep from Rivalry on the next lap. The 51, potentially 2 quarters away from succeeding where he narrated well the week ago. The only thing with Carfax, he also needs a lap cycle. There's some wouldn't have been real humbling out and make that. And letting your teammate ready to do with the pointers, yes, but he needs a lap time. He's already cancelled that lap time as well to track limits. So Rivalry that P1 Turishny, 3 minutes on the clock of 46.979. That is one of the fastest lap times of the week. It is the first 46 of the day. Sorry, it's Rivalry and Dunwich have got into the 146 bracket. That's right. What it does do, Larry, it just shows how quick David Alonso was here a couple of years ago on a 45 now. Yeah, David Alonso was anyone that you could look at around. A reference in modern history would be David Alonso. This show, man, now might be about 2 in the course of 2026. Man, sure better some of the Enzo's Red Lords today's 100% podium again already. Dead Max Giel is the record for the most podiums in a Moto 3 season. It's 15, which is shared by, amongst others, David Alonso. He already Max Giel. He's a third of the way to bettering. He is indeed, and he's one race away from setting a new record for consecutive points finishes in Moto 2 as well. Likewise held for that same pesky Colombian David Alonso, who is Derek Guns coming up soon in Moto 2. Talking about James Fernandez, who was on fire last week here in Le Mans. This time he's on fire here in Barcelona. Very Moto play final corner of the Catalunya corner. That's going to hop up. Driving and I then. What has the 31 go? Is it pre-1? No, we lost a lot of time. That final sector, a bit of a moment that Dedish goes up to P2. That's more like it on the relation. Yeah, Fernandez momentarily lost the front to turn 13, and that's where all that lap time went. So it cost him about a third of a second in the end. So Chile saw personal best, but of course he put nothing to measure both sectors of gains. But Paulsby gets himself on the board here, but there's such a fast trio of riders right behind him who might make the better do is he put in his teammate, Mark Camarelli. Gio, this is first lap of the session, puts it take, but Camarelli takes from a hit by him, running 8:46 time. What about his to battle across his 8? So he goes up into 6 points, and Rios followed them up into P2. So Malcolm Borelli, Van Hazes, Rios, Grupano, Arte. No, it's obviously doing around here. An only rookie front run. And Clyde Riley pointed out there is John Kelso moves up into first place. He had a front run last time out in the run of golf. This time he's looking to try and do it in Barcelona. Red sectors Dwarl, Marani, Uriarte, Kelso. Kiles, Carpike, Valentin Party, and Prince of the Earth Shade. He's having some goals in a second of each 60. He's red thing a first sector thing. Still a minute to go. Already has the better front run yet. He's Moto 3 grade. Then avoid the pole. So this would be breaking new ground. We've got 15 rookies in the top 5 of course. It's mentioned that there is now in big place that he's still he's in the minute charge of the third bird center. So he's holds for the first pole position in Moto 3. Little like that faded in Giles. This. And final lap of the session. At the moment, Kiles is stuck on his 10th mile of the great. And this is definitely his last time. That though is half a minute on the clock. He's hoping to get round for another one. Even the great Max Giles gone black on Moto 3 by the time needed here to get in. We pick up Hakim Danish. His true sense off. This isn't in a cutting. He is going to give one rule though. So it's not all done for Danish. It's whether or not there's life in the tyres. Danish drops across the line. And as we predicted, Jones in 5th place. Cheelers needs his lap time. So finally, 3 red sectors, 3 sets, I'm done. 3 sectors in, he's in the full sector now. Valentin Perloni, well, he's left it late, hasn't he? But the Argentinian will be about to deny his fellow countryman. Where was the last time I had an Argentinian 1-2 on the grid? You might say, I hear you cry. I don't think we've had long. Cheetah's final lap across the line. It's such a thing of, I'd say, 3-1 per. Explains them paid. provisionally for the unsaid priority. Murnil splits the KTM, so is a KTM 1, 2, 3 on that front Charlie, but it is given surely the Red Bull KTM Tech Flame Machine. The Valentin priority by 5 thousandths of a second ahead of David Munoz. Oriate and Almanza across the line in fourth. Damsfield, his only deletion on a personal bet, Adrian Fernandez is in touch halfway round, but I'm fairly sure, Lewis, unless Adrian Fernandez pulls out a massive lap here, he's not going to threaten that runner on. He's going to take something absolutely heroic for Adrian Fernandez, who's after back to pole positions. I've had him his Danish, who's at the moment set to start in ninth place on the grid. We'll find out now at the end of a second. Fernandez is news. Now, Fernandez did lose a lot of time for his Oriate mid to that final sector, so it might still come back towards Fernandez, but DT to the moment would be not a disaster, but fairly close to it for the Leopard boy that he's now through on, and he's now not been held up through the final couple of corners. At the very least, he'll look to make himself, if you could find a tenth of a second here, Fernandez, it would lift him up a couple of rows on the grid potentially to get him into the top 10 on the way of hard holder. So let's pick it over the line. It's not about it, about points. Adrian Fernandez, but in the end, it's ninth place, so it is pole position for Valentin priority. There is an Argentine that, of course, born and raised in Barcelona. Here's his home as he's going to get this year. I've got to say, so Valentin priority, it's his third career pole in MotoGP, and that Barcelona into Austria and San Marino from last year. Valentin priority does a fantastic job in maritime to get a pole position. David Munoz back on the front row in his career first front row. Brian Ariarte, number 51, so close to pole. And in the end, has to settle for that, but he'll still have a clear view down towards turn 1 tomorrow. And they'll say shout out to the three rookies on the front 2 rows, Ariarte, Morelli and Rios 6th. Drebus qualifying by some 10 places for Jesus Rios, 6th on the grid babe on the sniper Honda. And looking at the triple grid on it, he's indeed the top candidate on the grid. And just on Rios, he ever since Goiânia has improved every single time in Grand Prix Sunday from his Saturday qualifying. So perhaps he starts in sync. Expect him to be in that podium battle tomorrow. Just a couple of other names I want to pick out. Pete Job from Joel Kelso, back in the top 10 again for the second Grand Prix in a row. So fantastic stuff from him up there in 8th place. Okay, so the goal that's come to Q1, but in the end comes away with 12th, but disasters all around. Alpha Carpe Tonti, he's not very happy with that. And Guido Crady, happy, done a great job to come through in 17th. Is not where the Lampard racing team that are expected to finish here today. In the World Championship, and together in the third row of the grid, Max Giles. Adrian Fernandez will up on the back doors. The total Peroni keeps up his extraordinary record in Moto3 this season. 6 Grand Prix. That is now the 6 different points up on this incredible 2026 season. Certainly on Saturday afternoon. May well be a little teaser coming up in Mountain 2 as well, of course, because we've had a pretty darn fast run of things up there as well. Just to correct myself, I said it was front rows and away for John Kelso with 3 because he was in the top 10 as well in her rounds. Top 10, sorry, so 3 top 10s in a row for John Kelso. He's seen a here shake. Simply calls of a second off that on-time set high. Valentin were only the fastest time on the weekend, but 16th place, a little bit further back than what he'd have liked, but still well within that lead grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Didn't take much though, did he, to tumble down the grid in that section, less than half a cent in couple to take 15. Did not chew 2 sessions down to Alvaro Carpe 14th in the car. They many closer front rows, being then 3 into the Moto3 history. Done that. Just 19 bounces to Recipe covering Tononi, Munoz and Oriate, your front row of the grid. No back-to-back poles in Barcelona for this one on your screen. Now, Almanza been ruling off the second row of the grid, and he was in touch really, yet to be less than 200ths of a second away from Valentin Peroni's pole time. So, David Almanza, he was a tall ass, but he is there in 4th place ahead of Marta Morelli and top Honda. Fantastic. Phil Hayes' rails, I can't sing his praises enough as we look at primary Arte with that trade first fund driving. I'll be delighted with that. Leagues one of the Red Bull case MRA machines has turned up this weekend. Almost off for a dignified end to Jesus Rios is getting pushed up 10th lane, but The carrying of our best shoulders down the Snitos later on, after that 6th place team playing vintage soon to pick out from the graphic you saw there. How Hurliate was by far and away the fastest rider, being that fifth sector. He was 2 tenths quicker than Taroni through that point sector. That could be a bit of a trip card to him. As far as Montoy, we don't often see a last corner pass, but we've had a few famous ones here right across the world of motorcycle racing, so don't rule this out again tomorrow. And of course, Hurliate is replacing Jose Antonio Rueda. He was a member last couple of specialists last year in the Grand Prix as well. Yeah, Max Steelers is a specialist, whatever corner, but it's the furthest in the middle or the last. There's a good bit of bumpers up there to the old camera before we cut away from him. He's won one of 3 races from various places on the grid, so I don't think he's going to be too daunted in starting 7th. Now, the only thing that he's perhaps a little bit more is he's around riders ain't not. He isn't around. Pacers is ahead of him. Joel Kelson's directly behind him, so turn 1, own 10 a lap, third just have your wits about it, Max, but I'm sure you'll be fine. He's actually 10th of a second off that pole position. Anyway, but I can tell you that we are going to be getting that into here from your pole sitter. It's his 3rd in his career, and it's his 1st of 2026. Huntington Tony is just about making his way over to your families on your straight top job balanced. I don't think the book to listen you need to. It's here to just name massively better to the season of the specials venue. As the solution for yourself, it must be pretty important. The fight, after the many invaders, is the here we are in the bubble season. Here we're waiting the face of the festive. Well, you in the city and you say so. In this bottle is and in Bunda here. What is the thing? Only the last 2 races and the saying. I mean, I'm some mistakes in the Glally, so we have about this bubble season. And what I stand doing is leave for my family, my destiny, and don't wait him. Top job good for tomorrow. Thing is what it's. Yeah, it's his 3rd front row of the season. There is, as I said, his 1st pole. The problem with Valentin Peroni is seen to be in the Grand Prix. He gets in a battle, then he gets mine, and then once you are split from that pack, it's very, very difficult to latch back on. Yeah, it is. It's going to be crucial tomorrow to try and keep yourself as close to the front of the race. At any times, possibly, of course, all that matters is that you're at the front at the end of the last lap, but it's so easy to get mine in a pack here at Barcelona. Give it the power and the strength of the slipstream down the main straight. It's going to be a bit of a chess match tomorrow, an extreme chess match in Moto3. Trying to find yourself in the right place on the racetrack at the right time. And the Tyson user managed to find a way to the front at the end of 80 laps of TLT racing tomorrow and rewarded the 25 points. Just a couple of names we didn't rate touch on throughout that job list one. Did we up to 11? His teammate Matteo Bertelli at the big dog of the grid. So finding a little bit disappointing for Bertelli, particularly after that Le Mans podium. Elsewhere, Rico Mella there in 15th place, and Ryusa Yamanaka not capitalizing on that due to automatic qualification yesterday in practice. He's down there in 18th place. Talking of problems in Tube, so we didn't have this on the cards. Akun Fernandez, I want to see run out of fuel, but he needs a little bit of a helping hand to get back to the paddock. There's Bruno Corrichidi, I think, down there just asking the guy in the middle left and lap. I'm actually just wondering where exactly as they might have got to. But he's on his bike. Adrian Fernandez denies for tomorrow's Grand Prix. No about polls for Adrian Fernandez, but it is a post-pole of the season for Valentin Peroni. First pole delicious is Milano last year. Munoz and Ariarte joining on the front row. We have 3 rookies in the front 2 rows of the grid. Almanza ahead of Sumu and Arabi and Rios, Trebes Rios, Kita 7th ahead of Kelso Fernandez and Danish. Who, dare I say, he might be slightly disappointed, but so that's the pan 11 ahead of Coleman by a Q1. Bertelli, Carpe and Salmilla on the pit. Remember Salmilla, I don't know much tomorrow. O'Shea, Tini and Yamanaka, the 6th row just behind. And so Alpin and Adrian Cruz has both nudged down in Q1. The CIP, they put top 20. Ahead of Veda Fatama at Korea, Love Baby 21st. Mukli Carrara Batati, Ramastorf and Buchanan. Complete your grid of 26. In the Moto3 tomorrow. They got pre-pulse gets underway. 11 a.m. local time. Sunday morning in Barcelona. Oh, it was supposed to be a pub called race here in Moto3. Make sure you're with us for that. Stay with us though, just after in because the battle for the Polo Boys G2 in Moto2 are coming up next. Q1, right around the corner. Yeah, Chu Long, he's Jim Senders, Jose Antonio Ueda, Ivan Altola, Tony Arboleda, Sergio Garcia, Noir Isaac, Barry Bautas, Joe Roberts, Santavanti Gerberg, Luca Lanetta, Tara Ferrazalta, Chabi Zuratuza, David Alonso, and Adrian Huertas, and of course, Madre and Zuratuza are two riders that are filling in for Angel Buqueras and Jorge Navarro respectively, but Chu1 is gonna be going gangbusters in just a short moment time. The first four, the fastest four, do find themselves joining the 14 as have already been seeded through. Lewis, Moto2, we thought Moto3 was up, and Moto2 I'm in a loss because, where'd you look? You got there, Alonso was in great form, but finds himself down there, very bounces. Obviously a big crash yesterday, but he's not going short, and Jose Antonio Ueda, following his own pump surgery, posed for rest. Not only was he quicker in Le Mans, but he's already come to town and come to Palm here in Barcelona. Who's you can read there in Q1? Yeah, do it almost a call list to 7,000 to Niagara different place automatically in Q2, and he was very impressive in SP2 this morning. So there's a genuine opportunity here for the Moto3 champion to earn his first Q2 appearance in Moto2. In terms of championship position, this is the biggest of names in this qualifying one session. David Alonso not so much bothered by the right shoulder this week, and there's no electrical troubles that he had in practice yesterday, which stepped in to early a couple of tired laps and it's down in 26th place. But we have two of the top six in the World Championship in this Q1 session. Alonso and place Toddy Bidishev from last week too. That's Ivan Altola was on the MSI Talents. This will be the third appearance for David Alonso in Q1 this season, and for those occasions he has managed to come through. And ironically, the one practice session he did tough over in America, he qualified 17th. So from that, there is probably not the biggest indication of where David Alonso's at. Just for context, he was 11th this morning, so okay, not right up at the point 10, but without any gremlins, he was knocking on the door of top 10. He had, of course, that 17th in Austin Mazepol, wasn't it, until his tyre crashes. We've seen Sunday by the suit action on the Saturday. Previous story of Alonso's season in many respects. He sees a long one, so it's looked like he's got the speed to take a bit of it after winning one of these Moto2 races, and all sorts of incidents, injuries, reliability, incidents of the head that he's done tripped on, and he ain't got it David Alonso's way. As a result of all that, he's split in the World Championship 31 points and a half behind Manin Gonzalez. So we take a look at the Hensit Jose Antonio Ueda, and if there was a speech bubble, it would be out, or a full bubble, it would be thinking, after a real chance at Q2, I think he's going to do it, Lewis. I think he's in really good form here this weekend. That we always knew he's going to work out. There's been so many different elements to why it hasn't and necessarily been the ring star. Obviously, he's had the problem with power in his hand after the big crash he suffered with Noah Depvila last year on the side and lap at Sepang. There's also been the fact that he's jumping off a Moto 250 machine and jumping on a 7.6 hard driving Moto 2, so the stopping power, the braking power, that really took its toll with him. That's why he's had to have on pump surgery post-traumatic stayed behind it under this here. He's home in under this here and got under the knife. And really, since Le Mans, that was when it started to come true. Maybe Jose Antonio Ueda's special kind of talent. We know and we knew it hadn't gone away, but that's when the results back in our green light. Q1 Moto2 is underway, and Barry Bautas wasting no time at all. He wants fresh track for this one. Yeah, his own shit on track time so far this weekend is Bautas. Didn't get much money in this all they need for taxis through due to some adrenalines in his bike, and of things, as mentioned, the crash at Turbine yesterday in practice, which is why he is in this Q2 session. He had also actually set outside early on in that practice session, Bautas, which would have told him to Q2, but he got to by the yellow flags, which immediately kicked out because of Alonso's bike kept breaking down. There's one note in the Barry Bautas' mid-short on track time from Sunday to Le Mans, thanks to Celestino Vietti's having buzzers down at Last Power. That's fine. So I think perhaps Barry Bautas just needs fresh track and doesn't want problems in this Q1 session. There he is. Doesn't want to see shadows or the sight of tyre coming up on his inside to move to turn 5, which recalls it. Problems or he's already been down once sorted this weekend. As you mentioned earlier on, two replacements, so I won't repeat those, but what I will just quickly mention is why this year isn't having this qualifying session. Just one Honda Team Asia competitor in this session. That's officially down to the injury curse striking team Mario Aggi Once again, he's had a MotoGP career, a very good shoulder technique, he's a right hand injury. There's from 90 out to the Catalunya Grand Prix. Indeed, it's time for a Salto on the Honda team age of slag. It's been this week too often in the sun this weekend. 2 crashes for time from a Salto this weekend thus far. Welcome in the paddock. His leathers scuffed up again, and I just got to roll with the eyes in the Alpine South technician on that one. I didn't think Salto is winning when he friends out there in the paddock this weekend. Turn 2 was where he fell this morning. He fortunately for a Salto, well, I guess it might be a consolation to him. Many have to do lines since that crash that corner. Seems so easy to crash if your tire's not up to temperature. So for a Salto, who's like on the hand to an inch, gets off into this Q2 session. Or you can make a chase for 6, 7, or 8 others in this Q2 session, including this man, Barry Baltus. So she's still yet to truly delight, even if he's shown plenty of potential. But only 13 points to his name. He's still 2 points down, but he was at this same stage last season. Yeah, and now he's running on the sector and where he really should be. Barry Baltus has had great pace. He's been a little bit unfortunate, we could say. The long lap penalty over Hunter for his leaving and being singled out and quite father during the rest of that one. Also last hour, he was taken out to no fault of his own now. Okay, the crash yesterday, that was all on him, but it's just they're not having the green are being shocked with it. I mean, get hitting its thing because these parts are parts, Lewis, how thick and fast, and if you take back momentum from one rail to the they send wide to it's over that, and then you start overriding, and then mistakes start happening, and it's just so these men on in. This is why a Q1 graduation for Baltus is actually a lot more important than just having the chance to bite the palm. Yeah, just tracking him through the bird sector. He's being not taste part awaited, but the fact he's only told about the development through the so I'd say to his lap. He's put tenths up on the name side, and he third is a couple of tenths up on Jose Antonio right in here is on him. So, and it would be just like the Intermundians turned. He does say being nowhere this weekend, not really through this thing, but he's had some various problems, as you mentioned, with the bike. Also, just to turn it on in this G1 session, course, he did a week ago, got himself through G1 and ultimately onto the third of the greats. That's something weekend so far. Manny does out as a 41 K2, and then so gets speed to the 41s, but Fitter, it's final Taylor, and then named 770 Todd Hamilton. Yeah, 770, just 27 thousandths quicker now. Sergeant Garcia who's second. Alonso's a 10th back in third. I'm sorry, I've been good about it. He's up there in 4th place at the moment. Just had a look at Bonetta, and then it's Barry Baltus, Jose Antonio later, in Iradre, Arbolino, Quietas, Robert, Furusato, and 0-2 is that, but I think you on 7 at the moment. I tell you what, that would have been good enough for the top 4 yesterday in practice. So, not a bad doing gunman. That's all to me about all time left. Who really shouldn't be down there in tune bomb anyway. I'm just about to ask the question how long Darcy and that side of Stone was really. It didn't stay on very long. I saw him on the green coming out of this corner here. So far, just hanging wide as white. As you can see there, they're trying to teach every little bit of time if they can. And it was that little green apron just on the right hand side of the track that Darcy went on. There's some sense of that. His second place that time has been struck off. Yeah, and every confirmation of the top of your screen. I'll put the site down below. I'm already flirting with the green as well. Coming out, turn 13 and 14. So David Alonso, I mean, that's laps okay. So we'll take that. There's Gosmal, and along his out, he's still an over provision. We've sort of 10 minutes, of course, to rough and roll with here in Moto2. And this wonderful Catalunya circuit has takes its way through the natural landscape of the land, the natural topography of the land. That's why it is just so brilliant. Let's take a breather for the moment in Moto2 Q1 because we got this famous name down there. We need to have former winner here. Really, notice a place right the back for his man. Well, where the hell's do the introduction? The Greeny, he doesn't need one. Oh, don't see it. Yeah, thank you, Denzi doesn't need one. I've got big zoom with me, Jake. Fantastic to see you back in the MotoGP paddock. First and foremost, how are you? I know you've had some injury troubles this year with your switch to World so just tell us how you're feeling first and foremost. Yeah, really, really good. It's nice to be speaking to you, and obviously, luckily, it's not peak, guys. I'm happy about that one. But yeah, no, really, really good, and injuries coming along nicely. It's obviously not as quick as I wanted it to be, but yeah, the injury was quite bad. But yeah, step by step. That's going to buy next week in Zano, but it's will be, and obviously come down. So yeah, it's just nice to be in. You mentioned he's straight into Q2 later on. He's looking pretty good so far this season, chipping away in things and slowly but surely getting stripped and by so soon. Does he like he could push the top 60 soon? Yeah, 100%. The Yumi is making great strides. He's a really, really good man in this, so I'm just proud of what he's able to do week in, week out. Whether it's good or bad, he's always improving, whether the result shows it or not. And I think this weekend he's going to have a really good race. He's been like so close to having such a awesome race, and like I say, this weekend I think he's going to do it. And most of these guys, you know, we are on top of the battle is in Moto2 competitive deals as competitive as ever. I know you tune in and enjoy watching the races, and pretty much every session's out. How do you do the season so far in Moto2? Alright, it is. Do you know what? In a way, I'm happy I'm out of it, because honestly, it's such a special time when you're racing in Moto2. Everyone's so close, everyone's so competitive, and this year is no different, you know. So you got the Boss Skiers out there, you've got the Galaxies with Olins, and the Galaxy was WP. And they're all there, you know, and everyone's fighting. It just seems tiring ever. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm out of it now, but every year it just seems to get a little bit tired, and yeah. It's going to be nice to see the races weekend. We've got a really close competition at the front. How do you see it playing out? Let's see, well, Mario, of course, up there. Again, Isan, Celestino, and obviously Espargaro as well. Who did you put your money on that thing, Sam? Oh, that's super difficult. Do you know what? I think you'd have to go with Manu, just because of how consistent he is. Last year, he made a few mistakes. The only downside that's going to let him down is it rains. He's really lotting through on that, and to be a world champion, he's going right in every condition. Like Moreira did last year. He needs to, just fight to get it over the line this year. Despite his you know what it takes to win around here. It's a super low grip surface, been on the podium, been on the top step. So what does it say to around here? We know high life is proof, of course, from Sunday. What do you as a rider need to do on a Sunday to stand on the top step here in Catalunya? Patience. I think patience is the key here in Barcelona. I think it's one of them. At the beginning of the race, you've got to be smart that you don't use too much tire. And I was just saying to him, and just remember there's going to be a couple of drops in the race. And needs to be smart with that. And they all need to be smart with that. As you well see, the group breaks up very quickly. But patience is the key, and not overriding that return. Appreciate you, Sanjay. Look forward to seeing you back on the Honda very soon. Great to see you as well. Thank you very much. Jake Dixon's just made a big mistake there, because what he's done is let me come back at him, and he can't come back. So nice of you to turn up to a racetrack this year, Jake. I know it's been a while. On a serious note, there was a bit of bands between us, and I'll come and find you later, and I'll come and badge you then. On more serious note, please do get World Superbikes. Lead you back to the front on that one there. So Jake Dixon, great to hear from him like that. Back to Q1 action, I brother say. Luca Lanetta has moved on to P1. Fantastic lap time by the rookie on that Boscia scorer for you on 750. Couple of hundreds quicker than all-time lap. Next, and you're taking it out in this session. Izzy Luca Lanetta in 11750. That's a second Kutscher where he went in practice yesterday afternoon in the same conditions, same time of day, roughly the same temperatures. So whatever you've got into found, he wants to bottle it up and keep it the rest of the weekend to the moment. He is on course. Was talked a lot about the rookie Rueda, the monitoring Olcenti brother, mate, but the rookie is heading through to Q2. These Lanetta. Brilliant stuff from Lanetta. I'm really ready. Quite surprised. That was quite impressive, wasn't he, before he got in junior finals? He was one of the standout rookies, I've got to say, in the test at Harris. But we know the leg injury was the leg break was actually quite a springer. So Lanetta's coming back out here. With 5 minutes to go, started back on the barrel of a few Tim-Tims. I think nobody so tells us. So checking up, he played here from Lanetta. I think obviously tells us that the first Pastora was working very nicely there in Barcelona. We've already got 5 of them. 5 of the 6 in the field, straight through to Team 2 with the course at Sunderland expects, likes of the Eti Delara on June Cadet, but Alvaro Ferrandez on the second of the Pride Blutry Boston Stores Institute. So if we get to a Netta through T1, we would have the complement of the 6 best runs stuffing out the pole. Yeah, and I tell you what, that's probably very encouraging, because particularly to the Marvides team, they've really struggled this year to work out on the Aaron Canet and on the Dennis Onjuth side of the box. Just looking further down there as far as we can, as Jose Antonio Rueda works through turn 5, and he's going to come through the timing beam for the second sector. He's on course to go through at the moment and go P1 in this session. Tonio Avellino down in 9th place. What is going on there? I know Tonio Avellino Stalking down the last couple of years, it was here last year. His worst ever Moto2 qualifying, 28th place in the grid. I mean, he won't be 28th today, but at the moment, look at 23rd. It's a disaster for the 40. Hey, right to mention his results last year, because this has never been the greatest episode it's from Sonia Arvin, and even when he was fighting for the Moto2 World Championship Pedro Costa 3 years ago. This is a circuit Arvin has always seemed to have a little bit of difficulty getting to grips on. Let's say we've heard from Jake, who knows better than any of us about the particular nature of this circuit, the challenges over the loom drift that we have, and the he really named your top that he don't be some so precise. So now I'm turning here in the moment. Alpino is finding the guarding particularly tough. He's Raider about to get as a second rookie paint a bit top there. This, as mentioned, during the weekend would be no surprise if Raider could do it. Just himself out the ring wheel of final corner, and Raider across the line has got Pom elsewhere in the water with the team he has. This is what we're going to how before forces down into times have nothing. He's going to get another shade more airing right. To hers and sign your way to how many times does he want to have the cabin make it? Takes down that side. Because of successful weather. Now, straight to the free. Shireen or could be waiting until Sunday evening at least. I'm saying Tanya way to up Hammy Barcelona. Oh, he hadn't flagged. It's sector turn. What has happened and who's doing it? Giant 5 here has been a massive pinch point. And the Dorberg is in. And the Dorberg and Bermuda. You're in the second sector. The Shireen right has made on way around stove 5. Already he weighs on Sabi, but there is a currently in Steve's place, so he'll be a very nervous and anxious spectator for next 2.5 minutes. Well, I'll tell you what, with Baltas, Ruedo and Garcia behind him, gotta say that probably sometime in Gerberg's session is done, and I'm not sure he's going to be coming through at all. A lot of dawdling here. I mean, he used to say this in my but this is a little bit ridiculous in my would say. If I'm going to be quite honest, you had David Alonso, who was actually on a half-decent lap, I think, and he got caught right up in the middle of the morning. This is even Tolo's second at the moment. He could hear the pencil sharpness coming out. Hopped inside in Qualifiers room here. He's not going to be happy about this. He coming it, so rub his hands a bit get best as you carry old boys, and I'll happily stay in team now. Though at times would have more probably been cancelled anyway for this drew, but of course the yellow flags were out. To the crash of Van der Gold, but they can't afford to take too many games, also be decided apart Polido, also sitting third. He's only safe by 10 million. Was certainly lovely on hostile front in the middle of town, so that's the gathered up. That's the first person with executed, or the bit my moment there is Melvin, who's actually just the front and side of town, so he's happy to win all of things because he's got a pack of riders behind him. Certainly, let's ask Kate Darling cleanly. I think Garcia has just got under in there. It's sort of them thoughts, so Tonya Arboleda hates Jalamedia. Heading to the house a lot more after that, my reason plumbingly cost him any chance of moving on through. Yeah, nagging away, and there must always be quite fragile confidence. But Tony Arboleda about how do you feel to save it? Just to be in mind, next time you come through turn 2, which had I might be on the post up which had 3. That's some more afternoon through the second sector. The only audio trivia in the mode is Roberts on the American as he damaged remember. Never successfully navigated his way through. Jenny Fine won most weekend and body that transform this weekend. Yeah, really helped him out one of his best weekends since he was victorious and Vernon last year. We have a look at Mary Bouncers who just made a little bit of time up doing that third sector. He's already in after he's going to have to find a lot here. Time he's hurrying with Alonso around. Turner in second is on a decent lap here. It's only a couple of thousands clicking through that third sector, but 20 seconds on the pop. These guys will get another lap in, I'm sure. But my sectors, Lewis. You know I'm not really charming. Let's see what Bounces does. Jumps on the power center. They are saving threes right on late on 5th AM. I'll tell you in that last sector it goes away. But let's have a look at I was starting to waiter. These are brown. Tiny seconds or so from trusting the line. Yeah, he's turning red sectors about the 3. I was starting to waiter. The number 9 here. The hanging Moto 3. My champion is trying to get in to Q-Take the first time. Final provision. And it's down and that's just shoves onto Van den Goldberg outside. Under Goldberg's crash at turn 5. He's left to in P5 at the moment. Rueda's third. He's taking the checkered flag there left side. He's done all the jams. What that means though is that now a named so is to Kenny recently on the better. He's in can't play. Second bike in your picture. Behind Barry Baltzer's song, it's him to the there's up to some thousand best 100% in the way. In the fastest so far, but we got Tola and Garcia and Unai Ray looking to launch a surprise B3 Q2 at Terence Ongon. Well, so this is fun. Solitude on Inter is going to be a competitor due to I tell you what, Alonso and Roy in behind Baltzers and Baltzers look very really scrappy and scrappy. On this up, he's riding the curb, he's out wide, turn 7 and 8. Direction change, he's taking a long sweeping line into turn 10. Let's see if Alonso's going to get into it. Not this time. Garcia is pushing on. He's right up there. You're going to need a William last sector. And this is the rider who could knock Alonso out. Sergio Garcia is right behind the number 80. Looked like he lost a little bit of time there. The front end was trying to top to return safe. For Sergio Garcia, staying near the rear tyre. Rivalry, my name on Parakite, asking for the power level straight in as he throws halting in the Catalunya quarter. He's going to get on 0 minutes 6 rate magnet for the we just let the load Garcia takes the target signal on the side in that final sector. Late improvement from time for a start and moves up hourly. It doesn't improve his time, but his 10th in this session. There is Oli Shiva, City's would build that tough. And even all time left Hoser and starting to away to a second kick. Going through to Q2 and David Alonso just about scrapes through. Ed hubs onto landing over, who may definitely be regretting that crash over at turn 5. Yes, shout out to the two rookies in that session, the way they true. Loretta and Mareda, first and third. 21-7 to Manetta, comfortably the fastest machine win this weekend. Mareda, he did a 32-2 yesterday, so anything last second, just have to be some of his best in practice. Today, both through. No very surprise, I guess, old reputation to the top 6 of the World Championship still and serve out of Italian back to fans beyond the weekend did argue that from Lucia Planeta to book his place in King 22 for the very first time. Brilliant stuff from Planeta. He's not the unsung one. He's already, I don't remember we were talking about this. Over in the, I think it was a class bunch out in Buriram, that Luca Lanetta. Oops, sorry, he's got there. About him, and he has Luca Lanetta. Has really come good here in Barcelona. But you know what I was saying about a section? You just need a section. In the case of Barry Bouncers, to move forward to celebrate, to give some momentum into the team. It works the same to some people in that. He's still the ropes here. He might have said so, but now he's such a bruised of confidence. And he's got the pace here to potentially go into bigger things. Any qualifying coming up in the man. Yeah, we're still a week and a half short. It was his 20th birthday as well. He's still very inexperienced going through level, and as we've already covered, he's had his injury issues over the course of that time. So that's a key moment that for Netta in his rookie season. The team may have wanted to bring on so too. 80 goes through in 5th place. Super close. Once in quenching up felt as on to Madden door by the quick turn back onto Midell. So I just want to know the second run. When I will know the pace to do the known. I didn't see them 5 and I just know the shot and I think it's pretty dusted fast. You've seen how off where he started the weekend. Unexpected, I tried to go bike pack. This should give it in 5. So out eyes and look, I've been a bit more choice. Yeah, obviously yesterday was the easy day, which is why we didn't go straight through to June. We tried a few days, but it didn't work out. And then this morning we were pretty fast. I felt comfortable and honestly qualifying again. The first lap, my fastest lap would be in the some traffic. Second lap, we got more traffic, and I said, okay, I do the on, it's better. But then, unfortunately, I made a lap, so cheers out there. Hey, big. Thanks to Ben's on to and goal, but streets behind in session, Losia standings when it's all told over way to hand on them. So, are your people to move through? What a star showing that for the 32. 2 lookies advance. Hello, we're to the top 6 in the World Championship. Heavyweight battle for opponent Barcelona. He's on the way next. up in Q2 already. You got the likes of Chavasino Vietti, who's been going fantastically well all the way through. Senna Aegis is back on form this weekend. Alonso Lopez has learned he fairly spree it this year. The Moto2 on point. Alex Bashiri, Daniel Garner, Ethan Guevara, Alex Stretch, Manu Gonzalez, Philip Salach, Colin Paya, Ayuba Sasaki, Aaron Jeanette, Dennis Onshreef, Alberto Fernandez a surprise, Danny Munoz, a podium here last year, Lanetta Altola Rueda for the first time, Damon Alonso, Suede Pinto, their year 1800s riders coming up here in Q2. Only one could take part. Yes, 3 rookies of course, with the 2 for G1 making their maiden Q2 appearances. Rueda, Lanetta, and Alberto Fernandez, as you alluded to. They're the team Pogba and the boss with Stormrose are in this qualifying 2 session. 86 of them. How about fans? I'd say I'll tell you a moment there. Just as we cut to the pre-session standings, the Mexicano 39 flags for Iris Salon Plus was 10 years ago. Why he era di Catalunya Grand Prix, where we studied the Aston Reese, and on to the 2 predecessor years. We say now at all the time he come to Barcelona. Yeah, Luis Salon, as you say, every time we're here in this part of the world, in our MotoGP sphere, we do take a moment to think of Luis Salon, what a character, what a rider, what a person, and he is dearly missed in his MotoGP paddock. And to me, very, very hard to believe it's 10 years, Lewis. It's been a long time without the number 39. Let's turn our attention then to the pole battle. Moto2 Q2 is coming up very soon. Ethan Dupara has been a mighty form of late. No one was too surprised, I think, last time out to see the 2018 P1 in Le Mans. This weekend, he's going to be different. I've got to say, it looks tighter, Lewis. This weekend is not as clear-cut as a week ago in France. No way yet to see Ethan Dupara enjoy that same level of supremacy. Clearly he's carrying the same level of confidence. So once again, yesterday in practice, when everyone else was riding their tails off, trying to get started to Q2 on a soft tire time mode, Ethan Dupara was sat in the pits watching. Clearly so confident he was that he was doing that through being to qualifying 2. That confidence was not placed because he comfortably made it through in 5th place. From such to wait some 65 Grand Prix for his first photo 2 point. Can he go fact to fact here on this afternoon? As you say, 20 challenges winding up to try and beat it, including the World Championship leader, of course, who's 9.5 points ahead of Ethan Dupara. Medi Gonzalez, who set the new all-time high record earlier today, was just checking up myself, so Lewis 41288 is the lap time that Medi Gonzalez got bouncing. Makes Luca Lanetta's lap time in Q1 very impressive, just half a second off. Yeah, Lanetta going very well, underlining as we said in Q1. But clearly the Bosques Juniors are working very well here this weekend, because fastest in both sessions yesterday was Lanetta's teammate, Chavastino Vietti. Went under the radar this morning. Various riders with about different priorities in free practice too. This morning, clearly the Vietti's was a race rhythm and he did work on tyres. Don't rule out Vietti for a shot of pole position. Last time Vietti was on the pole in about 2 battle. It was the last time he won. That was back in Mazada last year. And his didn't click. As we said earlier, there was T1 in FP1, T1 in tractors. Philip Miles did the smoky down the 15th. I mean, excuse him of that. Worth noting, it's his best start to a season since 2022. I think we marked that one up last time out as well. But that is the level of Celestino Vietti's consistency. The one thing is, and there is a booth about that right on the paddock at the moment, Celestino Vietti may not be getting off for the MotoGP ride, get to see. To be L36 Ducati team, I have to wait and see about that. Seems like quite a few riders being linked to that. Not least Nikolai Bruliga, who is currently probably leading the World Super Light Race, which has just kicked off over in Mosque. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But Celestino Vietti, perhaps with a little bit of extra motivation this weekend in Barcelona. Here we haven't got a device to Barcelona, but that's a fairly safe song. Hold the line. I mean, we'll find out for you. Well, that may affect all my non-wins going over something. I think I'm one third to that sounds just struck himself very quickly as last time Vietti was on the flat road, I'm told. That was the last time he won in the time last year. He got it back even further, all the way back to Austria in 2023 could be Vietti's last pay position, but it is already a weekend of celebrations. Don't we? Chaladen busy celebrating his 100th Moto2 start. A bit of a wild ride to me out his turn 7 and 8 speed. Well then, via, he's already got his luck out. It's mid-10 Greece, but it's busy for on that penalty tomorrow after taking out Danny Munoz some 6 days ago in the month. Yeah, Chelly's going to be giving it some welly, I think, in this one. He's a P1 coming into it. Yes, you mentioned Colin Myers. Long web penalties, you have to serve that, and that means it probably needs a really strong qualifying. Colin Myers not not really shabby in qualifying at all, actually. He's actually been right up in the top 10 for quite a lot of me, really, and with the exception of his own last year, he's always been in Q2 since Brno last year. So I've got to say, coming fire, Figaro with 10th last time out, was his worst qualifying of the season. It's still a top 10, and it's not too shabby. He just needs to find a little bit more perhaps today to get himself back on the front 2 rows of the grid. He's one of our 5 pole sitters in the first 5 Grand Prix of this season in Moto2. So Regis Rivalries, the Mal Street, Donny Mugaldo in Brazil, Altus, forcing Herbertier from the end, so we all stayed via with the red. And you found them just a week ago. And come on, now we're about to have a super sit to the season here this afternoon. We did get it in Moto3, so Moto2 and Moto2 are definitely delivering the goods. And there's a first pole sit, a pole position of the year to someone in MotoGP. A word spoiled that just in case you haven't called up yet, but there's only catch-up business coming up very soon. And surprisingly, we were supposed to this a dismaintained the World Championship leader yet. Martin Gonzalez, even if he does hold the right record now, said Barcelona, it's weird for Gonzalez, this for much to you, but you know, the experience his speed, but didn't always convert in on the Sundays or the second half of the season. Each year, Gonzalez doesn't appear to have that explosive to go at pace, but he's maximizing everything, squeezing everything as short points. I was here saying, mode up, praying out 7 SRs to go on. And unfortunately, the likes of Alonso Lopez and Danny Delgado almost tripped over at sea. Tough to say, I think he was losing the front there. Out there at turn 10, and he's dark in, he's done a crappy job. So well done to it, but trend of chaos behind it. Where else on pit lane is it was a huge pride. It was almost a very well used pride and terror down on son of factor on the island at turn 10. So Chris Lord, Joe, I'll tell you what, sure the state of Vietti said he's going to be curious some welly. A 41-3 as an open in the lap. Price soon the premier Italian. And he is what 10 second away, a second best stuff the weekend, Matt think, for everybody in the best up yet he's doing just underlining, baby, it's clearly just a kilo race. He did be through this morning because he gets you the multi-focused on the time attacks. What I might even sound as the 28-ton record holder, speed cuts the line and sticks in behind the Yeti and takes second jets. Into them, flying out for Manny Gonzalez, half a 10 to drift of the Italian Lopez. Once again in her top 3 positions, Alonso Lopez starts his World Cup sort of a 1 lap pace as we have a look at Danny Holgado being wheeled back into the pits. Wonder if there's a small little problem down there. Look at the streamline. Only has this with great spark, Lewis. Actions like that? No, we not today. That he was on guard or who's head by designer, but this was always this is also on you come the course. I thought always them the ones like who were there actually. Nearly eyesighted. Well, Danny Holgado, he done a brilliant job, John Boney. Yeah, well, he's Mickey's trying to take a burnout into the opposition until he's heads through the screen on his first run, so that'll be a fairly quick fix to the back at Chelsea de Vietti, leading his teammate around. But so, look, we're getting through carefully long. Looks he trying to get himself on the top of the grid here. The Bosca store I was already locked here. Well, Holgado's a bit of a screen by, so that takes the Mickey a little bit, doesn't it? Look at the Bosca's girls, she's so nice. Vietti, 3 heads up, 3 sectors around the nectar. He's looking at pole position here. If he can only hold together, no players. And as Vietti is, you're fine, right? No, I got it. I'm just laughing to that. Proud of her. He absolutely glitz out. Then he's still in cycle at a time. Crossing Woods on, and that's a 4th. Where's the Rivalries in the 4th sector? Auschwitz, the number 28, and Lanetta. In 4th. In the I'm already enjoying Saturday here. Palestine, and let's say goodbye. Of course, I don't. Alex is screech is pushing on as well on that board. You see, like, it's forward by no man by nature of it. Ethan Dubai, winner last time out of Woodlawn. Does he go controversial pile? No. 4th, Civic Minutes, Lanetta, the Sprint, young second end, bring used to fit the menacing planified P3 on the number 11. He's looking at third second out of the season at the moment. His Alex's breed still got Musk Store, Calix Feewood on the front row. Then we've got Calix plus the Storm, Dusker Store on the second row. Lopez Devaro, Lanetta. We go in ages 7 from Alonso Jeanette for Nortongla. 10, 3 riders the bong down lap time. Yes, you know, those is the rider who's currently having used street fitted, Danny Holgado. Just looking at Vietti, they're featuring disheartened Vietti fans by these grey sectors that might come in the second and third when you have a massive moment last side and around in that 3rd sector. So if he's in touch, you just know. And the 3rd sector, he might work in the 4th sector side. He may only have served in a second, didn't he? So me and Eaton think he might walk out himself an extra what's hitting some cushion over in Gonzalez, who's looking to try and take down. He might be at his purpose will call. He ain't want you that shouldn't keep it on his progress the murder sprees. He does not have time to his name at the moment. He's sitting very close by. Chose to Vietti on the racetrack. Will take them up in the competition. Will be a clean consecutive Vietti. Should see him extend his lead. Vietti's going to be in the final quarter now. He's in the flashing path.com's position at single leader. Vietti pulling in sorry. Now there's a lot of time against in that third sector. And that fourth second, watching way they're going to be. He's pitted. I think he has pitted. That is a great train for his Antonio, right? Because he could have done with setting that lap time. It looked like he was going well. He would have put him, wasn't inside the top 10. He's up pit lane. Yeah, he's just coming down pit lane now. He's right in behind that Michael Tober to me. And I think the netter is just coming as well. There we go. Right on the show. I can tell you, Tony Holgado has just hit the track. So Holgado's going to be looking to try and not headbutt his own machine this time and try and get a lap time in. Currently that one. We often see the team giving the messiest just hearing shit heads down here when he got up and things track. Unfortunately, he took it a bit too literally to death. Yeah, he needed a red crash helmet, but not red face inside the crash helmet. A little bit embarrassing, perhaps on Danny Holgado, but he's at least he's going to have the mud guard this time. Which famously came back to bite him in the leg. Exactly. So Danny Holgado qualifying has been a little bit problematic for him, and stay as well across Le Mans, but now he's out there on track again. Let's see what he can do. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fine. The problem is he's pushing because he knows that he needs a lap time quick. Interesting. He's had the virus, had his lap time cancelled. He's exceeded track limits, sort of rider second in the World Championship 1 week ago. And he's been printed down to 16th place now, so some Tertia on the MC Tamat rider now. Before we get into the final 5 minutes of this, what have we got for a tidbit? Here to start with Yoga and Yoga now, Emmanuel and Center. It's like, in this section of the close this weekend as well. Pressure on Rivalries test, it's not easy. I go baseball do feel good yesterday. The Virginia Eve said, "What that put that out this morning." They made their beats that band very looking solid, but the name would be very Italian singers the tango solid zone. I think you super party drives on a bit decision 100 right now. But I say every single day. You know, they said about a toy where they did all the this morning, and both of them looked pretty good, especially Mother's Place at the end. It looked really strong, so they both booked and they've timed you for a podium. Now you're okay, but I said it's super important to manage to to name it. But we know Manu can do very much. Every singer, every band, and on to God. But we were trying all about safe lines, skating, working. That you're working to these jag and chairs. It's we church also. It's the final 5 minutes. And then coming across the line, Daniel Dado needs these final 5 minutes because he's yet to set a lap time here as he comes down towards the braking area. Off time on one thing, there's want to get across. Follow Daniel Holgado is because he's upset at the lap time and because he did have that massive moment at turn 10. I think he's alright or nothing would help understanding where the track is at various points now. He's understood it pretty much in the first sector. He's nearly attempted that. He certainly knows where the track is at in turn 10 as we saw on that previous lap from first sector of Daniel Holgado. But the first sector isn't really where the difference is made around this circuit. It's only really the first 2 corners and the one pitch straight. The second sector begins halfway around now on turn 3. That takes you off into the real tire tinkering parts of the racetrack. Holgado, though, if he does want to attempt to lead his speed experience to see it through this stretch of lat, remember that he did win from pole the area. Yeah, Danny Holgado has happy memories over here in Barcelona. Let's see whether or not he's in a create more. He's right in touch halfway round as he just under the bridge at turn 8, so our camera is located at that shot as they come out over the top of the hill. This is out towards the green at the exit turn 9. Holgado is pushing on. We take up qualifying vibes. This is on a 9th place at the moment, of course. Only sits a couple of minutes going correct. So Pioneers will take in qualifying. Let's see whether he can work out today. The formulation made it, so Holgado's going to be dead this now, at least another couple of laps. Potentially 3 more. He's now coming into the final sector. The other second, had a base 3/4 mile to the lap to begin hold that sort of pace is going to put him somewhere, or maybe the second or third row of the grid. So another fat initial A side to this for Daniel Holgado. So he then build at this final one off. Oh, it's just a line. He does. Holgado, he's back to off the third row. He lost a chunk of time in that final center of 82 minutes. Holgado, he sits 9th. Let's see what he's got. Danny Holgado, yeah, there. 9th, he's Deppy and Roy behind his teammates at the moment. David Alonso at the back holds the second one. And Justin Omieti goes out at the moment. He's sitting in for a provisional pole. Of looking at retaking provisional pole. Ponging via the guys, second sector to the hold. Let's see what he's got down in short sector 3. Comes under the bridge. That's where is that one? Oh, nearly 3 tenths of a second up. Kurt looking intentionally. 2 poles out of 3, isn't he? Big he's out. Of course, he have to annoy you. He has a long lap penalty shot some hours of tests. He can leave extra tubes on, eventually taking 10th position here to call him via. He's didn't intentionally break Matagon's own time on according to the bargain junior. Worth noting his first Rivalry Moto2 came here last year when he was third on the great so-called by another one with good Rivalries here in Barcelona. I'd see what the number 95 got across line is it Paul? It is for now. 3 minutes on the clock. A fortune on 338 is where Colin Hire has decided to launch in a turn. Pick goes into pre-1. Half a set to Vietti. For Wader into Fat High. Second of the IO pipes. What that's showing now is fully Moto3 world champion. Have to say clearly, whatever it was looked a little aerial David Vietti, but clearly it was still a special final set. There's no one able to really match Vietti. Probably had lost so much of his advantage, but just had enough in hand. Once that final couple of corners. Mopes also onto the sector with a great in fuel place. They're so ready, fastest first sector's coming up. The fastest stopped them all to that first sector. Manny Gonzalez is 2 tenths off. Ethan Navarro, Jason 2 tenths up. He's next nearby in sector 2. Algarado across the line, goes 5th, pushes Related back another place. Lopez was 4th and improved his time there. Lopez, who has been on the front 3 rows ever since Royal Audio, so Lopez in decent form. He took the part was sitting up now here on the unmountable center. He can't afford to do that. Mary's protecting the last of the moment. Yeah, Messi already made a mistake on that right. The party's to get on with this because he's down at the back of the field of this session, down in 18th place. And about to make it worse for it is his chief championship run for the talk to take him out of Gonzalez. If he could take his way to this traffic, he might have a route to pay position just further down and one place out of Rivalry. I think Alex Squid just had his lap cancelled. The most originally, I think the top 3. And he only found himself down. He's 17th and he wasn't down there. How do you say Alex Squid, I think, has had a yellow flat, had a track limit to a hex session there, so I'm sure I can see the speakers got. But you know, I films always for the moment. I record new left record. He didn't and he's never again this afternoon. 90 seconds or so on the clock. Now all on to the last fine latch. That is the one. The heck of a lap on Romani Gonzalez. Could have already there was saying on the church side shot there, but it was covered alongside had that number 80 Chalex on the Aspar colours points in just about every direction he could possibly be in. Gonzalez via Vietti, actually front row at the moment. Lopez trying to come through. Can he do anything here? This isn't going to happen. I don't think he's going to consolidate 5th. He does indeed improve his time. But no fun run glory at the moment. Just a touch on 6th place. There's Aaron Canner to jump him in the Bethry seat. I thought it's actually cancelled. Anything for a seat. He jumped in it. So Matty Gonzalez thought he's at the position. He'd be taken away 3. Is that going to swing the door wide open here for Chelsea? That'd be empty to take tire. Right, so it's up. So I always him lights out now on the edge of the car. Right down the other side of it. Down through the hell. Hang turn for 8. Fouls him for the bounce. Putting it up. Here it's onto the edge, didn't come on the green, third turn 14, now ask him for the power and buried to the line. Chelsea Vietti looking for his first pole in maybe a couple of years, had other fun with his darts. That's his gonna be. Engine like record, the Chelsea Vietti at 31-0-7-6, that's it for Governor. And a number 13, and I've done a side. I have just moved the goalposts on zone 5 for the opposition. Effort checker flag comes out now, and we also have the other flags in sector 4. Oh, he's active far better. Oh, he's ahead of all eyes. He's not, then he's stuck down in 18th place, and that aids any arguments for Chelsea being to get smashed to even the Matty Gonzalez had gone. To voice like McKenzie, the other flight zipper needs tomorrow, so he needs this point in sector. Nails the thing, ain't it up to 10th place. So what's that point 1 in the end for Gonzalez? He's on the front row, his 2 nearest title rivals. Of course, Rivalry and Aegis, they're now 11th and 12th. Rivalry is behind Luke and Naxa Udavod Goy, odds on that coming in. So this all I would say, man, is Scridge and the Sanders, Fernandez. Oh, dearie, mate, we've got a little bit of handbags of dawn. Alex the Scridge is fuming. He's taking a PMB in as well, I've got to say. That's Alex the Scridge walking away with the visor on the left-hand side. Off shot, always forming off altogether now. So Alex the Scridge is gonna be absolutely David. He was on course for a personal licensing orange. It's on a strike. Just really should take them way the one. Let's say I was very much cheated off on the Judy Samani back here at that corner turn. Well, in 2011, Stretch isn't really trying to overtake that. I don't know why you 80 hands, Alex. Oh, that's off Fernandez. I know he's a little bit of a public enemy in a body monitor tonight. I could back in Boston, but Stretch lost the rehold with his own. It just flew into Fernandez, who had nothing to do with that. The only thing I can think he's not happy about is Fernandez does cut across, but it's still a Scridge. He's out in control, they might, isn't it? And Alex the Scridge is the only one out of those, so who can see where the other rider is as well? Okay. Aside, show the state over here too. It was Austria 2024, itself Barcelona 2026. But a number 13, ahead of Colin Hine at number 95. Matty Gonzalez looked like he had it in the bag, but he was cancelled. Anyway, this time that would have stood would not have been able to compete with Vietti. Gonzalez, though, on the front row. Great job from Ivan Olchon. It's dumped to Chung to get had dumped to you on before in due to Lopez again in the second grid, and it's a season best. Chanet in 6. Yeah, the boss is still wrong. Really going very well. Though Devar, a bit of an outliner, isn't he? Second on the grid there to Vaya. Had a fine in 9th place. Third row for Jose Antonio away there. Let's rejoin Nicky Io as well. Yeah, fantastic afternoon most too for Rebel KTMI. Nicky, a great job from Collins Gillen for and of course Jose Antonio to get inside that top 10 we're seeing. Jose just coming to the front now in match 2. That's all considered. Yeah, definitely a good qualifying from Colin. I mean, he was struggling a little bit during the weekend, but somehow he really was on the way, and he was able to push at maximum on that last lap. And isn't as Anthony was so happy for him. You know, it's been quite tough for him after what happened last year in general. So great to see him up there. Let's hope the guys race good. Actually, he did the team. Thank you, Nicky. Thank you, Al. Brilliant job. You call him on. Such a shame he's got that long lap, but anyway, he's got pace, so let's see what he can do. And if we can, just touch on Jose Antonio Rueda. He really has come down as he's already found his feet. Not until the grid tomorrow. Brilliant job from the 98. Yeah, the two rookies out of Q1, both putting in heroic Q2 efforts as well. Truby was the fluid, so they got to that session away down by Netza. 9th and 10th on the grid, which puts one of the wild cards in the way of Devar at ages. Second, third of the World Championship on that from history. I'm talking about the World Championship, well, still very early in the season. For his title battle to take shape. Shows him of Vietti put himself in a very good position by the end of tomorrow. These years, the World Championship, 26.5 points off the points lead. Could take a big bite out of that tomorrow afternoon. He's already having his best season start since 2022. Celestino Vietti has already laid down the gauntlet with a quarter of a second margin as well. Lewis said very, very impressive stuff over Colin Vire indeed. Manny Gonzalez Arinter. Just want to mention, Salip Salach moved up. I like Lejon just to demote Ethan Duval in one more place. So Duval, his time was originally good for 10th and he's up in 11th. We've got a lot of work on for Davin Alonso tomorrow. Likewise, center ages. The Jurgenling was a little bit concerned over race distance and race pace for center ages. He's going to even be more concerned now with the AC1 there. And then Charles, yeah, it's going to be so important, as we often say here, about managing that rear tyre. And center ages actually, very interestingly, yesterday said that he suspects that the Bosca Storos do have a bit of an edge in terms of getting that rear tyre in good shape to the very end of the Grand Prix. So that could well tie into Vietti's hands tomorrow. And this is Rick Watch, the top Friday seems that Colin Rye is going to be quite happy with that. We'll have to wait and see what he does after his long penalty tour. But the number 95 can held his head high here in Moto2 Q2. Very, very solid job indeed. Just looking further down the order, Lewis, Danny Munoz, 15th place. I mean, it's been halfway he's been all weekend, it's going to be said. But of course, Munoz did guess on the podium here last year. He will have wanted a little bit more, I'm sure. Yeah, so he will have done. And of course, I guess the big disappointment along with Duar is Stretch, of course, with that late crash that really he caused, you have to say, by high-siding into the direction of Alberto Fernandez and losing that lap earlier on in the session. The Stretch might not have known now when he went back on taxi. It was quite a late division of that lap, so he's going to come from 18 on through tomorrow. He's also out of position on the grid. I've got to say as well, on a Stretch, that probably that he's going to be looked at because he wasn't happy with Alberto Fernandez. Eskridge in the end smashed into the number 54. They will look at the full incident. I see what Eskridge was on about really, but he's the only one who can see where the other rider is in that situation. And yeah, he's riding up because he's angry, Lewis. He's at his lap time chalked off. He's down in 18th place. He's got to push on certain. Well, it says be brave. That's the tattoo on the sign of the Dangularo's neck. He certainly wants to be tomorrow. He's going to navigate through from 11th place on the grid. He come from the full Freddie last year, though, to finish up inside the top five. Top five is not to be aimed from me. That's it for the grid to Ethan Morrison. Yeah, as I genuinely believe I knew I was going to work his way through already, so a lot less clear cut this weekend as we said right at the top of the show. The troublesome first couple of corners here too as well, the Fury in the middle of the attack. This is the other thing, as we said about Chiles, and with Haters Rios ahead of him and Joe Kelsey behind him, I was surrounded by Luca Lanetta and Jose Antonio Rueda, who were going to be going gangbusters on that one to try and already prove a point. And behind, Senna Ages and David Alonso need to come to. You've also got Alberto Fernandez. I don't want to look at Alberto Fernandez's history, say, but it can be a little bit tight down there at turn 1. It's not just turn 1 either. It's turn 4 and turn 5. And then if you all still jockeying for his pole position, turn 10, likewise, a bit of a pinch point. So it's going to be getting to Blackburn as fast as possible, but mainly as clean as possible for the number 28. Yeah, that run down the bus corner, you're slowing from around about 300 k's down to just on down 90. That was the moment where Tony Holgado used his head to great effect and took a massive bite out of the street. Jorge Martin usually wasted till he's wanting to do that. Yeah, first flying lap, it almost was his last flying lap. And flying in another sense. Talking of flying, Jenna Stater Vietti, Shana has given Igson Money, T1 and Powell. So it's the Thursday weekend so far, fastest on Friday, fastest on Saturday for a return to pole position in Moto2. And on Sunday, you're looking pretty good. There's well, talk us through it. Yeah, super happy, especially because on Saturday it's only Sunday. So happy for the result. The feeling is yesterday was really good. This morning we worked a little bit with the user tire and I feel good. So I said, maybe today I can do a funny fun. And it's like this. I didn't have it tomorrow. Would be I did the phrase for the real tire, but I'm happy with the result and we are to continue like this. Great job, good of it tomorrow. Did you? Yeah, a great job in Chadestine over here. I'd say a new lap record, only by a mile really. No, but he's the favourite for tomorrow, but he looked good yesterday. And with a black time now that Lewis is in the driving seat. Vietti's my favourite, got to say, for a victory tomorrow and fastest in both sessions yesterday. And with the course of rider right next to it, well, the front row of the grid serving on lap penalty, Vietti will have to privately lead and let Vire sort his odd down to build a bit of a lead out of front. Can't wait to motor tomorrow. Lewis all kicks off around 12:15 local time here. I'm going to get out of the comms because I know the MotoGP sprint is building up, so I'll let Matt Berg move in. Enjoy the sprint, guys. Moto turn has been dramatic. MotoGP is going to carry that theme on. Enjoy. I didn't mention Wembley once. Jose Antonio Rueda celebrating his third round start, 9th place. Huge congratulations to Rueda. His best Moto2 qualify so far. It shows Tito Vietti, who's on pole position now for the first time in the best part of 18 months. Toin Boyer and Manny Gonzalez started on side with Ivan Altola on Senna Press. And Aaron connectively wrote to best of the year so far. Bits with my BDS with Jeanette, Soet, Organo and Rueda. Rueda and Moneta both drew best 9th and 10th. Guevara Daniel 11th. Regis and Alonso, Sasaki Mundos, Unchu, Parandes, and Estrich got the latter two of those. Running to each other, relating due to Chelsea Vietti there in Texas Rose Point, the 6th different posters of the year, they Moto2. We'll count down to what should be a mouth-watering Tito Springs in MotoGP in just a moment. Possibly Barcelona, you will find it's Barcelona, Catalunya, where we will do top speed record. Pedro Costa blasted through the speed trap this morning at 363.6 kilometers an hour down a start free track measuring just in the 1,050 meters. At the end of that straight, you are braking hard made the town. One has been drawn over the factory of Boy Riders, pushed by Secchi Martin in that tight turn. 2, Sector 3 comes for Luke. Bashar Hander of 9, Sector 4 kicks off into the hard braking zone. Here at Catalunya, turn 10. There are your most manly breaking points into 1 and 10. About overtaking opportunities, plenty of them here, particular breaks into turn 1, which is where we didn't find the action from last year when it was 73 versus 93. Bark versus Alex Barquez, she will look out on the brakes. On this occasion, it was Alex. So 6 days ago, and to get another see how Nasser Bigatti Silk in the morning was Paco Bagnon to far away. On top was only factory to Ducati. Alex Marquez is started to back by wins after his Spanish succession in Perez ready to run after he crashed. And at the chicane, Paco Bagnon was winning a strong second. When he crashed the factory Ducati ahead of Pedro Acosta, but it was Jorge Martin just as he did in the Tiso Springs. He turned charging through from the third row of the grid. She did not mark it by Secchi, or returned to the top 7 of the podium. Another I put in 1-2 to the first time in history, and long I put in lockouts at the podium, and I agree with you to get the point as well. Jorge Martin winning on Sunday for the 3rd time since the Indonesia Grand Prix at Mandalay at the end of 2024. One of twice lays the gaps with 2 pairs and the Martinator at the top of the World Championship, but he has been dramatic. There has been turbulence as we want a painful so far here in Barcelona. If you want a factory at Premier Rider, Jorge Martin, 3 falls so far this weekend. He's got more hard boys too from the third rather than the race. On this occasion, having come through from 7th to win the Austin sprint, having come through from 8th to win the sprint last time out in France, and 7th pole grid at Le Mans to win the Grand Prix. Well, Jorge Martin was doing very well again, 9th fastest. His device later back to the very circuit course where he won the MotoGP World Championship in 2020. World drop as well to World Champion leader Marcus back second. He goes from 12th, his worst starting position since he was fuel team on the grid at the Sepang Grand Prix in Malaysia for last November. Can't say that was the last time Marcus Baiseki pretty south side of the top 2 in a Grand Prix on Sunday. At the head of the grid, though, at the right end of Q2 this morning, as well as another dramatic 50-minute session, was Pedro Acosta. He's dreaming. Other Pedro Acosta fans with me, I'm sure they are, that this weekend will be the occasion when 21-year-old Spaniard takes his first ever MotoGP victory. Yes, sir, he was fast off Friday in the stall time in 47 MotoGP races. He has done that. And position for the 3rd time to the Japanese Grand Prix in Mategi back in 2020. So this morning, and the KTM sits tall at 176 Grand Prix. Can Acosta win their 4th ever sprint of 12 laps, all coming up in about 25 minutes time under pretty clear skies. Temperatures been building throughout the sprint Saturday here after a clean start proceeding yesterday. I'm talking is through the action as always. Matt Barrett, Lewis Silverby in the commentary box. Check out the yard down a sun-kissed tip lane. Pedro Acosta then on top position. There's a times name behind him at the front row on the grid, with the authorities 6th racing team rider Frankie Mordelli occupying 2nd, keeping the bus very happy with Valentino Rossi, 7 times MotoGP World Champion, watching trackside, and Alex Marquez, and looking to make amends for his sprint disaster here last year. We crashed out the lead. He completes the front row there, pleased with work to do, but was Chandler's. There was nothing short of pure drama. Big Q2 this morning, led by Pedro Acosta. He had assuming the title can out, so then I was one of them who wondered whether the weekend done soldier that they were 1-2 on Friday here last year and ended up finishing off the as of the top 2 at the very least. Bastianini was on the podium here last year. No signs of any sort of KTM, this sort of fading or dropping out of the action at this time. Pedro Acosta, a 2nd career MotoGP pole person, taking late in 2024, when he led the sprint for so long before crashing out. Of course, he's now a third winner, 1st sprint of this season. He's after number 2 today. He has mentioned Acosta is KTM's 6th pole position in 176 Grand Prix, the first for its factory at KTM rider. in 6 long years this Spargo took qualifying in the Grand Prix d'Europe in Valencia during the pandemic as that campaign. Well, it was all smiles, was it, this morning, as far as the R46 racing are concerned. They've got both of their riders going from the top 6. The season worst 6 points of the grid to Fabio Di Gianantonio, for the season best second after Frankie Nivelli's first front row of the campaign. We get the hardware as well. Lewis, he was bringing in G1 leading this morning session, and then he backed it up with a brilliant performance in a Choo-Choo, the 31-year-old Italian, second on the grid. Yeah, well done to you with the doctor in the house. Some might say those two facts are connected, but however he did it, Frankie Morbidelli picking a great time to get himself onto the Rivalry crate as Valentino Rossi wishes his leading charge, I guess, in terms of championship position. Fabio Di Gianantonio, all the best. But for the first time this season, Fabio Di Gianantonio is not a leading BR46 Ducati on the grid. A season's lot, which tells you how good he's been on Saturday mornings this year. Or 6th for Digia, indeed. Third time in his MotoGP career. Frankie Morbidelli is going to start the sun of the grid here in Catalunya. He was on the front row in 2019 and also in 2020. So listen up, new territory as far as Fast Frankie is concerned. Second man of the grid will that be headed by the star of touring riders so far here this weekend, Ralph Fernandez, because for our 3 pretty podium finishes in that milestone at Le Mans Grand Prix 6 days ago. And well, the glory of Sunday seems like a distant memory already, doesn't it? Because Marco Bezzecchi, Tommy Martin and Iadura is through those to the 9th spots and 18th on the grid respectively. Not what we expected at all of us. Now, the MotoGP formula was being turned on its head this weekend. Of course, across the 2 factory riders, Bezzecchi and Martin, he crashes this weekend. It's 3-1 to Martin. In that respect, they both did down at turn 2. Bezzecchi's, though, came up in worst possible moment, crashed it, being team flying 2, which saw them get shuffled all the way back to the back of that thing for Iadura. Because looked, shows it off colour all weekend, it has to be said. 18th place on the grid for him. I thought his numbers to persist. Yeah, his lowest qualifying in 9 since he was also 18th on in Australia, sort of island last year. Just called up to Dib Sarah's a factory Honda rider, Juan Mir, keeping his pretty impressive qualifying one going in 2026. The 2020 MotoGP World Champions qualified top 10 in scene of our opening 6 Grand Prix. Submatter that Acosta's brilliant pole as well this morning. He blasted through the speed charts at 363.6 towards now, which is a new speed record for this circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. That is the 7th fastest top speed recorded in MotoGP history. But there's a tailwind here today, and a bit of 6G. We might actually be getting close to the all-time top speed record of 366.1 kilometers an hour, which is also held by a KTM. Big crap into a Spargo share that honour of being the fastest rider in Grand Prix history. Down the long start finish rate in Mugello, of course, where we head next in a couple of weeks. 13th place for Michael Bagnaia, which is, I guess, if you glass this out for 8 places higher than the qualified year a year ago. On the sole factory Ducati paid the price ultimately for being in such a heavyweight qualifying 1, because he was by now being slow and qualifying 1 earlier on today. But unfortunately, Morbidelli and Jorge Martin joined in that session, and Hebashi, the other rider who will look you back on that Q1 session earlier on today with a major dose of Bagnaia. Surely his best halt in this sprint this afternoon. Of course, he's arriving here on the 3 consecutive silvers. Surely any hope of points is the best he can look beats in. And he goes alone this weekend. Saw the factory Ducati 2. Just a reminder, if you are joining us for the third time this weekend, that's how the Marmarque is sidelined. And from this Catalan Grand Prix as he recovers from that double surgery. That shoe Bertera's factory is not foot. That's the sprint 7 days out in the month. And on the corrective surgery and some severe serial shoulder temp as far as Mark is concerned. The loose street was a bit also as part of that double procedure. A little bit more housekeeping on that subject. We welcome Augusto Fernandez, our factory racing wildcard. He starts 21st on the grid, top end round scout the old blue. Had a bit of a nightmare anyway. They're starting behind Augusto Fernandez. And we welcome back and what's been already a very positive Saturday here in Barcelona. Saw the replicated Tech 3 team. Maverick Junior is back in action for the first time since Friday over at the Austin Grand Prix in Texas. And it's Hugh with us during the lunch break. Our colleague Fran Wild hopes to get Tuscon Bridgeway whilst on time, despite a lot of rumours of late, certainly in the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, about potential moves at Honda, at new Tech 3 KTM CEO Duncan Steiner, actually serving kind of more real suspecting Lewis. Like out now where everybody KTM's in the 50ccu next year. For news needs 3 and particularly good news out to say thing. Kate Shed, it's almost like they timed it to without competitive. Kate's ever been so far this weekend. The new regulations set coming up next season, new technical regulations. Goes 850cc bikes, so much change in terms of the motorcycles, the tyres they're on as well. It would have been a huge blow to KTM to touch just 2 bikes for next season. All the day CD day, and the market to next CD has been beat severely priceless. So KTM, they clearly did make a big play once those reserve tensions on this which stand around. They clearly really took the boat out to keep Tech 3 on goal, and those efforts were successful. 29C, the teams when KTM sourced collaborated with Tech 3. Collaboration which is showing now the signs of ending. No official confirmation on how long this contract is actually just a major thing you deal is what we are telling that they would do Tech 3 and change him. But a lot what he seems so far this weekend with Hakim Badali on the Sword Rather, but he was pretty good around his Catalunya circuit himself. Like a team to 7 child me chapter. He was talking about Catalunya with Jack. Then it connects to be joined by Valentino. What did you say to thank you last night? Because the turnaround performance was remarkable this morning. Yeah, the first time, yeah, because the guy died by the beat triangle because the beginning of the season was different. And then we bring, we have something new in the bike that tell you better front ends and breathe. Like you can't understand something. Practice my practice, further increase the feeling in braking and entering. And indeed, they did a fantastic quality side. And now we will see the race. The Sabian of the potential is being there since the start of the season. How much you feel he needs a big result to really take profit of the feeling he has at the moment. He's a Sabian and a fantastic pace, one of the best, and this is good for the race. But you know, now he would be that important because he will start the attach from PCs. And that's sort of for making the race everything to do a very good start. And a very good start. So finally yesterday, some reports the seats for next year. 3 candidates: Nicola Buliga, Luca Marini, and Celestino Viedzi. Are they not accurate? Are they the 3 men vying to be in your team next year? He's already open, but we want to try to sign the Italian rider for the second part. Where was he? Where is he? Thanks, Alexander. Right stuff. Thanks as always, Jack. Right to hear. Same the Italian legend, Hall of Famer Valentino Rossi. One side MotoGP races back here in Barcelona. Well, it's obvious there, as you said, they're looking. We believe that Sober and Al again will move into the off-road to Cafe next season. May once at least some Italian representation as part of that Rivalry project next season. That's why the names had firmly get the future scene of the R46 Academy. Star himself back in the day from running riot to the moment and more stupid bikes. You just see on Eater and World Ship Bikes getting on a most over the Czech Republic this weekend. Chelsea Vietti, who's already had a very good Saturday in Moto 2, no spoilers. Yeah, interesting to see who will get that cigar course. There's some family launch, you may be a play as well, with Valentino Rossi's Bullet Lutery also in big contention. Yeah, and it's, well, it's study. We've got the nationality, haven't we, of the R46 second riders, so we narrow you down. So, you know, they would be the Italian on a Ducati will appear next season if we believe there are talks with all Spanish lineups like factory Ducati with Marquez and Acosta. All Spanish riders we suspect to proceed with the likely combo being Mir and Holgado, so some Italian representation on it. And you believe would be very useful. So took down a bit of a mix Saturday so far, haven't they? Ralph Fernandez fierce. Artigora, the Oaks, these are full from the back in 18. Justin Marks is Richak. Yeah, nothing sums up MotoGP quite like the fact that in the space of 6 days, Artigora goes from onto the podium's very first time to out of Q1 and looking up against it. It's a brutal horse, Justin. Oh, it's still competitive, the sports. I mean, you just see the times from this weekend. It's just amazing where the sport is at. And you just absolutely have to be 100% mentally committed and ready. And the bike's got to be 100% to be at the front of this sprint. So, you know, I certainly got his work cut out for him this weekend, but we know that he's great at managing tires, great at making calculated passes, and he'll be able to move his way up the grid. Super pumped about where Raul is starting today as well. Day up to year. Yeah, Raul does have a great chance. Was this a planned trip to Barcelona? Or did news last week mean you had to get on Skyscanner and put some flights pretty quick? Well, I mean, look, we have a lot going on in this race team. I mean, I have nothing to tell you right now besides the fact that, you know, there's a lot of things going on the commotion side, on the Porsche side. with people in the race team. So it was just one of those races I needed to be at, and just doing the good work that another needs to do on the race weekend. So yeah, I would stay tuned for some exciting announcements that would not as a company. But I'll tell you, I'm really excited to be here. I mean, it's about the most people I think I've ever seen on a sprint Saturday. I'm here on the grid and up in the grandstand, so we had a great opportunity to finish on the podium today. A great opportunity to be contented tomorrow. So any opportunity I can get to be with this team and all of our employees and with these riders is an opportunity I'll take. Max, Justin, have a good one. You got it. Thank you. Check out the all with the YouTube Justin Mark Trackhouse Bosley Satellite. Justin Marks is being a fan man in Chugan Cells here in Barcelona this weekend. They are looking to a new chief manager, it seems. David they preview the into a new commercial marketing role over at HRC. Even leads at explain what more closely most and just over thought you could mention as possible. It's like as two magic counters a jar, girl, the Senegalese World Qatar. The 19th place on the grid, as we saw the style there. A little chat with the Ducati CEO Claudio Domenicali. Steiner was pretty tight lipped, which is unlike good this time. When he was at Steve would he seriously considered maybe the Honda option or on the manufacturers as a possible destination for Tech 3 next season? And just had continuity, stability, so good, and that's why they decided to reel with KTM. And as Lewis mentioned, not that data theory with Pedro Acosta absolutely flying to that pole position. Now he's got pace over the short distance of 12 laps in this sprint. The big question mark will be from what is always for those mixing tyres gives them the biggest abuse to the whole Grand Prix count. That low grid with all the heat generation that you get through turns 3 and 14. Hey, Barcelona, massive real estate. You only get your traction control and your right hand dialed in to the full 24 laps. That's, I guess, more the push them out over Acosta, the Cajuns, or how they make enough advances. They're extending the rear time large to go see this is win that. Lucy's first Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon. He fell on Ralph Hernandez through that very Jiu-Jitsu break that Justin Marks just described to us. Do you think he can potentially lead through this first quarter? We know how fast it was plenty of starts. Well, MRT gave the best demonstration of it at the start of the sprint a week ago. And for Ralph Hernandez, just the beginning of a rider of the grid is plays it is. One of the longest runs down to the first corner. Omegi killing 3 seconds on the calendar. That downhill plunge into the first quarter when you're braking and strawberry off the best part of 250 kilometers an hour. He now has beat the Tricha Flicketta steadily so far. In the factory absolutely account with Sheen punches. Passing Hoy Marti the Marco Patseki coming rescue though in the Saturdays. Brent Lascomson also Hello Benor is a jump. He outfielder right nice, not been an easy week. January hello so far. 3 crashes for Jorge. Name for Marco with a very big moment in qualifying. So up against it here. What's possible? What's the target? You want to get told by 5? Yeah, for sure the target is to score. Then most of points then you can. Absolutely, because it's necessary to be in the top part of the ranking at the end of the sprint and by at the end of the race. To be honest with you, we struggle, but we struggle in particular to make the time attack. During the time attack, we are quite not at the limit, but it's difficult to find the current balance here, depending on the grid and the making phase. So we are doing to still we are keep on working, and it is necessary to keep working until the end of the spring for sure. But regarding the race piece, we are quite golden. So the key will be to be part of the game in the initial laps. 8 minutes of the real time Bushman. Good luck, thanks. That's what he always finds. So then they won this points. That's the Canada in this sprint. Thanks very much, John. Thanks to Paolo Bernora. Our calling sprints in 2026 has been quite a tough test. In our first 5 sprints of the campaign, but 9 different riders finished on a sprint time here. The only one at only front row of the grid that has not felt a Saturday afternoon medal so far this season. And more surprisingly is the racing rider Alex Marquez. 3 sprint podiums so far this season to Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. What about Enea Basti needing? He's one of those 9 that's had a Saturday afternoon podium, but at a sprint, but he has got work too as well. I get the saying as far as Enea is concerned, CMT's pace of the grid really doesn't reflect accurately his pace and his potential. There's a lot more to come after Enea. So it'll be all about the star and how much you have to use. Those tired really tired the race for He has got a lot more than sorting Tommy with its BM. Potentially, his big opportunity to become tomorrow of double the distance in the Grand Prix itself. Notoriously, some dude keeping his tyres in good shape towards the end of the race. There are plenty of drama, excitement, unpredictability in sprints already in 2026. Leading sprints burdened with a bit of poison showers here at Barcelona over the years. Last year, of course, Alex Marquez was something that took the gold medal, but he jumped to the turn 10. You go back a couple of years before that, it's always because he had to take the sprint swing 3 riders. Ralph Fernandez, Brett Binder, and Pecco Bagnaia on the last lap only gave away a gold medal. Paulo Gonzaga hang in there, the most experienced rider on the MotoGP grid. But on the side, starts in P-size ahead of this 12-lap sprint. Seeing his time since round 1 into the start of 2025, that Zarco's qualified the LCO Honda inside the top 6. Well, Alex Marquez in the front row of the grid in this very Grand Prix there last September, but he swapped his line to the spring. Can he get some revenge on Catalunya this time on last to the thoughts of the boss? Or can he proceed to a jab? Yeah, once again, Alex looks really quick here at the Catalunya circuit, but it's fair to say maybe just hasn't found the same rhythm that it had 12 months ago with the Turin moment Buchanan. I think that the minute this be missing a bit of feeling, but we will take what's there today doing this being then looking for tomorrow. But now for sure I thought on this paint. We will tie minutes from the turn 1, then he didn't up this sprint there and until the end, because the riders like Peter has a lot of pace, but we'll see. Will last year be a thorn in the back of his mind? Yeah, of course, it's an excellent motivation. Thanks to Jalen, good one. He used as an extra motivation. 30-year-old Alex Marquez, 80 side points more suffered to 5 pounds to his done it compared to last year when it came to round 6, which was a Barcelona last year, actually leading the MotoGP World Championships. He's only 8th at the moment in the rankings going into this sprint coming up. Just with that nice super so much to replay of Pedro Acosta going through his catch release routine, just stretching out those things on that match. And is he going to make the dream watch? You know, the KTM traditionally was always the best guy in motorcycle. Being on to race, I think they've been overtaken by the Aprilis, who are pretty sharp to say the least, not to mind these days. And there's no question that Wally Martin and Mark Albertacchi are going to need every little bit of that fast starting Aprilia on the run down to 1 to get themselves up into the top positions. Feels like that was a bridge too far for them to win this sprint. Both Martin has already won a sprint. It's been the last week or so thing, but half the grid towards with them both starting as deep as they are, but before for respect to be Martin and Albertacchi. The World Championship lead could quite easily change out in service after the Fabio Quartararo. Second in the sprint last year, only his 3rd sprint, told him in 66 sprints. So far, Fabio was fire well. That's actually on the half from 7th place on the grid. He's got Brad Binder and Boy Martin to company on the 3rd, right? Kist of Signs for Brad Binder, the 30-year-old South African. This is his best starting position in a MotoGP race. Seeing 25 Prix, 6 he was in the top 10 being powered almost a year ago. Directed into Q2 for the first time since finance. So this has been a pretty positive weekend for Brad Binder. Then he gets his heels into his teammate Acosta. The Sharks sign your race on the grid. Let's continue to cover KTM and see everyone Brad and Pedro's boss. It's at the Isles beginning Jeff. Yeah, because JTM have got a massive opportunity here. We'll touch on Pedro in a second if we have to. But just firstly, great qualifying by Brad. We know how good he is off the line. This feels like he's got a real opportunity here. Of course, as I said before, already since yesterday, seems that it's somehow leading, let's say, upon this is what is here, boss. And of course, we need to be happy. We have made progress since, as I say many times, since second half of last year. Of course, sometimes in these circles, competition and everything go up and down, but I hate the Bundesliga stays was it before us. Of course, now the Oswald Emirates Series, maybe the highest of the region so far. So let's see how anyone react and how it's for all of us. You're from Poland, we really all weekends. What we all final words to him? Yeah, I bet. Pedro, okay, Ostinos. Pizza also track. What do you like? But so solid works also. So we just hold sorry grace this one. Good luck. Excellent. Thanks Jack, thanks to Reverend Katie and Factory Boss. Actually I they have only one 3 sprint Steve Austrian Factory, 2 of them going the way of Brad Binder. Right at the start of the sprint era, so after Rio Honda, when he came shooting 15th on the grid, he was a big turn at the Spanish Grand Prix sprint, also in 2023 out of breath. Acosta's only sprint success had checked him to his third sprint success came at round one, Big Thailand, and Pedro Acosta thought, oh, that was a bit of a gift, he wasn't really a turn. A footly passing straight winner like his remarket posts, where there was a fair to say, the last time Pedro Acosta won a sprint, it came into a controversial circumstance. Yes, I want to limit any kind of debate or conversation about this one. Dudes didn't get the start right, intentionally used Frankie Morbidelli as something of a shield, so they were fine to right off Frankie's upside of the sprint victory too much, but Pedro Acosta showed not see that as a real opportunity to take it away. The top two riders in the World Championship on the third and fourth rows of the grid. And like these threats to Pedro Acosta, surely somebody from Alex Marquez on the outside of and potentially Fernando Zidane, Antonio on my second run. Well, last weekend in the Le Mans sprint, Troy Martin delivered a magic start and then a truly breathtaking run around the outside of Kawasaki, Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia turned into these third Chicago knees. And made magic, he needs me participants to get himself into the contention in this 12-lap sprint coming away here shortly in Montmello. Tadeo Quartararo giving himself such ready to go. Excellent job by Quartararo this morning to get himself into Q-Tune yesterday by a whisker. Like 8 dividends, Stadio was 10th today. He capitalizes on that third run in 7th place. He's gone big for Martin, the Tucani has we mentioned, and the Soul Strike. Big all eyes are with on World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. He'd love to be going home to the Joey in 2 weeks' time as the World Championship leader still will up in the case. 1 point he is clear of this sprint. Right start once again in the new Catalunya from Alex Marquez, who passed out the lead in the sprint year last year. Frankie Morbidelli. He's trying to ride the group to the start time this season, but one about Pedro Acosta, just KTM straight have a pole position at 176 Grand Prix. I can't let these shark get the business done here. Sampongli Catalunya. Makes Pedro ready to power away from pole position here in the Grand Prix of Catalunya. 12 lap sprint action. Coming your way next live. The Spanish rider, factory KTM star Pedro Acosta on pole position for just a second time in his MotoGP career. Last time he was on pole, he fast out the lead. He'd even taken mountains in Japan at the end of 2024. On the second right of the grid, go to Ducatis, 2 dipped spec Ducatis. The year-old GP25 with the hands of Saint Keith Morbidelli. Somebody sweating around the group for the first time since the Malaysia Grand Prix last year. Alex Marquez with a bit of a score to set a sprint wise here in Catalunya. As in fast out of lead here last September from pole position. Would have been that top 2 in the World Championship. The Korea contenders. Marco Bezzecchi 1 point clear of his factory free teammate Point Martin dog into the sprint. Well, Bez is 12 on the grid after a rather nasty Q2 crash this morning at turn 2. There's been 3 falls so far this weekend for Jorge Martin. He's got his work cut out to make it back-to-back double victories. Of course, the double winner last weekend in Le Mans. Martin after the back of the third run in 9th. He's sort of keeping a close eye on Ayagura as well. This Japanese rider on a MotoGP podium last weekend, the Teacher Grand Prix, speed in Le Mans. They box down views. That's the dual run. He's weighing way down the grid, down in 18th place. Nothing to anybody so far this weekend for Agora in terms of time attacks. Lucy Sprint attack road next on the get that. That's the nature of the fastest riders in the world. In something with Messi, Paolo Dumi, the fastest of the Marquez, speed of recovery to the reigning world champion. The tough Marquez returns from a recent double surgery. It's like Aaron tongue tapping. The boss only one doing what the voids put the journey to the championship. That's what should play out over the next 24 hours or so, because to see all them getting temperature in those tires, temperature in those brakes for the 12 lap challenge here. The tri-black flash in Catalunya up to 12 points at stake. Pedro Acosta then on top position. Put his 138.068 in Q2 this morning. I think almost a quarter of a second clear of the chasing 10. Did the sealed sprint set in my nose bandstands. Champ Pat here. I've been now last two sprinting smart Marquez here. Last year. Pedro back in Guy winning back in 2020. One about 2023 flashes of goals in the other one. That coach size out on the very last lap. It was those kind of mistakes which pretty so crucial. It is ultimately team side with Roy Martin for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn once again the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to the Benson. On that long run down to the 30 size only gonna hate Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up from P4 and the process was really Smith this 12 meters so the those was done. I was definitely a KTM was stop on first ride to the long one. Tongue to you there on the 21 one right than that. It was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s down to the person to Berting. Afterwards he had a taste start but that precious time's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Beg the dance. That Zarco's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been a committed to lift the sprint. Zarco's kitchen, so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swilky Mark, brave to go his front tire ahead of a Costa. All that is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flowers out to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pack. Reference it, yes, he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking itself down, but his chicken advantage and all the towns of it. It has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. He took the so set up, then out in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see, thank you, Politics there down the pikes. Could be the third tangible Fabio Quattromonics, he'd be lining that points. Moonlight was tied without the other Morale, like that was off, 100 stop in the 10. While they think initially that Bastini has connected with another the first one, he nearly managed it there with Lorera. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first lap, he had to beat Matey from the grid. He is up 5 times this. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be going to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rival also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattromaro was 8th over the line. He made it to 1-10. Guru had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately might to make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down there was the on the banks into that turn snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner batched briefly into 5th. They're trying to get back to Martin, this little bit Poland did to make the 20 pointers. Martin just asked him really well, and this is a bit of the rights. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has dropped these seeing back. Oh wow. It's going density progression Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a theme from Martin. So how do you get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 did as it's not to the moment night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his stats like slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the German show now? Digital just to do not this one tender that VR 46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Secchi still up by very ninth place on the World Championship points moving on the way they turned. The mine has been a pretty decent starting pace, and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8. For all these fancy for a cost to do it, Alex Mark checks his white valley did best hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's Mark, there's some digitally flying in this way the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a toss down blade starting. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex. Side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canali straight in light, right down allows. Can't go the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit is Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Costa. That's what Costa's got to do. He's doing 4 sides markings to go down his length. And Apple told him on the outside line. But at the moment, stood and key up. There's sleep the rest of the race. The moment his ice markers will attack its third board. No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarko, still in that excellent teach. You know, he also applied those decent sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Peachy, that first corner with Zarko. Pretty off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was poised to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Spruva to her chief panel. Blakey's over turn 5. Look out for then there's the Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. So there's a gap hunt to Mayor Devi and bet Secchi at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then got to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Still very early section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on the side. I'll take more teams still down. There's the lucky. It's had to practicing at sleep. Had to you for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back of his Dudley win in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 rings this weekend. Spinning let's up the base though, you have to say. Marty, sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. To say all his life, he hates being a taste of food each right this side to hate running. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And this Harley Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. Almost 360 single toast an hour. The point top speed about JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost about is the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a minute of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets a turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line either this weekend. No toys in Roy Martin to any sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off. It's been a turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. Few times in the same weekend. Early in Boston comes later, yes, as well. So I've played to find up and cheer Marty just shows you the hottest of minds of the take one side being like and the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin wants to just watch his sprint unstalled in front of it. But truthfully, in terms of the championship attitude, but Setti among state, but has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Setti beats in Spafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, he's leading that chase through. He now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious grunt. Chief Series both about KTM, well, Chief Stu Series Nate, and get back on that. We got half in the vicinity to Cat 6 to it. The problem that goes around and as well. Really a tease now. Slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down right into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Zarko might regret that, I but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This that's going to turn him back to being red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme right of picture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in 10, just he may contact, he may contact with the side of Pinder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside. Look, Mir already got away wide and finds himself right on your slide. It was a mid-trap man, and that was your mid-trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure race. He understood there was no over-aggression. That's all from the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place, wrong time. Maltigan, there's just an right tune here, Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this group. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? Nice got Tommy Stomach as well from Fabio the John Chani behind. He comes in on route to Hernandez, the little leak bit through pop there, muds in slightly what do I see shirt and time so I'm early in and out Costa clinging on to the muddy place and Fabio Antonio knitting competitive behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5 and just says to Costa to dig backward out to Costa having absolutely no defense. Does he have any defense now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to think that Bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the sprint. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make the said he has to be certain size. Defender said plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Charco stumbling twice to get out the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of a second between Alex and Ralph Hernandez in second. Pekka Bagnaia, the late strider, to go track he was falling. Sun was off, sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This Hernandez a caution vigil behind it loving us. So Zaka with that unsuccessfully descent. Grand big mistake place at Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarco. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Martini's down. He crashed in front of him, had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes off side, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he's still off the tower ahead of Sturman Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the Thoris. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's time way near into intention from the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. It's done for this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's a course through Digi Kenny the Bowman. Hudson had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who was a little unbelievable. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Holds this sprint up to down soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been let up rebound to with only significant grab as Frank East on big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Jello House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiffing's place instead of the Yamahas over rings and around Scaffold the old view behind him. Interestingly, Bezzecchi in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. And actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see just in the front of the tip to there. Bezzecchi's coming under a bit of pressure from Bagnaia. That's the bounty for 6 and 7. So Bezzecchi, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a rim down actually. Shoes staying with Mabensing nervous. That tiden står ju, för sitt tycker jag vid att just bli sagt more samt har vi videoarmisen. He is actually titting, so not the return at the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this is out. You were timed in this sprint. He needs sig time. He needs safety to long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was at a time. But let's go down the checking point. I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick AMK just to take a good problem and attention. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, he was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude while we're looking at this sort of initial phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set point well to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Uppermost to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Steers times, thing like stage, turn 39, turn 6s on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Chill hidden the past to these. Now in 9th for Igor, it's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to this tall fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of only 5 riders. The poor ahead of him. We'll see that Bucket that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the 1 sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Hard shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnaia We all led to believe was the best battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But he had this truck right by Isaac and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind leaving the pack ahead of it. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good day so full of Grand Prix here tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the eyes past Metzepti, according to the type in town, one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the gap soon. It was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was 88 points. Position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai, he's now ahead. And his fellow Italian, he's getting his soul. He's good returning his near mind with Seki, real nasty. So the drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And he was just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hungary. So they just be trying to think of it many twice possibly can in minutes of these obviously Peg was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the still 10-7 after the Costa is going to be back on the pin to 3 who's before the red tire for Ralph Fernandez 2. That confirmation our time is by the way there will be no further action in Penalty 9 stint and the first Gordon left us twice in so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward or it's such aggy break he's already too such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez it's step way still but on there covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? So it's this Iger just point to 139 toward 808. So we're good now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some confidence. On the soft tires Iger, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal on one tires. Iger can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a height. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers, heading at the JTM stopping the turn 10. Of course he carries so beautiful then into that heavy pike his own son. Costa, he's back in the game for the Libya. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but is duly judged as when he checked his Fernandez route and troubles earlier, so BKT and between sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast right this one's going by Zarco and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the sprint regime. As a thinner twice, who would really be maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building deep Bagnara, but those 2 Italians have shaved place. Napes, but he's Hansel keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he did with only a Bastianini. While the Delhi would be ruining that first tournament, losing all light ground. You still got taste you get that's Bersekis, Bastianini look behind. And he passed the end. Appears me really plus bets like he needed back in just the World Championship point. So 9th place. What's happening? On to the 10th here. Looks like Malta This is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez. Just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s of 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that made just the second of his campaign. He was second to followed the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. Had this to complete the lap, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly hasn't. I mean, cooked this up light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's Pretended so far this seat having as a tease right now. So he's now nearly in bum run. So they've been in turn. They're up chatty black to circuit clashing. Here are Costa's free 10 quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that over with Fernandez to Danders. Short lead is spiking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with Don Antonio. Just 2 good on the sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try back. Happy at 20 move on the inside of Digicade through turn 3. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight and he sailed to much just to stay at 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some such building here. But last year, so his 90s leading in the sprints, varies. After Baiseki, Sturst, Chiman. She nearly should get a pass three. Baiseki quite quickly. Toppy thinks Aragura through on Morelli. After him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Baiseki. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Baseki's in danger getting bumped out from the time score places. So 2.5, what, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take something special from here for Tedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastidini there off the inside. Marco Bazzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up top the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigura might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's stood to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta. Vassal sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the giant champion, ready to deliver. And Mike Mully has well fastest one. How those Chotteries did you me announcing it to slightly advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the gate on the bikes at the first corner. Base one is now over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Baiseki. Rizmil Panutum and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to go area, 7-5 and 10. This final lap is surely Pedro Costa is to pay to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. That's Marquez has to be when you read it, very sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed for him now. By trying to attack Alex on the back to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the north. Savage down into the will be rubbing his hands. And of course, attack seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the pranks. Really good, just passing the Catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez should always head the shoulders of anybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta's running out of time rates. Will be a racing runs our 2009 Javier Acosta. He not money thought about it. She ain't truly sleeves long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger. Alex on we go. There's to be Alex Marquez keeps out. Thinking of that runs by reason nice. Just Marquez does. A Sati who spins that. Rather than underscotch the final lap. He has no fatty has much light transponder and registered. He's now bounce back up into third place. So he's Tripredi, tracked out, and that does Bezzecchi. Somehow on the last that did get back past Sginini. So Bezzecchi does double his championship lead from 1 to 2 points. But by half a 10 to the bike like himself, it is Alex Marquez who punishes the demons of a year ago. This time, he is the sprint winner in Barcelona. Pedro Acosta gave his all. He gave his all. I think that's the closest sprint finish ever. I think that's the closest sprint finish we've had. And he knew it. That year, smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez, your front row. There's the world championship going from road slow in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn once again the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to defensive. On that long one down to the study size only gonna hate Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the starts corner but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up for beef on and draws this was medium but it was mid this 12 meters so the king of those ones done. I was definitely Katie I was stop on post to the long tongue to you there on the 21 one lap than that. It was Bender. It was the other Katie and who went down back to he's done to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a 10 start but that crunch is towards me at 59 place. It is Mir and Bed the Dan. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been a mustard to lift the sprint. Zarko's kitchen, so in the pre-start. Dungeon chance in, Smoky Mark, Brady got his front tire ahead of a Costa. One of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling Flower Sile to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20s. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yeah, so he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the towns of it. He has not never to take advantage of that rat, so it might stop. ejected so set up. Then in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see Frankie Bruigic there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quartermonics. He'd be lining at points. Line was tied without the other Morale at flag levels. Yeah, from the stop in the 10. While they think initially that Bastini has connected with Humber the first one, he nearly managed to bear with Lorera, trying to come through. So Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big move. On his first happy had to beat matey to the grid. He is up 5 times. Sarko has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of all these times. That's going to be great to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain show start. But Sarko gets bloody deep on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show and Sarko. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel right on alongside a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattraro was 8th over the line. He made it to turn 1 in 10. Duro had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Duro ultimately my bottom 18s into 13 spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down, then was the on the brakes into that turn. Snow battle out Martin, then 2 snaps through the track as a 3-runner. Batch greasily into 5th. They're trying to get back to Marty. This little bit polished into the 20 points. Marty just has to read all that. It's a picture of the arts. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digital guide through turn 7 and Alexander's has gone back. These seeing backs. Oh wow. It's going density the rush Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal for Marty. So how did he get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 this as it's not to the moment night. Marty would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Our team trying to make his Saturday slightly better. So what about a move on the inside of the Joe and show now? Digital just to do about this one tender that VR 46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the world championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see places starting from trials into T8 for all these answers for a plus to do it. Alex Mark takes his white ballad, it's best hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some digitally flying in this to the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a plus down blade starting. As fast as one so he might now is Alex side by side with tight driver Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in, light your right down allows. Can't go the long way around. There's a fatigue one also, is Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 Alex Marquez to go down his land. And Apple told him on the outside line. But another moment. Stood and Kiyot. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment. Is Alex Marquez with a second third board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarko, still that excellent teach, you know, he also the blood then stays in that sucky rather things aggressive on the brakes. Uchi that first corner with Zarko, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was poised to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprima to her G panel, like he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. Then there's a gap punt to Mabel Devi, and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back as far as Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice, Golden Devi, every other section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into turn 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. I'll take more teams still down. There's the lucky. It's had some questioning at the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini then for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back his Duddy with in Lamont. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base that he had to say. Marty sprinted it there last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say? All his life. He hates being a taste of food each like this side to hide run it. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. They could take 3rd place. And was Ollie Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. Almost 360 single toast an hour. The point soft of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost of Albus the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a minute contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets to turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a one line of this weekend. No toys in Oi Martin, it's a very sport. As you said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off, this bit of turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Mars Knights would clash. 2 more times in the same weekend. We in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the Sheer Marty just shows you the hottest of modes. You know, tweak on something like some the dual elation. Slashly Chandler long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now. St. Martin must have just watched his spreading solid in front of him. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but said to you on stage, but Hasbel passed Jim Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Stafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through, can't he now comes in, on the top 5. Now then, Sistu again to capitalize on some serious run. Chief Silver's both about changing. Once he's stood serious, Nate gonna get back on that. We got like Tarkin's vicinity can't see stood. The problem that goes around and as well. Really appears like slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is gonna draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down right. Into first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This has going to put him back to being bad side. Saki doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme height of texture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in them, just he may Kotiga, he makes contact with the side of Binder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside of me, already got way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid-trap man, and that was your mid-trap Binder, and not at all, did they at all. Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. It was that over aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because Park's been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place. Bum time. Maltigan, there's a right tune here. Paula Costa at Festival. He's practically at the start of this grid. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John Chani behind him. He comes in on route and then there's the little leak bit. Two pop there. Muds and sliding white. Do I see shirt and tent? So I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Gianantonio nicking competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig backward out to Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gianantonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that far around. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He loves that and no biking hand in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make people say you have to be so precise. Defender said plainly there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarkov still being place to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex spread round about busy second. Take a bang, you're the late strider to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution vigil behind it coming us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful defense. Grand business still in place at Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind you do the 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he wanted to land all the way Martini's out. He crashed in front of him, had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterben Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense maze. This sprint, but it's time way near the intention of the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start for this sprint, but he will know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff's well said, and there's a course so Digi Kenny the moment. Outside of course made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucking Morbidelli, who's a long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint up to dance soon. 70 this shield the service up. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Hamagella House past G. He goes from on one way battle. Marini doesn't really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiftings place of the Yamahas over rings and around scaffolding all view behind him. Interestingly, but Zaki in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now. And he's back in the 40s. And actually Zarko, who responded back into the third dance. Now we'll see just in the front of the tip to there. But City's still being under a bit of pressure. But Banyaya, that's the bounty for 6 and 7. So, but City, while he did his thing, there's now starting to find a rim down actually. Shoes staying with Mabin others. Bit of tendency to it. It's a good every now. Just be saying more something having good arms in. He is actually titting. So not the return that the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this dirty out. You retirement in this sprint in these sick time. And these safety on the seasons in Boston. But all this needed was retirement. Let's go down the checking point. I was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just about to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick okay, just to take a good couple of minutes. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other senior all this. Back at the front then, he was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude. While we looking at this sort of finisher phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is Alex simply inspired by half a second. We'll see the Tosha's competition is being set by well to Douglas. The Twisty Steve were uncertain, but that was longer. Upper Mace to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in his times. Turn thing like stage, turn 39, turn 6 on lead. Last lap, girls continue to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quartararo for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past it. He's now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to his total the fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of only 5 riders. The 4 ahead of him. We'll see that bucket that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versace. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Part shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnayan. We are led to believe as the badges battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop wide by Zarka and giving himself to those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But they aren't toy 9s. He's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix near tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the eyes past met Septi according to the type in town one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the cap student who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai is now ahead and his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mind with Besaki, a real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And we're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. It's 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So they just be trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly carried. Minutes of these obviously Peg was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just around the 10th second of Costa. Is going to be back on the pin to grade who's before the Ray tire of Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation our time is by the way there will be no further action in Penbring 9th and the first quarter and that is twice so I'm on Barcelona but George Lee now open to be seen since aids that forward or it's such aggy break he's already to such a tight score and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez except boy still but only covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? Of course it's this Iger, just point a 139 to 808. So we're good out of Jordy the 139 club. The trouble of Ace, he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some competency. But a soft tires Iger, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal. Of 1 tires, Gura can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 135 for accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Had to get the JT and stop in the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful end into that heavy pipe his own son. Costa he's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turns, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so BKTN, but time sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast right this one's to go by Zarko and Longme. Through that the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the sprint regime. As a thinner place, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Versace's was an absolutely vilting the Bagnara, but those 2 Italians have shaved place. Snapes, but his hands still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he'd even leave only a Bastianini. While the Delhi would be ruin that first tournament, losing all light brand. Is you still got taste to depth and Spencetti, Bastianini up behind. when he passed the end, case me really pass bets like he needed back in just to go on the World Championship point. So 9th place. What's happening? I want the tip here. Looks like Malta This is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving me staff Fred Seagull on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s of 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. That was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, they just the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away at this, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What can they see to play that? But by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And let's cook this up light fire by spurring beer. Let's beat Catalunya. After that, there's Brit Tony so far this season having as a tease right now. So he's now nearly in Bumran. So they've been in turn. They're up Chinese Flasher Circuit Flashing. They're a positive 3 tenths quicker than Alex Marquez on that previous lap was did you goes level with Fernandez to Dandes. Short lead is spiking his Mike as he dares. Was like as he possibly come with Don Antonio. Just too good on the sorting on the catty. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place? Trying to try that. Happy at 20 move all needs out of Digicad through territory. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Tony up to third. And Bobby down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he's styled to much just to stay at 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some touch building here. Slash jib, so his 9 days leading in the sprints. Varies. After Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tournament score of places. So 2.5, what, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from Via. For Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there up the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing out not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, feeling at the pain. Under those, let us not fresh on it. The tape will be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final towards off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the John Champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Choteries did you go? The announcing too slightly advantage Alex has over Costa, who saw this last time. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the KTM on the bikes of the South corner. This one is not over. There's a goal that goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail Paintum and White, not the World Championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is the pack to go all in here to try Matt Medal. That's Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. Offense and defensive as they can he find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely in the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through him now. And by trying to attack Alex on the bike to the 10. He's bringing out up cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better who touched the Costa in the final after the North Savage down into the be rubbing his hands. And of course, for attack seeing in the good ultimate all thing. Alex is just so good at the ranks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid-correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always head the shoulders of anybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Julio Ripsing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She and into the station long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger Stanley's all can be done. There's to be Alex Marquez keeps out. Thinking of that runs by reason nice. Just Marquez does. A Seti who spins that. Fernandez spots the final lap. He has no fatty has much lighter transponder and registered. He's now advanced back up into 3rd place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. We set to go from pole position. BMW safety car wheels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12th. Green flag is played at the back. Next to you, I sat and went to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Tidra Cortico, hold to the Benson. On that long one down, Chile study size, only gonna hate. Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up for beef on it. Trosses was really, Smith, this 12 meters. So the king of those was done. I was definitely a KTM, but stop on first to the long one. Tongue to you there. On the 21 by what than that. I think it was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s down to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a taste start, but that precious one's been a 59 bucks. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarco's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been a mustard to lift the sprint. Zarco's pitching him, so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swilky Mark, brave eagle is front tire ahead of a Costa. All that is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower style to the front of the swings. And I'm out city in his straight up into feet 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yes, he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But his chick advantage and all the towns of it. It has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was start. He took the so set up. Then in stage place, he was 7th through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really jigs there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quattromonics. He'd be lining that points. Man was tied without the other Morale, flag that was off. Honda stopped in the 10. While they take initially the Bastini has connected with Honda the first one, he nearly managed it there with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat Matey for the grid. He is up 5 times. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given at this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be going to be into Kirsty Band. He's at the drain show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip at the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rival also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattromonics was 8th over the line. He made it to 1-10. Guru had it ished on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately my bottom 18s into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing where he was started close to going down there mostly. On the banks into that turn, snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps. We're in the track as a free runner, batched breezily into 5th. They trying to get back to Martin, this little bit Poland did to win the 20 reverse. Martin just asked him really well, and this is a bit of the rights. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7, and Alexander's has gone back. We've seen it back. So wow. It's going density to rush Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal from Martin. So how do you get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3. Did as it started to move at night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his stat like slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do not this one tender that VR46 to Cathy into turn span. Seki still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving on. Why they turned the mine has been a pretty decent start and they can blow C twice starting from 12th into T8. For all these fancy for a cost to do it. Alex Marquez is white ballad. It's best that hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some dead duty flying in this to the lap. And he's doing it right road now on a toss down blade starting. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex. Side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in light, right allows Congo the long way around. He's a fatigue one on circuits, Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 Alex Marquez to go down his left. And Apple on him on the outside line. But maybe at the moment, stood and Kiyota says sleep the rest of the race. The moment is Alex Marquez will attack it to board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarco, still in that excellent teach. He also like them decent sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Vici that first corner with Zarco. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was plunged to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprima to her G panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. So there's a gap punt to Mabel Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then got to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Golden Deadly the section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on the iron. Take more tears still down. There's the lucky. It's had to brush you saying it's the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, well, the Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back it was Dougie with in Le Mans. He cast out 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base that he had to say. Marty sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. He was all his life. He ain't getting a taste of food each night this side to hate running. So I pilots Marty's winning like Tid. And the 73 takes away Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Ollie Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. Almost 360 single toast an hour. The point top speed of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets a third 10. And that was just a pure Martin mistake, unfortunately. And the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in why Martin is very sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off. It's been a turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 4 times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of minds of the twig unsigning lights and the fuel elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now, isn't it? St. Martin wants to just watch his sprint unstalled in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Setti among state back has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, but also past Morbidelli. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Setti beats in Spafford, put full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, he's leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking through on a capitalize on some serious grunt. Chief Silver's pipe for that K10 was if Stu was naked and get back on that. We got half here in this vicinity to can't see stood. The problem there goes round and as well. Really appeased my slabs his fine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down the right. Into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know not to be earlier. This is going to put him back to being red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we got me on there. So that extreme height of picture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in 10, just he makes contact, he makes contact with the side of Pinder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's up his on the outside. Look, Mir already got wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap, man, and that was your mid trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure race. He understood there was no over-aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place, wrong time. Now to go, there's just an right tune here, Paula Costa at Festival. He was fighting at the start of this trip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy's coming as well from Fabio the John. Charlie behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little little bit too hot there. Runs in slightly wide. I see Church and 10, so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio nicking competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig backward out to Costa, and absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make people say you have to be so precise. Defender said plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Charco stumped in stiff place to get out the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Mendes in second. Take it bang, you're the late strider to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution vigil behind it loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful defense. It missed in place at time to Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted Team Race Leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those nearly 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he won a land on the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes off side, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place for 19th on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With the second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's time way near in contention in the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Toss shake off well said as a course so did you Kenny the Bowman. Alton of course made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli goes a long line. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Holds this sprint punchy down soon. 70 to shield the surface off. I've been let up rebound to with only significant grab as fine views on big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in Q2 this season on the Gel House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stifting's place instead of the Yamahas of rings and around scatter the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. And actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dancing down, we'll see just in the front of the picture there. But Siki's still being under a bit of pressure. But Banyaya, that's the bounty for 6 and 7. So, but Siki, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a rim down, actually. Shoes staying with my seeing others. Kyllä tiedän, että it's a good every now. Just saying more something having good armies in. He is actually titting. So not the return at the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. And to go on his studies out, he would time it in this sprint. He needs sig time. He needs safety to long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was at a time. But let's go down the checking point. I was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bell's ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick ANK just to take a good couple of chances. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, he was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude while we're looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set by ground to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Happens to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Vince Diaz times. Turn like stage, turn 39, turn 6 is on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the old outside the turn. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past to these. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to his total fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his side riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versaki. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Start, shake off. And Kenny Teko Bangyan. We are led to believe as the Badger's battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop right by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is the Frenchman. On the eyes past Metzepti according to the typing sound one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the cap student who was anything a tenth of a second. Oh, even though that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was 88 points. Position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai, he's now ahead. And his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Besaki, real nasty sort of TV drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time. Everyone's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So they just be trying to think of it many toys possibly can't in minutes to be obviously Peg was wanting this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the still 10-7 after the Costa is going to back up and pin Blue who's before the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. Confirmation of time to by the way, there will be no further action in Penn Big Nines and the first Gordon and that was twice so I'm on Marcel and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward or it's such aggy breakies already to such a tight score and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez big step boy still but on there covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So this Iger just point to 139 to 808. So we're good now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some confidence. For the soft times Iger, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal of one times. If Gura can start qualifying well. That first Panther victory will not be too far down the track with it. 130 point accuracy in a height. He's got the pace as a Costa. Has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Heading at the JTM stopping the turn 10. Of course he can. He's so beautiful then. Into that heavy pike his own son. Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how Yeah, hasty and how keen he was to make the move there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez movement troubles earlier, so BKTN between sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast right this one's again by Zarco and Lungme. Through that the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the Spurgersine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something to the back thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved like snappers, but he's still keeping two more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he did with only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that first on the Muncie, losing all light ground. His study got taste you get that's Bersekis, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the end. Case me really plus bets like he needed back in just to hold the world championship point. So 9th place. What's happening? I want the tip here. Looks like Malton this is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, just the second of his campaign. He was second to followed the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. And this to complete the lap, but by no means is the 37 giving up on a second sprint wait. Certainly has. And he's put this some light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's Britannia so far this season having as a tease for 8 now. So he's now net in Bumran. And they've been in turn. They're up Chatty Fletcher, Sergei Passion. They're posters free, 10 quicker than Alex Marquez. And that previous up as did you goes level with Fernandez. Short lead is spiking his mic as he dares, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just too good at least sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez doesn't use that third place. Trying to try but happy at 20 move all the inside of Digicad through turn 3. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight, and he styled too much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some such a building here. / jib. So his 9 and he's leading the sprint. Varies. After Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a pain to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go with that. It's do it. Take something special from here for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there of the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who would just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape would be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final towards off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. Vassal sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you got? Me and Nancy to slightly advantage Alex has. Over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the KTN on the bikes of the south corner. This one is not over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail Panicum and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 10-5 and 10. This final lap is surely Pedro Costa is to pay to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. Alex Marquez has to be when you read that, very sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of blind. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through him now. By trying to attack Alex with the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the north. Savage down into the will be rubbing his hands of Acosta attack, seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the brakes. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid-car comes across to try to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the fence in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always head the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. It will be a racing runs our 2009 Javier Acosta. He not much thought about it. She ain't truly sleeves long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger your Stanley song. We go. There's to be Alex Marquez keeps out banging up that runs by reading nice. Marquez does. A city who spins that. Rather than underscotch the final at East Years. No, that he has much lighter transponder and registered. He's now advanced back up into third place. So, team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez, your front row. There's the World Championship going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn once again the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta, go hold to the benson. On that long run down to the 30 sides, only gonna hate Alex Marquez and maybe that is good. On one of the 21 bucks. Alex, let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief of those up from P4. And I mean, Charles is really, Smith is trying me and so the king of those ones done. I was definitely a KTM, but stop on post to the long one. Tongue to you there. On the 21 by right than that. It was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s done to the person to Berting. Martin with Seki at a taste start, but that crash is towards been a 59 place. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarco's been absolutely lightning. So starting hard, he's been committed to lift the sprint. Zarco's hitting his cylinder pre-start. Don't try and see it. Smokey Mark breaks his front tire ahead of a Costa. All of that is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower side to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter of the two. Back 30 years was watching them both in the big pack. Reference it, yeah, so a really bad start was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But just took advantage of all the towns of it. They has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. It took the so set up. Then up in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see thank you really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quattromonics. He'd be lining at points. Line was tied without the other Morale like that. Was off from the stop in the 10. While they think initially that Bastini has connected with another the first one, he nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy to beat matey for the grid. He is up 5 times this. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of only throws. That's going to be going to be into a Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattromonics was 8th over the line. He made it to 1-10. Guru had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately might to make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down then was the on the banks into that turn snow battle at Martin then 2 snaps where the track has a career runner batched easily into 5th. They're trying to get back to Martin. This little bit Collins did to make the 20 points. Martin just has to really well because it's a bit of the arts. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on it's out of digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has drawn back these seeing back. Oh wow. It's going density progress Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal from Martin. So how did he get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3. This as it's not to the moment night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his stat like slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do like this one tender. That VR46 Ducati into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see places starting from 12th into T8. For all these hands here for a cluster to it. Alex Marquez is white valid. It's best that hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some dead truly flying in this to the lap. And he's doing it right road now on a toss down blade strike. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex. Side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in, light your ride down Laos. Can't go the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit is Alex 1. Setting hard point 209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do is do a 4 Alex Marquez to go down his length. And Apple told him on the outside line. But at the moment, stood and key up. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment is Alex Marquez with a second third board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarko still that excellent teach, you know, also the blind these like sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Vici that first corner with Zarko, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was poised to Alex's rear time and moving the Tremont down Spruva to her G panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for then there's the Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we got a group of essentially suppose 6. Then there's a gap punch to Baber Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's ugly over the back of Spallo Tony. They then come to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Skull and very early section is being linked. They go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And it's close up on the side. I'll take more teams done down. There's the lucky intensive questioning at Sleep Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back, it was Duddy with in Le Mans. He cast out 2 wins this weekend. Spinning lights up the base, though, you had to say. Marty sprinted did that last year, and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say, all his life. He hates being a taste of food each right this side to hide run it. So I pilots Martinez winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was only Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder, Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point tops for about JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost about is the chaser. Alex Marquez leads. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a minute of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets the third 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in Roy Martin, it's a very sport. As he said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off, it's been observable on Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. Few more times in the same weekend. Early in Boston Camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of minds. You know, take one side thing like some the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin has to just watch his sprint unstalled in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Seti amongst Deva has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up probably higher behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Stafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious grunt. Chief Series both about K10 was if Stu was naked and get back on that. We got like Tarkin's vicinity to can't see stood. The problem there goes around and as well. Really a tease now. Slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down right into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you up at a T-team. Zarko might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This that's going to put him back to being red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme right of picture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may contact with the side of Binder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's up is on the outside. Look, Mir already got way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid-trap man, and that was your mid-trap Binder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure race. He understood there was that over a question. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place, wrong time. Maltigan, there's just an right tune here, Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this group. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John Chani behind. He climbs in on route to Dan. There's the little leak. Look, mate, so you pop there, runs in slightly wide. Do I see shirt and tan? So I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio knitting competitive behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to kick backward out to Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin. At the start of the street, he runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make it said he has to be certain precise. Defender said plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Charco stumbling stick twice to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of a second between Alex and Ralph Members second. Take it bang yard the late strider to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. So then there's a caution vigil behind it loving us. So I was after with that unsuccessful defense. We're bit missed in place at Antonio into turn one. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind you do the 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Sarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Maltesi's abs. He crashed in front of him, had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the first after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterben Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the first. For the second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's time way near into intention from the Todium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's a course through Digi Kenny the Bowman. Hudson had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who was a long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint popped you down soon. 70 this year of the service off might be let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big 8th place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season of the Jello House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiffing's place of the Yamahas over rings and around Scaffold the old view behind him. Interestingly, Bezzecchi in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see just in the front of the tip there. Bezzecchi's still being under a bit of pressure from Tete Banyaya. That's the bounty for 6 and 7. So Bezzecchi, while he did his thing, there's now starting to find a ring down actually. She's starting having seen others. Hela tiden står ju, för sitt tycker jag vill just boost more sometimes having video amazing. He is actually titting to not the return the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this is he retired in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs safety on the long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was a retirement. Let's go down the checking point. I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe okay, just to take a good couple of minutes and thanks Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, you're still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude. While we're looking at this sort of initial phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. We'll see the Tosha's competition is being a set point round to that this. The Tosh still wearing certain, but that was longer. Happens to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in steers times. Something like stage 39, 6s on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the old outside the twenties. Now touched Quattararo for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past to these. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to this tall qualifying. So outside the Zarka. He's one of the third riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that bucket that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the 1 sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that back at the top of your pictures. Part shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyaya. We are led to believe as the Bezos battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a truck wide by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and with 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is be the French Banyaya's past Bezzecchi according to the typing sound one Pansoya's breeds off screen. Moves the captain who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. Bezzecchi's now back to 7th place and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai is now ahead, and his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Bezzecchi, a real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And we're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. It's 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everything's leading. The season like these sprint teeth obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So they just be trying to pick up with my toys, possibly carried. Somebody obviously Peg was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the field 10-7 second of Costa. Is going back on the pin to 3 who's on the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation our time is, by the way, there will be no further action in bring 9 stint and the first Gordon letters twice in turn on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since aids that corner. It's such aggy breakies already to such a tight score and generally you see it's there. We are looking back at Frank Ralph Fernandez. It's step boy still but on being covered by under second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? So this Tiger just point to 139 toward 808. So we're good out Jordan the 139 club. The club of ace. He keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test. Got to find some confidence. But a soft tires Tiger. We've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal. On one tires, Gura can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 I can see in a way. He's got the pace as Acosta. Has certainly got the pace to attack Landers. How to get the JT and stop in the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful then into that heavy pike. His own son Acosta. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turns, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez route and troubles earlier, so BKT and between sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast right this one's to go by Zarco and Lungme. Through the moment, it's all the French, but his best of the sprint regime. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bersekis was an absolutely vilsing deep Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved place. Snapes, but his hands still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he did with only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that first tournament, losing all life round. Because you still got taste you get that's Bersekis, Bastianini look behind. And he passed the end. Appears me really pass bets like he needed back in just to go on the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? Onto the 10th here. Looks like Fernandez is not enough time to fade it as but it's a champion so giving these now fancy of on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member is Alex Marquez, just about Alex shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Only a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. That was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go in Barcelona. His second that made just the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold in the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these right-hand to complete that, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. I mean, could be some light fire, but exploring via Catalunya. After that, there's pretty so far this season having as a tease for right now. So he's now net in Bumrun. So they've been in turn, they're up chatty Fletcher circuit clashing. Here Acosta is free, 10th quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes level with Fernandez. Fernandez short lead is biking his mic as he does, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just 2 good on this sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try Pat Papi and trying to move all the inside of DigiCat through turn 3. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to 3rd. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he sailed too much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some such a building here. /jib, so his 9s and he's leading the sprints. There he's after Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. He nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Marini. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially for Via. For Pedro Acosta to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there off the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt fitting at their paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape will be creased on the final lap because Aragura might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta. Vassal sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. Unlike Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you Me and Nancy too slightly advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. just under a quarter of a second. A cluster doggies up the ground on the outside on the bikes at the south corner. Base one is now over. There's a goal that goes with leads on the market by Seki. Rizmail Paintum and White, the world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and side 10. This final lap is surely Petro Costa is the pack to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. Adds Marquez has to be when you read it, then he's sharp, he's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer, he's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can he find that perfect marriage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe to toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good calm speed to him now. By trying to attack Alex on the back to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better who touched Acosta in the final after the North Savage down into the be rubbing his hands of Acosta attack seeing in the good ultimate all feint. Alex is just so good at the Franks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the fence in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez in always had the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Will be a racing runs out 2009 of it. Acosta, he not money thought about it. She and actually sleeps long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger. Stanley's on the gun. As to be Alex Marquez kicks out. Thinking of that runs by reason nice. Marquez does. A Seti who spins that. Fernandez crossed the final lap. He has no fatty has much light. He's transponder and registered. He's now bounced back up into third place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend. So far, Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. A cluster more with Daddy Alex Marquez, your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12th. Green flag displayed at the back. Next to UI Saturn wants to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting shooting middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to defensive. On that long one down to the study size only got a hate. Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the starts corner but it cost him another drop on it. Chief of those up for beef on and draws this was medium but it was mid this 12 meters so the king of those ones done. I was definitely KT ever stop on high strides to the long tongue to you there on the 21 one right than there. I think it was Bender. It was the other KT who went down back to the stumped to the person to Berting. Afterwards he had a taste start but that precious time's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarko's been asked to be lightning. So something on, he's been a committed to lift the sprint. Zarko's pitching him so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Smoky Mark, Brady got his front tire ahead of a Costa. All of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stowing Flower Sile to the front and let this win. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 30 years was watching them both in the big pack. Reference it, yeah, they had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the counts of it. They has not never would take advantage of that rat, so it was start. He took to the so set up, then in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third table Fabio Quartamonics, directly behind in that points. Ooh, I was tied without the other Moran, a flag that was off, from the stop in the 10. While they take initially, the Bastini has connected with the Honda the first one, and nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat matey, but the he is up 5 times. Zarko has never had a sprint podium. He's not given at this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be great to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drainage show start. But Zarko gets dodgy dip at the top street of that factory. The Catty GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show and Zarko. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattro was 8th over the line. He made it to 1-10. Guru had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately my battle make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernandez seeing when he was started close to going down then was the on the banks into that turn snow battle at Martin then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner batch briefly into 5th. They trying to get back to Martin. This limit Collins did to make the 20 points. Martin just has to read all that. This is it's a bitch of the arts. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has gone these seeing backs. Oh wow. It's going density the rest of this on this first device, so that's really a bit of a deal for Martin. So how did he get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It takes 3 days as it started to move at night. Martin did the mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Our team trying to make his Saturday slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the German show now? Did you just to do about the sun tender? VR 46 Ducati into turn Spain. Second still up by very ninth place on the world championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these fancy for a plus to do it. Alex Mark checks his white ballad. It's best hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's Mark there's some dead duty sliding in this to the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a plus down the lane starting. As fast as one circuit mine now is Alex side by side with tight driver Costa's on the inside line. Canali straight in, light your right down lounge. Can't go the long way around. He's a fast one on circuit is Alex 1. Turning on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing force Alex Marquez to go down his lane. And Apple told him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and Kiyot. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment is Alex Marquez. We would take it to board. No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarco, still that excellent teach, you know, he also the decent sucky rather things aggressive on the brakes. Uchi that first corner was Zarco, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was poised to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprumer to her G panel, like he's over turn 5. Look out for then there's the Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. Then there's a gap punt to Mema Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Skull very early. Section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his eye. But take more tears done down. There's the lucky. It's had to question saying it's the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back was Duddy with in Lamont. He cast out 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base though, he had to say, Marty sprinted the day last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say, all his life. He needs to be a taste of fluky tried this side to hate one. So pilots Martinez won in elected. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Ollie Pedro Costa set his fastest ever. Top speeder in Barcelona. Almost 360 single toast an hour. The point soft through that J2, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Into turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in Roy Martin into any sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off. This bit of turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 4 times in the same weekend. We had in Boston Camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of modes. And we tweak one side being like some the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin who has to just watch his sprint unsolid in front of him. But Drucy, in sense of the championship attitude, but set to you amongst Dave, has Bell pressed Team Morbidelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also past Morbidelli. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Spafford, put full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, he's leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in, on the top 5. Now then, she stood looking to capitalize on some serious grunt. Chief Silver's both of that K10 was he stood serious naked and get back on that. We got like Tarkin's vicinity can't see stood. The problem there goes round and as well. Really appears like slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarco. Nothing as Zarco could do. He tries to tough it down right into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Zarco might regret that, but she just didn't know one not a bit earlier. This has going to put him back to being red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme height of texture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may contact with the side of Binder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's up is on the outside of me, already go way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap man, and that was your mid trap Binder, and not at all, did they at all. Fabio the Genon show, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. It was that over a question. That's also on the Italian. It was part of Binder and me of a concert, just wrong place. Mum's time. Melting on there's a right true head, Paula Costa. At festival, he was flatted at the start of this sprint, but he's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John Charlie behind him. He comes in on route to Hernandez, the little leak movement. Through Bob there, muds and smarty walk. Do I see shirt and time, so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Gianantonio nicking competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to kick backward out to Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gianantonio? He's looking, I think that Bond's better off in. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the sprint. He loves that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make people say you have to be so precise. He found the set plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarko stumbling stick place to get out of the sentence just out the 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Van in second. Take a Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so now there's a caution Bidgy behind it loving us. So Zarka with that unsuccessful defense. Would run bit missed in place at Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10 found in the last set, must have sipped in Timber Sneeders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way about TD's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off down ahead of Sermon Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense Maze. This sprint, but it's time way near into intention, building Todium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The sun for this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's of course Digi Kenny the Bowman. Alternatives, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucking Morbidelli, who's the long lap. Counterloop on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint up to dance and 70 this year of the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine beast on big Heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season of the Hamagella House past G. He goes from on one way battle. Marini doesn't really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Heating 9. The chap threw up his down in Stiffing's place instead of the Yamahas. Over rings and around Scaff the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Zaki in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now. And he's back in the old 40s. And actually Zarko, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see just in the front of the tip to there. But Ziki's coming under a bit of pressure from Tete Banyaya. That's the fancy for 6 and 7. So, but Ziki, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a rim down actually. Shoes staying with Mabin others. Att tiden står ju över sitt över idag just boost more samt har vi videoarming he is actually titting so not the return the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's see on the Zod is out he retired in this sprint he needs sick time he needs tight detail on the season it's in Boston but all this needed was a time but let's go down the checking point I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe A&K just to take a good couple of inches and thanks Jack, it's a real shame there's some other seniors. Back at the front there, you're still Alex Marquez just started to build a bit of advantage. While we're looking at this sort of finisher phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspiring about half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being a set point round to Dandes. The to Steve wearing certain, but that was longer. Upper Mace to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Vince years times. Turn thing like stays, turn 39, turn 6 on me last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the turn. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past he's now in 9th for Igor. It's getting to there, but he has made solid ground to restore all the fight. So outside the Zarko. He's one of his side riders. The four ahead of him won't see that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Part shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyan. We all led to believe was the best battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. We had this chop wide by Isaac and giving himself to those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him, but turning on 29s. He's getting all the good night, so full the Grand Prix near tomorrow is the Frenchman. On the eyes past me, except according to the type in town, one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the cap student who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place, and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai, he's now ahead, and his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Seki, real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And we're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. It's 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, and he's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously, don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray, so they're just trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly can in minutes of the obviously paid his way this morning back at the Suns. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the 10th of the second of Costa. Is going to be back on the pin to the who's on the red tire of Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation hard times who's by the way there will be no further action in Kevin Mainston and the first quarter and that just twice so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward with such aggy breakies already to such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez except boy still but being covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So it's Tiger, just point to 139 to 808. So we're good now, Jordan the 139 club. The problem is, he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some confidence. On a soft time, Tiger, because we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal. On one tires, Gura can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as Costa has certainly got the pace to attack Landers. Heading at the JT and stopping the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful in into that heavy plate. His own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the move there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turns, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so BKT and between sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast right this one's to go by Zarko and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the sprint regime. As a thinner place, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the pack thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved like snappers, but he's still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he didn't leave with only a Bastianini. While the Delhi would be ruined that first on the Muncie, losing all light brand. Because you still got taste to get that's Bensetti, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the and here's me really pass bets like he needed back in just to go on the world championship point for 9th place. What's happening? I want to the 10th here. Looks like Malta this is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion so giving these now Fred Singer on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. That was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, they just the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What had this to complete that, but by no means is the 37 giving up on a second sprint wave. Certainly hasn't. I mean, it's cooking some light fire by spurring via and speak Catalunya. After that, there's turned so far this season having as a T3 now, so he's now net in bum run to the Nintendo up chade that's your circuit flashing. Here are Costa's 3 tenths quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that with Fernandez to Fernandez. Short lead is spiking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with Antonio. Just too good on this sorting on the catty. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try back. Happy at 20 move on the inside of Digicad through third row. The Italian slams the door shut. So the Jan Tony up to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he's styled to much just to stay in the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some touch building here. Like last year, so there's 9 days leading the sprints, Rivalries. After Basecki, Sturst, Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass through. Basecki quite quickly. Toppy takes Aragura through on Moradi. After him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Basecki. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Basecki's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score of places. So, 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from Via for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there up the inside. Marco Basecki, who just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, feeling at their pain. Under those, let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Aragura might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's stood to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. Basel sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards have had to go toe-to-toe. Estavio, the giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. Carlos Choteries, Digira. The announcing to slightly advantage Alex has over Costa, who saw this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground. Look, HN on the bikes at the south corner. Base one is now over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Basecki. Rizmail, Panicum and White, not the world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to go area, 10-5 and 10. This final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is to pay to go all in here to try Matt Medal. That's Marquez has to be when you read it, very sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. Offense and defensive as they can he find that perfect damage between the two because Costa less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Costa's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez. It has sprint so far this year. Now it's Costa versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through 9. By trying to attack Alex on the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the north. Savage down into the be rubbing his hands and the Costa attack seeing in a good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the ranks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always head the shoulders of anybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Will be a racing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She ain't actually sleeps long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger Sally's all can be done. As to be Alex Marquez keeps out thinking of that runs by reading nice. Kills Marquez does. A Seti who spins that Fernandez crossed in the final lap. He has no fatty has much lighter transponder and registered. He's now advanced Brattle into 3rd place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Next to UI Saturn wants to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting, shooting middle of the circuit, goes Pedro Acosta, go hold to the Benson. On that long one down, Chile, 30 size, only got a hate. Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up for beef on and the Trosses was medium. It was mid this 12 meters, so the king of those ones done. I was definitely Katie. I was stop on her straight to the long one. Thank to you there on the 21 one. Right than that, I think it was Bender. It was the other Katie who went down back to the 80s, done to the person to Berting. Martin with Seki at a 10 start, but that precious time's been a 59 bucks. It is Mir and Big the Dan. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So starting line, he's been a mustard to lift the sprint. Zarko's kitchen, half so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swook, you might crazy go his front tire ahead of a Costa. One of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flowers hard to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting in his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yes, they had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But just take advantage of all the towns of it. Big dirty ass knob never would take advantage of that rat, so it might stop. He drifted the so set up, then up in state place, he was 7th through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really jigs there down the pikes. Could be the third tangible Fabio Quattromonics. He'd be lining that points. Line was tied without the other ran a flag that was off. Honda stopped in the 10. Well, I did think initially that Bastianini has connected with Honda the first one. He nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastianini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first lap, he had to beat Matey for the grid. He is up 5 twice. Zarko has never had a sprint podium He's not giving up this station beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be great to be to Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain, so it's that. Osaka gets dodgy deep on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Osaka. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rival also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Bagnaia. Dan's the first goal of the quarter was 8th over the line. He made it to 1-10. Duro had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Duro ultimately my bottom 18s into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down there was the on the ranks into that snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner, batched breezily into 5th. They trying to get back to Marty, this little bit Collins did to win the 20 points. Marty just asked him video plan and it's a bit for the yards. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me. It's out of digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has gone back these seeing bars. Oh wow. It's going density the question is on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a theme from Marty. So how do you get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 days as it's not to the moment night. Marty would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Marty trying to make his stat like slightly better. So what about a move on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do about this one tender that VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by very 9th place on the world championship points moving on the way they turned. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these fancy for a cost to do it. Alex Marquez is white ballad it's best hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some dead truly flying in this to the lap. And he's doing it right road now on a toss down blade starting news. Fastest one circuit mine now is Alex side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in light, right allows Congo the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit Alex 1. Setting on 0.2009. Pressure building here for Costa. That's what Costa's got to do is do a 4 Alex Marquez to go down his length. And Apple on him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and Kiyot to sleep the rest of the race at the moment is Alex Marquez with a second third board. No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarko still in that excellent seat. You know, he also applied those decent sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Peachy that first corner with Zarko. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was forged to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprima to her chief panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we got a group of essentially supposed 6. So there's a gap punt to Baber Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Golden every other section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And this close up on his iron. That's it. Well, team's still down. There's the lucky. It's had some pressure saying it's the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, well, the Hoy Martini then for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back it was Dougie with in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base though, you had to say. Marty sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say? All his life. He hates being a taste of food each on this side to hide running. So I pilots Martinez won in like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Oli Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder, Barcelona. All bus 360 single toast an hour. The point top speed of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost about is the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. And with it a tiny bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets a turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line but this weekend. No toys, Martin, it's a very sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday, not off. It's been a turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Mars nights a clash. Times in the same weekend, really in Boston Camps later, yes, as well. So I've played to find up cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of minds and the twig unsigning lights and the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin has to just rush his sprint and stall in front of it. But truthfully, in terms of the championship attitude, but Seti amongst Deva has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, but also past Morbidelli. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Spafford, put full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, she stood looking through on a Catalunya on some serious grunt. Chief Silver's point about Kate was he stood she was naked and get back on that. You got talk and specific accounts. He stood the problem that goes around and as well. Really appeased my slaps his spine line. The giant Fabio is going to throw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough her down the fight. Eventually first corner, but the giant Arno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Zarko might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This is going to turn him back to me. Bedside. It's like he doesn't want the race start, so we block me on there. So that extreme height of texture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in pen, just he may cut again, he may start with the side of Pinder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's up business on the outside of me, already go by white and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap man, and that was your mid trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all. Fabio the Gian showed, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that, that's just a pure race. He understood there was no over-aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because part of Pinder and me have a concert, just wrong place, mum's time. Mounting on, there's a right tune here, Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this trip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy's coming as well from Fabio the John Chani behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little bit through pop there. Muds and smarty walk. I see church and ten, so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Gian Antonio knitting competitive behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig back without Costa having absolutely no defense. Does he have any defense now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Somebody needs to make the said you have to be certain precise. He found the set plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarko still in stiff place. The cat out the sentence just over the 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex Fernandez there's his second. Pekka Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution bidgy behind it loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful descent. It missed in place and started to Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes off side places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place for 19th on the grid. So he stood off down ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's nowhere near in contention in the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, as of course, so did you Kenny the Bowman. Alton had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucking Morbidelli, who was a long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint popped you down soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Hamagella House past G. He goes from one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiffing's place instead of the Yamahas of rings and around scatter the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't done awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Zarko, who responded. I think that they're dancing down, we'll see, just in the front of the tip to there. But Siki's still being under a bit of pressure. Let's say Banyaya, that's the party for 6 and 7. So, but Siki, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a rim down, actually. Shoes staying, having seen others. That tiden står ju, för sitt tycker jag att just busar more samt har vi videoarmisen. He is actually titting. So not the return at the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. To go on, there's you were timed at the end of this sprint. He needs sig time. He needs safety to on the season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was at a time. But let's go down the checking point. I was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick A&K just to take a good couple of chances. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors back at the front there. He was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of attitude. Are we looking at this sort of finisher phase of this sprint? So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set by ground to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Uppermost to be sitting with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Vinicius times. Turning like stage, turn 39, turn 6 is on made last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the old outside the turn. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past he's now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to his total fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his third riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that bucket that are in the 39 still. Everyone else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versaki. You can see that past the top of your ditches. Start shake off. And can he take a bang yarn? We are led to believe as the Badger's battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop right by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good day to fool the Grand Prix here tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the eyes past Metsepti according to the type in town, one Pansolia screens off screen. Moves the captain who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know what. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was 88 points. Position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai, he's now ahead. And his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it, isn't he, of mine with Besaki, real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you just want to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, and he's leading the season like these sprint. He obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So he'd just be trying to think of with my toys possibly can't hit. Minnesota obviously Haig was winning this morning back at the Suns. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the still 10-7 second of Costa. He's going to be back up and in good reader who's before the red tire of Ralph Fernandez too. Confirmation on time series, by the way, there will be no further action in Kevin Big and the first Gordon and that just twice so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since aids that forward or it's such aggy break he's already to such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez except boy still but being covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So it's this Iger, just point to 139 to 808. So we're good now, enjoying the 139 club. The problem is, he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, to find some confidence. On the soft times, Iger, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal. Of one times, we can start qualifying well. That first Canterbury victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers, heading at the JT and stopping the turn 10. Of course, he can, he's so beautiful then. Into that heavy pike, his own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must be, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the move there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez movement troubles earlier, so BKT and Baton sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast ride this one's again by Zarko and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's only French, but he's best of the Spurgersine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Berseki's was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved place. Napes, but he's Hansel keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he'd even leave Dalia Bastianini. While the Delhi would be ruining that first on a Muncie, losing all that ground. His study about taste you get Panspetti, Bastianini up behind. When he passed the end, occasionally really pass bets like he needed back in just to hold the World Championship point. So 9th place. What's happening? Onto the 10th here. Looks like This is not left out to fade it is third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alex shooting himself in those 39s of 139.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that led just the second of his campaign. He was second to the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2/10 out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. And they seem to play that, but by no means is the 37 giving up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And it's cooked this of light fire by Spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's pretended so far this season having as a T3 now. So he's now net in bum run. So they've been in turn, they're up Chatty Black's circuit flashing. They're Costa's free tension clicker. Then Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that over well to Dander's. Short lead is breaking his mic as he dares, as long as he possibly can with Antonio. Just too good on the sorting on the county. So Ralph Anderson does use that third place. Trying to try that. Happy at 20 move all the inside of Digicade through third row. The Italian slams the door shut. So the Antonio to third. And over down in his pass, Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight, and he sailed to much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some Sasha building here. Slash jib. So his lines and he's leading the sprints. Varies. After Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass through. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, time to see if Saturday might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the torn score places. So, cheer it up, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from here for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastidini there of the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defense here. Under breaking, playing up, not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. Vassal sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards have had to go toe-to-toe. Estavio, the giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you go? The immense to slap the advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the KTN on the bikes of the South corner. Base one is now over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail, Panicum and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10. This final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is to pay to go all in here to try and match up my dog. Alex Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect damage between the two because Costa less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Costa's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Costa versus Alex. Surely in the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through 9. By trying to attack Alex with the back to the 10. He's bringing out up cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the North. Savage down into the field, rubbing his hands. And of course, for attack seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the flanks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez in always head the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Olivia Lipsing runs out 2009 Javier Acosta. He not much thought about it. She and to be sleeves long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger Sally's on we done. As to be Alex Marquez another scene keeps out thinking of that runs by the nice. Marquez does. A Seti who spears that Fernandez crossed in the final lap. He has no fatty has much light transponder and registered. He's now bounce back up into third place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn West to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to the Benson. On that long run down to the study size only gonna hate Alex Marquez and maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner but it cost him another drop on it. Chief does up from P4 and I mean Trosses was really Smith this time me and so the those ones done. I was definitely KTM was stop on high stride to the long tongue to you there. On the 21 one lap than that. I think it was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s down to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a 10 start but that precious time's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Bender down. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So something on, he's been mustard to lift the sprint. It's all goes pitching, and so in the pre-start. Don't try to see it. Smoky Mark, crazy goal his front tire ahead of a Costa. One of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower soil to the front of the swings. And I'm out city in his story up into fate 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pack. Reference it, yeah, so he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the towns of it. He has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was start. He took so set up, then in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quartermonics, he'd be lining at points. Line was tied without the other Urban Ran, a flag that was off, from the stop in the 10. While they take initially, the Bastini has connected with another of the first one, who nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. Following his first happy had to beat Matey for the career. He is up 5 times this. Zarko has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Tony Thrones. That's going to be going to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain show start. But Zarko gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarko. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattraro was 8th over the line. He made it turn 1-10. Guru had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately my bottom make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down there was the on the banks into that turn snow battle out Martin then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner batched greasily into 5th. They're trying to get back to Martin, this little bit Pollens did to win the 20 points. Martin just asked him real well that it's a bit of threats. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has dropped these seeing back. Oh wow. It's going density to rush Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal for Malti. So how do you get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 this as it's not to the moment night. Marti would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Marti trying to make his stat like slightly better. So what about him move on the inside of the German show now? Digital just to do not this one tender that VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these hands here for a cluster to its Alex Mark checks his white valley it's first hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some dead truly flying in this to the lap. Had he's doing it right road now on a cluster down blade starting. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex side by side. With tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in light your right down allows. Can't go the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit is Alex 1. Setting hard point 209. Pressure building here for Costa. That's what Costa's got to do is do a 4 sides markings to go down his length. And Apple told him on the outside line. But at the moment stood and key up. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment. His ice markings will attack its third board. No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarko still in that excellent teach. He also like them decent sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Vici that first corner was Zarko. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was forged to Alex's rear time and moving the Tremont down Spruva to her chief panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for Fernandez to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we got a group of essentially suppose 6. Then there's a gap punt to Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of his fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Still in very early section is being linked. They go now hard on the bikes into turn 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. That's it. Well, team's still down. There's the lucky. It's to practicing at Sleep Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini there for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back, it was Duddy with in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 rings this weekend. Spinning lights up the base, though, you have to say. Marty, sprinted did that last year, and he was head pinning this time. To say, all his life, he hates being a taste of food each right this side to height run it. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. Nikki to take 3rd place. And this Harley Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever top speeder. Barcelona, all those 360 single toast an hour. The point toss through that JT, not enough to fend off Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost of Albus the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position this last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets the third 10. And that was just a pure Martin mistake, unfortunately. And the latest in a long line but this weekend. No toys in why Martin to any sport. As you said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off. This been observable on Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. Few more times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon that. Cheer Marty just shows you the hottest of minds. You know, take one side thing like and the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now. St. Martin has to just watch his sprint on solid in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Seti amongst Deva, Pascal Prest, Team Everdelli, these are picks of P6. These are probably higher behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Stafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through, can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious blunt. Chief Series both about K10 was if Stu was Nathan and get back on that. We got like Harkins, Bizini, Cancy stood. The problem there goes around and as well. Really a tease, not slouches by line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down right into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you offer the T-team. Saka might regret that, I but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This that's going to turn him back to me. Red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme right of picture who goes down. By understanding that Titan Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may contact with the side of Pinder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside. Look, Mir already got way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap man, and that was your mid trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure race. He understood there was that over a question. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place, one time. Mounting on, there's just an right tune here, Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this script, but he's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy Stilling as well from Fabio the John Chani behind. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little little bit too pop there. Muddin slightly what do I see shirt and tan, so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio knitting competitive behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to kick backward out to Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the sprint. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make it said he has to be so precise. Defender said plainly there. So just squeezing it in out and Charko still being twice to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Van busy second. Pekka Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was 40. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution Bidgy behind it, loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful defense. We're big mistake place at Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sipped in team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the first after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the first. With the second significant lead to the Gura sense Maze. This sprint, but it's time way near into intention in the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Sprint Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's a course through Digi Kenny the moment. Hudson had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who was a long lamp. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint popped you down soon. 70 this year of the service off might be lap up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big 8th place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Hamajella House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the final place in P9. The chap filled up his doubting, shifting places of the Yamahas, over rings and around the old view behind him. Interestingly, Bezzecchi in plenty of space hasn't done awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We actually saw Arco, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see, just in the front of the picture there, Bezzecchi's coming under a bit of pressure. That's Bagnaia, that's the fancy for 6 and 7. So, Bezzecchi, while he did his thing, there's now starting to find a ring down, actually. Tjuvsteg mabelsing öves. Hela tiden står ju, för sitt över idag, just busag, more samt having video amazing, he is actually titting, so not the return at the top group was hoping for as he starts to, yeah. The inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on his studies out. He retired in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs safety to long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was a retirement. Let's go down the checking point. That was up with, yeah, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick Vinales just a technical problem and yeah, thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, he was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude. While we're looking at this sort of initial phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply impossible to stay wearing certain, but that was longer. Happens to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in steers times. Something like stays 39, 6s on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quartararo for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Chill hidden the past to ease. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to this tall qualifying. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his side riders. The poor ahead of him. We'll see that bucket that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that past the top of your ditches. Hard shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnaia. We are led to believe as the Bezos battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a truck wide by Zarka and giving himself to those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But they aren't 29s. He's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is be the Frenchman. Bagnaia past Bezzecchi according to the typing sound one pencil your screens off screen. Rules the cap speed. It was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. Bezzecchi's now back to 7th place and was a 68 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Bagnaia is now ahead and his fellow Italian is getting his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Bezzecchi, a real nasty sort of TV drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you just want to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hungary. So they just be trying to pick up with my toys, possibly carried. Minutes of these obviously Peg was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the field 10-7 second of Costa. Is going to be back on the pin Club Raider, who's on the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation hard time to by the way, there will be no further action in Penbring 9th and the first quarter and left us twice so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that corner. It's such aggy break he's already to such a tight score and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez it's Sepway still but being covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? So it's this Igor just point to 139 toward 808. So we're good now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some confidence. On the soft tires Igor, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal on one tires. Igor can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 130 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as Acosta has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Heading at the JTM starting the turn 10. Of course he carries so beautiful then into that heavy pike his own son Acosta. He's back in the game for the Libya. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so BKTN, but time sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast ride this one's going by Zarco and Lungme. Through that the moment, it's all the French, but he's passed to the Sprugrazine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bezzecchi's just an absolutely nothing to Bagnaia, but those two Italians have shaved place. Snappers but he's still keeping two more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnaia, and he did with only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that those tournaments, losing all life ground. Because you still got taste you get Panspetti, Pastinini up behind. And he passed the end, occasionally really Panspetti he needed back in just to go the World Championship point. So ninth place. What's happening? Onto the tip here. Looks like This is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s of 29.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2/10 out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. But this is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What had this to complete the lap, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And this cooked this up light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's pretended so far this season having as a tease for right now. So he's now net in Bumran. So they've been in turn. They're up chatty Fletcher circuit clashing. Here Costa is 3/10 quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes level with Fernandez. Sean Vidi's biking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just too good at least sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try Pat Papi at 20 move all the inside of DigiCade through territory. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he's sailed too much just to stay at 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some Sasha building here. Slash jib, so his 9 and he's leading the sprint. There he's after Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass through. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go with that. It's do it. Takes something special for Via. For Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastidini there of the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. Unlike Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you got? Me and Nancy too slightly advantage Alex has over Costa who started this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a Costa doggies up the ground on the KTM on the bikes at the south corner. Base one is now over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail Panutum and White, other world championship leader, because at the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is the pack to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. Alex Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp, he's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect damage between the two because Costa less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Costa's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Costa versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through him now. By trying to attack Alex on the back to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the north. Savage down into the will be rubbing his hands. And of course, attack seeing in the good ultimate all thing. Alex is just so good at the ranks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez in always head the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Rubio lifting runs out 2009 of it. Acosta, he not much thought about it. She and they truly sleeps long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger Stanley Song can be done. As to be Alex Marquez in keeps out. Thinking about that runs by reason nice. Marquez does. A Seti who spins that. Fernandez crossed in the final lap. He has no fatty has much light. He's transponder and registered. He's now bounce back up into 3rd place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Leads set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez, your front row. There's the World Champs going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn wants to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta, go hold to the Benson. On that long run down to these 30 sides, only gonna hate Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex, let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief does up from P4. And I mean, Trosses was medium, but it was mid this 12 meters. So the king of those was done. I was definitely a KTM, but stop on post to the long tongue to you there. On the 21 one, right than that. He was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s down to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a 10 start, but that crash is towards me in 59 place. It is Mir and Bed the dance. That Zarco's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been mustard to lift the sprint. Zarco's kitchen, and so in the pre-start. Dungeon Child seeing it. Smokey Mark, Brains Eagle is front tire ahead of a Costa. One out is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling Flower Sile to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20s. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pack. Reference it, yeah, so he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the towns of it. That's not number one, take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. He took so set up, then in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see, thank you, Luigi, there down the pikes. Could be the third, Tesla Fabio Quattronics, he'd be lining at points. Ooh, man was tied without the other Morale, like that was off, from the stop in the 10. Well, I did say initially that Bastini has connected with the number of the first one, who nearly managed to pair with the Rara, trying to come through. So Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat matey for the grid. He is up 5 times this. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be great to be into Castiban. He's at the drainage show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattronics was 8th over the line. He made it turn 1 in 10. Duro had a tish on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Duro ultimately my bottom 18s into 13 spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down then was the on the banks into that turn snow battle out Martin then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner batched greasily into 5th. They trying to get back to Martin, this little bit polished into the 20 points. Martin just asked him video plan that this is a picture of the arts. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has drawn these seeing back. So wow. It's fine density progression Disney on this first device, so that's really a bit of a theme from Martin. So how do you get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 this as it's not to the moment night. Martin with to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his satellite slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the German show now? Digital just to do like this one tender that VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see places starting from trials into T8. For these Santi across to its Alex Marquez is white valid. It's best hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's marked there's some dead duty flying in this way the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a toss down the lane strike. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex. Side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in, light your right down Laos. Can't go the long way around. He's a fastest one off circuit is Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 sides markings to go down his length. And Apple told him on the outside line. But man, at the moment, stood and key up. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment. His Alex Marquez will attack it to board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarco, still in that excellent teach. You know, he also decent sucky rather things aggressive on the brakes. Peachy that first corner with Zarco. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was poised to Alex's rear time and moving the Tremont down Spruva to her chief panel. Like he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of them. Having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. Then there's a gap punt to Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then come to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Skull and every other section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KTM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. But take more teams still down. There's the lucky. It's had some questioning at the Catalunya for Hoy Martini when we take the lead in the World Championship. Well, Hoy Martini then for the third time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back, it was Duddy with in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning lights up the base that he had to say. Marty sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say? All his life. He hates being a taste of fluke each tried this side to hide run it. So I pilots Martinez winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. They could take third place. And this Ollie Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder, Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point shots for that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his chaser. Alex Marquez leads. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a minute of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets the third 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in Hoy Martin into any sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not hard. This been observable Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 2 times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon that. Cheer Marty just shows you the hottest of minds. The take one side being like some the dual elation. Slashly Chandler Bongway did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin wants to just rush his sprint unstalled in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but set to you on state, but Hasbel past Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also past Morbidelli. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Spafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through, can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious run. Chief Silver's both about KTM, once he's stood serious Nate, and get back at that. You got like Harkins, vicinity cats, he stood. The problem there goes around and as well. Really appears nice, slouches by line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do, he tries to tough it down, right into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you up at a T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to bit earlier. This is going to turn him back to being red side. It's like he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on the absolute extreme right of picture who goes down. By understanding that Lieutenant Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may start with the side of Pinder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's up his on the outside. Look, Mir already got way wide and finds himself right on your slide. It was a mid trap, man, and that was your mid trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio De Gennaro, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. There was that over a question. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place. One time. Maltigan, there's just an right tune here. Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this grid. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy's coming as well from Fabio De John. Chani behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little leak. Little bit too hot there. Muds and sliding white. Do I see shirt and tan? So I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio knitting competitive behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig backward out to Costa having absolutely no defense. Does he have any defense now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the sprint. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make it said he has to be so precise. He found the set playing in there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarko still being stiff twice to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Van Bezig second. Pekka Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution Bidgy behind it loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful defense. Brian Bidman still in place at Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sipped in team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds, is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he wanted to land on the way Martini's out. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12. It's the Thoris with a second significant lead to the Gura sense maze. This sprint, but it's time way near in contention, feeling like Todium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. He stood for this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to pole and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff's well said, and as a course through Digi Kenny the Bowman. Elton had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who was a long lap, calculated on the exit of the very first corner. Holds this sprint up to dance soon. 70 this shield, the Sir Sophomore had been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine beast on big Heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Hamajella House past G. Did he goes from on one way back to Marini? Nothing really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap threw up his down in Stifting's place of the Yamahas over rings and around Scaffold the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't had an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. Now we'll see just in the front of the picture there. But City's still being under a bit of pressure. That's Banyaya. That's the party for 6 and 7. So, but City, well, they did his thing. There's now starting to find a ring down, actually. She's starting with having seen others. Bit of tea next to it. It's a good every day. Just be saying more stuff. Have a good arm, is he? He is actually titting. So, not the return that the top good was hoping for as he starts to, the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this dirty out. He retired in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs safety to the season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was a time. But let's go down the checking point. That was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bell's ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe okay, just to take a good couple of minutes. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, you're still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of attitude. While we're looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set by well to digest. The Tuesday still wearing certain, but that was longer. Upper to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Been steers times. Tough thing like stage 39, 6s on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the old outside the time season. Out touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past to ease. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to be still the fight. So outside the Zarko. He's one of many thigh riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that bucket that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the 1 sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Saki. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Part shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyan. We are led to believe as the best battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop wide by Zarko, giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good day to fool the Grand Prix near tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the eyes past Met, Septi according to the typing sound, one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the cap speed, who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place, and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai is now ahead, and his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it, as he is near mine with Seki, a real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year, no ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprinters. Obviously, don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray, so they're just trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly carried. Minnesota obviously Haig was right this morning back at the Suns. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the tail 10-7 second of Costa. Is going to be back on the in Good Raider, who's on the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation our time is, by the way, there will be no further action in Penn Nineston and the first quarter, and that's just twice in. So I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward. It's such aggy breakies already to such a tight score, and generally you see it's there. We are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez, except boy still, but they're covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? So it's this Iger up just point to 139 to 808. So we're good now. Jordan the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test. Got to find some confidence. On the soft tires, Iger. We've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal on 1 tires. Iger can start qualifying well. That first entry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 130 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa. Has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. How to get the JT and stop in the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful then into that heavy plate. His own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testable in the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Martin Fernandez did quite a long way back into turns, and is duly judged as one ejected Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so be KTM. But time sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast ride this one's to go by Zarco and Lungme. Through that the moment, it's all the French, but his best of the sprint regime. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved place. Snappers, but he's still keeping two more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he would only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that first tournament, losing all light ground. His you studied up taste to yep, that's Bersekis, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the end. Appears me really past better like he needed back in just to go on the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? Onto the tip here. Looks like Martin Fernandez is not enough time to fade it as durability champion. So giving these now fancy of on medal. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alex shooting himself in those 39s of 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What had this to complete that, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And there's put this a light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's pretended so far this season having as a T3 now. So he's now nearly in bum run to the Nintendo. They'll have changed that to circuit flashing. Here are posters 3 tenths quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes level with Fernandez. Fernandez short of his spiking his mic as he dares, as long as he possibly can with Antonio. Just too good on this sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try back. Happy at 20 move all the inside of Digicade through turn 3. The Italian slams the door shut. So the Gian Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight and he's styled to much just to stay at 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some touch building here. Slash jib, so his 9 is leading the sprints. There is after Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. He nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Marini. Ahead of him you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from Via. For Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there off the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who would just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt feeling at their pain. Under those, let us not fresh on it. The tape would be creased on the final lap, which is Aragura might take that final towards off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Gian champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you the announcing too slightly advantage Alex has over Costa who saw this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, like Costa doggies up the ground on the KTM on the bikes of the first corner. This one is not over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmil Painter and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is prepared to go all in here to try that gold medal. Alex Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. Offense and defensive as they can he find that perfect marriage between the two, because Costa less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marc Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner street between now and by trying to attack Alex on the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And Webber who touched Acosta in the final after the north savage down into the will be rubbing his hands of Acosta attack seeing in the good ultimate Dolphin. Alex is just so good at the brakes. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes Acosta trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the defensive in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always had the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta's running out of time rates. Julio Lipsing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She and H. Judy Sleesh long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger. Stanley saw we done. As to be Alex Marquez. Another scene keeps out. Thinking about that runs by the nice. Kills Marquez. Does. Seti who spears that Fernandez crossed the final at East House. No, Fatty has much larger transponder and registered. He's now advanced back up into third place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. Lead set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Next UI Saturn wants to get the sprint here. A Catalunya darting, shooting middle of the circuit, goes Pedro Acosta, go hold to the Benson. On that long one down, Chile, 30 size, only got a hate. Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex, let's go the long way around into the starts corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chivo goes up from P4 and draws this was medium, but it was mid this 12 meters. So the king of those ones done. I was definitely a KT. But stop on post to the long one. Tongue to you there on the 21 one. Right than that, I think it was Bender. It was the other KTN who went down, bashed the EDs down to the person to Berting. Mopped up at second, a 10 start, but that precious time's been a 59 points. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been a mustard to lift the sprint. Zarko's pitching, so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swilky Mark, Brady got his front tire ahead of a Costa. One of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling Flower Sile to the front of the swings. And I'm out City in his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yeah, so he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the towns of it. It has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. He took the so set up, then up in state place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really jigs there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quartamonics. He'd be lining at points. Ooh, man was tied without the other ran at like that. Was yeah, 100 stop in the 10. Well, I did think initially that Pax TV has connected with 100 the first one. He nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Pax TV deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat matey for the grid. He is up 5 times. Zarko has never had a sprint podium. He's not giving up this station beyond, but he's doing this house out of all his phones. That's going to be brain spring. Into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drainage show start. But Zarko gets dodgy dip at the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show and Zarko. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rival alongside a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first goal of the quarter was 8th over the line. He made it to 10. Guru had it on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately made Barton make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernandez seeing when he was so close to going down there was the on the brakes into that turn, snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps. We're in the track as a career runner, batch breezily into 5th. They trying to get back to Martin, this limit Pollens did to make the 20 point reverse. Martin just asked him video plan and this is it's a bit of the rights. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has gone back these seeing backs. Oh wow. It's going density progression is the on this first device, so that's really a bit of a deal for Martin. So how do you get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 this as it's not to the middle of the night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his Saturday slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the Joe and show now digital just to do about this one tender that VR46 Ducati into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving on the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can apply C places starting from trials into T8. For all these hands here for a cost to do it, Alex Marquez is white valid. It's best that hasn't made any said birdie 3. Now it's marked there's some dead Judy slime in this to the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a toss down the lane starting. As fast as one circuit mine now is Alex. Side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canali straight in light right allows. Can't go the long way around. He's a fast one on circuit. Alex on 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Costa. That's what Costa's got to do. He's doing 4 sides markings to go down his lane. And Apple told him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and key up. There's sleep the rest of the race at the moment. His Alex markings will attack its third board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarko, still that excellent teach, you know, he also applied them decent sucky rather things aggressive on the brakes. Peachy that first corner with Zarko, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was forged to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprumer to her chief panel, like he's over turn by. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we got a group of essentially suppose 6. Then there's a gap punt to Mabel Devi and bet Seki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Check now there, that's 16 twice. Skull and very early. Section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. That's it. Well, it's here still down. There's the lucky. It's had to watch you saying that sleep had to you for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini in there for the 3rd time of what so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back it was Dougie with in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base though, he had to say, Marty, you sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what was he? All his life. He hates being a taste of food each like this side to hate running. So Alex Marquez won in like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Oli Pedro Costa set his fastest ever top speeder in Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point shots free of that J2, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets a turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line for this weekend. No toys, you know, Martin, it's a very sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday, not hard. It's been a turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinator clash. Few times in the same weekend, we in Boston Camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Martin, just shows you the hardest of modes, and the twig unsigning weights, and the fuel inlation. Lashley Chen a long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now, isn't it? St. Martin who has to just rush his sprint unstalled in front of him. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Seti amongst Deva has pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Spafford, put full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious brunt. Chief Silver's point for that K10 was Sistu Silver's Snake and get back on that. You go like Tarkin and vicinity can't see stood. The problem there goes around and as well. Really appears my slouches by line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down the right. Into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So now did you offer the T-team? Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know one not a bit earlier. This has going to turn him back to being bad side. Saki doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on the absolute extreme right of picture who goes down. Understanding that Gian Antonio is in 10, just he may Kotiga, he may contact with the side of Binder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's up is on the outside of me, already got way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid-trap man, and that was your mid-trap Binder, and not at all, did they at all. Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. It was that over-aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because Park's been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place. Bum's time. Mounting on, there's just an right tune here. Paula Costa at Festival. He was flatted at the start of this grip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John Chani behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little leak bit. So you pop there. Muds and slightly walk. I see shirt and time. So I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Gian Antonio knitting to better behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. and just says to Costa to kick back without Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Somebody to make it said you have to be so precise. Defender said plainly there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarkov stumbling stick twice to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Mendes in second. Pekka Banyar the late strider to go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This so then there's a caution bidger behind it loving us. So Zarka with that unsuccessful descent. Would bit missed in place and started to Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted Timber Sneeders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have landed on the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him, had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterben Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's time way near in contention to the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would now he dropped the falling at last year at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and as of course, so did you Kenny the Bowman. Outside of course made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucking Morbidelli, who was a long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint up to dance soon. 70 this shield the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine views on big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season of the Hamagella House past G. He goes from one way battle Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Keaton died. The chap put up his down in Stifting's place of the Yamahas, rings and around scatter the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Zaki in plenty of space hasn't done awful lot with it now. And he's back in the old 40s, and actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see, just in the front of the tip to there, but City's still being under a bit of pressure. From Tete Banyaya, that's the fancy for 6 and 7. So, but City, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a rindan actually. She was starting with having seen others. Att tiden står ju över sitt över idag just busar more samt har vi videoavsnitt is actually titting so not the return at the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on the studies out. You were timed in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs safety to long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was at a time. But let's go down the checking point. I was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe okay, just to take a good couple of chances. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's did some other seniors. Back at the front there, you're still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of attitude. While we're looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspiring, but half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set by well to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Happen to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in years times. 10th like stage, turn 39, turn 6 is on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the capacity. He's now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to this total fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his third riders. The poor out of him won't see that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that as the top of your ditches. Part shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyaya. We are led to believe as the Bezos battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a Chuck White guy's argument. Keeping himself to those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But they aren't 29s. He's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is the Frenchman. Banyaya's past Bezzecchi according to the type in town. One Bansoya's breeds off screen. Moves the cap city who was anything a tenth of a second. Oh, even though that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. Bezzecchi's now back to 7th place and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see that some of the picture. Banyai, he's no ahead, and his fellow Italian. He's getting his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Basaki, real nasty sort of chimney drive flash he had this morning at turn 2, and he was just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. It's 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, and he's leading the season like these sprint. He obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray, so he'd just be trying to think of with mate twice he possibly can. He'd minutes to be obviously Haig was mind this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the tail 10-7 second of Costa. He's going to be back on the pin to the who's on the red tire of Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation of our time series, by the way, there will be no further action in Penryn Einstein and the first Gordon, and that's just twice in I'm on Barcelona, but George Lee now open to be seen since it's that corner. It's such aggy breakies already to such a tight score, and generally you see it's there. We are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez, except boy still, but being covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? Of course it's this Igor, just point to 139 to 808. So we're good now, enjoying the 139 club. The problem is, he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time, got to find some confidence. On a soft tires, Igor, because we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal on 1 tires. Igor can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Heading at the JTM stop in the turn 10. Of course, he can. He's so beautiful end. Into that heavy pipe, his own son. Costa, he's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make money there. Ralph Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as money checked his Fernandez movement troubles earlier, so be KTM, but time sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast ride this one's again by Zarco and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the Spurgersine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those 2 Italians have shaved place. Napes, but his hands still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he didn't leave Dalia Bastianini. While the Delhi would be ruining that first on the Muncie, losing all light ground. His you study that taste to that's Pensetti, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the end. Here's me, really passed better like he needed back in just to go on the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? On to the 10th here. Looks like Malton this is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Fedel. Here, the most 39 club now has only 1 member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s of 139.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that led they just the second of his campaign. He was second to followed the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. And this is to play that, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And this could be some light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's turned so far this season, having as a piece right now. So he's now net in Bumran. So they've been in turn, they're up China, that's your circuit flashing. They're Costa is free, 10th quicker than Alex Marquez, and that previous lap was did you goes level with Fernandez. Fernandez, short lead is spiking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with the Antonio. Just 2 good on the sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place? Trying to try Pat Papier, trying to move all the inside of DigiCard through third right. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass, Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he's styled to much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some Sasha building here. Slash jib, so his 9s and he's leading the sprints. Varies. After Baseki stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Baseki quite quickly. Top, he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Baseki. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Baseki is in danger getting bumped out from the tour score prices. So, 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some inspection from here for Pedro Acosta to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there off the inside. Akawateki, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, taking up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, feeling at the pain. Under those, let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards have had to go toe to toe. Estavio the giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali has, well, fastest one. How those Choteries did you go? The announcing to slightly advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the KTN on the bikes of the South corner. Base one is now over. There's a goal that goes leads on the market by Seki. Rizmail, Panicum and White, not the world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Acosta is the pack to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. That's Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp, he's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect marriage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe to toe with Marquez. It has sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed between that and by trying to attack Alex with the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better who touched the Acosta in the final after the north. Savage down into the be rubbing his hands of Acosta attack, seeing in a good ultimate dolphin. Alex is just so good at the Franks. Really good, just parks in the Catsy. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the front to be this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez should always have the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta's running out of time rates. Through racing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She ain't to be station on. Please do a derby spring when you to a Alex can be done. As to be Alex not another scene keeps out. Thinking about that runs by Reed with nice. Marquez does. A Seti who spins that. Rather underscotched in the final lap. He has no fatty has much lighty transponder and registered. He's now advanced back up into third place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. We set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn once again the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to the Benson on that long one down to the study size. Only gonna hate Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up for P4 and we draws this was really Smith this tried me and so the king of those was done. I was definitely a KT. I was stop on post to the long one. Tongue to you there on the 21 one. Right than that. He was Bender. It was the other KT and who went down back to he's done to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a taste start, but that precious one's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So starting line, he's been a committed to lift the sprint. Zarko's hitting him so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swilky Mark, Brady got his front tire ahead of Acosta. All that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower side to the front of the swings. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter of the two. Back 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yeah, so he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down, but just took advantage of all the towns of it. Dirty has not never would take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. He took the so sets up, then out in stage place, he was 7th through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quattromonics, he'd be lining that points. Ooh, man was tied without the other Morale, flag that was yeah, from the stop in the 10. While they think initially that Bastianini has connected with number of the first one, he nearly managed to bear with Lorera, trying to come through. So Bastianini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover on his first lap. He had to beat Matey for the grid. He is up 5 times. Zarko has never had a sprint podium. He's not given at this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be going to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drain show start. But Zarko gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarko. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. better rival alongside a picture defenses on the other half. He's been passed by both Bezzecchi and Bagnaia. Dan's the first of the quarter was 8th over the line. He made it to 1:10. Guru had it on so I think two sides places, so do the Guerrera. But Guru ultimately my bottom 18s into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down there was the on the banks into that turn snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps through the track as a free runner, batched Riesling into 5th. They trying to get back to Martin, this little bit Poland did to win the 20 rivers. Martin just asked him video plan and this is a bit of threats. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has got these seeing back. So wow. It's going density to crush Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a theme from Martin. So how do you get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 did as it's not to the moment night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Bezzecchi in the championship. Martin trying to make his stat like slightly better. So what about a move on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do not this one tender that VR46 Ducati into turn Spain. Second still up by there in 8th place on the World Championship points moving on the way they turned. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these fancy for a cost to do it. Alex Mark Yates is white valley did best that hasn't made any said birdie trig. Now it's Mark there's some dead duty flying in this to the lap. And he's doing it right road now on a toss down blade start. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex side by side. With tight rather Costa's on the inside line. Canali straight in light, right down allows. Can't go the long way around. There's a fastest one on circuit, Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 sides markings to go down his left. And Apple on him on the outside line. But maybe at the moment, stood and Kiyot. There's sleep the rest of the race. The moment his ice markings we would take it to board. No, he's close to that. So there is Zarko, still in that excellent teach. He also applied them decent sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Vici that first corner with Zarko. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarko was forged to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Spruva to her chief panel. Blake he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of them. Having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. So there's a gap punt to Baber Devi and Bezzecchi at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then come to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Skull and every other section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. But take more tears still down. There's the lucky to practicing at sleep Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back of his Dougie win in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base that you had to say. Martin sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. To say all his life. He ain't being a taste of food each like this side to hate running. So I pilots Martin's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. Nicky to take 3rd place. And the Spotty Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. Almost 360 single toast an hour. The point soft spree of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That cost about is the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. And with it a tight bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets to turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a 190 this weekend. No toys in why Martin it's a very sport. He said yesterday, asked it was a turbulent Friday. Not off, this bit of turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 4 times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played to find up Cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of minds of the twig unsigning lights and the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double and now it's just dual frustration and ejection right now. St. Martin wants to just rush his sprint on solid in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, Bezzecchi amongst Deva has Mel pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up probably higher behind him, who's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is Count Bezzecchi beats in Spafford, but full city gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through. He now comes in on the top 5. Now then, she stood looking through a Catalunya on some serious grunt. She was both about Kate was he stood she was naked and get back on that. We got talking and specifically the cats. He stood the problem that goes around and as well. Really appeased my slaps his by knife. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough her down the fight. Eventually fell corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the team. Zarko might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to be earlier. This is going to put him back to being bedside. It's like he doesn't want the race start, so we got me on there. So that extreme height of picture who goes down. By understanding that Lieutenant Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may contact with the side of Finder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside of me, already go by white and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap man, and that was your mid trap Finder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon showed, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that, that's just a pure race. He understood there was no over-aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the me of a concert, just wrong place, wrong time. Maltigan, there's just an right true head, Paula Costa at festival. He was flatted at the start of this trip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy stomach as well from Fabio the John Charlie behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little little bit too hot there. Muds in slightly what do I see church and time so I'm early into now. Costa cleaning onto the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio knitting to better behind it. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig back without Costa having absolutely no defense. Does he have any defense now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin. At the start of the street, he runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Somebody needs to make people say you have to be certain size. He found the set plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarko still being placed to get out of the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Vander's second. Take a bang yard the late strider to go track he was falling. Sun shooters off, sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution vigil behind it loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful descent. Grand bit missed in place at Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10 pound in the last set, must have sifted Timber Sneeders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he wanted to land on the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes off side, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sturman Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's time way near in contention from the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's a course through Digi Kenny the Bowman. Outside of course made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who's a long line. Counterleap on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint popped down soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Jello House past G. He goes from one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Keaton 9. The chap put up his down in Stifting's place instead of the Yamahas of rings and around Scaffold all view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't had awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Sarko who responded. I think that they're dancing down, we'll see. Just in the front of the tip to there. But Siki's coming under a bit of pressure. But Banyaya, that's the party for 6 and 7. So, but Siki, well, he did his thing. There's now starting to find a ring down, actually. Shoes staying, I haven't seen others. Della tiden står ju, för sitt över just busar more samt har vi det med sin visa sig titting so not the return the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this that is out you were timed in this sprint he needs sick time he needs safety to on season it's in Boston but all this needed was at a time but let's go down the checking point I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick ANK just to take a good couple of intentions and thanks Jack, it's a real shame there's did some other seniors back at the front there. He was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of attitude. are we looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint? So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. Steve Atosh's competition is being set by ground to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Happiness to be sitting with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in steers times. Turn like stage, turn 39, turn 6 is on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the turn. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Chill hitting the passages. Now in 9th for Igor, it's getting stood there, but he has made solid ground to this total the fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his side riders, the poor ahead of him. We'll see what that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versace. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Start shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyan. We are led to believe as the Bezos battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop right by Zarka and giving himself to those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix near tomorrow is the Frenchman. On the eyes past Metzepti according to the type in town, one pencil your screens off screen. Rules the captain who was anything a tenth of a second. Oh, even though that. So as Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was 88 points. Position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the ditcher. Banyai, he's now ahead. And his fellow Italian, he's giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Basaki, real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint. He obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So he'd just be trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly can it. Minutes of the obviously Haig was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the tail 10 7 after the Costa is going to be back on the pin to the who's before the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation hard time is by the way, there will be no further action in Penbring Lanston and the first Gordon and letters twice in so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward or it's such aggy breakies already too such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez except boy still but being covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So it's this Iger just point to 139 toward 808. So we're doing now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, to find some confidence. On the soft times Iger, because we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season, he was absolutely unreal. On one tires, Gura can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers, heading at the JT and stopping the turn 10. Of course, he can, he's so beautiful then. Into that heavy pike, his own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Libya. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as money checked his Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so BKTN, but time sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast ride this one's to go by Zarko and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but his best of the Sprugrazine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Versace's was an absolutely building the Bagnara, but those 2 Italians have shaved place. Snapes, but his hands still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he'd even leave only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruining that first tournament, losing all life round. His study of taste, you get that's Pensetti, Pastrinini up behind. And he passed the end. Pierce me really pass bets like he needed back in just the World Championship point. So 9th place. What's happening? Onto the 10th here. Looks like Fernandez is not enough time to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So giving these now Fred Siegel on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s of 39.9. Only a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that made just the second of his campaign. He was second to followed the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these right-hand this to complete the lap, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And it's put this up late fire by Spurring via Catalunya. Rather that, there's pretty tentative so far this season, having as a tease for right now. So he's now net in Bumran. And they've been in turn, they're up chatty Thatcher circuit clashing. They're posters free, tension clicker. Then Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that over to Danders. Short lead is spiking his Mike as he does, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just too good at least sorting on the county. So Ralph Landers and does he use that third place. Trying to try Pat Happy at 20 move all the inside of Digicad through third right. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Betzecchi out of picture as well. So Betzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Betzecchi now, he still have his weight going and he's sailed to much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some such a building here. Slash jib, so his 9 and he's leading the sprint. There he's after Betzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass through. Betzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Betzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Betzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take something special from here for Pedro Acosta to get on top of this. Here comes Bastidini there of the inside. Marco Betzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, turning up, not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape will be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final toys off it. At the front is stood to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards have had to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you go? The announcer to slightly advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a cluster doggies up the ground on the KTN on the bikes of the south corner. Base one is now over. There's a goal that goes leads on the Marco Betzecchi. Rizmail Panicum and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Acosta is to pay to go all in here to try and match your medal. Adds Marquez has to be when you read it, then he's sharp, he's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can he find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed between that and by trying to attack Alex with the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Acosta in the final after the north. Savage down into the field, rubbing his hands of Acosta attack, seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the brakes. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always head the shoulders of anybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta is running out of time rates. Who will be a racing runs out 2009 of it. Acosta, he not money thought about it. She ain't to be sleeves long. Please give a derby spring when you trigger. Stanley's on we go. There's to be Alex Marquez in keeps out. Thinking out there runs by reason nice. Marquez does. A Seti who spins that Fernandez crossed in the final lap. He has no fatty has much light transponder and registered. He's now bounce back up into the 8th place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. We set to go from pole position. BMW safety car heels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with that, Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from row 12 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Thanks to UI Saturn West to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta go hold to the Benson. On that long one down to the study size. Only got a hate. Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief goes up for beef on it. Trosses was really Smith this 12 million. So the king of those ones done. I was definitely KTM was stop on first to the long one. Tongue to you there. On the 21 one. Right than there. I think it was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down back to he's done to the person to Berting. Marto Betzecchi had a taste start, but that precious time's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Beg the Dan. That Zarko's been has to be lightning. So starting on, he's been committed to lift the sprint. Zarco's pitching half so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swook, you more great eagle is front tire ahead of a costa. Well, that is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower style to the front of the swings. And I'm out City and destroy up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 2 back 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yes, he had a really bad start, was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But his chick advantage and all the else about it. It has not never take advantage of that rat, so it was start. He took the so set up. Then in stage place, he was 7th through sector 2. You can see, thank you, really jigs there down the pikes. Could be the third tangible Fabio Quartermonics. He'd be lining that points. Line was tagged without the other Morale, flag that was off. 100 stuff in the 10. While they think initially that Bastini has connected with another the first one, he nearly managed to bear with Lorera, trying to come through. So Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat Matey for the career. He is up 5 times. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given at this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be brain spring. Into Kirsty Bun. He's at the drainy show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip at the top speed of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rival also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattro was 8th over the line. He made it to 10. Duro had it ished on so I think 2 side places, so do the Guerrero. But Duro ultimately my bottom make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing where he was started close to going down there was the on the banks into that snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps where the track has a free runner, batched greasily into 5th. He's trying to get back to Martin, this little bit Pollens did to win the 20 points. Martin just asked him video plan and it's a bit of threats. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has got happily seeing back. Oh wow. It's going density to rush this on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a theme from Martin. So how do you get clear with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 did as it's not to the moment night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his stats like slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do about this one tender that VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Seki still up by there in 8th place on the world championship points moving on the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can blow C twice starting from trials into T8 for all these fancy for a cost to do it. Alex Marquez is white ballad, it's best that hasn't made any said Birdie Troy. Now it's Mark, there's some dead Judy flying in this to the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a toss down blade starting. Yes, fastest one circuit by now is Alex. Side by side. Good tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in light, right allows Congo the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit is Alex 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Costa. That's what Costa's got to do. He's doing 4 sides markings to go down his left. And Apple on him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and Kiyot. They're asleep the rest of the race. The moment his ice markings will attack its third board. No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarco, still in that excellent teach. He also like things decent. Sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Peachy that first corner with Zarco. Briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was forged to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Sprima to her G panel. Like he's over turn 5. Look out for Endes to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. Then there's a gap punt to Mabel Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Golden every other section is being linked. They go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end about KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on the side. Take more teams done down. There's the lucky. It's had some practicing at Sleep Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, well, the Hoy Martini for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back it was Dougie with in Le Mans. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base though, you have to say. Marty sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say? All his life. He hates being a taste of fluky try this side to hate running. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And this Harley Pedro Costa set his fastest ever. Top speeder, Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point top speed of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out is the chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a minute of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets the third 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in why Martin it's very sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off, this bit of turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. Few times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played to find up cheer Marty just shows you the hottest of minds of the tweak unsigning lights and the fuel and elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now. St. Martin wants to just rush his sprint and solid in front of it. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Seti among state back has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, but he's also passed more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Seti beats in Spafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, be leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking through on a Catalunya on some serious run. Chief Series both of that K10 was if Stu Series Nate going to get back on that. You got half here in this vicinity to count 6 to it. The problem there goes around and as well. Really appears now. Slabs just by 9. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down the right. Into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you after the T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to be earlier. This is going to turn it back to being red side. Saki doesn't want the race start, so we block me on the absolute extreme right of picture who goes down. Understanding that Gian Antonio is in pen, just he makes contact, he makes contact with the side of Pinder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's up business on the outside. Look, Mir already got way wide and finds himself right on your slime. It was a mid-trap, man, and that was your mid-trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure race. He understood there was no over-aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place. Bum's on. Mounting on, there's just an right tune here. Paula Costa at Festival. He was fighting at the start of this trip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John. Chani behind him. He comes in on route to Dan. There's the little little bit too hot there. Runs in sliding walk. Do I see Church time? So I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio nicking competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to kick backward out to Costa, and absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Somebody needs to make people say you have to be so precise. Defender said plainly in there. So just squeezing it in now, then Charco stumbling stiff place to get out the sentence just over 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Fernandez in second. Pekka Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was falling. Sunshine was off, sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution vigil behind it, loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessfully defense. It missed him place at time to Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those nearly 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes off side, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place for 19th on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. The best sprint, but it's time way near in contention from the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The sun for this sprint, but he would know he dropped the falling at last year right this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and there's a course through Digi Kenny the Bowman. Alton had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Joaquim Mordelli, who was a long lap, calculated on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint popped down soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine view still big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in Q2 this season on the Gel House past G. He goes from one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiffing's place instead of the Yamahas. over rings and aroused Catalunya behind him. Interestingly, Bezzecchi in point of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. And now we'll see just in the front of the tip to that. Bezzecchi's still being under a bit of pressure from Tete Bagnaia. That's the party for 6 and 7. So Bezzecchi, while he did his thing, there's now starting to find some ring down actually. Shoes staying with my seeing others. Not tiden to it. If it's a good every now, just saying more stuff having good arms in. He is actually titting to not the return that the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on this is out. He would time it in this sprint. He needs sig time. He needs safety to on the season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was at a time. And let's go down the checking point. I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick okay, just a technical problem and thanks Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, he was still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of altitude while we're looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspiring but half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being set by ground to Dandes. The twist is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Uppermost to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Vince Diaz times. Tough thing like stage, turn 39, turn 6 is on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quattararo for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past to these. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to his total fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his third riders. The poor out of him. We'll see what that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that pass at the top of your ditches. Start shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnaia. We are led to believe as Lily Badger's battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a truck wide by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix near tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the eyes past Bezzecchi according to the time in town, one pound Sawyer's screens off screen. Moves the cap soon, who was anything a tenth of a second. Oh, even though that. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. Bezzecchi's now back to 7th place and was 88 points. Position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Bagnaia, he's now ahead. And his fellow Italian, he's getting his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Bezzecchi, real nasty sort of drive crash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint. He obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hungary. So they just be trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly can't it. Minutes to be obviously Peg was right this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the still 10-7 after the Costa is going to be back on the pin to the who's before the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. Confirmation of time is by the way, there will be no further action in Penn Big Nine still. And the first Gordon and letters twice so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since it's that forward or it's such aggy break he's already to such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez except boy still but on there covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So this Iger just point to 139 toward 808. So we're good now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test to find some confidence. On the soft times Iger, we've seen his fatigue even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal on one tires. If Iger can start qualifying well. That first Panther victory will not be too far down the track with it. 130 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa. Has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Heading at the JT stopping the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful then into that heavy pike. His own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez movement troubles earlier. So BKT and between sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast ride this one's going by Zarko and Lungme. Through that the moment, it's all the French, but his best of the Spurgersine. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the back thing. Bezzecchi's was an absolutely nothing to Bagnaia, but those two Italians have shaved like snap-ass but he's still keeping two more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnaia, and he did with only a bucks to Yedidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that first tournament, losing all life round. You still got taste you get that's Bezzecchi, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the end, occasionally really plus Bezzecchi, he needed back in just to hold the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? I want the tip here. Looks like This is not enough time to fade it is but it's a champion token. He's now fencing on title. Here the most 29 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, just the second of his campaign. He was second to fold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What can they see to play that? But by no means is the 37 giving up on a second sprint wave. Certainly hasn't. I mean, could be some light fire by spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's Britannia so far this season having as a T3 now. So he's now net in Bunran. So they've been in turn. They're up Chaddy Fletcher circuit clashing. They're Costa is 3 tenths quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that over to Dander's. Short lead is biking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just 2 good only sorting on the county. So Rotterdam is a dozen use that third place. Trying to try back. Happy at 20 move all the inside of Digicad through third row. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his past Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight, and he sailed to much just to stay in the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some such a building here. Slash jib, so his 9s and he's leading the sprints. There he's after Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Top he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see if Saturday might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the tour score places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from here for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there of the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up top the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt fitting at a paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigora might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. Vassal sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you go? Me and Nancy to slap the advantage Alex has over Costa who started this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a Costa doggies up the ground. Look out here on the bikes of the south corner. Base one is now over. There's a goal that goes from leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail Panicum and White, other world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez is starting to area. 7-5 and 10. This final lap is surely Pedro Costa is to pay to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. Alex Marquez has to be when you read it, very sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of blind. Offense and defensive as they can find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less of a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe to toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now place. What's happening? I want the tip here. Looks like This is not enough time to fade it is but it's a champion token. He's now fencing on title. Here the most 29 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. There was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that medal, just the second of his campaign. He was second to fold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint front row. There's the World Championship going from row 4 in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Makes the UI Saturday on Wednesday. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe NK just to take those Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through now. And by trying to attack knowledge on the back to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch taxiing in a good ultimate all fate. Stood there, but he has made solid ground to be still the fight. So outside the Zarko. He's one of only 5 riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that Bez at the top of your ditches. Hard shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnaia. We are led to believe as Lady Bez's battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But he had this chuck wide by Zark and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But 39s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is the differential. Bagnaia past Bezzecchi according to the typing time. One can tell your screens off screen. Moves the gap soon. It was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. Bezzecchi's now back to 7th place and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Bagnaia is now ahead and his fellow Italian is getting his soul. He's doing it as he is near mine with Bezzecchi, a real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year, no ties in time, everything's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously don't sit as well in Austin and in Hungary, so he'll just be trying to think of with my toys possibly can't hit. Somebody's obviously paved his way this morning back at the front. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the tail 10-7 second of Costa. Is going to be back on the in good rate. There is one the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. Confirmation our time is by the way, there will be no further action in Penn Einstein and the first quarter and left just twice in so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to be seen since aids that forward with such aggy breakies out into such a tight score and generally you see it's there we are looking back at Frank Ralph Fernandez it's boy still but being covered by under a second. Beyond ties, guess who's quickest? So this Tiger just point a 139 to 808. So we're good now enjoying the 139 club. The problem is he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some confidence. On the soft tires Tiger, we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal on one tires. Gura can start qualifying well. That first Pantry victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa, has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers, heading at the JT and stopping the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful then into that heavy break. His own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps of this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Mark Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turns, but his duty judged as when he checked his Fernandez moved into troubles earlier, so BKTN, but Tony sits up. He's now back in the second place. Fast ride this one's to go by Zarko and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but his best of the sprint regime. As a thinner twice, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to, but now he's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something to the back thing. Bezzecchi's was an absolutely building the Bagnaia, but those two Italians have shaved place. Snappers, but his hands still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnaia, and he would only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruined that first tournament, losing all life round. His still got taste to that's Bezzecchi, Bastianini up behind. And he passed the end. Appears me really passed Bezzecchi. He needed back in just to go on the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? On to the 10th here. Looks like Malta Fernandez is not left out to fade it as third, but it's a champion. So give me now fancy of on Twitter. Here the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alex shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. That was now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. His second that made the second of his campaign. He was second to followed the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away a bit, isn't he? Just taking 2/10 out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. And this to complete that, but by no means is the 37 given up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And there's could be some light fire by spurring via and speak Catalunya. After that, there's pretty so far this season having as a tease for right now. So he's now nearly in bum run. To the Nintendo, they'll have chatted flash of circuit flashing. Here are posters, free 10 quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up as did you goes that with Fernandez. Fernandez short lead is spiking his mic as he dares, as long as he possibly can with Don Antonio. Just too good on this sorting on the county. So Ralph Fernandez and does he use that third place. Trying to try but happy at 20 move all the inside of DigiCard through territory. The Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his pass Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight and he styled to not just to stay in the 8th. So Alex Marquez is some touch building here. Last year, so his 9 days leading the sprints, Rivalries. After Baiseki, Sturst, Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Baiseki quite quickly. Top, he thinks Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Baiseki. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a time to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bassetti's in danger getting bumped out from the tournament score places. So 2.5, what, a lap and a half to go there. Let's do it. Take some especially from here for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastianini there off the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who has just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt, fitting at the paid under those. Let us not fresh on it. The tape will be creased on the final lap because Aragura might take that final towards off it. At the front, it's still to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. That's all sprint win number 16, 2026. The two Spaniards about to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. How those Chotteries did you? The announcing to slightly advantage Alex has over possibly start this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, a toaster doggies up the ground on the KTN on the bikes of the first corner. Base one is now over. There's a Gula goes leads on the Marco Baiseki. Rizmail Panutum and White, other world championship leader, because at the moment there's 9 points in the sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to be wary at 7-5 and 10 on this final lap, because surely Pedro Costa is the pack to go all in here to try and knock down medal. That's Marquez has to be when you read it, then he's sharp. He's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. I'll send some defensive as they can find that perfect marriage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez. It has sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed to him now. By trying to attack Alex on the bikes of the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And remember who touched the Costa in the final after the North Savage down into the will be rubbing his hands of the Costa attack, seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the Franks. Really good, just parks in the Catsy. And mid correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the fence in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always had the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta's running out of time rates. Olivia Lipsing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She and H. Station long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger. Sally's all can be done. There's to be Alex Marquez keeps out. Thinking of that runs by reason nice. Kills Marquez. Does. A Seti who spins that. Fernando squashed in the final lap. He's the house. No, Fatty has much light. He's transponder and registered. He's now advanced back up into 3rd place. So, team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend. So far, Pedro Acosta then. Week set to go from pole position. BMW safety car. Heels up to the back of the grid. A cluster more with Daddy Alex Marquez, your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12th. Green flag displayed at the back. Next to UI Saturn wants to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Pedro Acosta, go hold to the Benson. On that long one down to the study size, only gonna hate Alex Marquez on maybe that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief of those up for B4 and Trosses was medium, but it was mid this 12 meters. So the king of those ones done. I was definitely KT. I was stop on post to the long tongue to you there. On the 21 one, what than that? I think it was Bender. It was the other KTN who went down back to the stumped to the person to Berting. Mopped up at a taste start, but that precious time's been a 59 place. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarko's been absolutely lightning. So something on, he's been a committed to lift the sprint. Zarko's kitchen, so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Swooky Mark, Brady Eagle is front tire ahead of a Costa. All of that is from Zarko. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flowers out to the front of this wind. And I'm out sitting his straight up into fit 20. He was definitely the fastest starter. Up to 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yeah, so a really bad start was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But just take advantage of all the towns of it. It has not never would take advantage of that rat, so it was stop. It took so set so then in state place he was 7 through sector 2. You can see thank you really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third table Fabio Quartamonics directly behind in that points. Ooh, man was tied without the other Morale at flag levels, yeah. Thunder stuff in the 10. While they initially, the Bastini has connected with another the first one, who nearly managed to bear with Lorera, trying to come through. So Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. Following his first happy had to beat matey, but the he is up 5 times. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of Dolly Thrones. That's going to be great to be into Kirsty Bun. He's at the 20 start. As Zarco gets dodgy dip at the top speed of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattraro was 8th over the line. He made it to turn 1 in 10. Guru had it on so I think 2 sides places, so do the Guerrero. But Guru ultimately made bottom 18s into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing where he was started close to going down there was the on the banks into that turn. Snow battle out Martin, then 2 snaps where the track has a 3 runner batched greasily into 5th. They trying to get back to Marty. This limit polished it with the 20 points. Marty just asked him video plan that this it's a picture of the arts. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends all me inside a digit guide through turn 7 and Alexander's has gone these seeing bars. Oh wow. It's going density the first this on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal from Marty. So how do you get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3 did as it started the moment night. Marty would get the mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Marty trying to make his Saturday slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the German show now? Did you just to do like the sun tender and VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by very 9th place on the world championship points moving on the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these answers for a cost to do it. Alex Mark checks his white ballad it's best hasn't made any said birdie three. Now it's Mark there's some dead duty flying in this to the lap and he's getting it right road now on a toss down blade starting. Yes, fastest one circuit mine now is Alex side by side with tight driver Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in, light your ride allows. Can't go the long way around. He's a fast one on circuit, Alex 1. Setting hard 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 Alex Marquez to go down his land. And Apple told him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and Kiyot. There's a sleep the rest of the race at the moment is Alex Marquez. We would take it to board. No, he's close enough. So there is Zarco, still that excellent teaching where he also the decent sucky rather things aggressive on the brakes. Uchi that first corner was Zarco, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was poised to Alex's rear time and from the Tremont down Spruma to her G panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for then there's the Gian Antonio Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. So there's a gap punt to Mema Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then punt to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Golden very early. Section is being linked. And go now hard on the bikes into turn 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. Take more tears done down. There's the lucky. It's had to watch you saying it's the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, Willie Hoy Martini in there for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. Special to back his Duddy with in Lamont. He can't sell 2 wins this weekend. Spinning let's up the base that he had to say. Marty, you sprinted it there last year and he was head pinning this time. I mean, what to say? All his life. He hates being a taste of fluke each like this side to hate running. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Ollie Pedro Acosta set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point soft of that JT, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his lead chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. I wanted to type in a bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Into turn 10. And that was if the pure Martin mistake, unfortunately, and the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in Roy Martin into any sport. He said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not our this bit of turbulent Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 4 times in the same weekend. Really in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Martin just shows you the hottest of modes and the twig unside being like some the fuel and lotion. Slashly Chandler long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now. The St. Martin has to just rush his spread and solid in front of it. But truthfully, in terms of the championship attitude, but Setti amongst Deva has Bell pressed Team Everdelli. These are bits of P6. These are quite high behind him, was also past Morbidity. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Setti beats in stuff would put full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, he's leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking through on a Catalunya on some serious grunt. Chief Silver's point for that K10 was if Stu Silver's naked and get back on that. We got like Tarkin's vicinity can't see stood. The problem that goes around and as well. Really appeased my slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down right. Eventually first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you offer the T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know one not to bit earlier. This that's going to put him back to being bedside. Saki doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme height of texture who goes down. By understanding that Titan Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he may start with the side of Pinder and just go straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside of me, already got way wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid trap man, and that was your mid trap Pinder, and not at all, did they at all. Fabio the Genon show, yeah. Nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. It was that over aggression. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the mere concert, just wrong place. Bob's on. Mounting on, there's a right true head, Paula Costa. At festival, he was flatted at the start of this grip. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy coming as well from Fabio the John. Channy behind him. He comes in on route to Dan as the little leak pulpit. Through pop there, runs in. Smarty walk, do I see church time so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Antonio nicking competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to kick backward out to Costa having absolutely no defence. Does he have any defence now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin. At the start of the street, he runs that and no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make people said he has to be so precise. He found the set plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Jarko stumbling stick twice to get out of the sentence. Just how the 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Members in second. Take a bang, you're the late strider. To go track he was falling. Sun shooters are sprint leader Alex. Just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution vigil behind it loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful defense. We're big mistake place inside the Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10 pound in the last set. Must have sipped in team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those nearly 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he wanted to land on the way Martini's down, he crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place, remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Sterling Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. The second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but in time way near into intention, the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The sun for this sprint, but he would now, he dropped the falling at last year, right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and as of course, so did you Kenny the moment. Outside of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucking Morbidelli, who's the long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Hans this sprint up to dance soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been let up rebound to the only significant grab as fine beast on big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in shoot 2 this season on the Hamagella House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and there's from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in Heating 9. The chap put up his down in Stiffing's place instead of the Yamahas. Over rings and around the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't done awful lot with it now. And he's back in the old 40s. We've actually Zarko, who responded back into the third dance. Now we'll see just in the front of the tip to that. But Siki's still being under a bit of pressure from Tete Banyaya. That's the bounty for 6 and 7. So, but Siki, well, he did his thing. It's now starting to find a rim down, actually. She's staying with having seen others. It's a good every now. Just blue side more sabs having good arms in. He is actually titting. So not the return that the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. let's see, on the Zod is out. He retired in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs tight detail on the season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was the time. And let's get on the checking point. I was up with, nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right bin. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So maybe okay, just to take a good couple of inches. And thanks, Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors back at the front there. You're still Alex Marquez just started to build a bit of attitude. While we're looking at this sort of finishes phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired but half a second. Steve Tosh's competition is being a set point well to that this. The to stay well uncertain, but that was longer. Upper basically soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in steers times. Turn thing like stays, turn 39, turn 6 is on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the order outside the time. He's now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past. He's now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to his total of fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of his third riders. The four ahead of him. We'll see that give that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versaki. You can see that past the top of your ditches. Start shake off. And Kenny Teko Bagnayan. We are led to believe as the best battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did treat a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a chop wide by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But they aren't toy 9s. He's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix here tomorrow is the Frenchman. On the past Metsepti according to the type in town, one Pansoya's grades off screen. Moves the cap season, who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know what. So as that Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was a 8 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai is now ahead, and his fellow Italian is giving his soul. He's doing it as he is near mind with Besaki, a real nasty sort of TV drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you're just going to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year. No ties in time, everyone's leading the season like these sprint teeth. Obviously, don't sit as well in Austin and in Hunray. So they just be trying to think of it, mate, twice possibly carried. Minutes obviously Peg was waiting this morning back at the Suns. Gap between Alex and Ralph Fernandez is just on the still 10-7 second, but Costa is going to be back on the pin to grade. Who's on the red tire for Ralph Fernandez too. That confirmation hard time to by the way, there will be no further action in Penryn Nainston and the first Gordon and that just crossing so I'm on Barcelona and put George Lee now open to we see instance aids that forward or it's such aggy breakies already to such a tight scored and generally you see it's there we are looking back to Frank Ralph Fernandez and it's set boy still but being covered by under a second. Beyond times, guess who's quickest? So it's this Igor just putting a 139 to 808. So we're good out of Jordan the 139 club. The problem is, he keeps giving himself mountains to climb, doesn't he? Got to find some pace and time test, got to find some conferences. Full of soft times, Igor, because we've seen his fatigue, even his rookie season. He was absolutely unreal on one tires. Igor can start qualifying well. That first Panther victory will not be too far down the track with it. 139 point accuracy in a way. He's got the pace as a Costa. Has certainly got the pace to attack the Landers. Heading at the JT and stopping the turn 10. Of course, he carries so beautiful end into that heavy pike. His own son, Costa. He's back in the game for the Lydia. He's suddenly rebounding back into it. Does he still think a gold medal is testing for the remaining laps this spring? He must do, given how hasty and how keen he was to make the money there. Fernandez didn't find a long way back into turn 10, but is duly judged as one ejected Fernandez moved into troubles earlier. So BKT and between sits up. He's out back in the second place. Fast ride this one's again by Zarko and Lungme. Truth at the moment, it's all the French, but he's best of the Sprugrazine. As a thinner place, who would really maybe a first sprint roster before the Frenchman. That doesn't look like he's going to have to look through now. He's plenty of drama maybe ultimately. He's something so the pack thing. Bersekis was an absolutely building Steve Bagnara, but those two Italians have shaved place. Snappers, but he's still keeping 2 more Italians behind it. He couldn't do it with Bagnara, and he didn't leave with only a bucks to Yadidi. While the Delhi would be ruining that first on the Muncie, losing all light brand. Just you still got taste to you get that Spencetti, Pastionini up behind. and he passed the end. Case me really prospects like he needed back in just to go on the World Championship point for 9th place. What's happening? I want the 10th place. Looks like This is not enough time to fade it. Is there, but it's a champion. So give me staff red single on Twitter. We're the most 39 club now has only one member. Is Alex Marquez, just about Alan shooting himself in those 39s about 39.9. Finally a smidgen faster there. The Costa is 7th place. Yeah, there's now the John Cholio with 2.5 laps to go here in Barcelona. He's set soon that medal. They just the second of his campaign. He was second tenfold the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint. That's just chipping away at this, isn't he? Just taking 2 tenths out of his Marquez to the third sector. Perhaps a bit of more KTM friendly sector. This is a bit more Alex Marquez territory through these. What can they see to play that? But by no means is the 37 giving up on a second sprint wave. Certainly has. And there's could be some light fire by Spurring via Catalunya. After that, there's sprint turned so far this seat having as a T3 now. So he's now net in Bumran. So they've been in turn. They're up China Black circuit flashing. They're a positive 3 tenths quicker than Alex Marquez and that previous up was did you goes that over to Danders. Short lead is spiking his Mike as he dares, as long as he possibly can with John Antonio. Just too good on the sorting on the catty. So Ralph Landers and does he use that third place. Trying to try but happy and trying to move all these out of DigiCat through territory. Italian slams the door shut. So the John Antonio to third. And over down in his past Bezzecchi out of picture as well. So Bezzecchi now back to 8th place. They changed place a couple of times on that last level. Bezzecchi now, he still have his weight now and he's styled to much just to stay at the 8th point. So Alex Marquez is some touch building here. Slash jib, so there's 9 and he's leading the sprints. There is Bezzecchi stirs Chiman. She nearly should be able to pass 3. Bezzecchi quite quickly. Toppy takes Aragura through on Morelli. Ahead of him, you can see Morbidelli attacking Bezzecchi. Other one down to the first quarter. So yeah, a pain to see Saturday. Might be going to give him more title if Marco Bezzecchi's in danger getting bumped out from the torn score of places. So 2.5, a lap and a half to go there. It's do it. Takes some especially from Via for Pedro Costa to get on top of this. Here comes Bastidini there off the inside. Marco Bezzecchi, who would just got absolutely no defence here. Under braking, throwing up not the kind of confidence. Busy, no doubt feeling at their pain. Under those, let us not fresh on it. The tape be creased on the final lap because Arigura might take that final toys off it. At the front, it's stood to be Alex Marquez versus Pedro Costa. Basel sprint win number 16, 2026. The 2 Spaniards have had to go toe-to-toe. Estavio the Giant champion, ready to deliver. And like Mali as well, fastest one. Carlos Choteries, Digira. Me and Nelson too slightly advantage Alex has over Costa, who started this last lap. Just under a quarter of a second, like tossed doggies up the ground. Look out, Chad, on the bikes of the South corner. Base one is now over. There's a goal that goes leads on the Marco Bezzecchi. Rizmail, Panicum and White, not the world championship leader, because up the moment there's 9 points in this sprint for Bears. So it's Marquez has got to go area, 7-5 and 10. This final lap is surely Pedro Costa is the pack to go all in here to try and knock down my dog. That's Marquez has to be when you read that, then he's sharp, he's slowly going to strike. Like Snauer. He's just sort of the end. Offense and defensive as they can he find that perfect damage between the two because Acosta less than a half a bike and behind him was an exit turn 5. Pedro Acosta's gone toe-to-toe with Marquez in his sprint so far this year. Now it's Acosta versus Alex. Surely the back of his mind here now. He's got good corner speed through 9. By trying to attack Alex on the bike to the 10. He's ringing out of cheeks here. Maybe this is now or never. And the better touch the Costa in the final after the north. Savage down into the field, rubbing his hands of the Costa attack, seeing in the good ultimate all fame. Alex is just so good at the ranks. Really good, just parks in the catty. And mid-correct comes across to trying to find the inside line. Alex is about to go shoot to the plenty in this final sector. A final sector where Alex Marquez and always head the shoulders of everybody else. Charlie fend off Pedro Acosta. Acosta's running out of time rates. It will be a racing runs out 2009 of it for Acosta. He not much thought about it. She ain't to be sleeping long. Please do a derby spring when you trigger Stanley Sword can be done. As to be Alex Marquez keeps out thinking of that runs by reason nice. Just Marquez does. I'll set you who spins that. Fernandez crossed in the final lap. He has no fatty has much lighter transponder and registered. He's now advanced practical into 3rd place. So team for the World Championship that year. Smash your wheel up laps. Completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. Pedro Acosta then. We set to go from pole position. BMW safety car. Wheels up to the back of the grid. Acosta more with Daddy Alex Marquez your front row. There's the World Championship going from road slow in 12. Green flag displayed at the back. Next to you, I sat and went to give the sprint here. A Catalunya darting through the middle of the circuit goes Tidra Cortica, hold to the benson. On that long one down, Chile study size, only got a hate. Alex Marquez on Maybe, that is good. One of the 21 bucks. Alex, let's go the long way around into the first corner, but it cost him another drop on it. Chief of those up for beef on and I mean, Trosses was really, it was mid this 12 meters, so the thing those was done. I was definitely a KTM, but stop on first run to the long one. Tongue to you there. On the 21, one right than that. It was Bender. It was the other KTM who went down past the 80s, down to the person to Berting. Malta with Seki at a taste start. But that precious time's been a 59 points. It is Mir and Big the dance. That Zarco's been absolutely lightning. So starting on, he's been a committed to lift the sprint. Zarco's hitting him so in the pre-start. Don't try and see it. Smokey Mark, great eagle is front tire ahead of a Costa. All of that is from Zarco. Second on the LCL Honda. Stalling flower style to the front of this wins. And I'm out sitting his straight up into feet 20. He was definitely the fastest starts up to 2. Back 30 years was watching them both in the big pipe. Reference it, yeah. So a really bad start was behind Banyaya when they were breaking so down. But just took advantage of all the towns about it. It has not never take advantage of that rat, so it might stop. It took the so set up. Then in stage place, he was 7 through sector 2. You can see thank you really takes there down the pikes. Could be the third Tesla Fabio Quattromonics to keep you lining that points. That was tied without the other Morale, the flag that was off. Honda stopped in the 10. While they think initially that Bastini has connected with the Honda the first one, he nearly managed to bear with the Rara. Trying to come through, so Bastini deep in the pack. Dora is another big mover. On his first happy had to beat matey for the career. He is up 5 times this. Zarco has never had a sprint podium. He's not given up this stage beyond, but he's doing this first out of only throws that's going to be brain spring. Into Kestiban. He's at the drain show start. But Zarco gets dodgy dip on the top street of that factory. The Cathy GT26 lands and Alex Marquez. Nothing. Defends the second of the show in Zarco. Alex Marquez nothing at 3-2. Vettel rider also had a picture defenses on the Yamaha. He's been passed by both Betseki and Banyaya. Dan's the first of the Quattromonics was 8th over the line. He made it turn 1-10. Duro had it on so I think two side places, so do the Guerrera. But Duro ultimately my bottom make things into 13th spot. Oh yeah, Fernando seeing when he was started close to going down then was the on the banks into that snow battle at Martin, then 2 snaps where the track has a career runner batched greasily into 5th. They're trying to get back to Martin. This little bit Collins did to make the 20 points. Martin just asked him video plan that this is a bit of threats. This niche speed between the 2 Spaniards. Fernandez now sends on me inside a digit guy through turn 7 and Alexander's has dropped these seeing back. Oh wow. It's going density to rush Disney on this first goodbye, so that's really a bit of a deal from Martin. So how did he get here with that? He did it potentially hit the trees and everything. It's 8-3. As it's not to the moment night. Martin would get to mid towards the head to midpoint behind Betseki in the championship. Martin trying to make his stats like slightly better. So what about him moving on the inside of the gym and showing out digital just to do like this one tender. That VR46 to Cathy into turn Spain. Second still up by very 9th place on the World Championship points moving down the way they turn. The mine has been a pretty decent start and they can about see twice starting from trials into T8 for all these answers for a plus to do it. Alex Marquez is white valid. It's best that hasn't made any said very trig. Now it's marked there's some dead treaty flying in this to the lap. And he's getting it right road now on a plus down the lane starting. As fastest one circuit mine now is Alex side by side with tight driver Costa. Costa's on the inside line. Canale straight in light, you're right down Laos. Can't go the long way around. He's a fastest one on circuit is Alex on 1. Setting on 0.209. Pressure building here for Acosta. That's what Acosta's got to do. He's doing 4 Alex Marquez to go down his left. And Apple told him on the outside line. But maybe another moment. Stood and Kiyot. They're set to sleep the rest of the race at the moment. Is Alex Marquez with a second third board? No, he isn't close enough. So there is Zarco, still that excellent teach, you know, he also the blind density and that sucky rather things aggressive on the right. Peachy that first corner with Zarco, briefly off the second. Here comes Alex Marquez. Zarco was poised to Alex's rear time and moving the Tremont down Spruga to her chief panel like he's over turn 5. Look out for Fernandez to Gian Antonio. Martina jumped onto the back of the having ready on this lap, so we've got a group of essentially supposed 6. Then there's a gap punch to Baby Devi and Betseki at the moment. It's like being over the back of your fellow Tony. They then up to the 7th. Checking out there, that's 16 twice. Golden every other section is being linked. They go now hard on the bikes into try and 10. Acosta just 2 good. Well, the front end of that KHM to give Alex a sniff of snatching the lead here. And just close up on his iron. That's it. More teams done down. There's the lucky. It's had to practicing at the Catalunya for Hoy Martini. When we take the lead in the World Championship, well, Hoy Martini there for the 3rd time so far has been a horrendous Catalan Grand Prix. special to back was Duddy with in Le Mans. He cast out 2 rings this weekend. Spinning lights up the base that he had to say. Marty sprinted did that last year and he was head pinning this time. What to say all his life. He hates being a taste of food each on this side to hide running. So I pilots Marty's winning like it. And the 73 takes the lead. Fernandez by those sets. He did take 3rd place. And was Ollie Pedro Costa set his fastest ever. Top speeder Barcelona. All those 360 single toast an hour. The point soft spree of that J2, not enough to fend up Alex Marquez on that long one down to the first corners over the first third. That costed out his chaser. Alex Marquez of Leeds. He was in this position last September when he dumped in front of Mark. I'm trying to look at it again. And with it a tight bit of contact on the main strip to the top through this small team. Meets the third 10. And that was just a pure Martin mistake, unfortunately. And the latest in a long line of this weekend. No toys in why Martin to any sport. As he said yesterday, it was a turbulent Friday. Not off. It's been observable on Saturday as well. That was the last time the Martinates had clashed. 2 times in the same weekend. Early in Boston camps later, yes, as well. So I've played upon the cheer Marty just shows you the hottest of minds. The take on something like some the dual elation. Lashley Chandler a long way did the victory double, and now it's just dual frustration and dejection right now. St. Martin wants to just watch his sprint unsolid in front of him. But Drusi, in terms of the championship attitude, but Setti amongst Deva has pressed Team Everdelli. He's up into P6. He's up quite high behind him, who's also past more with it. So the interesting thing now for me is count that Setti beats in Spafford, but full City gap. You'll see back in the picture, he's leading that chase through. Can't he now comes in on the top 5. Now then, Sistu looking to capitalize on some serious blunt. Chief Series both of that K10 was if Stu was Nathan and get back on that. We got like half in vicinity to can't see stood. The problem there goes round and as well. Really a tease now. Slabs his spine line. The giant Tobio is going to draw the inside of Zarko. Nothing as Zarko could do. He tries to tough it down the right. Into the first corner, but the giant Tarno just have an inside money at the initiative. So that did you up at a T-team. Saka might regret that, but she just didn't know enough to bit it earlier. This has going to put him back to being red side. So he doesn't want the race start, so we've got me on there. So that extreme height of picture who goes down. By understanding that Gian Antonio is in pen, just he may contact, he makes contact with the side of Binder and just goes straight into the side of me. It was money's a business on the outside of me. Already got wide and finds himself white on your slime. It was a mid-trap man, and that was your mid-trap Binder, and not at all, did they at all? Fabio the Genon show. Yeah, nothing that he could do about that. That's just a pure racing instant. It was that over a question. That's also on the Italian. Because part has been the Ramiro concert, just wrong place, wrong time. Mounting on, there's just an right tune here, Costa at festival. He was flatted at the start of this script. He's got the wrong way, isn't he? He's got Tommy's coming as well from Fabio the John Chani behind. He climbs in on route to Dan. There's the little leak movement. So you pop there, muds and starting walk. I see shirt and tan, so I'm early in and out. Costa clinging on to the muddy place. And Fabio Gianantonio knitting competitive behind him. Here's why the move was made. Fernandez into turn 5. And just says to Costa to dig backward out to Costa, and absolutely no defense. Does he have any defense now from Gian Antonio? He's looking to take that bonds better often. Else he moved that by round. He made that move on Hoy Martin at the start of the street. He loves that. And no biking again in a 10 pound. Someone needs to make people say you have to be so precise. He found the set plainly in there. So just squeezing it in out and Charco stumped in stick place to get out the sentence just out the 3.5 tenths of the second between Alex and Ralph Members in second. Pekka Banyar, the late strider, to go track he was 40. Sun was off, sprint leader Alex, just something to occupy his mind. This, so then there's a caution Bidgie behind it, loving us. So Zarko with that unsuccessful descent. Big mistake place at Gian Antonio into turn 1. Did a 10.5 in the last set, must have sifted team race leaders. That second behind he did a 39.8, so for those maybe 2 seconds is now just a 1 second gap behind Zarko. And Marco Bezzecchi thought he would have led all the way Martini's abs. He crashed in front of him. Had a real opportunity for Bezzecchi just to try and eke out a few more points today. But Gura takes offside, places on the source after he's got stuck in that 13th place. Remaining teams on the grid. So he stood off the tower ahead of Serban Aldegar, so he has done up to 12 since the source. With a second significant lead to the Gura sense made. This sprint, but it's nowhere near the intention of the podium. He was Alex Marquez, looking really comfortable, looking really calm. The start of this sprint, but he will know he dropped the falling at last year right at this very corner when he was rising to kneel to Pong and sprint double on Spring Saturday. Thomas Shakeoff, well said, and as a course, so did you Kenny the Bowman. Hudson had, of course, made that same mistake 2 years prior when he was leading the sprint into that very same corner, so both of them have some Catalunya sprint demons to try and banish here in the next 6 laps. Fucky Morbidelli, who's a long lap. Calculate on the exit of the very first corner. Holds this sprint up to dance soon. 70 this shield, the service off. I've been lap up remounter. We've only significant progress from East on big heights place. Jack Winner, third time I've seen Miller in Q2 this season on the Jello House past G. He goes from on one way back to Marini. Nothing really to do about that, and that is from the inside lines. That's occupying the side of place in heating 9. The chap threw up his doubting Stiftings place instead of the Yamahas. Over rings and around Scaffold the old view behind him. Interestingly, but Saki in plenty of space hasn't done an awful lot with it now, and he's back in the old 40s. And actually Sarko, who responded back into the third dance. Now we'll see just in the front of the tip to that. But City's coming under a bit of pressure from Tete Banyaya. That's the party for 6 and 7. So, but City, well, they did his thing. There's now starting to find some rim down, actually. Shoes starting with my seeing others. Till up to and to if you sit to go every day, just boost saying more stuff having good arms in. He is actually titting. So not the return at the top good was hoping for as he starts to the inquest for this crew chief Jose Manuel Casal. Let's go on his is out. He retired in this sprint. He needs sick time. He needs safety to long season. It's in Boston. But all this needed was a time. Let's go down the checking point. I was up with nothing to do with the fitness of Maverick Vinales. He's come in and you can see there's a little bit of fluid on his right boot. I think his foot was just up to slip up the foot pegs. As soon as that happens, I'm sure the alarm bells ringing. He pulled in to make sure that nothing more serious was to happen. So Maverick NK just a technical problem and thanks Jack. It's a real shame. There's some other seniors. Back at the front there, you still Alex Marquez just started building a bit of attitude while we're looking at this sort of finisher phase of this sprint. So time in this sprint is how it's simply inspired by half a second. We'll see the Tosha's competition is being set point ground to that this. The Tosh is still wearing certain, but that was longer. Uppermost to be soon with Fabio the Giant Champion closing right in. Steers times. Something like stage 139, 26s on the last lap. Arnie Girls continuing to move at the old outside the 20s. Now touched Quattraro for 11s. Looks like it might be a little bit too hard for Dura. Jill hidden the past to these. Now in 9th for Igor. It's getting answered there, but he has made solid ground to this total fight. So outside the Zarka. He's one of the side riders. The poor out of him. We'll see that Bucky that are in the 39 still. Everybody else is already back into the one sorters, including World Championship leader Marco Versaki. You can see that Baz at the top of your ditches. Can't shake off. And Kenny Teko Banyan. We are led to believe as the Bezos battery brilliant teammates. I thought it did feed a time in 2037 and beyond. But yeah, this is a truck right by Zarka and giving himself with those 39s and the 310s behind the pack ahead of him. But turning on 29s, he's getting all the good dates so full the Grand Prix near tomorrow is be the Frenchman. On the pass met, except according to the type in town, one pencil your screens off screen. Moves the captain who was anything a tenth of a second. I don't even know that. So as Bez made a mistake somewhere, either way. But Seki's now back to 7th place and was a 68 points position is now just 3 points. You see the top of the picture. Banyai, he's now ahead, and his fellow Italian, he's getting his soul. He's doing it, as he is near mine with Seki, a real nasty sort of drive flash he had this morning at turn 2. And you just want to see the checker flag. He has made errors. In 3 sprints so far this year, no ties in time, everyone's leading.